Su Anlin discovered that, in this chaotic world where human life was as inconsequential as grass, he could perceive the health bars of others and gain experience points by vanquishing foes. Thus began his harrowing journey along the path of an extreme physical cultivator. Years later, gazing at his health bar, which was thicker than that of a boss, the Martial Emperor Su Anlin wore an innocent smile. Ha! Ha ha ha! Come on! Ha ha ha! He opened his eyes in confusion, finding himself in a dim and hazy place. A feeble candle flickered, casting distorted light in the damp, cold, and eerie surroundings. Several figures nearby were clad in coarse linen garments, with two of them donning leather armor. Each held a blade, nervously observing their surroundings. This was a dilapidated temple, as Su Anlin surmised from a decapitated statue of Buddha. Weeds thrived amidst the crumbling walls and a roof riddled with holes, creating a scene of desolation. Wait, was this the ancient past? Su Anlin let out a muffled grunt, straining to move his legs, but his body felt utterly powerless. The leader, for have already perished. This kid Su Anlin seems to have lost his breath, too. Let's toss him outside. It might delay the crazed monster's pursuit, one of the men suggested. Indeed, we should act while it's still warm once he cools. The monster will lose interest, replied another, both trembling, their pupils dilated and faces etched with anxiety as they gazed around as if something horrifying lurked nearby. They were addressing a man clad in leather armor. The man, a bearded figure who appeared to be in his 40s, looked robust and competent, wielding a broad machete. He cast a glance at Su Anlin and calmly declared, "Yes, throw him out." Su Anlin was taken aback. Suddenly, everything came rushing back. He had traversed realms, and his original self was also named Su Anlin. Due to his family's impoverished state, he had taken on work with a caravan, assisting with transportation. They encountered a crazed monster and entity none had witnessed, but rumors spoke of people possessed by malevolent spirits, the crazed monster relishing in bloodshed, particularly feared in desolate areas. Just moments ago, members of the caravan had been abducted, meeting grisly fates. In the chaos of retreating to this place, his original self had stumbled and died on the spot. Thus, he found himself here. Fantasy, awakening to be fed to a crazed monster. I cry that I am still alive. Su Anlin, a former amateur author, instinctively thought of a title for a book. Even at such a moment, he was contemplating writing. Su Anlin quickly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Leader, I'm not dead yet." Su Anlin, weren't you just lifeless? One of the men poised to discard him halted abruptly. Su Anlin sat up, feeling a heaviness in his chest. "I merely fainted." "Thank goodness you're all right, get up." The leader, named Tai Windan, who was renowned as a bodyguard in the vicinity, urged. He was the strongest in the group, his swordsmanship unmatched. Yet, even he had to tread carefully in the presence of such a monster. During the recent skirmish, he had sustained deep wounds on his arm and chest, nearly meeting his demise. Su Anlin rose, steadying his mind before stating, "I just heard someone laughing. That is the trickery of the crazed monster it seeks to lure us out." Tai Windan surveyed his surroundings and said, "Now, everyone, remain calm. You three, check the doors and windows. You others, quickly start a fire. The demon prefers to lurk in the shadows, and a fire will provide some comfort." The group proceeded with methodical precision. Hee hee, come on. Once this candlelight extinguishes, we are done for. Hurry. Tai Windan commanded. Yes. They hastily set to work. Su Anlin swallowed hard, pondering the existence of ghosts in this world. He had dabbled in writing supernatural tales before, yet he had always considered himself a staunch atheist. Now, witnessing the circumstances, he realized he had been rather naive. However, as he scrutinized those around him, he noticed something peculiar. For instance, when Tai Windan spoke, Su Anlin had focused intently on him and observed a yellow, trough-like symbol appear above his head. It resembled a health bar with a number, 5989. Beside it was an option labeled View Information. He silently willed it to show more details, and information appeared before him. Name, Tai Windan. Level 2 low to display. Hint, defeating monsters can increase your level. Next, he turned his attention to others. He discovered that when he focused intently on someone, their health bar would also be displayed, albeit with varying values. For example, a nearby individual who was uninjured, Tai Windan's younger brother, had a green health bar reading 6767. Another young man, similarly frail, had a green bar as well, but with a significantly lower value of 3030. Su Anlin quickly drew a conclusion. In essence, the higher one's martial prowess, the greater the health bar. When health is plentiful, the bar is green. In contrast, Tai Wen Dan, having sustained injuries, displayed yellow. As for the ability to view information, it seemed to indicate that his level was too low to access such details. Well, he had acquired a unique ability. But the question remained, was it truly useful? Others had means to sign in, simulate, or at the very least, outdated systems to flaunt. What good was merely a health bar? If he could defeat monsters, what need had he for a health bar? Su Anlin felt an immense pressure and wondered if he could withstand it. At that moment, the fire had begun to blaze, and the group finally relaxed a bit. Boss, we have checked the surroundings. There are 2 broken windows on each side, and there's a large hole in the roof at the back. Tai Wen Dan frowned, glancing around at the 18 individuals present. Of them, only 5, including himself, were capable fighters. Find some wood to block the windows. We cannot do anything about the roof. Su Anlin, go gather some firewood and start a fire beneath the roof. Understood. Su Anlin quickly adapted to his role, knowing he must remain calm in this situation, and hurriedly teamed up with 2 others to collect firewood. Hee. Just then, as 2 individuals were about to block the window, a sudden gust of wind rushed past, and a shadow materialized. One person was dragged away in an instant. At that moment, due to the small window, the individual got stuck. Tai Wen Dan's gaze hardened. His movement was swift and precise as he thrust his blade, striking fiercely at the shadow outside the window. But the shadow was struck, yet it seemed unscathed. In the next moment, the person's arm was yanked away, leaving half of their body behind. As the corpse crumpled to the ground, the shadow retreated into the darkness, clutching the remnants of its prey. He's dead. Feng Er is dead. How can that lunatic possess such strength? Quickly, while the monster feasts, seal the windows. Yes, only Su Anlin remained motionless. When a maniac first appeared, he had immediately checked and discovered the blood bar. However, the maniac's blood bar was crimson. Value, 57230. After being pierced by Tai Wen Dan's dagger, the maniac's blood bar plummeted to 17230. This indicated that the maniac was on the brink of death. Su Anlin's heart ignited with fervor. If he could land another blow, might he not kill the maniac? This creature is remarkably resilient, Tai Wen Dan remarked, his expression grim. Earlier, when he had rushed here, he had exchanged blows with the maniac. He had confirmed that he had struck him twice and jabbed him once. The blades were stained with blood, signifying that the maniac had indeed sustained injuries. Yet, from the recent events, it seemed the maniac had not been greatly affected. At this moment, Su Anlin picked up the dagger from the recently deceased. Su Anlin, what are you doing? Hurry and help start the fire, someone called out. However, Su Anlin moved to the window. Have you lost your mind? Be careful of the maniac suddenly seizing you. Another voice warned. Su Anlin was unafraid. In the darkness, he spotted a crimson blood bar not far away in a thicket. 17,230. So, the maniac is hiding there. In such darkness, others could not discern the maniac's location. Yet, Su Anlin saw through the blood bar. The maniac remained motionless, and in the next moment, the blood bar fluctuated. 16230, Su Anlin. After a few seconds, it changed to 15,230. When it reached 10230, Su Anlin realized he must have been struck in a vital area. Losing excessive blood is nearing death. Just as this thought crossed his mind, it dropped to 8,230. This was an excellent opportunity to scavenge a corpse. Defeating monsters could elevate his level, and given the maniac's blood count, his level must be considerable. If he could slay him, wouldn't he level up immediately? One must take risks to reap rewards. Su Anlin shouted, "Captain, I see him. I'm going to take him down." "Are you insane?" Everyone gasped in shock. Tai Wen Dan admonished, "Are you throwing your life away?" He was cautious in his endeavors, but knew how to seize opportunities. In his eyes, this situation presented a remarkable chance. Everyone gathered at the window, watching as Su Anlin charged toward the thicket across the way. Ee sounds echoed from all directions. Su Anlin furrowed his brow. The maniac was attempting to intimidate him, having noticed his approach. Unfortunately for him, his blood bar had already been revealed. In the next second, it dropped to 6,230. The maniac was on his last legs. 4230. In the thicket, the maniac glared fiercely at the advancing Su Anlin. He yearned to move, but his body was too weak to comply. The dagger embedded in his chest continued to bleed profusely. He was dying. 2230. In an instant, Su Anlin struck towards the thicket. Squelch. Kill of the demon lunatic successful. Experience gained. 230. Looting the corpse was a success. Chapter 2. The Turbulent World. Successful level up. Level 1 achieved. Name. Su Anlin. Level 1. Health. 2340. Experience points. 3,300. Attribute points. 2. 1 attribute point can be redeemed for every 100 experience points. Cultivation technique. Basic swordsmanship. Beginner. Su Anlin gained 230 experience points, of which 200 were directly converted into 2 attribute points. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The basic swordsmanship was a skill that the original owner had briefly trained under Tai Wenduan before his arrival. He had not anticipated mastering it. With a plus sign following beginner, Su Anlin surmised that the attribute points could be added there. However, he refrained from hastily allocating his points. They were hard-earned, and he did not wish to squander them. Moreover, he noticed an additional plus sign behind the health bar. This indicated that attribute points could enhance his health. Did this not imply that, provided he had enough attribute points, he could dramatically increase his health? Imagining his health bar resembling that of a formidable game boss, he envisioned becoming a nightmare for his foes. Alternatively, in a near-death state, he could bolster his health. Was this not akin to exploiting a glitch? In his previous gaming experiences, whenever health waned, he would urgently replenish it. Upon reaching level 1, Su Anlin sensed a transformation within himself. His prior injuries were gradually mending. In just a short span, his health bar began to restore itself. A surge of warm energy coursed through him, and his breathing became significantly easier. Was this the change brought about by the upgrade? His physical condition had indeed improved. Su Anlin, are you all right? Someone called from afar. A group peered through the dilapidated windows, their expressions a mix of fear and confusion. They were oblivious to the sudden cessation of the frenzied cries from the demon. The pitch-black night enveloped them in an eerie silence. I'm fine, come over. I have slain the demon, he declared, stunning all within the room. Is what you say true? Su Anlin. The crowd found it difficult to believe that a frail individual like him could exhibit such prowess. Moments later, everyone approached him, torches raised. Tai Wenduan, gripping the knife at his waist, was the first to notice the dark corpse at Su Anlin's feet. His eyes widened in astonishment as he drew forth his recently shot blade, exclaiming, "It is my knife. Good heavens, this truly is the demon." Instantly, the crowd erupted in exhilaration. Haha, the demon is dead. How splendid. Su Anlin, I did not anticipate your strength. I have heard that the court has placed a bounty of 100 taels for slaying the demon. Su Anlin hastily replied, to be honest, I merely seized an opportunity. Had it not been for Master Tai's prior injury to the demon, I would not have had the chance to strike. The credit belongs to Master Tai. Tai Wenduan nodded in approval, realizing that he had previously overlooked the boy's eloquence. Indeed, you have potential. How did you discern that it was weakened? Tai Wenduan inquired. Su Anlin clasped his fists in respect. Following the local customs, I have always possessed keen eyesight. Although the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, I perceived that it seemed incapacitated and mustered the courage to approach. Well, you certainly possess remarkable courage. Tai Wenduan chuckled. This time, I shall acknowledge your contribution. He did not claim the credit for slaying the demon, and Su Anlin had no intention of disputing it. Firstly, he lacked the ability, and it was better to extend a personal favor. Tai Wenduan was a man of the martial world, and it was likely he would not neglect him afterwards. Secondly, he had merely taken advantage. Even if he had not intervened, the demon would have succumbed to excessive blood loss eventually. A bystander remarked with a laugh. You'll gain fame from this. In the future, those seeking to hire you for escort missions will surely demand a higher price. Indeed, indeed. The people present were astute, showering compliments incessantly. Su Anlin observed as several individuals dealt with the demon-esque corpse. This body had once belonged to a person, a woman. Yet her visage was desiccated and wrinkled, her features grotesquely contorted. Were it not for the glimpse of her undergarments and the prominent curves of her form, Su Anlin would not have recognized her as a woman. What malevolent force had wrought such a transformation upon her? Memories began to unfold. This place was not an ancient dynasty, but rather another realm's antiquity, known as the Xia dynasty. In recent years, The Xia dynasty had been ravaged by calamities, with famine widespread. Last year, his father had vanished while hunting in the mountains with a butcher from town, searching for food. Thus, he was left orphaned. The original Su Anlin had a brother named Su Dehu and a sister. Though only 20, Su Dehu was already the family's pillar, laboring at the docks for survival. How woeful is my fate, Su Anlin lamented inwardly. He had once known poverty, yet even in the direst circumstances, he could afford plain rice. Through his own endeavors, he had gradually acquired a house, a car, and a savings of $1 million. On the verge of marrying the boss's daughter, who could have foreseen that he would find himself here? Now, only his sister remained. He had been away from home for 3 days on this escort mission and had no knowledge of her well-being, perhaps due to the original sentiments. Su Anlin felt a profound familial bond and was deeply concerned for his family. As he pondered over the corpse, someone unexpectedly tapped him on the back. "Su's lad, you're quite impressive." Turning around, he saw a man with a triangular face and squinting eyes grinning at him. Sun He. This individual lived nearby and was associated with a ruffian named Shura. Previously, when the family was impoverished, his brother Su Dehu had borrowed 3 or 2 pieces of silver from Shura. With the debt repayment deadline approaching and his brother still uncontactable, Shura had threatened several times that if the debt remained unpaid, his sister would be offered as collateral. In desperation, the original Su Anlin had sought this escort job, hoping to earn enough silver to settle the debt. Understood. No need for your reminders. You, however, are as thick-headed as a wooden block, foolishly bookish. Shura has taken a fancy to your sister. That would be her fortune. Better to be with him, enjoying a life of luxury than to starve alongside you. Su Anlin remained composed, replying, "My sister with Shura? To help him earn silver?" Shura's concubines and wives were often women from impoverished families who, unable to repay debts, sold themselves to him. He subsequently had them serve his clients to earn money. Such matters were not secrets. They were common knowledge among the populace. Even the wife of that Sun He is involved. You, with your wooden head, if you are willing to sell your wife, that is your affair. I have no desire to be ridiculed. Such actions are beyond my moral compass. Su Anlin offered him no semblance of respect. Sun He's expression shifted. He was particularly sensitive to any mention of his wife. "How dare you? My wife is merely performing. She only sings." Sun He charged towards Su Anlin, intent on retaliation. In the past, Su Anlin had been frail and a mere impoverished scholar, incapable of even shoving back, perpetually victimized. However, the current Su Anlin was transformed. Having just leveled up, not only had his previous injuries healed, but his strength had also significantly increased. With a resounding kick, Su Anlin sent Sun He sprawling, shattering a wooden plank beneath him. The commotion drew the attention of others. Tai Wendan turned to observe the altercation between Su Anlin and Sun He. Previously, Sun He had bullied Su Anlin several times, and Tai Wendan had paid no heed. After all, he did not know Su Anlin. In this world, the weak are often oppressed, a harsh reality. As long as no one was seriously harmed, he would not intervene in such matters within the group. Yet this time, Su Anlin had slain a monstrous fiend. Moreover, he had been gracious enough to credit Tai Wendan for the victory. Consequently, Tai Wendan approached and sternly addressed Sun He. "What is the meaning of this?" "He kicked me." Sun He clutched his chest and glared defiantly at Su Anlin. He was determined to make Su Anlin pay for his audacity. "I just witnessed you strike first, Sun He. This is my team. If you wish to brawl, do so outside my ranks," Tai Wendan stated firmly. "I was wrong," Sun He conceded, lacking any retort in the face of Tai Wendan's authority. "I acted impulsively. I apologize." Su Anlin remained silent, feeling an overwhelming hunger, as if his very essence had been drained, yearning to replenish his strength. "Enough. Go inside and assist with the bodies," Tai Wendan instructed Sun He. "Yes, I will attend to it immediately." Once Sun He departed, Tai Wendan approached Su Anlin and patted him on the shoulder. "Anlin, be cautious of such ruffians in the future. I have reprimanded him this time, and he will acknowledge his error, but once we enter the city and I am no longer present, he may seek revenge." "I will be careful," Su Anlin replied. He had no intention of courting trouble, yet often, the more one avoids conflict, the more such scoundrels perceive them as easy prey. Upon entering the city, "I will increase your wages," Tai Wendan added, acknowledging Su Anlin's valor in dispatching the fiend. Su Anlin nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, Chief. I am suddenly quite hungry. May I?" Tai Wendan chuckled. "This is my flatbread. Take it." He retrieved a fragrant piece of flatbread from his pack, its aroma enticing. "Thank you, Chief." In these tumultuous times, a person like Tai Wendan could be considered virtuous. At the very least, he remembered to share his bounty. As the night passed, dawn broke, and the group set off once more. On the road, Su Anlin bore witness to the desolation of this world. The ground was strewn with the frozen bones of the fallen. In recent years, this place has suffered from drought, with cracked earth and shallow rivers. As one traverses the landscape, the yellow sand swirls in the air. Scattered everywhere are the corpses of those who fled, most of which have decayed, left unattended for birds and beasts to feast upon. The caravan guards have grown accustomed to such sights, passing by the bodies as if they were invisible. The harshness of life is palpable, and Su Anlin reflects on this somber reality. By noon, he reached Huangji Town, his birthplace, where every blade of grass and tree is familiar to him. The low earthen walls, constructed from yellow clay, have fallen into disrepair over the years, ravaged by wind and sun, with several sections even collapsed and cordoned off by wooden planks. At the city gate, 2 soldiers, clad in tattered uniforms and devoid of weapons, sat dozing on benches, their eyes barely glancing at the throngs entering and exiting. Su Anlin looked around, eager to glean more about this world in order to devise his next plan. Thoughts of manufacturing soap, glass, gunpowder, and even using manure as fertilizer flitted through his mind. Ultimately, he realized he knew little of these crafts. He had forgotten most poetry, retaining only fragments of 2 verses, goose, goose. Goose in the bright moonlight before my bed, followed by the line about the shoes on the ground. Regrettably, he lamented not having memorized more poems, for perhaps they could have aided him in making a name for himself. He sighed, recognizing the futility of his regrets. In his previous life, he had been wholly engrossed in the business world, entangled with the boss's daughter, never considering the pursuit of knowledge. Now, it was too late. The boss's daughter had led him astray. Chapter 3. Settling debts at long last, he entered the city. Tai Wendan cast a fleeting glance at Su Anlin not far away. Mounted on his horse, Su appeared to deliberately slow his pace. Turning slightly, he unfastened his trousers. Within the depths of his trousers lay a somewhat yellowed pair of undergarments, possessing a faint odor. On the front of the undergarments was a pocket, from which Tai Wendan extracted a pouch, revealing 10 taels of silver. When traveling, even the most skilled must safeguard their finances. Hence he tucked the silver away in the most secure location. This undergarment was crafted by his wife, who had repeatedly urged him to protect it. Everything else could be lost, but not the undergarments. Therefore, throughout this journey, even when staying at an inn, he had not once undressed. Admittedly, it was a bit uncomfortable, but his wife had said that discomfort served as a constant reminder to ensure the silver remained safe. Only about 10 taels of silver remained in the pouch. Tai Wendan pondered for a moment. This time, by slaying the demon madman. He would merely need to present the madman's head to claim the bounty of 100 taels of silver. This was far more profitable than his current endeavor. Although he had primarily injured the demon madman, it was ultimately Su Anlin who delivered the fatal blow. Were it not for him, they would have missed the opportunity entirely, failing to discover the corpse. He was a man of principle in the martial world, and he would not be remiss in rewarding those deserving of it. Otherwise, how could he continue to navigate the treacherous waters of his profession? He felt satisfied with 10 taels of silver. Yet, almost immediately, his wife's words echoed in his mind, urging him to find a concubine. His wife, ever understanding, meant well, and he could not dismiss her thoughtful intentions. 8 taels would suffice. However, he quickly recalled the 2 blades he had lost this time. Alas, the escort agency would need to purchase replacements, significantly increasing expenses. 6 taels seemed quite reasonable. Yet again, he remembered the young lady from Ichuan Tower, whom he had not embraced in quite some time. Surely, he should reserve some private funds to show her kindness, for she was quite pitiable. Weighing the silver in his hands, he suddenly recalled his promise to treat everyone to a meal. Instinctively, Tai Wendan reached for an additional tael of silver, but then realized he could not diminish it further. To do so would weigh heavily on his conscience. After wrapping the silver securely in a cloth, Tai Wendan dismounted and approached Su Anlin. Master Tai? Upon seeing Tai Wendan approach, Su Anlin felt a surge of excitement, knowing that the silver was on its way. Su Anlin, here are 5 taels of silver. Tai Wendan glanced around before discreetly handing over the cloth to Su Anlin. Su weighed it in his hands, his heart swelling with excitement. His travel expenses had amounted to 1 tael of silver, and Tai Wendan had generously given him 5, the excess considered a reward, which was indeed quite commendable. Thank you, head. I am available for any future tasks. Good. Keep the silver well hidden and do not flaunt your wealth. Understood. Taiwandan provided a few more instructions before distributing 1 tael of silver to each of the other helpers. This silver was meant for the laborers. Those with martial prowess would naturally command a different rate. After bidding farewell to everyone, Taiwandan mounted his horse and rode away. Su Anlin tightly clutched the cloth pouch, which contained the hopes of his entire family. Strangely, there was an unpleasant odor emanating from it. Perhaps it was the sweat of Taiwandan, the fruit of their hard labor. He was just a step away from home when Sun He, like a wraith, suddenly darted over. Anlin, you had quite the conversation with Taiwandan, didn't you? He must have given you a fair amount of silver, Sun He remarked. Furrowing his brow, Su Anlin responded warily. What business is it of yours? Sun He's smile twisted into something peculiar as he glanced at the pouch in Su Anlin's grip. Still angry with me? All right. I take the blame, but you do owe Brother Shura a debt that needs settling, don't you? This is between me and him. You needn't concern yourself. Besides, I have another half-month to settle this debt. Why the urgency? Sun He's eyes widened in irritation. What was with Su Anlin's attitude? Su Anlin, speak to your elder brother with more respect. You think you have some prowess just because you killed a demon mad An? Remember, it was Taiwandan who first injured it. Without him, you and I would have perished long ago. Do not overestimate your worth. Sun He was now thoroughly incensed. Never before had Su Anlin spoken to him in such a manner. Sun He, why insult my brother? If you continue to bully him, do not force my hand. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. A familiar sensation washed over Su Anlin, and he turned to see his sister had arrived. His sister, Su Yu, was merely 14 years old. Though petite and delicate, she possessed a fierce temperament akin to their elder brother, Su Dahu, and had a sharp tongue. Look at you two siblings, so bold now that Brother Shura has arrived. Let us see how you fare then. Sun He, in a state of disarray, turned to flee. Stupid girl, just wait. You'll regret not repaying your debt when you are dragged to Brother Shura. I shall teach you a lesson, Sun He muttered under his breath. Brother, were you all right on the way? Su Yu gently grasped Su Anlin's hand, her tone softening. The little girl had exquisite features. Yet her hair was brittle and her face bore signs of malnutrition from prolonged hunger. This is my sister. Subconsciously glancing at her, he noted her frail form. Her health bar was low, indicating her state of hunger and poor health. A pang of sorrow struck Su Anlin, and his gaze softened. Affectionately ruffling Su Yu's hair, he said, I am not only fine, but I also vanquished a demon madman and earned quite a bit of silver. Demon madman? Brother, you truly killed one? That is incredible! Su Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had heard tales of how formidable demon madmen were, capable of besting even seasoned bodyguards. Come. Are you hungry? Let us buy something to eat. I'm not hungry, she replied stubbornly, fully aware of their family's dire situation. Though she was indeed famished, she could not bear to spend the silver her brother had toiled for. Understanding her thoughts, Su Anlin smiled and said, let us go buy some delicious food. After a brief while at the market, they purchased a roasted chicken, several flatbreads, an array of vegetables, and a substantial amount of rice and miscellaneous goods. In total, he spent 2 taels of silver in one go. Regarding the matter of repaying debts, he owed a total of 5 taels, but with interest. The amount swelled to 7 taels. Surely, one cannot starve? Witnessing Su Anlin spend so extravagantly, Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter how affluent one may be, such squandering is inexcusable. Thus, when Su Anlin made his purchase, the young girl earnestly urged him against it. Yet her petite frame proved inadequate to sway Su Anlin's resolve. Before long, the siblings emerged, laden with provisions. Brother, this is such a waste, the little girl lamented, cradling a roasted chicken, its aroma tantalizing her senses, causing her throat to constrict. Yet, her heart ached at the thought of those 2 taels, money that could procure a substantial amount of millet, sufficient to sustain them for a considerable time. However, I have heard that escorting goods is a perilous endeavor, akin to placing one's head upon the edge of a blade. Su Yu lowered her gaze, a hint of melancholy shadowing her features. Su Anlin furrowed his brow. Though he shared her sentiments, he felt it unwise to voice them outright. Indeed, as they conversed, the pair reached their doorstep, only for Su Anlin to discover a sizable hole, as if someone had forcefully kicked the wooden door. How did the door come to be damaged? Su Anlin inquired, his brow knitting in concern, for the gash was substantial, about the size of 2 fists. I do not know. The night before last, in the dead of night, someone suddenly kicked the door. I deliberately shouted for our elder brother's name, which frightened them away. Su Yu replied, her wit commendable in the face of danger. Had she not been so clever, a mere girl, no matter how sharp-tongued, would stand little chance against a burly man. Could it be the ruffians from the Stone Gang? Have they visited recently? Fear not. Even if I were to slay him, I would never allow you to accompany him, Su Anlin stated. Casting a glance at the lone kitchen knife within the home, he seized the knife, severing the roasted chicken, and declared, "Let us dine first, and then discuss our next steps." "Very well," Su Yu replied softly. As they ate, Su Anlin contemplated their subsequent course of action. The first step, to earn silver. The second step, to enhance their strength. Regarding strength, he understood that he must vanquish creatures to gain experience. Yet, the dilemma lay in the formidable nature of these creatures. Lacking martial prowess, how could he possibly prevail? After much deliberation, he concluded that hunting might be the only viable option. Hunting would bolster his strength while simultaneously earning him silver. However, the unfortunate truth was that he possessed no hunting skills. As a modern individual, who among them could claim to have ever hunted? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. His mouth grew displeased. A piece of chicken had lodged itself between his molars, and though his tongue discerned its location, his hands proved ineffectual in retrieving it. After a futile attempt to dislodge the morsel, his frustration mounted, spiraling into a state of increasing agitation. Chapter 4. The world is truly challenging. After dinner, the siblings were thoroughly satiated. Su Yu had not experienced such a sense of fullness in quite some time, cradling her belly with a look of contentment. Meanwhile, her vitality gauge was also at its peak, 88. Su Anlin felt a swell of satisfaction. After the meal, Su Yu busied herself with clearing the dishes while Su Anlin stepped outside to explore and familiarize herself with the surroundings. Their vitality levels hovered between 10 and 13. In recent days, news of Su Anlin's escorting endeavors had circulated. Initially met with skepticism, given Su Anlin's reputation for being frail and ailing, the tides had turned. "Well, it seems we feasted on chicken today," Su Yu remarked as she gathered the leftover chicken bones and squatted down to crush them. This was a customary practice among the impoverished. Once the meat was consumed, the bones would typically be smashed and mixed with wild greens for cooking. Here, no one would mock such a method. It was a common practice. Remarkably, when boiled with wild greens, the dish absorbed the flavor of the chicken, rendering it particularly delectable. A few astute women were taken aback. They were well aware of the Su family's plight. While Su Anlin had been away, Su Yu had survived by foraging for wild vegetables with them, as they had no rice to spare. Now, however, they had eaten chicken, a significant event in their impoverished village, one that could fuel gossip for days. The Su family dined on chicken today. It was almost a spectacle that could draw the entire village to witness. Su Anlin casually remarked, "The head of the escort said I performed admirably and rewarded me with some silver, so I decided to treat us." "That splendid," Su Anlin inquired, "and have there been many wild resources in the mountains lately?" While strolling, an idea for hunting suddenly struck her. A young girl, making playful faces, asked, "Su Anlin, do you wish to hunt? Are you capable of it?" She was Huang Lijuan, the village chief's daughter. Despite her youth, she was sharp-tongued and quick-witted. Feigning confidence, Su Anlin replied, "I've picked up a few skills from the head of the escort this time. Hunting is no simple task. You can barely catch sight of a rabbit." Huang Lijuan chuckled. "You should focus on strengthening yourself. You appear rather feeble." This girl often enjoyed teasing her. "Just wait and see. I'll be catching rabbits every day," Su Anlin boasted. Such bravado. Even the village's seasoned hunters struggle, Huang Lijuan scoffed. Disinterested in further banter, Su Anlin said, "Enough of this. I'm heading to your second uncle's house." Huang Lijuan's second uncle was a carpenter in town, skilled in ironwork. Local families sought him for any farming tools needed. Though her tongue was sharp, her heart was kind. Upon visiting Huang Dajuan's house, Su Anlin had already devised a plan to craft a crossbow for hunting. In her previous life, the daughter of her employer was an archery enthusiast, and to win her affection, he had feigned an interest in archery as well. This pretense led to many serendipitous encounters at the archery range, ultimately winning her over. The experience had its benefits. Not only did he hone his shooting skills, but he also gained a profound understanding of various crossbow mechanisms. Thus, he resolved to pursue this course of action. Otherwise, he would have sought alternative methods. Master Huang is an elderly craftsman, accompanied by his two sons as they labor together. As an experienced artisan, he readily comprehends the ironwork structures sketched by Su Anlin with a charcoal pencil. "What is this you are making, young Su?" he inquires. Su Anlin casually replies, "It's just a little trinket my brother asked me to create." Master Huang, disinterested in further details, informs him to return in 3 days for the finished product. Before departing, Su Anlin purchases a fine piece of sandalwood, along with a chisel, hammer, and carving knife. In the blink of an eye, another tale of silver has been spent. As darkness descends, a chill envelopes Su Anlin as he walks along the road. The recent drop in temperature has left his bedding damp and moldy, and his dwelling in disrepair. This winter promises to be arduous. Additionally, the door has been damaged. Who could have kicked it in? Frowning, Su Anlin recalls the words of Huang Lijuan, who mentioned that nearby villages have been plagued by bandits, resulting in several fatalities in the abduction of young women. Their own village, under the leadership of Huang Lijuan's father, the village chief, has organized some able-bodied men for protection, which has offered a semblance of safety. This world is truly difficult, Su Anlin muses, growing increasingly agitated, the remnants of a meal stubbornly lodged in his teeth. Finally, he approaches home, but his attention is drawn to three figures clad in cotton coats standing at the alley's entrance. Among them is his creditor, Shura, accompanied by his imposing enforcer. Shura's health bar reads 2929, while his henchman's is 3636, indicating he has not squandered his physical prowess. The third figure is Sun He, gesturing towards Su Anlin's residence while whispering conspiratorially to Shura. These individuals are notorious troublemakers, engaging in gambling and illicit activities within the town, rumored to have connections to certain gangs. Even the village chief must tread lightly around them. Shura has had his eyes on Su Anlin's sister for quite some time. Previously, Shura refrained from overt aggression due to the presence of Su Anlin's elder brother, but with his recent disappearance, it seems Shura has been biding his time, anticipating repayment of the debt. Upon spotting Su Anlin, Sun He's eyes glint with a sinister light as he sneers. Su Anlin clutches the remaining two taels of silver tightly and approaches, demanding, "What do you want at my home?" Shura grins, revealing his crooked teeth. If Su Anlin were truly capable of slaying the monstrous fiend, he wouldn't dare speak to me now. Alas, Sun He has divulged the truth. The fiend was already gravely injured, and you merely seized an opportunity. Is there something you need? Su Anlin inquires. Shura extracts a green beetle nut from his pocket, chewing it as he replies, "You seem to have forgotten, young man, that you still owe me silver." Su Anlin feigns calmness as he responds, "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed," Shura retorts, "I always knew your brother was quite capable. But let me be clear, if the debt is not settled by the due date, my brothers will not hesitate to take action." "What significant business is this?" Shura's eyes narrow. "What grand venture are you speaking of?" "My brother did not mention anything." "Very well, I shall speak with him," Su Anlin concludes. Stone joyfully exclaimed, "I must admit, I hold your brother in high regard. Just the other day, he mentioned something about borrowing some money. Why not simply take the silver and use it as a bride price for Su Yu? That way, we become one family, and I, Stone, will undoubtedly take care of you all. In time, our brotherhood will deepen, and there will be plenty of good days ahead. All right, let's put this matter to rest." Su Anlin replied curtly. Su Anlin's demeanor surprised the trio of ruffians. Previously, when he encountered them, he had always been subservient, but this time, as Sun He had remarked, he was indeed different. "Remember, there are still 15 days left," Sun He deliberately shouted loudly. Stone's eyes darted mischievously towards the room, just in time to see Su Yu emerging. He waved and called out, "Sister, your brother has come to see you." Bang! Su Anlin abruptly slammed the door shut. Chapter 5. Leading the ruckus ergo, Shura has come to stir trouble again. Su Yu took the piece of wood from Su Anlin's hand, her expression tinged with concern. Su Anlin set the tools he held on the ground and reassured her, "There is no need for worry. I am here." Although Shura was quite troublesome, he was not insurmountable. He still had 2 unused attribute points. Should he allocate these points to his basic knife skills, he might stand a chance in battle. He had already been prepared to allocate the points at any moment when facing them. "Yu, fetch some firewood. We must not let the flames die out," Su Anlin instructed, retrieving a kitchen knife from home. Su Yu complied, but asked curiously, "Ergo, what do you need that dull knife for?" "Just a bit of sharpening. With a knife in hand, one feels secure. This blade is far too blunt and requires some honing," he replied. Su Yu acknowledged with an "oh" and busied herself adding wood to the fire. The room fell silent, save for the sound of Su Anlin sharpening the knife on Shura's stone. The ancient blades were not made of stainless steel but rather sturdy iron, solid and substantial in hand. The knife was not short either. Compared to the kitchen knives from his previous life, it was nearly twice as long. This knife could be considered a treasured heirloom, passed down through generations, with 3 notches on the blade diminishing its sharpness. Conditions being what they were, he spent over an hour honing the edge until it gleamed. Rising, Su Anlin felt a familiar ache in his back, but was invigorated upon gazing at the knife in his hand. He practiced some basic knife techniques, swinging and slicing with the utmost simplicity. Finding a strip of cloth, he carefully wrapped the blade, ensuring he was prepared for any potential threats. After completing his task, Su Anlin finally noticed the dryness in his throat and intended to call for his sister to bring him a bowl of water. Turning around, he discovered that Su Yu had fallen asleep on the bed, her shoes still on. Outside, night had fallen, and the full moon hung high in the sky. With the villagers already shut in for the night, a tender smile crept across Su Anlin's face. This child had insisted on keeping him company when he urged her to sleep, yet she could no longer resist the weight of slumber. Gently, he helped her out of her clothes and shoes. Poor child, her garments were in tatters, visibly patched in numerous places, and the hem had been reinforced with 2 layers of fabric. In these times, clothing was a rarity, and impoverished families could scarcely afford new attire. Most simply patched their worn-out garments at the hems and cuffs. Previously, their mother had sewn for them, but with both parents gone, Su Yu had only this one piece of clothing left. Girls grew quickly, and it was evident that this dress was becoming too short. It seems I must procure a new garment, he thought, suddenly wide awake, resolved to stay up and finish crafting the crossbow. As the flames began to wane, he prepared to add more wood. Suddenly, a raucous barking erupted from Uncle Zhang's large dog next door. Su Anlin rushed to the window of the inner room. Not far off, Uncle Zhang kept 2 sheep and several chickens. To guard these livestock, he had specially raised a wolf dog. Peering closely, he discerned several figures moving in the inky darkness of the night. Hen, for 4. Wolf dog, 1111. Half-demon weasel, 5151. Suddenly, Uncle Zhang seized the sickle from his home, brandishing a candle as he rushed outside. The hen house erupted into chaos with the clamor of flapping wings and barking dogs. In the blink of an eye, the hen's health bar dropped to 0.4, and the wolf dog's to 9.11. The hen was swiftly killed. The weasel, upon witnessing this, Su Anlin hastily grabbed a knife to assist. Within the dimly lit hen house, a creature resembling a wolf dog clutched a hen in its jaws. Uncle Zhang swung the sickle, exclaiming, "What in the world is this?" The agile weasel darted between Uncle Zhang's legs and swiftly escaped. "Uncle Zhang." Su Anlin rushed over, only to find Uncle Zhang lamenting as he slapped his thigh. "Our hen has been stolen." The entire Zhang family emerged, frantically observing the hen house, their anxiety palpable. In these times, a single hen is a precious commodity. Often, families would forego consuming their own hens, relying on them to lay eggs daily. Now, with the hen gone, there would be no more eggs. "Did you see what it was, Su kid?" Uncle Zhang wiped his tears. "I'm getting old, in the dark. I couldn't make it out." Su Anlin replied, "It was a weasel. Ah, it looked even larger than our wolf dog." Uncle Zhang patted the wolf dog, which bore several scratches on its back, bleeding and visibly shaken, its legs trembling. Su Anlin scanned the area, hoping to locate the weasel's health bar, but alas, it was nowhere to be seen. This world is filled with oddities. Even weasels can become spirits. It seems I must act swiftly. Without wasting time, I resumed crafting the crossbow. I toiled into the late hours, finally shaping the main structure of the crossbow. Exhausted, Su Anlin decided to rest. In the morning, as Su Yu rose, Su Anlin, with reddened eyes, also got up. Without a word, he continued to carve the wood. Once the primary form was complete, he could easily refine it with a chisel. Su Yu, being considerate, prepared breakfast. She placed the chopped chicken bones into a pot, added a handful of wild vegetables, and finally a small portion of rice. Watching the pot filled with glistening white rice, Su Yu's face radiated satisfaction. Over the next 5 days, Su Anlin diligently worked on his tools, while Su Yu accompanied the village women to forage for wild vegetables. In these times, grain is precious. These wild greens cost nothing, so the village women often ventured into the mountains to gather them. Even at her young age, Su Yu had already learned these skills. Today, with a bountiful harvest, she cheerfully entered the house and exclaimed, "Second brother, I went foraging today, and they all praised you." "Oh, what did they say about me?" Su Anlin chuckled. "It seems you had a good haul today, along with some wild fruits." "Yes, and Hong gave them to me. She can climb trees. And I learned to climb as well. It was quite simple." "You learned to climb trees?" Su Anlin was taken aback, realizing why the girl's clothes were so tattered. Su Yu chuckled, expressing that it was of no concern to her. After all, her clothes had already been torn, and she had learned to mend them herself. The little girl was easily content, busily preparing vegetables as she spoke, readying herself to cook. While Su Yu was engaged in her tasks, Su Anlin finally completed the crossbow. This airplane-style lightweight crossbow had its string, purchased for 201, derived from a large bow, representing the finest quality available from Old Master Huang. The string was quite taut, impossible for one lacking strength to draw. However, after securing the string, Su Anlin employed a progressive method of drawing. He placed an arrow against the string, gradually fixing it in place within a notch. The bow had already been crafted, procured as a finished product from Old Master Huang, totaling 10 arrows. Once polished, Su Anlin nocked an arrow and aimed at the wooden target before him. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, striking the center of the wood. Su Anlin exhaled in relief. In his previous life, he had practiced archery to please his boss's daughter, and his familiarity with it had not waned. Throughout that evening, Su Anlin continued to practice with the crossbow, achieving an accuracy rate of 85. This was to be expected, as a handmade crossbow would inevitably differ in precision from the standardized ones of his past life. The following morning, Su Anlin set off with a bundle containing his knife and crossbow. Su Anlin, where are you off to so early? Hunting. Have you really prepared everything? You're actually going hunting? A group of women expressed their astonishment. Huang Lijuan remarked incredulously, you are not just boasting, are you? Well, we'll be waiting. My aunt has said she will prepare to introduce you to a matchmaker. I appreciate that, but I must be on my way. Su Anlin quickened his pace. In truth, he was not particularly fond of conversing with the women. The reason was simple. Although he had been disparaged as a frail individual behind his back in this village, his appearance was undeniably that of a village charmer. Consequently, whether for trivial matters or not, some village women enjoyed jesting with him, particularly Huang Lijuan, who often led the teasing. Chapter 6. A bountiful harvest at noon. Under the scorching sun, Su Anlin finally ventured into the forest. The forest was divided into the outer woods and the deep mountains. The outer woods, frequently traversed by people, offered scant game. Having never hunted in his past life, Su Anlin was initially oblivious to how to track his quarry. However, he now possessed the ability to perceive blood trails, whether in the shadows or concealed behind obstacles. He could discern them. Thus, upon his arrival, he immediately spotted several blood trails. A field mouse feasting. Blood, 2-2. A hedgehog hiding in a pile of grass. Blood, 3-3. A wild rabbit in the grass. Blood, 5-5. Gazing at the numerous blood trails, Su Anlin smiled. His first target was the rabbit. Swift and vigilant, the rabbit remained motionless. Believing Su Anlin had not noticed it as he circled behind, he aimed at the thicket, catching a glimpse of a white tuft. Before the rabbit could react, whoosh! The arrow struck, pinning it to the ground, its health reduced to a mere 1, teetering on the brink of life. Su Anlin dashed over to retrieve the rabbit. Quite plump, indeed. He withdrew his arrow and delivered a swift end to the creature's suffering. Stowing the rabbit in his bag, he turned his attention to the hedgehog. Thud. The hedgehog's health plummeted to 0. Next up was the field mouse. Remarkably, these field mice were large and robust. With their considerable size, they were easy targets. Thud. Another field mouse was captured. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the serene village welcomed the onset of night once more. Su Yu had long prepared dinner, waiting at the entrance. Spotting several villagers, she hurried over. Auntie, have you seen my brother? No, I haven't. Tea. Panic welled up within Su Yu. No. If not, should I go up the mountain to look for him? Huang Lijuan interjected, reproachfully. At night, wild beasts roam the mountains. You're too small to risk it. The women urged her to wait. Just as Su Yu fretted, she caught sight of a figure approaching in the distance. Her heart leaped as she dashed out, discovering it was indeed Su Anlin. He must have been chasing after rabbits, she mused. Her husband had remarked that wild game in the mountains was as elusive as monkeys. Difficult to catch. Clearly, Su Anlin appeared to have come back empty-handed. As long as he is safe, Huang Lijuan murmured, her demeanor visibly relaxing. Yet, a sharp-eyed woman squinted. Wait, look. Su Anlin's bag seems heavy, and there are drops of blood. Oh my, he must have gathered quite a haul. The women exclaimed, gathering around him in excitement. Huang Lijuan hurried over. Su Anlin, did you manage to bring back much? Yes, luck was on my side. Su Anlin replied nonchalantly as he retrieved a field mouse from his bag, smiling. Wow, such a large field mouse. No wonder our crops have been ravaged lately. Same here. To their astonishment, they realized that the young man from the Su family was quite capable, eliciting envy from the women. Having gathered an abundance of mountain delicacies, the Su family was able to feast on meat every day. They could also sell the mountain goods for profit. Huang Lijuan exclaimed with excitement, Su Anlin, how did you manage this? Su Anlin casually replied, I ran fast, chasing after the field mice. Not wishing to elaborate further, he brushed it off, leaving Huang Lijuan speechless. Su Anlin, just talk to Huang Lijuan. She was worried when you went missing, teased the women. Huang Lijuan, still a young maiden, retorted in a fluster, what nonsense. I was not worried at all. Laughter ensued. Afterward, they carried their other catches to the home of Uncle Li, the village hunter. Uncle Li, a seasoned hunter who often sold his game in the city, was taken aback upon seeing Su Anlin's haul, 3 rabbits, a small wild boar, and 5 field mice. Young man from the Su family, have you found the nest of game? So much? Uncle Li, who usually considered it a good day if he caught a single rabbit, was astonished by Su Anlin's bounty. Su Anlin grinned. I used a bow with excellent accuracy. Remarkable. A true prodigy. Uncle Li chuckled, understanding Su Anlin's intentions, and tentatively asked, will you sell them to me? Yes, Uncle Li, you have connections. I wouldn't know where to sell them in the city. In truth, there were other hunters in the village, but Su Anlin remembered that Uncle Li lived nearby and was a good man. They had a good relationship, having previously exchanged game and blood clots. All right, Uncle Li concluded, let us sell the field mice tomorrow, and for now, let us settle on the rabbits and wild boar for 3 taels of silver. Upon returning home, Su Anlin found Su Yuyu skillfully skinning and gutting the field mice. Brother, did you sell everything to Uncle Li? Su Anlin smiled and produced 3 taels of silver from his cloth. So much from selling. Su Yuyu's eyes sparkled. I'll go catch some more tomorrow. Indeed, he replied. Back inside, Su Anlin checked his experience points, 9,300. With a few more days like this, he would likely level up. Feeling invigorated, he heated a pot of water and skewered a whole rabbit for roasting. Now that they were prosperous, he couldn't afford to waste food. As Su Anlin prepared to indulge in the field mice and rabbits, Su Yuyu anxiously stomped her feet. Second brother, no matter how much game we have, you must not waste food. Su Anlin retorted, waste. With a pained expression, Su Yuyu replied, I don't have a big appetite. We only need to eat 1 field mouse, the rest white rice in the pot too. It seemed she was reluctant to indulge too lavishly. Su Anlin chuckled, we must eat now. If we wait, the meat will spoil in a couple of days. I even thought of smoking it tomorrow. Oh, second brother, why are you adding salt to the barbecue? Such waste. If Mom and Dad knew, they would rise from the netherworld to scold you. This child was far too frugal. Su Anlin shook his head and stuffed a piece of field mouse meat into Su Yuyu's mouth. Eat up. No matter how frugal we are, we cannot skimp on our meals. With no other option, Su Yuyu could only eat with tears in her eyes, silently vowing to hide the salt at home in the future. Her brother was too wasteful. At the break of dawn the following day, Su Anlin prepared to ascend the mountain once more. He had calculated that after capturing 2 more batches of such game, he would amass enough silver to repay his debts. With a glimmer of hope illuminating his life, he felt invigorated. Just as he was about to step outside, a voice called out to him, Su Anlin, Su Anlin. He looked up to see Li Sheng, a disciple of Tai Wendang. During their previous escort mission, they had exchanged but 3 remarks. Hurry up, you're so slow, and haha. My good brother, you've dispatched that demon lunatic. The adage that one's abilities correspond to the regard others hold for them proved true. Li Sheng, what brings you to my humble abode? Su Anlin set aside his tools. Su Yuyu, ever perceptive, fetched water and poured a generous cup for Li Sheng. Dismounting, Li Sheng accepted the water and took a hearty gulp, then articulated his purpose. Have you forgotten? When we parted ways, our leader mentioned treating everyone to a meal. Ordinarily, Tai Wendang would not offer a feast for extra help, yet this time, having achieved a significant feat, he had come to extend an invitation. Su Anlin was taken aback. Our leader is too kind. Haha, our leader is particularly pleased this time. The bounty for that demon lunatic fetched 100 taels. Now, who in the city is unaware that our master Tai vanquished the demon lunatic? Even securing his services for an escort now requires one to queue. Su Anlin felt a surge of joy in response. That's splendid indeed. Yes, this time our leader specifically asked me to summon you to dine together in celebration. Very well. There is no urgency in hunting. It is also beneficial to broaden one's acquaintances. Then let us depart. He wrapped the rabbit legs in oiled paper and handed them to Li Sheng. Brother Li Sheng, this is from yesterday's hunt. Do have a taste. Su Yuyu widened her eyes, impressed by her brother's generosity in offering the rabbit legs. She had been reluctant to eat them herself, having saved them for him. Oh, how extravagant. Several times, she shot him knowing glances, but Su Anlin remained oblivious. Li Sheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, This. Su Anlin, you are too kind. It is nothing. I owe you my gratitude for your care along the way. Su Anlin chuckled heartily. Now, shall we set off? Considering the potential for tardiness, he preferred to arrive early, even if it meant waiting a while himself. Very well. Li Sheng eyed the rabbit legs, swallowing hard, and carefully tucked them into his bosom, regarding Su Anlin with newfound admiration. Initially intending to have Su Anlin walk alongside him, he instead patted the saddle, saying, "Come, mount." It was Su Anlin's first experience riding a horse, finding himself squeezed in front of Li Sheng. Li Sheng held Su Anlin securely, grasping the reins. "Hold on tight. Let's go." Before Su Anlin could bid farewell to his sister, the horse had already bolted forward, startling him. Chapter 7. The desire to practice martial arts in truth. The original occupant's visits to the city were few and far between. His memories of the urban landscape were rather vague. Su Anlin only discerned one notable characteristic, its bustling prosperity. The brothels were vast, and the women adorned themselves in a riot of colors, vibrant and alluring. Each time he passed by, his throat would grow parched. Curiously, those women never beckoned him, leading the original occupant to ponder whether his appearance was lacking. It was not until he witnessed an elderly man, whose features were quite unappealing, being drawn inside that he came to a realization. The old man, clad in luxurious silks, had casually tossed out 200 taels silver notes upon entry. The sight left him astounded. 100 taels, he mused. Even selling both himself and his sister would not yield such a sum. Su Anlin's curiosity piqued as he glanced around. The city indeed teemed with vibrancy. Even the shops lining the streets exuded an uncommon elegance. The pedestrians were dressed in flamboyant attire. Clearly not the impoverished souls from his village who could barely afford a meal. Once they entered the main thoroughfare, riding horses was prohibited. Li Sheng led the horse, savoring the delightful aroma of rabbit legs in his embrace, and his spirits soared. With this cheerful disposition, he felt a burgeoning gratitude towards Su Anlin and engaged him in lively conversation, introducing the surroundings. As Su Anlin strolled along, he suddenly caught the sound of coordinated shouts resonating from a distance, clearly the echoes of martial practice. Upon reaching the entrance, he indeed found a sign indicating a martial arts school. "Li Sheng, where did you all learn your skills?" Su Anlin inquired. Li Sheng chuckled. "What? Do you wish to learn?" "Indeed," Su Anlin replied. "During this escort mission, I've observed your defensive techniques, and I too wish to acquire such skills. Should you wish to learn, there are numerous martial arts schools within the city. However, only a few are renowned. Naturally, the tuition fees for these prestigious schools are quite steep." "Approximately how much?" Su Anlin asked. Li Sheng glanced at Su Anlin, noting his earnest demeanor, and began to explain. "There are over 30 martial arts schools in the city. Among them, a dozen are lackluster. The truly formidable ones consist of 13 major schools, each harboring one or two exceptional techniques. Mastering even a single one would be quite impressive. Do you have any recommendations?" "Indeed, there is the Dali Martial Arts School, with which our escort agency maintains a cordial relationship. Its advantage lies in the fact that the schoolmaster lacks influential backing and is not secretive. Once you complete your training, he will not interfere with your path. The drawback, however, may be a scarcity of resources." As Li Sheng spoke, they arrived behind a tavern, where he entrusted the horse's reins to a servant and continued. Su Anlin nodded, mentally noting the Dali Martial Arts School, its merits of transparency and non-interference, albeit with limited resources. "Li Sheng, how much silver does the Dali Martial Arts School require?" "For the first 3 months, around 30 taels in total, with progress assessed after 3 months. The specifics elude me. My family was never affluent, and I merely picked up a few rudimentary techniques under my master." Li Sheng expressed some regret. "Now at 26, I have long surpassed the ideal age for martial training. Alas, it is all due to my father losing a few acres of land. Had he not, I might have been sent to train in martial arts and possibly emerged as a grandmaster by now." Su Anlin nodded in agreement, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances. He sighed, expressing the helplessness typical of the impoverished. 30 taels of silver. Following Li Sheng into the tavern, Su Anlin contemplated his situation. It is commonly acknowledged that the earlier one begins martial arts training, the better. Delaying it results in the solidification of one's bones and a decline in vigor, making it difficult to achieve any significant accomplishments. At 17, although he felt he was somewhat late, the impact was not insurmountable. The key lay in his attribute points, which could be allocated to enhance his training. Upon entering the second floor of the tavern, he observed 3 tables of patrons. One table was occupied by Iron Windan subordinates, while the other 2 were filled with his friends, indicating that Iron Wind Dan was well connected in this establishment. "Brother Su, you've arrived," Iron Wind Dan exclaimed, rising to greet him. He was a robust figure, a short blade at his waist, his face aglow as he animatedly conversed with his companions, recounting tales of flirtations in the spring houses, eliciting hearty laughter from those around. "Su Anlin, please take a seat here," Iron Wind Dan insisted. "No need for such formality, Brother Iron." "I am content to sit beside Li Xing," Su Anlin replied. The individuals surrounding Iron Wind Dan were all skilled martial artists of noble standing. He felt out of place and preferred to avoid any potential awkwardness. Iron Wind Dan, understanding the social dynamics at play, did not press the matter further. The feast commenced shortly thereafter, with Su Anlin opting for tea instead of wine. Throughout the meal, the conversation flowed smoothly, with everyone congratulating Iron Wind Dan on his recent financial success. However, they astutely refrained from mentioning that it was Su Anlin who had vanquished the demon. This realization brought him relief. Some matters were better left unspoken, as disclosing such truths might displease Iron Wind Dan. The meal lasted for over 2 hours, and Su Anlin's table finished their food the fastest. The others, displaying good manners, took their leave. After exchanging pleasantries with Iron Wind Dan, Su Anlin descended the stairs. Just as he reached the bottom, Li Xing hurried after him. "Anlin, brotherly," he acknowledged. "The boss just whispered to me that you should prepare for a mission soon. This time, you'll receive 2 taels of silver, with the possibility of more for a job well done." Su Anlin found himself less enthusiastic about the prospect of escorting goods. He had been relying on hunting, which proved to be quite rewarding and less perilous. However, recognizing the value of connections, he did not directly decline, merely nodding in agreement. "That's fine, I was just about to browse for clothing for my sister." Li Xing offered a polite farewell. "All right, take your time." After parting ways with Li Xing, Su Anlin found himself unconsciously returning to the martial arts school he had visited earlier. This school was located on the same street as Iron Wind Dan's escort agency, boldly labeled Dali Martial Arts School, in resplendent golden characters on a black background. As he approached the entrance, the sounds of training echoed from within. While the locals were accustomed to such noises, Su Anlin felt an irresistible curiosity compelling him to step closer to the door. The door was slightly ajar, and as Su Anlin pushed it open, he beheld 3 rows of individuals, all clad in gray garments, with a large character embroidered on their backs. "Show me the utmost vigor. Put in more effort, and more effort. Without effort, how can great strength yield miraculous results?" A venerable elder, resembling a stocky version of Sammo Hong, bellowed at the assembled group. Su Anlin focused his gaze and discerned the information displayed before him. Master of the Strength Martial Arts School, Hong Wu. Health, 110. Data display. Level 2 low to display. His disciples exhibited varying health levels. Some, like Tai Wen Dan, boasted 70 to 80 points, while others languished with merely 20 or 30, a mixed bag indeed. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Suddenly, Hong Wu noticed Su Anlin at the entrance and strode over, his voice commanding. "Ah, Master Hong, I came to learn martial arts," Su Anlin stammered. Hong Wu frowned. 3 months, 30 taels of silver. "Oh, I don't have that at the moment. I'll return when I do," Su Anlin replied hastily. With a swift motion, Hong Wu swung his fist. Despite standing at a considerable distance, an unseen force seemed to slam the heavy iron door shut with a resounding thud. Su Anlin was taken aback. He realized that Hong Wu's martial prowess was formidable. A single palm strike had moved the massive iron door. Earn money, learn martial arts. Su Anlin set his sights on a goal. Next, he visited a tailor shop, and upon entering, he was immediately drawn to a vibrant red cotton coat, designed for women, adorned with exquisite floral embroidery on the chest. After inquiring about the price, he found it to be 301. A single tael equated to 1,001, making the cotton coat rather expensive. A simple hemp garment could be found for as little as 101. He also spotted a pair of patterned trousers, which were more affordable at 81, having been previously owned by a daughter of a prominent family, thus deemed second-hand. After some haggling, he spent a total of 351 on the garments. Upon returning home after lunch, he found a young girl perched on the threshold, holding a bowl of food, glancing out at the street while nibbling on wild vegetables. Su Anlin smiled affectionately. "I brought back some things from the market." Upon hearing this, Su Yue wrinkled her nose. "Brother, you've spent money again. This is too wasteful. Goodness, you are frugal to a fault. As soon as you hear I bought something, you become unhappy." "Brother, it's not that I am stingy. We used to struggle to afford food. Now that we have a little silver, Spending it like this seems unwise. I did not squander it. The items I purchased are surely to your liking. He retorted as he stepped inside and opened his bag. Look, I bought you new clothes and trousers. The bright red coat instantly captivated Su Yuyue's attention. Is this for me? Yes, I picked it up at the tailor's. Isn't it lovely? It is truly beautiful, she exclaimed, caressing the new coat, her face beaming with joy. However, she quickly turned to him and queried. It must have been expensive, right? Only 51. Su Yuyue's eyes widened, and she broke into an even broader smile. That rich young lady is quite foolish. If it was too small, she could have simply added a patch to the sleeves. Chapter 8. Perhaps it is time to hastily marry a wife. Indeed, it is foolish. However, if she were not foolish, how could we benefit, right? Su Yuyu nodded vigorously. That is true. Hurry and change your clothes inside. Let us see how it looks. I still need to go gather wild vegetables, afraid of getting dirty. If it gets dirty, we can buy another. No, 51 is still silver. I already have 2 garments. Su Yuyu shook her head vigorously. If our parents knew we were squandering silver like this, they would rise from the ground in distress. It seems this girl has been frightened by poverty. Just as Su Yuyu was about to enter the house to change her clothes, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, brother. Shurtu and Sun He came by again today. Su Anlin's gaze sharpened. Are they here to cause trouble? Not exactly. They just watch me for a while. With a serious tone, Su Yuyu continued, Brother, why don't you hastily find a wife? Why the sudden urgency in arranging a marriage for me? Our family has few relatives. If you marry a sister-in-law who has brothers, they could help us, and then those rascals like Sun He wouldn't dare bully us. Su Anlin understood his sister's intention. In ancient times, the law was not enforced in rural areas. In the village, as long as no lives were lost, most matters were resolved through force. More brothers at home equated to greater strength in conflict. This is also why ancient society favored males. Male offspring represented labor and familial strength. In a household with many sons, no one would dare to bully them. Conversely, if only females remained, they could easily be exploited. Though young, Su Yuyu had absorbed these truths through her experiences. With a hint of nostalgia, she remarked, Actually, I think Sister Huang Lijuan is quite good. Her father is the village chief, and she has 2 older brothers. What are you thinking? Su Anlin chuckled and shook his head. Our foremost task is to repay our debts. Once that is settled, we can discuss marriage. Without silver, who would be willing to wed you? That makes sense. Su Yuyu sighed. After gathering their belongings, they prepared to head up the mountain to hunt again. This time, Su Yuyu insisted on accompanying him. And considering she would be foraging for wild vegetables anyway, he brought her along. The outer woods yielded fewer creatures this time. So Su Anlin led Su Yuyu into the inner woods. After walking a short distance, they came across plenty of game. Each one had its health points floating amidst the fallen leaves and grass. These creatures had become targets, and Su Anlin managed to take down one with almost every arrow. Meanwhile, Su Yuyu busied herself gathering wild vegetables in the nearby grass. The area was seldom visited, rich with wild greens, mushrooms, shepherd's purse, and grass tips. Su Anlin was pleasantly surprised to find grass tips in this area. They made for a delightful soup, so he instructed Su Yuyu to gather more. Their haul was quite impressive. 2 wild boars, 3 rabbits, 3 wild chickens, and an abundance of field mice. He caught at least 10. He sent Su Yuyu to prepare the meal while he visited Uncle Li, the hunter. During this visit, Su Anlin gifted the Li family a field mouse, which delighted Aunt Li immensely, making her exceedingly gracious. After exchanging the silver, Su Anlin calculated that it was nearly sufficient. Tomorrow, he would make another trip to the mountains, and the silver would be adequate. After a satisfying meal, Su Yuyu went to wash the dishes. Su Anlin stood in the quiet backyard of the house, an ideal locale for martial arts practice. He opened the interface. The health bar remained unchanged at 40/40, thanks to his efforts during 2 hunting excursions. His experience points had increased significantly, now at 200-300, only 100 more to level up. Upon leveling up, he would gain 3 attribute points, which could only be allocated post-upgrade. Aside from that, viewing other players' profiles still only displayed names and health bars, with other details obscured by low levels. Brother, I've tidied up. I'm going to take a shower now, came Su Yuyu's shy voice from inside. Having climbed the mountain together today, she was now a bit sweaty and desired a bath. Though young, she understood the distinction between genders, hence her polite warning to prevent Su Anlin from unexpectedly entering. Oh, I'll practice in the backyard for a while. Please lock the front door and enjoy your shower, he replied. Okay, soon. The sounds of Su Yuyu bathing filled the air. Su Anlin focused intently on his sword techniques. Horizontal slash, vertical slash. Cut. I cut. I cut again. Suddenly. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. What is this? Su Anlin was taken aback. Proficiency? This was a remarkable discovery. He quickly realized that practicing would yield proficiency. Each practice session effectively improved his proficiency. What was the purpose of this proficiency? Pondering thoughtfully, Su Anlin felt invigorated. Regardless of its purpose, he would prioritize enhancing his proficiency. With swift movements, the blade danced through the air. After a vigorous session, he gradually began to grasp the technique. This proficiency did not increase haphazardly. It required adherence to the prescribed forms. Random slashing and hacking would yield no results. After a brief period of practice, his proficiency rose to 10. Technique. Basic swordsmanship, novice. 10 proficiency. As the 10 proficiency points registered, Su Anlin experienced a palpable difference when wielding the sword. Previously, his movements, though precise, had been somewhat rigid, akin to a machine. However, as his proficiency slowly increased, insights began to dawn upon him. With basic swordsmanship, his strikes became faster, more accurate, and steadier. His execution felt more fluid and graceful. Although still at a novice level, he sensed substantial improvement. With rapid strikes, Su Anlin soon found himself drenched in sweat. His arms, gripping the sword, trembled slightly, feeling sore and swollen, muscles pulsating with exertion. It was evident he had made progress. It seemed essential to engage in more practice. The enhancement of skill levels did not solely rely on experience points. Proficiency could also contribute. A hint of joy spread across Su Anlin's face. The sensation of tangible improvement was indeed gratifying. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the autumn wind whispered chillingly. "Brother, I'm done," Su Yu called out. "Oh." At this moment, he became aware that his clothes were drenched in sweat. He intended to take a bath himself, but suddenly, in the distance downstream, flames erupted into the sky. What could have transpired there? Su Anlin was taken aback and hurried to the front door. The sound of gongs echoed as Huang Yikai, Huang Lijuan's father, emerged from his home, exclaiming, "Gather everyone. There is trouble downstream. A horde of bandits has arrived, killing anyone in sight." "What? Bandits?" Su Anlin gasped. Indeed. The houses were ablaze. How could this happen? In these times, bandits are becoming increasingly ruthless. As winter approaches, they resort to plundering once more. The villagers wore expressions of deep concern. "Sister, stay home while I check at the village chief's house," Su Anlin advised, walking towards Huang Yukai's entrance. Every year before winter, the bandits from the mountains would raid, for when the heavy snow falls, they need provisions to survive the season. This has nearly become a tradition. The territory is usually under the control of the bandits from Baotou Mountain, who generally refrain from killing and do not push the villagers to their limits. As long as sufficient food is provided, they would spare them. Due to this unwritten rule, the villagers often complied, but this time, the village downstream had been set ablaze. Indeed, the houses were completely consumed by fire. The villagers were filled with dread. The downstream village was not far from their own, and several families had ties to those residents. With the devastation there, a sense of sorrow pervaded, akin to mourning a fallen companion. "I'm currently unaware of the full details. I will inquire tomorrow. For now, the aim is to gather everyone and urge caution. If anything seems amiss tonight, do not hesitate, just flee," Huang Yukai advised. "I heard your daughter has joined the martial arts school. Those masters there are formidable. Can't they lend assistance?" A woman remarked. Huang Yukai furrowed his brow while holding a torch. "I wish they could, but she has only just begun and is still unfamiliar with everyone." He then continued to ramble about the need to escape hastily in case of any trouble. Su Yu was filled with righteous indignation. Those bandits are truly wicked. Chapter 9. Roar. At the break of dawn the next day, Su Anlin busied himself packing his belongings in preparation for a hunting expedition. His ultimate aim was to save enough silver to pursue martial arts training. It came to his attention that the son of a family from the downstream village, after having learned martial arts, had incurred the wrath of the bandit leader. Consequently, the bandits had descended upon that household the previous night, mercilessly slaughtering them. Furthermore, they had issued a dire ultimatum to the remaining villagers, demanding a doubling of their grain tribute or face annihilation. As he pondered this grim situation, a troop of officials from the Lord's manor rushed past him towards the downstream village, likely to address the crisis at hand. However, Su Anlin understood that these soldiers were of little use. The bandit troubles had persisted for over a decade. Had there been a feasible solution, it would have been enacted long ago. After having breakfast, Su Anlin made his way up the mountain. As he passed a group of women, he overheard their chatter. They spoke of Huang Lijuan, who had become formidable after learning martial arts, and how she might gain favor with the local gentry, perhaps even becoming a concubine, thus securing a life of luxury. If only a distinguished lady would take notice of me, Su Anlin mused quietly as he walked along the forest path. Though relying on the goodwill of others was not admirable, it certainly had its allure. Suddenly, Zhang's voice called out, "Off to hunt again, are you?" "Indeed. Why have you descended? Aren't you foraging for wild vegetables?" "We were just about to head up, but with news of a tiger, we thought it best to refrain." The other villagers responded. Furrowing his brow, Su Anlin recalled that Uncle Li had set traps on the mountain and ventured up before dawn each day to check them. The villagers were well aware that tigers typically roamed deeper in the mountains and seldom ventured out. The fact that they had heard a tiger's roar indicated a rare occurrence. "Perhaps you should wait a few days," one of the ants advised. Indeed, Uncle Li was too frightened to check his traps this morning. "That roar was terrifying," another added. Su Anlin hesitated, but the pressing need to repay debts compelled him. "I will hunt at the outskirts," he finally declared after a moment of contemplation. "Do take care," Antsia cautioned. "I shall be on my way." As Su Anlin departed, the women sighed, lamenting his risky venture. He had no choice. Word had spread that his family owed a significant sum of silver, and if not repaid, his sister would be used as collateral. If only there were another way. Who would willingly take such risks? "I will be cautious. If I see any signs of danger, I will flee at once." He reassured himself as he walked along the path, wielding his knife to clear the underbrush while remaining vigilant for any signs of blood trails. However, something felt amiss today. The number of potential prey seemed significantly diminished. Su Anlin frowned, recalling tales that when a tiger was nearby, all game would flee. Could it truly be the case? Just then, he spotted some blood trails leading to a rabbit and a hedgehog. The sight of prey momentarily lifted his spirits, dispelling his earlier worries. By dusk, he had achieved considerable success, unknowingly filling his sack with 8 catches. A quick mental tally assured him that he had enough silver to settle his debts. His experience points had reached 255 out of 300, and with ample opportunities for advancement ahead, he deemed it unnecessary to court danger. As dusk approached, the surroundings fell into darkness, and no prey was in sight. Just then, a health bar appeared on a tree branch. "Resting eagle. Health, 88. He raised his crossbow, aiming at the eagle, ready to deliver a decisive shot. However, at that moment, the eagle let out a piercing cry, seemingly startled by something, and soared into the sky. Almost immediately, a rustling sound echoed through the air. Su Anlin was taken aback and turned towards the source of the noise, where a long health bar emerged. "Suspicious tiger. Health, 280-280. Beneath the health bar, a massive shadow suddenly crouched in the grass. Su Anlin's scalp tingled, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. A tiger. It was indeed a tiger, a fully grown suspicious tiger. Previously, Su Anlin had seen tigers at the zoo. However, the aura of the tiger behind glass was entirely different from the one before him now. The visual impact was far more intense. He contemplated fleeing but quickly realized that he could not outrun a tiger. Turning his back to such a creature would be akin to inviting death. Remain calm. Su Anlin tightened his grip on the crossbow and aimed. In the next moment, without hesitation, he allocated 2 attribute points to his basic knife skill. Basic knife skill, mastery achieved. Su Anlin's brow furrowed. His suspicions were confirmed. The 2 attribute points propelled his knife skill from novice to master in an instant. In that moment, a familiar technique flooded his mind, as if he were a seasoned veteran with a decade of experience, adept in the art of knife combat. Each slash, thrust, and block flowed together seamlessly, as if he had become one with the blade. This sensation was far more extraordinary than any prior enhancement in proficiency. Yet, Su Anlin felt no joy, for he faced the suspicious tiger. Even the most courageous warrior would fall prey to such a beast, leaving him with no reason for elation. His only hope lay in the crossbow he held. He steadied his aim. The shadow moved stealthily through the underbrush, clearly aware of Su Anlin's presence. Remarkably silent. It stalked like a feline predator, gliding through the grass without a sound. However, Su Anlin had no doubt that once the tiger lunged, its speed would be nothing short of a blur. Thus, he had to strike first. Whoosh! An arrow from the crossbow shot towards the tiger's head. Without waiting to observe the outcome, he swiftly drew another arrow. Roar! The arrow struck the tiger. Health, 240-280. The tiger roared in pain, bewildered by the sudden attack, leaping into the thicket. Whoosh! Another arrow flew through the darkness, and Su Anlin caught a glimpse of it hitting the tiger. Health, 180-280. This shot had clearly targeted a vital area, likely its neck. The health bar began to dwindle. Health, 16280. Su Anlin promptly dashed behind a tree, preparing to climb if necessary. In truth, he was not adept at climbing trees. However, this particular tree was not very tall and had a crooked trunk that provided a solid foothold. A roar erupted. The tiger's growl was noticeably weaker. Su Anlin could detect the overwhelming scent of blood wafting through the air nearby. The tiger was losing blood. Health bar, 13280. Witnessing this, Su Anlin felt a surge of elation. He dashed a few steps back, concealed himself behind the tree, and aimed another arrow at the shadow. This shot struck the tiger in its abdomen. Health bar, 10280. The tiger let out a mournful cry, but continued to charge forward. Su Anlin dared not confront it head-on and swiftly ascended the tree. The tiger had reached the base of the tree and collided with it forcefully, causing the entire trunk to tremble violently. Crack! This was not good. The tree was on the verge of breaking. With a steely resolve, Su Anlin leaped toward the tiger's head, targeting its neck with his knife and plunging it down with ferocity. Thud! Blood splattered across Su Anlin's face, the hot, searing liquid drenching him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as the tiger pinned him down. Breathing heavily, Su Anlin noticed the tiger's growls diminishing. And after a final, pitiful wail, it lay motionless atop him. Health bar, 0280. The forest fell utterly silent. Successfully defeated the great tiger. Experience points, 280. He had succeeded. Su Anlin felt a numbing sensation wash over him. As he crawled out from beneath the tiger, he managed to stand, only to feel his limbs weaken, causing him to collapse onto the ground, his hands and feet icy cold. He had narrowly escaped being crushed. Fortunately, he had released 3 arrows in quick succession. Thankfully, he had momentarily enhanced his basic knife skills to a proficient level, allowing him to deliver that decisive blow. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. Quickly, Su Anlin lifted his shirt. He recalled being struck on the abdomen. Thankfully, he was unscathed, as he had worn thick clothing while ascending the mountain, though his garments were now tattered. That was too close. After a fleeting moment of distraction, Su Anlin was overwhelmed with excitement. He had leveled up once more. Level up successful, level 2. Health, 10. Name, Su Anlin. Level, 2. Health bar, 4350. Experience points, 35,500. Attribute points, 5. Each 100 experience points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Skill, basic knife technique. Proficient, his health had increased. Su Anlin immediately noticed this transformation. As his health rose, he observed that the injuries he sustained were gradually healing. He concluded that leveling up might indeed restore one's wounds. Additionally, he had accrued 255 experience points prior, and by defeating the tiger, he gained 280 experience, bringing his total to 535. From this, 500 points converted into 5 attribute points. This was quite a windfall. Su Anlin closed the panel, feeling invigorated after the upgrade. Yet, the most significant aspect was not merely his newfound strength. It was that he had slain a tiger. The court had laws in place, rewarding the killing of tigers with a bounty of 100 taels of silver. Furthermore, the government encouraged such actions by allowing individuals to dispose of the tiger carcass as they saw fit. The tiger's body was indeed a treasure trove. It is said that tiger meat possesses the remarkable ability to nourish in and bolster young, particularly the tiger's penis, which is worth a fortune. As for tiger skin, it is beyond compare. Dignitaries and the affluent have previously bid as high as 500 taels for a single skin at auction. Su Anlin calculated that, excluding rewards, merely selling a tiger could yield a profit of 1,000 taels of silver. However, he was currently faced with a dilemma. Calling for help from the village posed a risk. What if wild animals were to fixate on the tiger carcass? If the skin were to be torn, it would lose its value. Contemplating this, Su Anlin, driven by an inexplicable impulse, attempted to lift the carcass and unexpectedly discovered that, after his recent upgrade, his strength had significantly increased. While he could not lift the entire tiger, he was at least able to drag it away. Upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, he realized that night had fallen. Fortunately, Su Anlin was familiar with the area and navigated through the darkness aided by the moonlight. He was not in a hurry, but his sister, Su Yuyu, was growing anxious. She had just inquired with several groups of people, all of whom had seen Su Anlin earlier in the day and were aware that he had gone hunting, urging him not to go due to recent tiger sightings on the mountain. Even Uncle Li had heard the roars. Hearing this made Su Yuyu even more anxious. What if something happened to her brother? The more she thought about it, the more frantic she became, prompting her to rush next door. Chapter 10. A fortuitous turn of events under the cloak of night. Su Anlin struggled forward, gripping the forelimb of a tiger. It was a form of exercise, shedding the excess flesh from his abdomen, inching closer to the coveted contours of a chiseled physique. Brother, Anlin, Anlin, can you hear me? Someone is looking for me. Su Anlin's heart soared with joy. I'm here. I'm here. Ah, the Su family boy is indeed alive. A woman exclaimed. Brother. Su Yu rushed towards him but stumbled, landing face first in the mud. Fortunately, the fall was not painful. She quickly scrambled to her feet, wiped her face, and dashed over. Slow down, Su Anlin cautioned. The Su family boy is over there, hurry, called the village chief, Huang Yukai. Wait. There is something large and yellow near the Su family boy. What could that be? A sharp-eyed villager noticed something amiss. It seems to be a tiger. A woman shouted. How could that be? If it were truly a tiger, would the Su family boy still be alive and well? Others chimed in. That's right. But it does look like a tiger. Some villagers, holding torches, had been persuaded by Su Yu to come. Initially hesitant due to fear, they eventually followed her to the fields, avoiding the mountains. Seeing Su Yu's plight, the village chief gathered a group to search for Su Anlin. In truth, many had lost hope on their way there. Unexpectedly, he was unharmed. It seemed that a feast was now out of the question. Ah, it really is a tiger. Suddenly, someone realized the gravity of the situation and turned to flee, shouting, Wife, run. There's a tiger. Ah, it truly is a tiger. Everyone stay calm. Su Anlin shouted, The tiger has been slain by me. It's a dead tiger. What? Everyone stood there in bewilderment, unsure whether to approach or retreat. Su Anlin stepped closer to Su Yu, took the torch from her, and illuminated the lifeless body of the tiger. Look, I have indeed killed the tiger, he proclaimed. Huang Yukai grabbed the fleeing hunter. Uncle Li, why are you running? The tiger is dead. How could that be? Tigers are formidable. It's impossible. Uncle Li began, but upon seeing the motionless tiger beside Su Anlin, he was struck dumb. It truly is lifeless. Quickly, this time the Su family boy will become famous. Some villagers, witnessing the tiger's stillness, gathered around in awe. Indeed, it is a tiger. This is the first time I've seen one. Good heavens, it's dead? Su family boy, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage this? In that moment, every gaze turned towards Su Anlin with newfound respect. Uncle Li patted the tiger, reflecting. Goodness, this is a tiger. My two brothers encountered one once, and were both killed. Su Anlin, you are something else. Huang Yukai chuckled. If other villages find out about this tomorrow, Su family boy, you may have suitors knocking down your door. As he spoke, Huang Youtsai's thoughts drifted to his daughter. Regrettably, the daughter has already gone to the martial arts school. Otherwise, he might have encouraged her to consider Su Anlin. Not to mention, if Su Anlin were to successfully sell the tiger, he could earn at least several hundred taels of silver. Others, too, realized this potential, their gazes filled with envy. Su Anlin clasped his fists and addressed the crowd. Thank you all for your assistance. I shall not forget you once the tiger is sold. Well said, well said. They replied, laughter echoing in the air. Observing Su Anlin's amiable demeanor, everyone worked with renewed vigor. Along the way, many inquired animatedly about how he managed to slay the tiger. I shot arrows from atop a tree. The tiger couldn't reach me. And I managed to kill it with a few shots, Su Anlin casually replied. Uncle Li perked up, his expression envious. I shall also purchase about tomorrow. Don't be ridiculous. Your son is about to propose to his fiancée. How much silver would you need for that bow? Uncle Li's wife retorted. Su Anlin expressed his gratitude once more, and one by one, the crowd departed. The following morning, as Su Anlin opened the door, neighbors flocked over to catch a glimpse of the tiger. This magnificent creature could fetch a considerable sum, bringing fortune to all. Goodness gracious, I can hardly lift a foot, exclaimed a woman as she lifted a tiger's leg. Another added, Young man of the Su family, now that you've sold the tiger, do not forget us. While munching on sunflower seeds, she chuckled. Enough, enough, interjected someone with authority. Su Anlin must be exhausted from last night. Let him rest. Huang Yukai approached, exuding a sense of gravitas. He pulled Su Anlin aside and advised, it would be best to handle the tiger promptly. It will be troublesome if it starts to smell. Indeed, I plan to head to the city today, Su Anlin replied thoughtfully. How about you join me, village chief? We could also call Uncle Li and Uncle Zhang, and perhaps ask brother Huang Chang for assistance. Huang Chang was Huang Youtsai's son, and transporting the tiger's carcass to the city would yield some monetary reward. With 2 helpers from the village chief's family, they could earn double the reward, a notion Su Anlin intentionally entertained. Last night, Su Yu had beseeched their grandmother to inform their grandfather, hoping for a gathering, though most were reluctant. Fortunately, Huang Yukai had taken the initiative to visit the fields, thereby balancing the favor. As for reaching out to Uncle Li and Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li was a hunter with connections, knowledgeable about who would take the tiger. While Uncle Zhang lived next door and had established good relations, Huang Yukai nodded slightly, recognizing Su Anlin's cleverness. He chose not to reveal his thoughts and simply said, "Very well, I will have Huang Chang bring out our cart. That would be much appreciated." "Not a problem, I will summon the others." After a brief while, Su Anlin had a few bites of his meal when he saw Huang Yukai arriving with his son, Huang Chang, who was pulling a cart with 2 wooden wheels. Followed by Uncle Li and Uncle Zhang, Su Anlin quickly set down his empty bowl and turned to his sister. "Sister, I am heading to the city. Do you need anything?" "Nothing, we're well stocked at home," she replied after a moment's thought. "Just don't squander our silver." "Very well." Although Su Anlin said nothing further, he resolved to purchase some clothing. Su Yu had too few garments to change. His own only coat had been torn the previous night and needed replacing. Moreover, their bedding had begun to smell foul, dark and cold, offering no warmth. With winter approaching, this was untenable. Reflecting on their home, he sighed. "Perhaps I should consider buying a new house? This one is too dilapidated, with cracked earthen walls. The roof has holes, letting in rain from above, turning the inside into a mere shadow of the storm outside." Furthermore, he was determined not to rely on farming for sustenance, having already sold their land. Given this, moving to the city would facilitate his martial studies. Anlin called Huang Yukai, interrupting Su Anlin's reverie. "Oh, I'm coming." Su Anlin wiped his mouth and joined everyone in hoisting the tiger onto the cart. "Let us go." Huang Chang and Uncle Zhang took the lead, pulling the cart, while Su Anlin and Uncle Li pushed from behind. Huang Yukai took the lead, well acquainted with many and carrying an air of authority, though he was not one to engage in labor himself. In ancient times, every locality fell under the jurisdiction of the city lord's manor, wielding considerable power. Li Shu continued to explain, in the vegetable market, goods were sold individually at higher prices, which posed a dilemma. If fortune did not favor them, sales might plummet. Conversely, dealing with second-hand traders meant relinquishing the entire lot to them, which was more convenient, albeit at a lower price. Su Anlin did not hesitate. "Let us opt for the second-hand traders. They lack the skill to butcher meat, should they inadvertently damage the tiger's skin. It would fetch a lower price." Li Shu nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall seek out several more price quotes." Upon entering the city, a throng gathered, forming concentric circles around the spectacle. This was indeed a tiger, its massive form delivering a powerful visual impact. Huang Chang and others stood proud, as though they had felled the tiger themselves, their vanity thoroughly gratified. Especially Huang Yukai, the village head, who, being familiar with minis, waved to those around him as if on a ceremonial inspection. The common folk, weary from toil, he truly possesses the qualities of a leader, Su Anlin thought with amusement. Eventually arriving at the city lord's manor, 3 constables emerged. The act of slaying a tiger, deemed a menace, was considered a service to the public. Thus, the officials would not impede their efforts. After inspecting the tiger's carcass and inquiring about the hunt, the constables severed one of its forepaws. This precaution was taken to prevent anyone from claiming the reward multiple times. "Here, sign this. 100 taels of silver." One constable presented a wooden box, heavy in his hands. Su Anlin, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together and opened the box. The gleaming silver within caught his eye, and he swallowed hard. "Thank you, sir." Upon leaving, at the village head's urging, Su Anlin promptly visited the largest silver shop, owned by the local city lord. Thus, he exchanged 80 taels for 5 10-tael silver notes, reserving the remainder for purchases. Just as Su Anlin exited the silver shop, he noticed a crowd gathered around a cart. Familiar with Li Shu, oldly impressive. "You've managed to hunt a tiger," they exclaimed. "What's the price? That tiger skin looks splendid. Name your figure." These individuals were local dealers in wild game, having rushed over upon hearing of the tiger's arrival. Recognizing familiar faces, they greeted one another. Oldly grinned. "This is not my catch. It belongs to a young brother from my village." He gestured towards Su Anlin, prompting the crowd to surround him. Huang Yukai stepped forward to defuse the situation. "Let us not put pressure on him. Business is business, and personal relations are personal relations. The highest bid wins." A succinct and clear statement. Oldly interjected. "I recall last year, the Wu brothers from Shadu village brought in a tiger and sold it for nearly 700 taels. And that one was butchered in a fray, damaging the hide. Look at ours. The skin is quite pristine. One person noted, "There's a hole in the belly, though." "That is of no consequence. Just make an offer," Oldly replied. "All right, I bid 750. I'll raise it to 760, several merchants chimed in, deliberately winking at each other. Well, it appears they are all in cahoots. Upon reaching 760, the crowd fell silent. Su Anlin noticed this and was about to speak when Oldly interjected, "Let's forget about this price. I will inquire at the market." Wait, let us deliberate further," someone urged. Ultimately, after considerable negotiation, the price settled at 880 taels. Here, the cost of goods diverged significantly from Su Anlin's understanding of the ancient world. He recalled reading tales of Pan Jinlian, who purchased a second-floor storefront for merely 20 or 30 taels of silver. This indicated a robust purchasing power of silver in those times. However, in this context, it was evidently diminished. Naturally, the quality and size of the materials also differed. The silver here was notably smaller in volume. A sizable piece could be grasped by an adult hand, whereas here, one could hold 3 or 4, and the material was less pure. The transaction concluded with payment made in silver notes. Su Anlin verified their authenticity at the silver house, and upon confirming their legitimacy, the deal was finalized. What a windfall! Su Anlin exclaimed joyfully as he emerged. "Let us head to the tavern for a meal. With newfound wealth, it is only fitting to treat everyone." Huang Yukai replied, "Why go to a tavern? Let us make do with a noodle shop nearby." As they walked, he added, "Anlin, silver is a fine thing, but it may also invite calamity. You have struck it rich this time, but it is wise to remain cautious in the future." Uncle Li chimed in, "Indeed, do not squander it foolishly. Focus on finding a suitable wife and living a good life." "Yes," Su Anlin nodded, casually producing silver coins and distributing 2 to each person. This seems excessive," Huang Yukai remarked. In truth, they believed Su Anlin's generosity warranted only a few copper coins for their food and drink. Receiving 2 silver coins made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Su Anlin spoke earnestly, and Huang Yukai hesitated, casting a glance at the others. Uncle Li appeared somewhat tempted, yet still shyly suggested, "Anlin, perhaps we should take a little less." "Oh, just accept it. No need for formality," Su Anlin replied with a smile. Being generous in such matters fosters goodwill. As Huang Yukai mentioned, "Now that I have revealed my wealth, if I were to act stingily, who would come to my aid in times of trouble?" Chapter 11. The pursuit of martial arts. Thus, several individuals cautiously secured the silver, their faces betraying a hint of excitement. After enjoying some noodles, upon Huang Youcai's suggestion, Su Anlin purchased a few cakes to distribute among the families in the village. Subsequently, Su Anlin instructed Huang Yukai and the others to wait there while he ventured out to procure some clothing and visit the Martial Arts Academy. He made his way towards the Dali Martial Arts Academy. As before, the door was slightly ajar, and Su Anlin slipped inside. In the courtyard, a group of men and women were practicing in clusters of 3 to 5. The youngest among them was merely 11 or 12, while the eldest were in their 20s. One individual, displaying considerable prowess, stood out in a splendid white robe instead of the typical training attire. Observing his health points, 56-56, Su Anlin noted that he was at the center of the sparring session, where 2 men attempted to surround him but were thwarted with ease. Each of his moves was executed with tremendous force, resonating with sharp sounds of contact. Ultimately, the man in white unleashed a powerful strike that sent both assailants staggering backward. Witnessing this scene, Su Anlin became even more convinced of the authenticity of the martial arts on display at this academy. Just then, a voice boomed from behind. "Iron fist technique, it requires not just strength, but also." Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted the moment. It's you, the academy's master." Hong Wu frowned as he recognized Su Anlin. At that moment, a young man approached and whispered a few words. Hong Wu's eyebrows arched with newfound interest as he regarded Su Anlin. "Were you the one who dispatched the tiger on the street?" Su Anlin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that was me." "Impressive. How did you manage to kill it?" "Luck. I shot it with an arrow." "Very well. Are you here to learn martial arts?" "Indeed. I have brought silver." "Enter, then." Following Hong Wu inside, Su Anlin noticed the practicing students casting curious glances his way. Most were men, while a few women, robust and tanned, also trained diligently. "Have you had any previous training?" Hong Wu inquired as he approached a nearby bookshelf. "None whatsoever." "And your age?" 18. "Not too late." "Then, now, please hand over the silver." Hong Wu extracted a handwritten manuscript from the shelf. Su Anlin had already prepared the silver and handed over 3 tin-tail notes. After a moment's thought, he added, "Actually, I was introduced by Master Tai Wendan." Hongwu regarded him with renewed interest. "Very well. Take this manuscript. It contains my thoughts and insights on martial arts, along with fundamental techniques, including the horse stance." Su Anlin cherished the manuscript. Its blue cover faded and worn at the edges, inscribed with the words, "Analysis of Hong's martial arts." Hongwu tossed the silver in his hand, not bothering to count it, for he could gauge its weight. "Spend the next few days studying the contents of this book. If you cannot read, find someone who can help you. When you have finished, return to practice. Do not be negligent, as I will conduct checks. Once you begin your training here, I will provide a nourishing soup every 3 days, which will be beneficial for your health. Each individual is responsible for their own sustenance. One may also dine here, albeit at a cost of 2 taels of silver per month, which includes 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes." Hongwu reiterated the rules, which Su Anlin silently noted. Ultimately, Hongwu retrieved a set of garments from a chest. Prominently emblazoned on the chest was a large character, Hong, while the back displayed the character for strength, viewed through a modern lens. The attire appeared somewhat awkward. However, in this era, donning such an outfit would exude considerable grandeur. Regrettably, the clothing was worn and bore the marks of previous use. With a collar stained dark and exuding a pungent odor of sweat, Su Anlin nodded, removed his outer coat, and, disregarding the dirt, slipped the clothes over his frame. A copper mirror on the bookshelf reflected his image. He looked quite impressive, a young man of considerable presence. After bidding farewell to the establishment, Su Anlin ventured out to inspect housing options. He observed that some houses along the street had fallen into disrepair, with some even collapsed. He contemplated that if he were to purchase a property, it must be of decent quality. Subsequently, he procured 2 garments and a pair of trousers for himself, as well as a coat for his sister, totaling around 501. Nearby stood a brokerage firm, known as Yahang, akin to a modern real estate agency. In ancient times, the absence of the internet necessitated that a competent broker possess extensive social experience, be articulate, and have a comprehensive understanding of various trades, requirements far surpassing those of contemporary agents. The strict standards upheld by the brokerage ensured that they would not deceive clients, treating both buyers and sellers with impartiality. Thus, their reputation would flourish and their business endure. Upon entering the brokerage, a manager in his 40s greeted him warmly, his demeanor noticeably more cordial upon noticing Su Anlin's freshly acquired attire. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, Su Anlin exited the establishment, the manager accompanying him. "Manager Liu, I appreciate your assistance. I shall return tomorrow for further inquiries," he remarked. Certainly. Take care on your way," the manager replied, as Su Anlin clasped his fists in gratitude and departed. He had conveyed his requirements, and tomorrow Manager Liu would dispatch someone to guide him in viewing properties. Initially seeking to rent, upon further inquiry, he discovered several rooms were quite affordable. Thus, should the price be reasonable, having a modest abode to shield from the elements would indeed be pleasant. On his return journey, he purchased a few wild plows and rejoined Huang Yukai and the others. He noticed Huang Youcai's daughter-in-law had arrived, standing beside Huang Cheng with a troubled expression, engaged in anxious conversation. Immediately, Su Anlin's thoughts turned to his sister. His heart sinking. What has happened to her? Huang Cheng's wife, Su Anlin, approached hurriedly, clutching a faded pink handkerchief, and exclaimed, "It's sure to. He brought someone with him, claiming he has a score to settle with you." "Brought someone with him? Who is it?" "I heard someone nearby call him Dong Angu." Huang Youcai's expression darkened. "It's Dong Anzai, one of the members of the Blackwater gang from the docks." Su Anlin, walking anxiously, added, "I overheard their conversation. Dong Anzai claimed your brother was being hunted and would surely be dead, which emboldened Shura to confront you. What about my sister?" Without waiting for Huang Yukai and the others to respond, Su Anlin rushed out. In his heart, anxiety surged. Confronting a single adversary, a stone, had already proven to be a formidable challenge. Now, with the addition of a member from the Blackwater gang, the Southeast boy, the situation was further exacerbated. Deep down, he felt that this must be linked to the news of his slaying the tiger. Selling the tiger signified a substantial financial gain, thus attracting all manner of nefarious characters. He needed to relocate, and swiftly. Once he moved into the city, it would be difficult for the stone to track him down in the short term. He could only hope that, given time to develop his skills, he would no longer have to fear such threats. In that moment, thoughts of murder flickered through his mind. Initially, he had no desire to resort to such measures, yet his troubles continued to plague him. A latent urge for violence began to surface. Why must they force my hand? All I desire is a tranquil existence. Anger brewed within Su Anlin, and the murderous intent intensified. Yet at that moment, the adversaries had already come knocking, complicating matters. Reporting to the authorities? Setting aside the question of its efficacy, they had yet to take action. A report would merely serve to temporarily deter them. As he pondered, Su Anlin suddenly recalled the training garb from the powerful martial arts school nestled in his bag. And an idea began to form. Upon reaching a proficiency of 2 levels, his physical capabilities had significantly improved. Previously, a mere few steps would leave him breathless. Now, he felt little fatigue even when sprinting. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered the village, and from a distance, he spotted a gathering of villagers at his doorstep. At the entrance stood the stone along with his 2 lackeys and Sun He, accompanied by a man of average build in his 30s, sporting a distinctive mustache. The stone was engaged in a lively conversation with him, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs of the surrounding villagers. Su family, lad. At that moment, Aunt Zhang called out from a neighboring house. Su Anlin's heart stirred, and he hurried over. Aunt Zhang, I am aware of the situation. I will attend to it immediately. They were targeting the money from the tiger sale. The Southeast boy, I have heard, is associated with the Blackwater gang and claims to know your brother, asserting that your brother owes him money. He is spouting nonsense. With determined strides, Su Anlin approached, and before long, he overheard the Southeast boy conversing with the villagers. Ah, here he comes. The stone spotted Su Anlin from a distance and quietly remarked to the Southeast boy, "That's him." The Southeast boy crossed his arms, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Brother." Su Yu dashed out from the crowd, promptly wrapping her arms around Su Anlin's. "These people are causing trouble, claiming that elder brother owes them 500 taels. 500 taels. Such an audacious demand. Su Anlin, you and your brother bear a striking resemblance," the Southeast boy said, approaching with a grin, his hand resting on Su Anlin's shoulder. "I am Lu Dongnan. Speaking of which, your brother Su Dahu is my comrade. Apologies, but I have not heard him mention you." "Quite normal. We are mere insignificant figures. Why would your brother mention me without cause? Are you seeking trouble?" Su Anlin furrowed his brows, glancing at the Southeast boy's head. Health bar, 3939. He likely possessed some martial foundation, though he did not seem particularly strong. "What are you thinking? I am not here to cause trouble. I have come to convey tragic news. Your brother has been pursued and is already deceased. He is now deceased, and the debts he owed me should naturally be repaid by his family, correct?" Su Anlin gazed at him calmly, gently brushing aside the hand he had placed on her shoulder. "I'm afraid my brother never mentioned owing anyone money." Lu Dongnan, unperturbed, smiled. "Let us do some arithmetic. Your brother owes me 500 taels with an interest rate of 30%. How much is the interest for just 1 month?" Lu Dongnan's eyes swept over Su Anlin's new coat as he asked nonchalantly. "I don't know. Sun He, what do you say?" Sun He approached with a grin, replying, "It amounts to 451 for a month." Lu Dongnan turned to Su Anlin, saying, "Sun He, I've told you to study more. The interest is actually 2 taels a month." How foolish, it's compound interest. The pawnshops and temples outside calculate it this way now." Yes. Sun He chuckled beside them. "Are you implying that my brother owes you money?" Su Anlin inquired. "Indeed," Lu Dongnan replied, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket. "Look here, it's written in black and white. I wouldn't fabricate such claims." The paper read, "Su Dahu today borrowed 501 from his brother Lu Dongnan, with an interest rate of 30%. The date was approximately 6 months ago, and there was a fingerprint below. However, whether this fingerprint belonged to Su Dahu himself remained uncertain." Lu Dongnan folded the paper, stating, "I've heard you are educated, so you must recognize characters. You see the IOU here, right? Your brother used to repay me interest regularly each month. Now that he has passed, I can only seek repayment from you." "Nonsense. My brother would never borrow such a sum." Su Yu couldn't help but retort. "Hey, girl, it's written clearly. If it weren't for my regard for your brother as a friend, I would have reported this to the authorities by now. Go ahead, the IOU is certainly forged." Lu Dongnan replied with a playful smile. "Girl, here's a riddle. If you report this to the authorities and the constable arrives, who do you think you will side with, me or you?" "Never mind, I'll tell you, it will definitely be me, because I have connections." "Su Anlin, did you hear? I know you went to sell tigers today. You must have quite a bit of silver on you, right?" At that moment, Shura called out, "I mentioned your brother has died." With that, Su Anlin unfastened her satchel and pulled out the attire of the Great Strength Martial Arts School. Sun He's pupils constricted. Shura was momentarily stunned. The Great Strength Martial Arts School. Lu Dongnan's expression shifted to one of surprise, revealing a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Although joining the great strength martial arts school did not necessarily indicate one's prowess, it was well known in the underworld that martial arts schools functioned similarly to gangs. Given that everyone practiced martial arts, these schools were undoubtedly more formidable than ordinary gangs. Moreover, when faced with difficulties, disciples could seek assistance from their masters or seniors. This was why individuals from rural areas who joined a martial arts school were often regarded with greater esteem, as their exposure to different circles set them apart. After speaking, he pulled Su Yu into the house, slamming the door shut behind them. Chapter 12. Moving gazing at the tightly shut door, Shurtu spat out remnants of betel nut, touched his nose with a look of dismay, and turned to leave. Sun He, who had been mingling with Shurtu, hurriedly followed suit, firmly convinced that Su Dahu was undoubtedly dead. After all, no matter how formidable the martial arts school, it could never stand against the authority of the government. Through the crack of the door, after watching Lu Dongnan and the others depart, Su Anlin promptly began to pack up his belongings. Brother, are you moving? Su Yuyu's eyes sparkled. I happened to view a house today. Let us go check it out together tomorrow. All right. We can finally leave this place, Su Anlin replied. Su Yuyu's cheeks flushed with excitement. But brother, that outfit is truly impressive. The moment you brought it out, I saw their faces darken. Su Anlin chuckled. From now on, we shall reside near the martial arts school. No one will dare to bully us. But what if Lu Dongnan brings that IOU again? Fear not. Once we reach the city, I will train diligently in martial arts. No one will dare to bully us, Su Anlin assured her. Su Yu nodded repeatedly, filled with anticipation for their future life. She then thoughtfully went to wash clothes, while Su Anlin continued to pack. In truth, there was little of value in their home. Merely clothing and pots and pans. Su Yu hesitated to discard anything, even clinging to a wooden figurine she had played with as a child, a broken bowl, and skewers used for barbecuing, all of which she wished to pack. Su Anlin laughed. Sister, this bowl is shattered, and what on earth do we need these skewers for? As he spoke, he prepared to toss them out. Su Yu quickly intervened. If we raise chickens in the future, we can use this bowl for water. And these skewers are quite sturdy. I've heard that firewood in the city must be purchased. Having these will save us from that expense. How thrifty you are. Knock. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Su Anlin opened it to reveal the village chief, Huang Yukai. Chief, he began, having just finished his meal, hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn as he entered the room. I've just distributed the food. The villagers expressed their gratitude towards you. It was nothing, Su Anlin replied with a smile. To be honest, I'm preparing to move. Well, with some silver in hand. It is indeed time to leave. It can be considered a way out, Huang Yukai nodded. I had originally intended to intervene on your behalf. But since you plan to move, that's fine. Thank you for your assistance, Chief. I've thought it over. This house is far too dilapidated, and I fear it would not withstand the winter. We previously sold our land to buy grain, so it is better to leave this place. Indeed, that makes sense. Huang Yukai was taken aback by Su Anlin's reasoning. You young people are quite astute. Let us proceed. Tomorrow, let us leave early while it is still light. To avoid being seen, Su Anlin understood Huang Youcai's implication. With many eyes around, it was wise not to disclose their new whereabouts to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Chief, there is one more thing I wish to ask of you. Su Anlin casually picked up a wild rabbit and offered it to him. Just a small matter. Huang Yukai declined the rabbit. Keep it for yourself. As you train in martial arts, you will need to consume more nutritious food. After giving a few more words of advice, Huang Yukai took his leave. As he ambled along, he muttered to himself, how did our village end up with two ruffians like Sun He and Shurtu? Brother, dinner is ready, called Su Yu, who had set the table with 2 bowls of rice, a bowl of meat soup, and a bowl of wild vegetables. While eating, she reluctantly savored the wild vegetables, reflecting, once we move to the city, I won't be able to forage for these anymore. Perhaps I should find work as a maid. I've heard that wealthy families in the city often seek servants. Su Anlin, gnawing on a piece of bone, waved his hand dismissively. We have money at home, but it wouldn't be wise to live off it without earning more. Everything in the city is exorbitantly priced, Su Yu murmured. After finishing his meal, Su Anlin, while Su Yu tidied up the dishes, discreetly wrapped a knife around his right calf. He then seized the crossbow hanging on the wall, concealing it with cloth. Sister, I'm going for a jog, he announced, heading in the direction of Shurtu's residence. As he walked, his heart brimmed with murderous intent. Initially, he had wished for a peaceful life, yet these people had pushed him too far. If that were the case, he would not be held accountable for his actions. Night had fallen, and the dirt road was deserted. Su Anlin strode steadily through the grass, crossing a street. He soon arrived at a small town where Shurtu's home was located. Though less prosperous than the city, it bustled with itinerant merchants. The residence was a courtyard, adorned with two gardenia-shaped lanterns. These lanterns, known as gardenia lights, were historically emblematic of brothels. The ancients, concerned with their reputation, preferred to hang these subtle markers rather than overly advertise their establishments. At the entrance of the courtyard stood several men wearing green hats, soliciting customers, indicating their wives were inside. Sometimes, to ensure a thriving business, they needed to promote their services at the door. Su Anlin noticed Sun He also standing at the entrance, eagerly conversing with a short, portly landlord. Moments later, they struck a deal and entered the house. Damn it. Is it just because the woman is pretty that business is so good? Grumbled a competitor nearby. Don't get too bold, or no one will come looking for you. Su Anlin fixated on the scene before him. He was here, after all, to keep an eye on Shurtu. This troublemaker had persistently sought to provoke him, and he needed to devise a plan to eliminate him. Hunting these past few days had hardened his heart, and thoughts of murder began to surface. Only the dead would cease to trouble him. As for the authorities, he felt no concern. Currently, they were indifferent. Gang conflicts resulted in frequent fatalities, yet no investigations followed. The government's focus lay solely on rebellious factions. He recalled whispers of a rebellion last year, leading officials to conduct house-to-house searches, apprehending several individuals merely for resembling known rebels. It is said that those involved are all associated with the chaotic factions. Even a lone shark connected to these factions met an unjust demise. As night deepened, Su Anlin lay hidden in the grass, having waited for a considerable time without sighting Shurtu. Observing that the surrounding area had plunged into darkness and that the streets were nearly deserted, he grew increasingly agitated. Just as he contemplated departing, he spotted Sun He accompanied by a woman emerging from within. Illuminated by the faint light, Su Anlin recognized them. The woman was indeed Sun He's wife, strikingly fair and beautiful. He recalled villagers mentioning that Sun He had met his wife through matchmaking, initially perceiving him as an honest man. Despite their modest means, he seemed a worthy partner. At first, Sun He was relatively well-behaved, but after the death of his parents, he fell into a lack of self-discipline. Enticed by others, he succumbed to gambling, squandering his parents' savings and ultimately accruing debts to Shurtu. In desperation, Sun He brought his wife to Shida's domain to engage and trade. Initially, she resisted, but as a young girl, she had little chance against Sun He's forcefulness. Thus, their fate was sealed. They walked in tandem, with Sun He abruptly snatching the money pouch from the woman and counting its contents. Upon discovering a substantial sum, a look of delight spread across his face. Not bad. Today's earnings are decent. The child at home is ill. Leave me a couple of taels to buy medicine for him tomorrow. The woman, in her subservience and fear, meekly replied, but he has been sick for 2 days. He merely caught a chill. A few days of rest will suffice. Buying medicine is a waste of silver, yet it has already been 2 days. And you have been losing continuously. No, you must give me a couple of taels. The child has had a persistent fever. Summoning unexpected courage, the woman clutched the money pouch tightly. Are you looking for a beating? Sun He feigned raising his hand, causing the woman to shut her eyes in terror. Get lost. Perhaps fearing to mar her countenance, Sun He ultimately refrained from striking her. You are off to gamble again. Sun He ignored her entirely, striding ahead without a glance back. Chapter 13. A death not worth mourning. The third master operates a modest gambling den, featuring 3 tables within a courtyard that buzzes with activity day and night. That wealthy landlord is truly extravagant. He gifted my wife a full 5 taels. Sun He exclaimed, counting the coins with palpable excitement as he walked. His pace quickened. He could hardly wait to unleash his prowess at the gambling tables, determined to demonstrate to the others how he could best the house. Sun He brimmed with confidence, sensing he had grasped a hint of the gambling patterns, his secret to victory. Previously, he had suffered losses due to his inability to discern any rhythm, but now things had changed. He was poised to amass wealth akin to that of the affluent landlords. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket. Sun He halted, peering into the underbrush. A wild hare? This area teemed with hares and boars at night. As he strained to see, an arrow suddenly shot forth from the foliage, striking him in the neck. Thud! Blood surged forth as he clutched his throat, his eyes wide with shock as he stumbled backward. He collapsed to the ground, desperate to scream. Yet his airway was choked by the gushing blood, rendering him voiceless. Soon, he glimpsed a shadowy figure emerging, obscured by the darkness. And he could not discern who it was. The figure raised a hand, clutching a stone. Bang! The stone struck him. Sun He's vision blurred, and in his final moments, a name flickered through his mind. Su Anlin. That scoundrel had been playing with arrows of late. Kill Sun He successful, experience points gained. 21. As the figure extracted the arrow from the ground, it was indeed Su Anlin. Having waited all night without receiving the stone, he resolved to deal with Sun He first. He had witnessed Sun He's earlier encounter with his wife. Such a man was not worth mourning. Collecting the purse, Su Anlin hoisted Sun He's lifeless body and retreated into the thicket. Moments later, he arrived at a riverbank, brandishing a knife against Sun He's neck, making a swift incision before twisting. Thus, even if the corpse were discovered, the telltale mark of the arrow would remain concealed. Finally, he stuffed several stones into Sun He's clothing and cast the body into the river. Under the moonlight, Sun He's corpse slowly sank beneath the water. After a few bubbles surfaced, the lake calmed, as if nothing had transpired. Only then did Su Anlin plop onto the ground, gasping for breath. His first act of murder had validated his suspicions. Killing indeed yielded experience points. Prior to taking action, he had mentally rehearsed the maneuvers several times. Charging in with a blade would undoubtedly be efficient, yet it risked splattering blood all over him, complicating matters should he encounter anyone on his return. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to use a bow. If the shot missed, he could always rush in afterward. Thankfully, everything had proceeded smoothly. No one had witnessed the act, and the corpse was well concealed. Su Anlin caressed the purse nestled in his clothing and turned to leave the scene, heading towards a dilapidated farmhouse in the countryside. A faint sound of a child sobbing could be heard. Mother, father hasn't cooked. I'm so hungry. I feel unwell. Be good, my child. Mother will cook for you right away. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The child recalled the menacing visage of Sun He, causing his frail body to tremble in fear. Just like that, they had lost everything. The woman, too, was frightened. Her face turned pale. Yet she moved to open the door. She had made a decision. If Sun He had lost everything again, she would rather flee with her child. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find an impenetrable darkness outside, devoid of anyone. Who is it? A flicker of fear surged within her. Suddenly, an object was thrown at her feet. Looking down, she recognized the money pouch that had been snatched away by Sun He. This pouch was intricately embroidered by her mother when she married, a reminder to safeguard her wealth. Thus it felt familiar. Puzzled, she picked it up, noting a few specks of blood on it, which startled her. Upon closer inspection, she discovered the silver inside remained intact. For a moment, she was stunned. The pouch had returned to her grasp. Yet, the blood, did it imply that Sun He might have? At that moment, she noticed a figure slipping away through the grass ahead. In an instant, a realization struck her. Without a shred of sorrow, she hastily knelt down, bowing repeatedly in the direction where Su Anlin had departed. Thank you, noble hero. Phew. For the first time, Su Anlin felt his heart race from taking a life. Surprisingly, there was no sense of guilt. Rather, he felt an increasing lightness. Perhaps this was the essence of doing good. Was it Shura and his henchmen? A thought flickered in Su Anlin's mind. He swiftly concealed himself in the nearby foliage. Hey, that foolish big hat thought he could win our silver, not realizing who he was playing against. Shura chuckled, twirling a silver note in his hand. Indeed, brother. His eyes turned green with envy when he lost that last bet. Tomorrow, we've arranged for Zhang Chang from the neighboring village. His family just sold rice, so he should have a good amount of silver. We'll let him win a few rounds first, to sweeten the deal. All right. The henchman scratched his head. But what about Su Anlin? He now has silver, and it seems his sister is out of reach. Shura tucked away the silver note, grinning. What? Are you interested? He chuckled. That lad is now part of the martial arts school, unable to even handle the southeastern rascals. However, with his physique, he won't last long there. And the southeastern thugs won't let it slide easily. Brother, how about we take Su Anlin to gamble too? What do you think? That could work. Shida's eyes narrowed. He must have at least a few hundred taels of silver on him. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the darkness pierced the air. Ah! An arrow struck the henchman in the chest, and he clutched his wound, his face awash with terror. Who? Shura exclaimed, rushing to support his companion and assess the situation. Upon realizing it was an arrow, his expression shifted drastically. Whoosh! Another arrow flew through the air. This time, Shura, caught in the chaos, managed to evade it. Realizing that someone intended to kill him, Shura turned to flee. Suddenly, A shadow sprang forth beside him. Shura. Su Anlin. The moment Shura recognized the voice, his eyes widened in fury. It was you, wasn't it? I was just hunting, never expecting it to be you. My apologies. Su Anlin smiled. Shura dismissed such trivialities with anger, feeling as though he was courting death. Under normal circumstances, he would have fled from anyone else, but upon discovering it was Su Anlin, he felt no fear. Though his subordinate had lost the will to fight, he himself was not weak. He believed Su Anlin would be easy to deal with. I see you don't want to. Shura attempted to speak further, only to realize Su Anlin was wielding a knife. Seeing the blade, he turned to run. Thud. An arrow struck his back. Damn it, I forgot about the arrows, he thought. Wait, we are from the same village, remember? I came to your house for a feast when your father passed. Thud. Without further ado, Su Anlin swung the knife down onto his head. The blade became lodged in Shura's skull, and his eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His life force diminished to nothing. As for his subordinate, that very arrow had pierced his heart. His vitality waned rapidly. By the time Su Anlin approached, the man's lips had turned pale. His body rendered immobile, eyes filled only with the yearning for life. I have 2 young children at home. Please. Su Anlin frowned, a flicker of compassion crossing his mind. But upon recalling the lives they had destroyed, he shook his head. You will not survive. Thud. A final strike ended it. Observing the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, Su Anlin felt neither joy nor sorrow, even ignoring the prompt of increased experience points. He did not desire to kill. Yet these individuals had forced his hand. They all pushed me to this. Surveying the surroundings, Su Anlin first dragged Shura's corpse into the thicket to prevent discovery. Next, he gathered hay and began to sweep away the bloodstains on the ground. Finally, he dragged the subordinate's body to the riverbank. As before, after stuffing several stones into the man's clothing, he cast the body into the water. However, to his astonishment, the corpse had vanished. Chapter 14. Moving into the city, where is the corpse? Su Anlin was bewildered. He distinctly remembered that the body was nestled in the grass, yet now it had vanished. Calm down. I must remain composed. The blood level of the corpse had indeed reached 0, indicating its death. Thus, there are only 2 possibilities. It was discovered by someone, or the corpse had somehow vanished on its own. A flicker of realization crossed Su Anlin's face. If it had been found, there would surely have been cries of alarm, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. Therefore, Su Anlin contemplated a chilling possibility. No, could it be that the corpse had fled? He recalled the tales of the mad spirits, legends suggesting that they were formed from the reanimated dead. Surveying the area, he felt the chilling wind swirl around him, the temperature seemingly dropping further. This place was unsuitable for lingering. He turned on his heel and ran. He silently thanked his foresight in retrieving the silver notes from the stone's embrace earlier, 200 taels in total, quite satisfactory. Upon returning home, Su Anlin meticulously examined himself, ensuring there were no traces of blood before he cautiously pushed the door open. Brother, where have you been? Su Yu had not yet succumbed to sleep, keeping vigil by the fire, engrossed in the martial arts manual given by Hong Tian. She was illiterate and could only write her own name. Yet she found the illustrations in the manual appealing, having gazed at them for a while. Su Anlin nodded. I was merely wandering nearby. Why are you still awake? I can't sleep. It's our last night here. Su Anlin chuckled softly. He too was restless. He picked up the book and began to read. In the deep of night, as Su Anlin turned the pages, it felt as though he was unveiling the mysteries of martial arts in this world. The book was not thick, comprising only a dozen pages. The initial pages recounted some historical knowledge of martial arts. Long ago, warriors existed, yet martial arts had not yet emerged. These warriors merely honed their vitality daily, strengthening their muscles and bones over time, which allowed them to possess physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Such individuals were the most fundamental warriors, capable of traversing the rivers and lakes, providing for their families. Eventually, individuals of exceptional talent began to comprehend techniques. These techniques intertwining and thus birthing martial arts. Gradually, martial arts were inscribed upon bones, stones, armor, bamboo, and paper, becoming a legacy for future generations to study. Throughout the ebb and flow of history, numerous geniuses emerged, continuously developing various martial paths, leading to the advent of internal cultivation. When those who practiced internal cultivation began to sense their energy, it was akin to the moment a scientist invented electricity, transforming the world irrevocably. With this energy perception, A warrior's strength could extend beyond mere physical contact, allowing them to confront adversaries from several meters away. Su Anlin recalled the scene of Hong Wu pushing the iron gate. He had clearly not touched it, yet it seemed to be moved by an unseen force. Hong Wu must have indeed cultivated to the level of energy perception. Elated, Su Anlin continued to read. The evolution of martial arts progressed swiftly. Within merely a century, various extraordinary skills emerged. Some formidable individuals began to establish their own sects, leading to a broad categorization of martial arts into two primary classes: external techniques and energy cultivation. Practitioners of external techniques possessed robust physiques, as unyielding as iron, whereas energy cultivators often neglected physical strength, with some starting out frail and sickly. However, over time, the advantages of energy cultivation became increasingly evident, not only enhancing physical conditions, but also augmenting their overall prowess. Regrettably, the practice of qi cultivation is rare, especially in such a small locale where even the prospect of cultivating qi seems remote. It is already commendable to possess an external technique. At this juncture, the discourse finally delves into the crux of the matter. Hongwu begins to elucidate his martial art, the mighty iron bone technique. The very name suggests it is a method aimed at physical fortification. This technique requires foundational training from the tender age of 10, followed by annual efforts to refine one's muscles and bones, enhance reflexes, and forge one's fists. Gradually, one's vital energy and blood will amplify, fortifying the flesh and bones until the practitioner's body possesses an iron-like resilience. The practice consists of 5 essential steps: skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and internal organs. With each step mastered, one's vital energy will elevate correspondingly. Once all 5 steps are completed and the vital energy is abundant, a sensation of qi will manifest. At this point, one begins to cultivate internal energy. However, this internal energy is merely a form of inner cultivation, distinct from the qi cultivation method. Though both are referred to as qi, they differ significantly. Internal energy is self-generated through internal cultivation, whereas qi cultivation harnesses the essence of heaven and earth, yielding greater strength. Upon discussing these aspects, he also addresses the shortcomings of the mighty iron bone fist. Since most practitioners of this technique are beyond the age of 10, few can reach the level that Hongwu has attained. Consequently, he mentions that the mighty martial arts school offers other techniques as well. For instance, the iron fist technique, which has evolved from the mighty iron bone technique, is simpler to practice due to its focus solely on the fists. There is also the iron leg technique, akin to the iron fist technique, as well as the iron head technique, the mighty palm, and a technique known as the frenzied blade slash. Ultimately, the text emphasizes that every martial art requires a solid foundation. Lacking such a foundation is akin to a castle in the air or a palace without a foundation, seemingly splendid, yet unable to withstand the trials of wind and rain. Hence, the significance of a strong foundation cannot be overstated. The foundation is straightforward. Practice the horse stance for a duration exceeding 1 incense stick morning, noon, and night. Additionally, one should consume ample nourishment, lift heavy objects, and condition the muscles. Although this foundation appears simple, it is often the most challenging aspect to maintain. As he turns to the final page, Su Anlin closes the book with a long, relieved sigh. A foundation. While I may be able to enhance attributes and rapidly augment my martial prowess, if my physical foundation is lacking, it may adversely affect my strength. Unbeknownst to him, the fire before him was about to extinguish. Su Yu had long since succumbed to slumber, and Su Anlin lay in bed, drifting into a drowsy sleep. Early the next morning, the sensible Su Yu rose first to pack the last of her belongings. By the time Su Anlin awoke, she had already prepared breakfast. "Brother, let us enjoy a good meal and be on our way," she said. Su Anlin nodded, quickly finishing his meal before shouldering a bamboo pole. Su Yu carried a satchel filled with her own clothing. Initially, she had wished to bring along her quilt, but Su Anlin adamantly refused. It was simply too cumbersome. And besides, that quilt was dark and foul-smelling. Having moved to a new home, there was no way they would take it with them. As they walked, Su Yu muttered, "What a waste. If our parents knew we were discarding it like this, they would surely scold us." Su Anlin rolled his eyes at her grumbling, choosing to ignore it. The two walked along the path, tiny as specks of dust. Upon leaving the village, Su Anlin cast a final glance back at the small hilltop village and remarked, "Yu, do you think we'll prosper?" Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Will it be as impressive as the village chief's family?" Su Anlin smiled, "Indeed. Then it must be remarkable." Our little friends in the village will surely envy us. And that stone, he certainly won't dare to bully us anymore. Yes, she replied wistfully. But it's a pity that elder brother is no longer with us. She wisely refrained from voicing her thoughts, sensing that it might upset Su Anlin. Meanwhile, Su Anlin pondered the fate of Stone's corpse. Where could it have gone? By the time they reached the city, the sun hung high in the sky. Su Yu was drenched in sweat, but brimming with curiosity about her surroundings. This was only her second visit to this place. On her last visit, she had come with their mother to prepare a quilt for elder brother's wedding. Unfortunately, he had passed away, and the family, short on silver, had sold the quilt for grain. During that visit, she had found everything so enchanting. The streets were lined with vendors selling delightful clay figurines and an array of snacks she had never encountered before. To her astonishment, she even witnessed a performer swallowing swords, with the onlookers tossing coins at him. Such a waste of silver. She was relieved it wasn't her own money being squandered. Thus, after a short while, Su Yu formed her own assessment of the city dwellers. They were foolish and rich. She couldn't fathom where they acquired their wealth. Su Anlin, meanwhile, was unaware of the depth of Su Yu's musings as he approached a steamed bun shop adjacent to a dental clinic, which had yet to open for the day. For meat buns, he ordered. Certainly, the vendor replied. After paying, Su Anlin handed 2 buns to Su Yu, saying, "Eat well while we wait for the clinic to open." "Okay," Su Yu responded, taking the buns and inhaling their fragrant aroma. Suddenly, the distant sound of drums and gongs echoed through the street. The wedding procession is here. The court is sending brides. Anyone without a bride, come to fetch one. As the jubilant sound subsided, children could be heard exclaiming joyfully. A bride? Su Anlin paused, intrigued, as he continued munching on his bun and moved closer to the commotion. Chapter 15. The court's marriage delegation. The marriage delegation has arrived again. Let us go and see how the young ladies fare this time. Quick, hurry along. If we delay, the more attractive ones will be chosen by others. Some passers-by shook their heads in amusement, their tone dripping with disdain. Indeed, one must ponder the quality of the women sent by the court for marriage. The decree mandates that women who remain unmarried by the age of 19 shall face triple taxation. The beautiful young women I know have all been wed by the ages of 15 or 16. Those who remain unwed at 19 are surely not appealing. As Su Anlin listened to the conversations around him, memories began to resurface. The Great Xia has faced turmoil in recent years, resulting in a decline in population. In a bid to stimulate growth, the court instituted regulations requiring women to marry by the age of 17. Of course, exceptions exist for those who meet certain criteria: religious figures, such as Taoist nuns or Buddhist monks, or individuals of extraordinary status. Moreover, martial artists tend to marry later, as their vitality allows them to remain healthy and often live beyond 50 years. Some even reach a remarkable age of over 100. Conversely, early marriage for martial artists can lead to excessive physical exertion, which may hinder their martial progress and affect their cultivation, especially with children to care for. Thus, the court does not impose marriage upon martial artists, but rather encourages delayed unions, as a strong martial practitioner is invaluable to the state. As for men, the same age limit of 17 applies, though it is contingent upon their family circumstances. Before marrying, a man must possess a dwelling and at least 1 acre of arable land or a legitimate means of livelihood. If he lacks these, he shall remain single. For if he cannot support himself, how can he possibly provide for a wife? The court's considerations in this regard are quite thoughtful and responsible. Consequently, Su Anlin's elder brother, Su Dahu, has yet to receive a marriage proposal from the court, despite being 20. Curiosity piqued, Su Anlin grasped Su Yu's hand and, following the throng, directed their attention towards the entrance of a nearby inn. 3 officials stood before a group of 10 or so women, all of whom were veiled beneath red canopies, obscuring their faces. Initially, the women had been visible, but after several failed attempts by the authorities to arrange marriages, it became evident that the quality of those remaining was lacking, akin to beasts of prey. Thus, the officials devised a clever means to shield their faces, and it was unknown whose idea it was. The women, clad in fine garments, appeared quite presentable, with 2 of them wearing tightly fitted attire that accentuated their curves. Catching the eye of several men, "Zhang Matzi, you are 17 now. You should choose one for yourself. I see a suitable candidate before you." Someone in the crowd teased a man with a face full of blemishes. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. The man's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "Whose idea was it to cover their faces with red veils? What if one of them turns out to be a hag? Rest assured, I have meticulously selected these few. They are quite appealing. Beside the official, a matchmaker wielding a red handkerchief exclaimed with fervor. Furthermore, I recall that you all are on the cusp of turning 17. It is imperative to act swiftly. The matchmaker, with earnest persuasion, explained that for each successful pairing, she would earn 10 coins, thus she exerted herself diligently. Indeed, let us hasten. The pockmarked-faced individual turned to the 4 men beside him. You may choose first. I shall not choose. I have 3 months until I reach 17. I will wait a while longer. I am nearly catching up to Chui Lan. She is truly enchanting. I too shall refrain from selecting. I have recently encountered a remarkable woman. I believe I might win her affection. A scholar, fanning himself lightly, remarked, matters of life and love should not be taken lightly. After all, it is merely a matter of paying triple taxes for an additional year, which I can certainly afford. After much discussion, no one stepped forward to make a selection. Su Yu squeezed through the throng, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Second brother, there are indeed brides available here. It is no wonder, for such is not the case in our village. That is because our family is impoverished. We are on the brink of starvation. Even if the court were to provide brides, we could not sustain them. Oh, I see. That does make sense, Su Yu nodded. It is a pity that their faces are hidden. Otherwise, if there were any beautiful ones, you could select one now, second brother. Young master, do you wish to choose as well? Su Yu's words caught the matchmaker's attention, and her eyes gleamed with interest. This Su Anlin, with his delicate features, had yet to take a bride. She hurried over. Young master, what type do you fancy? I have an abundance of young ladies, all from genteel families, diligent and frugal. Su Anlin found himself at a loss for words as he surveyed the 10 maidens before him. If only the matchmaker were bald. And if 10 maidens stood before a row of lanterns with background music playing, that would be splendid. Lost in thought for a moment, Su Anlin replied, I hail from the countryside, merely passing through. Does your family possess land or property? The matchmaker inquired eagerly. If either condition were met, the court would provide him with a bride. However, women in the procession had no choice. If a man took a liking to you, you were obliged to comply. Su Anlin shook his head. There is no land. We barely survive through hunting. The matchmaker frowned. No land, indeed. Hunting is not recognized by the court as a legitimate profession due to its inherent uncertainty. Thus, such individuals cannot be granted brides. With a sigh, she concluded, then let it be. As the crowd swelled, no one approached. The maidens grew anxious. If they remained unmarried, it would mean triple taxation. Not only would the burden be heavy, but they would also face scorn, labeled as undesirable. I can work the fields. I am quite capable. A sturdy maiden declared, unable to contain herself. I can do arithmetic. If any gentleman seeks me, I would be content to be a concubine. I too would be a concubine. Noble sirs, grant me a chance. In an instant, the maidens began to introduce themselves, eager to market their worth. Some even insisted that they consumed very little, claiming they required only 2 bowls of rice daily, foregoing vegetables. Su Anlin lamented, it is indeed a challenging plight for all. At that moment, he noticed the dental shop opening its doors, squeezing through the crowd to enter. The proprietor, Master Lu, was preparing tea. Upon seeing Su Anlin, his eyes brightened. Leaving the teapot half-filled, he approached warmly. Young Master Su, you are here quite early, he remarked. Indeed, Su Anlin replied casually. I noticed you had not opened yet, so I went ahead to observe the wedding procession. He continued, why are there so many women in the wedding procession these days? They all seem quite normal. Why are they unable to find husbands? In the past, Su Anlin was aware that most women who could not marry were either disabled or intellectually challenged. Master Lu sighed. In recent years, with wars and banditry, and even the emergence of evil spirits in some areas, many men have perished, leaving women unable to marry. Nowadays, earning a living is challenging. Look at the gangs in the city. There are more every year. It is difficult enough to support one wife and children. Who has the means or inclination to take a concubine? As he spoke, he led them inside. He retrieved 2 exquisite teacups and poured tea for Su Anlin and Su Yu. Have some tea. Regarding the house, I have arranged everything. And we can go see it today? Master Lu produced a booklet detailing various properties, including their locations, sizes, furnishings, and prices. After a day of property viewing, Su Anlin finally settled on a modest quadrangle courtyard. The price was quite reasonable at merely 400 taels, and it was not far from the Dali martial arts school. He understood the value of such a courtyard. Logically, it should be worth 700 or 800 taels. He could not fathom why it was so inexpensive and speculated during his journey that perhaps the house had structural flaws or ownership disputes. He resolved to ascertain the facts thoroughly. As they walked along the street leading to the courtyard, the area was bustling, filled with vendors. However, the presence of beggars made Su Anlin uneasy. These beggars appeared to be organized. Occasionally, he would catch sight of some ruffians whispering to one another, and he observed young girls passing by, casting odd looks in his direction. Furrowing his brow, Su Anlin began to sense why property prices in this area were so low. Chapter 16. The new house with a creak, the heavy iron door swung open. Su Anlin stepped inside, greeted by a lush garden adorned with an abundance of flowers, grasses, and trees, two of which cradled bird nests within their branches. Initially, Su Yu had intended to persuade Su Anlin to settle for a more affordable house nearby, as those residences, no matter how modest, would surely surpass their dilapidated old home that leaked both wind and rain. However, upon entering this abode, Su Yu found herself captivated by its charm. The garden, the spacious house, and even the cooking area exuded an inviting grandeur. As Su Anlin wandered through the premises, inspecting the structural integrity of the dwelling, he felt a profound satisfaction. There were no apparent quality issues. Even the water in the well was crystal clear, reflecting the surroundings beautifully. "What do you think?" inquired Manager Liu, approaching with a smile. "Quite splendid. If only it were a tad more affordable," Su Anlin casually remarked, contemplating the purchase. Little did he know that when the owner arrived, they would generously offer a discount of 20 taels. Naturally, Su Anlin agreed without hesitation. That very day, he settled the payment, and the deed was officially processed. After bestowing a commission upon Manager Liu, Su Anlin closed the door behind him. Su Yu was elated. "Brother, we've moved into a grand residence. If only our parents knew, they would be so pleased. Indeed, choose a room. You will be living here alone henceforth." "Oh no, I want to sleep with you, brother. It gets dark at night, and I'm scared." Su Anlin teased. "You are a young lady now. Soon you shall marry. It is hardly appropriate for you to share my bed, but I don't mind. Enough now. Be a good girl. If you're hungry, let us eat." "All right." Su Yu retrieved some preserved meat from her pack, while Su Anlin set about organizing their belongings. As night fell, he realized there was no time to purchase bedding, so they would have to make do for the night. Cautiously, he extracted several silver notes from his cloth socks. With 700 taels in hand, he divided the notes into 3 portions, one hidden in the beams, another tucked beneath a brick under the bed, and the last placed in a drawer of a shelf, allowing his sister easy access for any purchases she might need. As night enveloped the world, Su Yu retired to the adjacent room. Su Anlin, however, remained in the courtyard, practicing for a while. He resolved to visit the Dali martial arts school the following day, as he still had 5 attribute points to allocate, which would enable him to learn a martial art and enhance his abilities. Lying in bed, memories of his past life flooded his mind, particularly thoughts of his former employer's daughter, especially her delicate, alluring lips. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Early the next morning, Su Anlin and his sister enjoyed tofu pudding and fried dough sticks at a nearby breakfast shop. After satisfying their appetites, Su Anlin left home, munching on dried meat, and made his way directly to the Dali martial arts school. Upon entering, he found the courtyard devoid of Master Hongwu, and a female disciple greeted him at the door. In her 20s, she had a multitude of freckles and her eyes were small, squinting slightly. "Oh, I remember you. You came a few days ago to learn martial arts." She recognized Su Anlin immediately. There was no surprise, as Su Anlin's striking appearance made it easy for him to stand out among the martial artists. He clasped his fists and replied, "Yes, senior sister, where's the master?" The female disciple stepped aside and said, "He hasn't risen yet, but he informed me in advance that new disciples should practice first. I appreciate your assistance, senior sister. I'm Chung Sha, the second senior sister here." "What is your name?" "Su Anlin." Surveying the training area, Su Anlin assessed the strength of the practitioners by observing the health points displayed above their heads. Chung Sha had 69 health points. Su Anlin was secretly astonished. Despite Chung Sha's seemingly delicate appearance, her vitality was unexpectedly robust. Chung Sha led Su Anlin to a corner of the training area where 4 young novices were practicing their stances. "Junior brother Su. New disciples must first practice their stances until they meet the Master's requirements before being taught any techniques. You may begin your practice now." "All right, thank you, senior sister. I will start training." As Chung Sha departed, Su Anlin commenced his stance practice. The 4 newcomers in front of him had low health points, ranging between 10 and 15, indicating their novice status. their faces flushed red as they strained to perfect their stances. After his upgrade, Su Anlin felt a significant enhancement in his physique. Lowering himself into a stance under the blazing sun, he focused his mind, simultaneously observing the others as they trained. There were approximately 40 disciples present in total. By the health points hovering above their heads, he discerned distinct circles of ability. The first circle, comprising only 4 individuals, including Shasha, boasted health points around 60 and occupied the most spacious central area. These few exuded an air of arrogance, conversing animatedly while the surrounding disciples regarded them with a mixture of admiration and reverence. "Brother, your stance is remarkably steady. How long have you been practicing?" A lean youth inquired curiously from behind Su Anlin. He was the most stable among the 4. "About a year," Su Anlin replied. "Impressive. With your caliber, you could likely pay less in fees after 3 months." "Pay less?" Su Anlin was intrigued. "You may not be aware, but those who reach the first level of body refinement in 3 months only need to pay 20 taels thereafter. What if one achieves the second level of body refinement?" Su Anlin asked. "Then you'd be considered a genius. You might only need to pay 10 taels. However, that is highly unlikely, absolutely impossible," the youth replied candidly. "My brother is also here. Look, the one over there." Following the youth's gaze, Su Anlin spotted a stout individual with thick burlap wrapped around his arms, legs, and waist, practicing alongside a well-dressed young man. "That person with my brother is Su Jinian, the scion of the Su family, who possesses remarkable talent." The young man, filled with ambition, remarked, "Su Shao mentioned to my brother that I could serve as a guard at the Su family, earning a substantial sum of silver each month." Here, many individuals, upon realizing their martial prowess has reached a plateau, seek alternative avenues. The role of a guard is quite prevalent and highly sought after. This young man, quite loquacious, is named Ma Dong, while his brother is called Mali. The pair hail from the countryside, striving together, their conversation imbued with hope for the future. Suddenly, Master Hanwu entered the arena, hands clasped behind his back. He offered a few words of guidance to the senior disciples before approaching Su Anlin's group. The individuals immediately intensified their stances, particularly Ma Dong, who, with fists clenched and body crouched, maintained a composed demeanor, betraying no signs of exertion. Truly, they were all masters of their craft. Su Anlin mused, relieved that he was not required to perform, as his dedication rendered the stance practice effortlessly achievable. Dressed in a silk tang shirt, Hongwu's sharp gaze swept over the assembly. Upon spotting Su Anlin, his eyes brightened, surprised by the steadiness of the young man's stance. As he strolled leisurely closer, his piercing gaze rendered the 5 participants motionless. However, one individual faltered first, exclaiming, "Oh no," unable to withstand the strain any longer. After a brief performance, prolonged effort had left his legs numb. "Practice for another 15 days, Hongwu stated coldly. "I have previously advised you all to practice your stances at home. Your haste to arrive here only wastes your own silver." The 3-month training period commenced from this moment. The 15 days of stance practice could have been accomplished at home, yet some individuals simply could not wait. Regret was etched on the face of the man who had not practiced diligently. Hongwu, unfazed, circled behind one individual. Suddenly, he delivered a swift kick, causing the man's right leg to buckle, sending him crashing to the ground. Practice for another 10 days. Approaching Ma Dong, he executed a similar kick. Ma Dong grunted but managed to hold his ground, having been trained by his elder brother and aware of the rules prior to his arrival. Hongwu then moved behind Su Anlin, swiftly delivering a kick to the sides of his calves. Thud. Su Anlin remained as immovable as a mountain, even feeling capable of exerting more force. "Now, this is a solid stance," Hongwu acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. His voice attracted the attention of several onlookers, who were curious about Su Anlin, as few received such commendation from Hongwu. "Continue practicing, you few. Su Anlin, come with me." "Yes, master. I remember you. The hero of tiger fighting." Upon entering the room, 2 grand armchairs awaited at the head of the table. Hongwu settled into the right chair, lifting a teacup as he spoke. "Master has a good memory. I wish to ask you, what are your intentions after learning martial arts?" Without hesitation, Su Anlin responded, "I wish to earn silver." "Have you considered the possibility of using your skills to bully others or engage in unlawful acts?" As he questioned, Hongwu's gaze remained fixed on Su Anlin. "Indeed, you are quite straightforward. Revenge for grievances, retribution for wrongs. What is the purpose of learning martial arts if not for self-defense? To protect oneself and one's family from harm? If you learn martial arts only to become a coward, It would be better to remain at home and tend to the fields. Su Anlin nodded in agreement. You speak the truth, master. Practice diligently, and within 3 months, you shall attain the first level of body refinement. I can grant you a reduction in tuition fees. What is the matter? Is it too challenging? Hongwu adjusted his posture. Rest assured, I won't misjudge your potential. Given your foundation and stances, reaching the first level of body refinement should be a straightforward endeavor for you. That is not what I meant. I was inquiring about the possibility of achieving the second level of body refinement within 3 months. A hint of amusement flickered in Hongwu's heart. This lad is quite the thinker. And Lin, you are somewhat overreaching. This is not advisable, you know? Is this truly so difficult? Su Anlin could not help but interject. Chapter 17. The Mighty Iron Bone Technique. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult, yet not entirely impossible. However, such feats are typically reserved for the offspring of prominent families, indulged from a tender age of 3 with the finest of provisions. Do you possess such privileges? Su Anlin, with an earnest demeanor, shook his head. Consequently, it is fundamentally unachievable. However, should one attain the second level of body refinement within 3 months, the reward shall be a complimentary lunch. The disciple vowed to make every effort. Initially, Hongwu harbored some discontent, perceiving Su Anlin's aspirations as overly ambitious. Yet, upon witnessing his earnestness, a surge of excitement welled within him as he sensed a burgeoning confidence. Su Anlin's face brightened with joy. Thank you, master. Ahem. Hongwu cleared his throat. Su Anlin, feeling a sudden impulse, promptly approached to pour tea, lifting the cup with both hands and bowing his head. Master, please enjoy your tea. Hongwu nodded in satisfaction. This young man displayed confidence, a solid foundation, and keen insight. Should he possess exceptional talent, his future achievements would likely rival Hongwu's own. After sipping the tea, Hongwu continued, having partaken of your initiation tea, we are now officially master and disciple. Yes, master, Su Anlin replied. I have reviewed the books you provided. Good, he said, I shall add a few more insights. In our martial practice, combat is inevitable. However, each individual's techniques vary, necessitating the selection of a style that suits oneself. For instance, a limping individual cannot be expected to master leg techniques, can they? Thus, choosing the appropriate martial art is of utmost importance. If your adversary is corpulent, their agility will likely be lacking, hence you should counter with swift movements. If your opponent excels in boxing, then perhaps you might explore leg techniques. Do you understand? Listening to his master's words was akin to receiving enlightenment. Such profound insights could only have been articulated by him, Su Anlin remarked with solemnity. Hongwu smiled and nodded, aware of the potential flattery in Su Anlin's tone. Yet the sincerity in his expression belied any insincerity. Alas, human energy is finite. To master even 1 or 2 techniques to perfection is already commendable. After savoring a sip of tea, he continued, while my mighty iron bone technique is indeed formidable, it is arduous to practice. I recommend you begin with the iron fist technique, or perhaps the mighty palm, or even the iron leg technique. Choose as you see fit. Thus began the selection of martial arts. Hongwu, acting with benevolence, recognized that while the mighty iron bone technique was powerful, its demands were too steep for ordinary individuals. Merely approaching its threshold would be a futile endeavor, resulting in a waste of time. Master, I wish to learn the mighty iron bone technique. Su Anlin declared. Anlin, this technique is no simple endeavor. It is not that I withhold it from you, but rather for your own good. Master, I wish to give it a try. The greatest fear in martial arts is the squandering of time. In a few years, should you achieve nothing, regret will surely follow. I understand. Su Anlin replied with a serious nod. I wish to try. Hongwu gazed intently at Su Anlin, rendered speechless, as he envisioned the day when Su Anlin might achieve naught. Child, you are so obstinate, refusing to heed my counsel. The enthusiasm he once felt swiftly transformed into disappointment. Rising, Hongwu retrieved the handwritten manuscript of the mighty iron bone technique from the shelf and handed it to Su Anlin. Here, you may observe it in the chamber once a day. As for other martial arts techniques, one could seek guidance from the senior brother and the second senior sister. After speaking, Hongwu sipped his tea and waved his hand dismissively. Be off with you. His demeanor had evidently shifted. Su Anlin was aware of the underlying reason but felt powerless. With his attribute points, he mastered the great strength iron bone technique with remarkable ease, naturally opting for superior techniques. Once he had distanced himself, Su Anlin found a sunlit spot outside and sat down to study the technique. The first realm for martial artists is the body refinement realm, followed by the inner chi realm. Each realm comprises 9 minor tiers. The hallmark of achieving the body refinement realm is the ability to store energy, resulting in certain areas of the skin feeling exceptionally firm. As Su Anlin perused the explanation of the technique, a thought struck him. Firmness in certain areas of the skin. It appears. I have already attained the first layer of body refinement. It seemed that after mastering the technique, he sometimes noticed his arm becoming rigid when exerting force, resembling the texture of delicate leather. The technique consists of 5 stages: skin, flesh, sinew, bone, and internal organs. Each stage significantly enhances combat prowess and invigorates one's vitality. To begin, he needed to familiarize himself with the technique, enabling the display of the great strength iron bone technique on his panel. Gazing at the first posture, Su Anlin followed the movements outlined in the book and commenced his practice. He assumed a horse stance, threw punches, and channeled his energy. There were a total of 13 movements. After a brief moment, he completed the first round, assessing whether the energy within him flowed correctly. Great strength iron bone technique, proficiency 1. Su Anlin was taken aback. The proficiency had not manifested during the practice, but appeared upon completion. This indicated that the initial attempt had not been executed correctly, hence the absence of proficiency. Determined, he resolved to practice earnestly. Proficiency 1. By the third round, he repeated the sequence 10 times. Proficiency reached 10. However, the great strength iron bone technique had yet to appear on his panel. He then prepared to practice against the wooden dummy, which is a distinctive aspect of the iron bone technique. Training simultaneously requires striking to temper one's muscles and bones. The wooden dummy was located beneath a large willow tree in the southeast corner, where several novice disciples were training. As he approached, many cast curious glances his way. This fellow is attempting the great strength iron bone technique for the first time, someone remarked, their voice unrestrained, as there was no need for caution around a newcomer. Is he the 13th this year? Indeed, the 13th to choose this technique, all of whom have failed. Let us place bets on how many months before he runs away. 3 months, he'll surely leave. Su Anlin maintained an impassive expression as he walked to the corner. The 3 nearby newcomers glanced at him but remained in their own group, ignoring him. It seemed everyone anticipated that Su Anlin would not last long. And since he was destined to depart soon, there was little need to forge connections. Relishing the solitude, Su Anlin began to strike the wooden dummy. Bang, bang, bang. As he executed a round of the iron bone technique, an unexpected development occurred. Proficiency 2. Su Anlin's pupils dilated. Previously, he had practiced against the air. But now, he was striking the wooden dummy. Realization dawned upon him. He had identified a pattern. Training against the wooden dummy accelerated the increase in proficiency. What if I were to strike at someone? He was already quite fatigued, unsure of how many times he had practiced, merely observing as his proficiency steadily increased. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Health, 4950. He had lost health. Su Anlin was taken aback. Practicing had actually cost him vitality. Simultaneously, a gnawing hunger surged within him, akin to a multitude of ants tearing at his insides. Nevertheless, his proficiency had finally reached 100. The panel flickered, and a new line of text emerged below. Name, Su Anlin. Level, 2. Health bar, 4950. Experience points, 115,500. Attribute points, 5. 1 attribute point can be exchanged for every 100 experience points. Skill, basic swordsmanship, mastery, 19 proficiency. Skill, mighty iron bone technique, novice. He had entered the novice stage. Immediately, he felt as though his entire body had disassembled. Indeed, as the intensity of training escalated, his hunger intensified swiftly. Su Anlin rubbed his stomach. If he continued, his health bar would keep diminishing, potentially harming his foundation, a fruitless endeavor. Brother, remarked Ma Dong, who had previously exchanged a few words with him, unable to restrain himself. Your training is commendable. But my brother has said that one must find the right path. You should choose iron fist or iron leg techniques like us. My brother mentioned that in 3 months, one could reach the first level of body refinement. Phew. Exhausted, Su Anlin sat on the ground. It's fine. I feel as though I've grasped the threshold. Ma Dong, an honest individual, felt that Su Anlin was wasting his potential. It was evident that he had excellent stances. It was a shame he was pursuing this path. At that moment, the second senior sister, Chung Shasha, approached. Besides being a disciple of Hongwu, she was also responsible for mentoring the students. The advantage was that she no longer had to pay tuition. Rather, Hongwu would provide her with a stipend each month. How are the newcomers faring? She inquired. approaching to find Su Anlin utterly exhausted. Curiosity piqued. She recalled how her master had praised Su Anlin during his stances and among this batch of newcomers. She held the highest expectations for him. How had he become the first to collapse? Senior sister, we are managing well, Ma Dong responded with a smile. What about you? Just a bit fatigued, Su Anlin replied, rubbing his stomach. I'm hungry. Senior sister, he is practicing the iron bone technique, Ma Dong added. Why choose this? Chung Shasha furrowed her brows. I wanted to give it a try. This year, 13 individuals opted for this technique, 3 of whom had prior training, and without exception, they all wasted their time, ultimately damaging their foundations, Chung Shasha cautioned. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister, but I still wish to give it a try. Very well. Cheng Shash shook her head helplessly, sensing Su Anlin's stubbornness. Come with me. Let us have some nourishing soup. Wow, we finally get to have the nourishing soup, Ma Dong exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Walking alongside Su Anlin, Cheng Shasha advised, since you've chosen this path, remember, this technique consumes a great deal of energy and leads to rapid hunger. Su Anlin's heart stirred, and he promptly asked, Senior sister, should I prepare some provisions in advance? Rice is of little use. It cannot satiate hunger. One requires meat, and not just ordinary pork or chicken, at the very least. Mutton or game meat is essential to truly quell one's appetite. Otherwise, one will lack energy, and prolonged exertion may lead to fatigue and depletion of vitality. Su Anlin suddenly realized. No wonder he had unexpectedly lost blood while training. Chapter 18. Officially escorting the goods upon the reminder from Chung Shasha. Su Anlin realized that she was indeed a commendable individual, someone with whom one could engage amicably. Just then, the main door swung open, and a dashing young man with an elegant demeanor entered. Apprentice of Dali Martial Arts School, Wang Yin, health points, 4545. Chung Shasha's gaze brightened at the sight of him. As soon as the youth stepped into the room, the senior brothers greeted him courteously. The disparity in treatment was striking. Clad in a white robe and exuding charm, Wang Yin held a folding fan and smiled as he remarked, My parents are in good health, and I have managed to attend to some trivial matters. With that, he abandoned the few new disciples, making his way toward Wang Yin's side. Curiosity piqued, Su Anlin inquired, Who is this Wang Yin, and why is he so well-liked? Ma Dong replied, My brother mentioned that Wang Yin was originally from an ordinary family like ours. Now, however, he is a prodigy, and many families are seeking his favor. A prodigy. Su Anlin understood now. It made sense. Ma Dong, while picking his nose, proceeded to shape the extracted matter into a small ball and flicked it away, continuing. He has only been here for 4 months and has already reached the 3rd level of body refinement. Although that may not seem remarkable here, he is merely 16. Our master says that given time, he will surely reach the 9th level of body refinement and may even attain internal energy. Su Anlin nodded slightly, not wishing to dwell on it further, and joined the other new disciples in the kitchen. Inside, a plump woman, a relative of Hong Wu, was busily preparing meals. You will have the nourishing soup every 3 days. It not only enhances your vitality, but also alleviates the soreness from your training, the cook said warmly. Due to the heat, she wiped the sweat from her brow as she spoke, and Su Anlin keenly noticed that a few drops fell into the 2 bowls before him. His mouth twitched involuntarily. What a fortuitous addition. Come, drink. Quick of hand, Su Anlin chose a bowl free of sweat. He blew gently upon it and scrutinized the murky brown liquid, which emanated a peculiar odor. Taking a sip, the broth swirled in his mouth, pleasantly hot yet tolerable, albeit slightly bitter. Upon swallowing, a fiery sensation coursed through him. However, the previous discomfort had indeed lessened significantly. After finishing, Su Anlin decided to take his leave. Practicing martial arts here was unrestricted. As he strolled through the streets, he stopped at a stall to purchase 10 pairs before heading toward the Iron Gate Escort Agency, the domain of Tai Wendan. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed Li Sheng engaged in conversation with another individual. Spotting Su Anlin from a distance, he called out, Su Anlin, what brings you here? I recently moved nearby, and I thought I would come by to ensure you could find my new place, Su Anlin explained. Moved nearby? Where to? Li Sheng responded, astonished. Moving from the countryside to the city was indeed a significant matter. Su Anlin disclosed his address without reservation and recounted the tale of how he had earned money from slaying the tiger. Li Sheng and his companion were taken aback. You were the one who killed the tiger? Impressive. I heard they even fetched half a tiger whip afterward, Li Sheng remarked. He even went to buy one. Su Anlin said, astonished. Indeed, just recently, the head acquired a beautiful concubine. After consuming tiger bone, she remained confined to her chamber for 3 consecutive days. Li Xing remarked with a grin. It was only due to the absence of others that he dared to speak so freely. Come, I shall escort you inside. Since receiving a rabbit leg from Li Xing during their last encounter, his demeanor had markedly brightened, and he took the initiative to lead the way. This marked Su Anlin's inaugural visit to the escort agency, where an array of weaponry lined the courtyard: broadswords, longswords, meteor hammers, pole axes, bamboo armor, and even 2 large bows caught his eye. The regulations in the Great Xia were relatively lenient. Many of these weapons were classified as military equipment, yet not strictly prohibited. However, purchasing them necessitated reporting to the authorities and paying a tax. In the right-hand area, 7 robust men with bare torsos engaged in paired sword practice. Su Anlin quickly discerned that they were employing basic sword techniques. However, their movements were noticeably clumsy and riddled with flaws, a stark contrast to his own mastery. In that moment, he felt a swell of pride. Unknowingly, he had become a skilled practitioner himself. Inside, Tai Wendan was sipping tea, studying a map to determine the route for their upcoming escort mission. Planning an escort was not a frivolous endeavor. One had to consider the weather, the possibility of the cargo getting wet, the number of bandits on the route, and the locations of any potential dangers. Additionally, they needed to plan their accommodations along the way to save costs. A woman in her 30s, clad in a light blue gown, was pouring tea nearby. Upon hearing Li Sheng's call, both turned their attention to the entrance. Su Anlin, he is the one who killed the demon beast, the woman reminded. Madam has a remarkable memory, Tai Wendan chuckled, rising to greet him. Su Anlin, I was just planning to send Li Sheng to your home tomorrow. We depart the day after. Master Tai, sister-in-law, Su Anlin replied, standing firm. I have recently moved nearby, merely here to familiarize myself with the area. You've moved to the city? Tai Wendan inquired. Indeed, a few days ago someone killed a tiger and began selling its meat. You even purchased half a tiger bone. Didn't you? It was Su Anlin who killed that tiger, Li Xing interjected. It was you who killed it, Tai Wendan exclaimed in astonishment. Then quickly added with a knowing look, how many times must I tell you? The tiger bone was not for me, it was for a friend of mine. Ah. Li Sheng paused, suddenly remembering, and nodded vigorously. Ah, yes, that friend. The woman beside him smirked slightly but remained silent, then asked, Anlin, how did you manage to slay the tiger? I shot it with an arrow, Su Anlin replied. Tai Wendan was even more taken aback. Remarkable. You can wield a bow. That is splendid. I was just lamenting the need for archers for this escort mission. Anlin, come and sit. The woman poured another cup of tea. Thank you, sister-in-law. Having practiced diligently, Su Anlin was parched, and he drank eagerly. This tea is truly fragrant. Of course, your sister-in-law brews the tea leaves herself. Ah, how could it not be delightful? Tai Wendan laughed, personally refilling Su Anlin's cup. Speaking of which, we indeed need to find a few skilled archers for this journey. Su Anlin, if you truly possess such talent, you would not merely be an ordinary porter, but rather a bodyguard. Sister-in-law's voice was gentle, displaying a steadiness that surpassed Tai Wendan's. Though Tai Wendan held the position of leader among the brothers, his sister-in-law resembled a strategist, albeit without the sharpness of a cunning fox. This time, the young master of the Zhang family is heading to Lingguang County to escort certain individuals. The route traverses areas teeming with wild beasts, particularly a troublesome bird known as the pecking-eye hawk, which poses a significant threat. Therefore, we require additional archers to fend off any possible encounters with these menacing creatures. Su Anlin, intrigued, inquired about the pecking-eye hawk, having never heard of such a thing. This creature, its origins unknown, has proliferated over the past few years. In the regions we will be traversing, these birds frequently appear, as they delight in ambushing and pecking at people's eyes, hence their name. Tai Wendan elaborated. How is your aim? Sister-in-law asked. Quite decent. I utilize a bow of my own crafting, Su Anlin replied, immediately consenting. Not only would this endeavor provide an opportunity to earn silver, but with the abundance of beasts along the way, it would also allow for the accumulation of valuable experience, truly a win-win situation. The pecking-eye hawk is notoriously audacious, sometimes daring to peck at one's scalp, shoulders, or back. When attacked, they can inflict a considerable wound in a single strike. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. At the entrance of the Time Men escort agency, Su Anlin donned a padded coat, draped a cloak over it, and wore a round hat with a brim. A knife was strapped to his right leg, while a crossbow and over 20 arrows were secured to his back. The entire team comprised over 20 individuals, among whom 3, including Su Anlin, were archers. In a moment, another group approached, signaling the arrival of the Zhang family. Li Sheng remarked, standing beside Su Anlin. A single horse-drawn carriage was visible, and riding a magnificent white steed was the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Zian, who bore a sword at his waist. Exuding an air of authority. Let us depart. After a brief conversation with Tai Wendan, Zhang Zian waved his hand, and the cavalcade set forth in grand procession. It appeared that many skilled individuals were joining this journey. Observing the group, Su Anlin noted that 4 members possessed vitality exceeding 60. Indeed, the young master of the Zhang family was a renowned prodigy in the city, already a master at the 5th level of body refinement. Li Sheng pointed out a middle-aged man beside Zhang Zian, stating, "This is Zhang Qing, the head of the Zhang family's guards, who is at the 7th level of body refinement." Su Anlin silently nodded, realizing why Zhang Qing's vitality was comparable to Tai Wendan's. Currently, he himself was only at the 2nd level of body refinement. However, he possessed advantages of his own. His martial arts realm was higher, granting him a vitality that surpassed many of his peers at the same level. Chapter 19. The goshawk on the desolate earthen road. A fierce wind swept through, battering the faces of the travelers with stinging grains of yellow sand. Su Anlin, not a warrior among the group, found himself walking in the center alongside 2 other archers. These 3 archers had been designated to guard against the potential assaults of the goshawk. The 2 archers appeared to be around 40 seasoned hunters, wielding longbows and carrying dozens of arrows in their quivers. In addition to his arrows, Su Anlin bore a knapsack filled with provisions, dried meat, and several thick, hearty flatbreads, all prepared by his sister. Before his departure, he had entrusted Cheng Shasha with the task of checking in on his sister, alleviating any worries he might have had. All eyes were on the front, where a desolate village lay, the territory of the goshawk. Hats were adjusted, vigilance heightened as they scanned the skies above. Tai Wendan rode around the perimeter of the group, issuing commands with a booming voice. "Listen, Anlin, you 3 archers, should you spot a goshawk, do not recklessly leave the formation. I will send someone to accompany you." As Tai Wendan approached Su Anlin, he remarked, "Understood, Chief." "Chief." "Miss Zhang has disembarked from the carriage," Li Sheng announced. "What is she up to?" Tai Wendan immediately rode over. Su Anlin glanced ahead to see a young woman clad in a simple pink dress, bow slung over her shoulder, alighting from the carriage to walk alongside Zhang Zian. The 2 siblings bore a striking resemblance. Many disciples of the Martial Arts Academy curiously observed, including Li Sheng, who, despite having a wife, couldn't help but exclaim, "I've heard that Miss Zhang Xiaoer is an exceptional archer, never missing her mark." "Anlin, who do you think will be fortunate enough to marry such a woman?" Silenced, Su Anlin replied without lifting his gaze, "A woman is not truly mine no matter how many times I gaze upon her. The mastery of skills is what belongs to me after countless practices." Li Sheng opened his mouth in astonishment, but upon reflection, he found great wisdom in Su Anlin's words. He then mimicked him, drawing his sword and practicing his strikes. Before long, the group arrived at the desolate village. Surrounding the village lay numerous bones, both human and animal, a testament to its desolation. Suddenly, a bird of prey circled ominously overhead. It was the goshawk. A voice rang out from the group. "Stay alert. Back to back. Do not stray from the formation." 5 more goshawks appeared in the distance, 5 dark shapes soaring towards them. The goshawk, health, 12. Su Anlin swiftly knocked an arrow onto his crossbow when Tai Wendan called out, "Miss Zhang, please exercise caution. These goshawks are not to be trifled with." "I understand." To Su Anlin's surprise, Zhang Xiaoer had leaped onto the carriage, drawing her bow and aiming at the goshawk. With a whoosh, an arrow sliced through the air, yet it failed to strike its target. Is this what they call never missing? After a brief period of vigilance, the group noted that the goshawks showed no inclination to attack, and their tension gradually dissipated. Unbeknownst to them, they had entered the desolate village. As Su Anlin surveyed the abandoned settlement, he couldn't help but reminisce about the small mountain village he once called home. What transpired here? Where have all the people gone? As I pondered this, I noticed a peculiar sight atop a rooftop, a resting hawk. Resting hawk. Health bar, 13. Su Anlin immediately took aim. Whoosh. A direct hit. The health bar diminished to 0. Hawk successfully slain. Experience gained, 13. Remarkable. Such skill, young hero, you have vanquished one. Witnessing this spectacle, many in the group were astonished. Li Sheng joyfully rushed forward, casually picking up a long bamboo stick from the dilapidated house to retrieve the hawk. Ha ha ha. An evening feast awaits. Though the hawk is fierce, its meat is quite delectable. Su Anlin felt a stir within. and soon spotted a large field mouse hiding inside the house. He promptly positioned himself at the window, taking aim once more. Whoosh! Another successful shot. Su Anlin entered the house to collect the field mouse. This elicited even more astonishment from the group, as they marveled at how he had discerned its presence. Thus, as he continued onward, Su Anlin, utilizing the health bars, captured numerous field mice lurking in the corners. This place, devoid of human presence, had transformed into a paradise for field mice. Before long, he had gathered a dozen or so in hand. The old hunter behind him expressed his admiration, his voice carrying forward, catching the attention of the Zhang siblings. At that moment, Zhang Chaoer felt a twinge of frustration. She had not managed to catch a single creature, while that impoverished lad exhibited such prowess. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Dozens of campfires were now roasting Su Anlin's spoils. Brother Su, thank you for the feast. Brother Su, your skill is unparalleled. Your arrows never miss. Indeed, I had prepared a fair amount of flatbreads, but it seems they won't be needed now. Ha ha ha. Su Anlin gnawed on a piece of hawk meat, his peripheral vision catching the approach of two figures, Zhang Zian and his sister, Zhang Chaoer. Little brother, what is the name of that weapon you wield? It appears quite impressive. Is it for sale? Zhang Zian inquired with a refined tone. Taiwan approached to introduce Su Anlin, who understood they were interested in his crossbow. How much silver? Zhang Chaoer asked. Well, it depends on the materials, perhaps several dozen taels. Su Anlin replied casually. May I touch it? Zhang Chaoer expressed keen interest in arrow-type weapons. Of course, Su Anlin nodded. However, suddenly, he raised the crossbow and aimed it at Zhang Zian. Zhang Zian's expression changed. What are you doing? Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past Zhang Zian's head. Hawk successfully slain. Experience gained, 10. Everyone, be alert. The hawk has appeared. Su Anlin shouted. What? The hawk? Where is it? Panic spread through the crowd. Soon after, they witnessed the lifeless body of a hawk tumble to the ground behind Zhang Zian. His face was one of shock. Just moments ago, he had been unguarded. And had Su Anlin not acted, the back of his head might have been in peril. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of fear washed over him, and he quickly donned his hat. The hawk has appeared. Stay vigilant, everyone. Light the torches, take cover behind the fires. The entire group was thrown into disarray. Someone accidentally received a peck on their back. Fortunately, most people were clad in thick garments during their outing, resulting in nothing more than a minor injury. To his astonishment, Su Anlin noticed over 30 health bars suspended in the air. Due to the darkness, some individuals were unable to see and could only hide behind the bonfire. Su Anlin and Li Sheng stood back to back, with Su aiming at the shadowy abyss before them. The eye-pecking eagles, evidently not lacking in intelligence, believed themselves hidden in the dark, thus displaying a brazen audacity as they descended. This worked to Su Anlin's advantage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolts incessantly claimed the lives of the eye-pecking eagles. Onlookers were struck with astonishment, particularly Zhang Chaoer, who was also an archer. This lad possesses remarkable vision. In this pitch-black void, I see nothing. Yet he effortlessly takes down one with each arrow. At that moment, she came to understand. Su Anlin's precision was not merely a result of his weaponry, but rather his keen eyesight. In a brief span, Su Anlin had dispatched 10 eye-pecking eagles. Once the crowd steadied themselves, brandishing torches, the remaining eagles reluctantly retreated. Safety had been restored, Su Anlin declared. He observed that all the health bars had vanished from the sky. Brother Su, it was fortunate to have you earlier, otherwise, I might have been ambushed by those eye-pecking eagles, sustaining injuries if not worse, Zhang Zian expressed with a hint of trepidation. They were grateful to Su Anlin for his timely warning. Indeed, his vision is exceptional. How impressive. Some guards marveled at his prowess. Iron Wendan still harbored concerns. Gazing skyward, are the eye-pecking eagles truly gone? Su Anlin asserted confidently, my eyesight is sharp. Even in the darkness, I can discern some things. So there is no cause for alarm. Li Sheng interjected. Chief, did you forget how Anlin uncovered the madman? I told you, his vision is extraordinary. Su Anlin cast aside a pile of eye-pecking eagles, chuckling. Tomorrow's provisions are secured. Chapter 20. The Malevolent Corpse After the Events of the Previous Night. Su Anlin had undeniably become a celebrated figure within the group. Taiwan even contemplated extending an invitation to Su Anlin to join the escort agency. However, the thought that he was already affiliated with the Dili Martial Arts School necessitated consulting Old Man Hong before any such invitation could be made. By the following evening, they finally arrived at their destination, Lingguang County. The Zhang family had come to retrieve a few relatives, as they also possessed enterprises in Linguang County. However, it was said that the area was fraught with unrest, with rampant lunatics committing murders under the cover of night. This turmoil had instilled widespread fear, prompting many to flee. "Let us enter the city early, so we can rest well," Tai Wendan announced. The group stirred with renewed vigor, and even among Zhang's entourage, many were filled with determination. Su Anlin, wielding his blade, practiced his swordsmanship as he walked. Along the way, he had hunted numerous beasts, accumulating an impressive 400 experience points. Name: Su Anlin. Level: 2. Health: 52-52. Experience: 400-500. Attribute points: 0. Skill: Basic Swordsmanship. Master: Proficiency: 80. Skill: Daily Iron Bone Technique, Skin Training. Minor success. At that moment, another notification appeared. Proficiency in Basic Swordsmanship has reached 500. Promotion to Master achieved. Su Anlin was momentarily taken aback. Tai Wendan had previously mentioned that the pinnacle of basic swordsmanship was the master level. How could it have advanced to mastery? Without the luxury of contemplation, Su Anlin felt as though the blade in his hand had become an extension of his own arm. The sensation of fluidity allowed his technique to grow increasingly smooth and swift. He could even sense a surge of energy within him, radiating towards the blade. Was this the sensation of mastery? It was astonishing. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Anlin resolved to delve deeper into this phenomenon upon entering the city. However, as he glanced to the side, he noticed 2 long health bars emerging from the darkness. Mad Lunatic. Health: 240. A shiver ran down Su Anlin's spine. Dispelling his earlier fatigue, Mad Lunatics. What? Where are the Mad Lunatics? Brother Su, where are the Mad Lunatics? The group erupted into chaos. Tai Wendan and Zhang Ziyan exchanged a glance, their resolve unwavering. Be alert. Swiftly prepare for defense. Brother Anlin, where are the Mad Lunatics? Zhang Ziyan called out urgently. Pointing towards the shadows, Su Anlin wasted no time in hurling his torch into the darkness. As the flame flickered to life, it illuminated the scene, revealing 2 grotesque figures. Their faces contorted like demons, moving on all 4s like wolves, darting past in an instant. Damn it, they truly are Mad Lunatics. Tai Wendan cursed vehemently. Having encountered these creatures before, he recognized the dire threat they posed. Just as he shouted for defense, a guard, caught off guard, was suddenly seized by a hand emerging from the shadows, gripping his arms tightly. Ah! A scream pierced the night as the guard was dragged away, leaving only a blade on the ground. There are 2 more on the right, Su Anlin shouted. He gripped the knife tightly in his hand and immediately positioned himself back-to-back with Li Xing, casting a glance towards the rear of the group. His expression shifted slightly as he noticed a dark silhouette, adorned with a string of bloodied markers above it. There was another one behind as well. In an instant, panic surged through the ranks. One deranged beast was already a dire threat, but now 5 had emerged. Damned it, how could there be so many aberrations in this place? Tai Wendan cursed under his breath. It was crucial to remember that they were not far from Linguang County, where these creatures roamed. What must the situation be like within the city? There was no time for contemplation as one of the beasts lunged at him like the wind. Zhang Qing, the head of the Zhang family guards, shouted as he targeted one of the aberrations. Forget the carriage. Young master, young miss, you must retreat at once. We will discuss matters once we reach the city. Indeed, members of the escort, protect young master Zhang and young miss Zhang, and escort them into the city, Tai Wendan commanded. He and his brother possessed decent strength and could manage to protect themselves, but with so many present, casualties were inevitable. Retreat. Su Anlin did not hesitate. His own capabilities were still lacking, and he had no right to be reckless. The group hastily made their way towards the city gates of Linguang County. As Su Anlin surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly discerned 2 more bloodied markers appearing on either side. Ghost Corpse, Blood Mark, 145. Ghost corpses, being slightly weaker than the deranged beasts, moved slowly and had feeble defenses, yet they were heavily poisoned. A mere scratch from their claws could lead to poisoning. Beware of the ghost corpses on both sides. Su Anlin shouted. Young brother, quickly go to my young master. Suddenly, a guard approached Su Anlin, stating, your vision is keen. If you notice any issues, I hope you will inform us in advance. All right, brother Li Shang, let us go together. Su Anlin was unfamiliar with the Zhang family's team but felt uneasy in trusting his back to anyone else. Good, Li Xing exclaimed. Relieved that Su Anlin was willing to accompany him, as he had been worried about the potential emergence of ghost corpses from the darkness. The Zhang family's team was positioned in the center of the group, providing a higher degree of safety. Young Master Zhang. Su Anlin reached Zhang Zian. There are ghost corpses on both sides? Zhang Zian queried gravely. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Anlin glanced to the left, drew his crossbow, and released a bolt. Thud. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed. Ghost corpse blood mark. 143-145. It truly is a ghost corpse. A guard gasped, his eyes wide with fear. Humans are inherently terrified of the unknown. It is said that ghost corpses are the transformed remains of the deceased, and those killed by them also become ghost corpses. Su Anlin's pupils constricted. Although the ghost corpse's health was not particularly robust, the crossbow's damage against it was minimal. However, the ghost corpse had collapsed to the ground, presenting an opportune moment. I will go and slay it. Su Anlin dashed forward. There was only one ghost corpse in sight, its lack of agility evident. This was indeed a chance. Su brother! Zhang Zian shouted in alarm. He attempted to stop Su Anlin, but it was too late. Su Anlin had already charged out with his knife. In the darkness, one hand wielded a torch while the other brandished the blade, as the ghost corpse struggled to rise. Its visage was grotesque and decayed, one eye socket devoid of its orb, leaving only a dark abyss, exuding a foul stench of rot. Truly a specter. Su Anlin stifled his nausea, recalling the horror films of his past life, and immediately swung his blade. His masterful knife technique had become almost instinctual, the weapon in his hand moving like a fleeting shadow. A flash of cold light pierced through the air, the edge slicing cleanly across the specter's neck. Health, 0, a decisive strike. Spectre slain successfully, experience gained, 145. Level up successful, now at level 3, health, 10. Attribute points, 5. The onlookers were invigorated by the sight. What a remarkable feat. Brother Su dispatched the specter with a single stroke. Such bravery. I can hardly bear to look. Indeed. Zhang Zian nodded slightly, acknowledging that although the specter was weaker than the frenzied demons, its vulnerabilities lay in defense and speed. Nevertheless, it was still an evil entity, and many would hesitate to engage it directly. Yet Su Anlin boldly charged forth alone. His heart raced. He had leveled up again, and his iron bone technique could also ascend. Everyone, be cautious. Meanwhile, a group of guards surrounded the approaching specter, slashing with fervor. With the threat neutralized, the party quickened their pace. The city gates had already swung open, a contingent of soldiers stationed nearby. Hurry into the city, the guards urged anxiously. Su Anlin followed the others into the city, glancing back to see Tai Windan and the others retreating while still engaging in battle. This time, the Zhang family sustained the loss of only one guard. Chapter 21. The Crisis in Lingguang County. Is everyone all right? Iron Windan inquired as he approached Su Anlin and the others, who were seated on the ground in the streets of the city. We're all fine. No one has suffered any losses, though the Zhang family did lose one person, Li Xing responded. Fortunately, Brother Su was the first to discover the demon lunatic. Indeed. Given the darkness, Brother Anlin was able to detect the danger, allowing us to take precautions and avoid significant losses. Moreover, Brother Su also eliminated a ghostly corpse. An elderly guard remarked with a sense of regret. It's a pity the body was left outside. Otherwise, we could have exchanged it for 30 taels of silver. That is no concern, Su Anlin replied. I just spoke with the city defense forces, and they will search for the body first thing tomorrow morning. Zhang Zian arrived with his sister, expressing his gratitude to Su Anlin. Thank you for your timely intervention. Had it not been for you, our losses could have been much worse. It was nothing, Su Anlin nodded, surveying the desolate surroundings. But why does Lingguang County, which is said to be much larger than our Huangji town, appear this way? The streets before them were littered with refuse. Many storefronts stood wide open, utterly vacant, presenting a scene of desolation. Zhang Zian sighed. Lingguang County has been troubled these past 2 years. The water scarcity is even more severe than in our area, and the harvest has been poor. Furthermore, in recent years, malevolent forces have ravaged the region, threatening the town itself. Those with means have fled, and we used to have over 10 shops here, but now we are compelled to close and depart. I haven't visited in just over a year, and I am astonished by the change, Iron Windan remarked, visibly taken aback. No wonder there are so many city defense soldiers on the walls at night, Su Anlin observed. Indeed, Iron Windan mused, frowning. This place is teeming with demon lunatics. Well, it's getting late. Let us head to the inn to rest. My family will take a day to recuperate. How about we set off the day after tomorrow? Zhang Zian suggested to the group. Yes. We will stay at the Tongfu Inn ahead, Iron Windan called out before leading everyone away. with many members from the escort agency. They opted to share rooms to save expenses, each room accommodating 2 or 3 individuals. Li Shang and Su Anlin shared a room, but after a brief wash, Su Anlin slipped outside to the latrine. His purpose was not for its intended use, but rather to practice martial arts. To be precise, he aimed to enhance his skills. Concerned that the noise from his training might be too conspicuous, he chose the latrine as a secluded spot. Great strength iron bone technique, enhancing skills. 3 points were added. Name, Su Anlin. Level, 3. Health, 6262. Experience points, 45,800. Attribute points, 2 points. Every 100 experience points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Martial arts, basic knife technique. Mastery, martial arts, great strength iron bone technique, flesh hammering. Greater accomplishment. As the great strength iron bone technique reached a higher level, Su Anlin distinctly felt his muscles swelling, akin to a heart beating vigorously within his biceps. Anlin, are you done in there? Li Shang called from outside. Not yet. This is a pivotal moment for him. His muscles swell rhythmically with each heartbeat. Clenching his fists, Su Anlin noticed that his palms had grown slightly larger. Practitioners of the iron bone technique experience a fortification of their vitality and physical form with each advancement. A shorter person could attain greater height, and the frail could transform into a muscular figure. As Su Anlin sensed the transformations within his body, he felt as though he had ascended to a new realm. Suddenly, a wave of hunger washed over him. Su Anlin, feeling helpless, recalled that he had eaten quite a bit earlier. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, bringing dried meat with him to the restroom. He pulled out the dried meat from his pocket. Outside, Li Shang's voice echoed, Anlin, are you done yet? All right. If you don't come out soon, we might think you've fallen in. Upon seeing Su Anlin emerge, gnawing on the meat, Li Shang was taken aback. You're quite something, eating while, you know? I was hungry, Su Anlin replied casually as he walked back inside. Li Shang's murmurs trailing behind. Just don't eat in the restroom. Isn't that rather unsavory? Su Anlin undressed and climbed into bed, relishing the sense of security that the swelling of his muscles provided, feeling immensely satisfied. He had mastered the foundational knife techniques and achieved great proficiency in the iron bone technique. It was time to practice some additional techniques, particularly those focused on speed. Moreover, he needed a new knife. After dispatching a ghostly corpse earlier, he had noticed that his family heirloom kitchen knife had developed yet another chip. Creaking, Li Shang entered the room, clutching his stomach, noticing Su Anlin still awake. Anlin, are you not sleeping? No, I can't seem to, Su Anlin replied. Neither can I. I've heard that many people have died recently in Lingguang County. What if such a calamity were to befall our Huangji town? Li Shang lifted his blanket, resting his hands beneath his head as he stared at the ceiling. Anlin, do you think I'm cowardly? When I encountered those monstrous beings today, my mind was a whirl. I didn't know how to react. Not at all. I find you quite composed. Well, I used to be brave. But now that I have a family, it's different. My daughter is only 4, and my wife just gave birth. If something were to happen to me, they wouldn't know how to escape. A man's character changes once he has a family. Young people often fear nothing, ready to charge into danger. But once they have dependents, it's another story. You're remarkable. I believe you might surpass even those experts in the future, Li Shang added. Thank you for your kind words. By the way, since tomorrow is a day off, would you like to visit the flea market? Su Anlin blinked in curiosity. The flea market? Li Shang replied with relief, continuing, it's particularly inexpensive, albeit a bit dirty. So I plan to go take a look again tomorrow. I noticed your knife isn't in the best condition. Perhaps we could find something there. Let us go check it out then. By the way, do you know where one might purchase additional techniques? Su Anlin inquired. Aren't you already studying martial arts at the dojo? Li Shang responded. I wish to learn a few different styles. Oh, one could also explore the thrift market. I recall a bookstore there that specializes in second-hand books. I have previously seen some martial arts manuals for sale, although I cannot attest to their efficacy, as they seem to be a collection of miscellaneous techniques. Su Anlin furrowed his brow, contemplating that if all else fails, he would have no choice but to purchase martial arts manuals from various training halls. Chapter 22. Identification of bone quality. The following day, upon rising, Su Anlin unexpectedly discovered a new line of text on his system panel. Level 3 reached. Upgrade successful. Bone quality identification unlocked. A new function had emerged. Filled with delight, Su Anlin examined the bone quality section and immediately comprehended its significance. The talent for martial arts is divided into 2 categories, bone quality and comprehension. However, bone quality is comparatively more crucial. For instance, even if a person possesses exceptional comprehension, if their physique is inadequate, no amount of training will yield results. This can be likened to a vehicle. The bone quality serves as the engine, determining the maximum speed achievable. The bone quality identification can be utilized 3 times daily. Observing Li Sheng, who had just risen, Su Anlin focused his thoughts. Identification. Identification successful. Li Sheng's bone quality is rated as good. The classifications of bone quality are rotten, poor, average, good, excellent, perfect, and genius. For a commoner, struggling to make ends meet and often malnourished from a young age, achieving a good rating in bone quality is indeed commendable. Subsequently, he directed the identification towards himself. Identification successful. Su Anlin's bone quality is rated as average. To his surprise, he found it to be merely ordinary bone quality. He had expected the original's condition to be rated as rotten, akin to the saying of muddy waters that cannot support a wall. While not considered a waste, it was not remarkable either. According to the provided information, bone quality can be enhanced through the consumption of rare herbs and treasures. However, the specifics of which treasures could aid in this enhancement were not detailed, suggesting a plethora of options. Today was a day of rest, and most individuals lounged in the inn, indulging in slumber. Some ventured to nearby entertainment houses to seek novel experiences. Su Anlin and Li Sheng strolled together, first heading to a breakfast shop. As they walked, Li Sheng remarked on the stark contrast of the present quietness compared to his previous visit, when the area had been bustling with activity, particularly as Lingdu County was significantly larger than their Huangji town. "Sir, could you spare some food?" As Su Anlin sat by a roadside stall, savoring a bun, he noticed a small boy leading a girl towards a richly dressed gentleman. "Begone, you filthy beggar!" The gentleman kicked out, causing the small boy to yelp and tumble to the ground. "Brother, brother!" the girl cried, supporting her sibling as tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Sheng sighed, shaking his head. He had witnessed such scenes too frequently and had long since hardened his heart against them. Su Anlin, however, was reminded of himself and his sister. Had he not possessed the ability to see health bars, he might have found himself homeless and begging to evade debts. "Sis, I'm fine." The boy, clutching his chest, cast a fearful glance at the richly dressed gentleman, quickly comforting his sister. The girl, appearing no older than 7 or 8, trembled from fright. "Move along. Do not disturb my business." The young attendant at the breakfast shop shooed the siblings away like bothersome insects. Suddenly, Su Anlin found the bun in his mouth tasteless, akin to wax, leaving a sourness in his mouth. He yearned to assist, but was daunted by the multitude of beggars surrounding him. The desire to aid others only led to self-inflicted troubles. Watching the brother and sister depart, Su Anlin called out, "Young man, 5 meat buns to go, please." "Certainly." In a narrow alley, there stood a makeshift shelter fashioned from a mat, beneath which lay a yellowed and odorous quilt. "Sister, look what I have found," the boy exclaimed, and upon closer inspection, one could see he clutched a cockroach in his hand. "Go on, eat it," he grinned, clearly accustomed to such fare. The girl, with a hint of grievance, replied, "Brother, those people are so cruel." "Did it hurt when they kicked you?" "Not at all," he chuckled, placing a hand over his heart, indeed feeling no pain. The well-dressed gentleman who had just kicked him seemed powerful, yet the blow felt soft, merely a push that caused no harm. "Eating these isn't very clean," a voice interjected, belonging to the gentleman who had previously approached. Upon recognizing the man who had struck him, the boy's face blanched with fear. My lord, I apologize for what happened earlier." "Eat up," the gentleman said, extending 5 steamed buns towards him. "That kick was merely a lesson. Among so many beggars, my charity would only serve to harm you." Gazing at the pristine buns, the boy knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, thank you. Remember, in this world, there are many good people," the gentleman remarked, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Passing by, Su Anlin clasped his hands in greeting, also holding 5 buns. The gentleman understood, sighed deeply, and continued on his way. Su Anlin approached the boy, offering the buns. "Here, take these." "But, my lord." The boy was taken aback, having encountered 2 kind souls in one day. "Sister, did you see? There are still good people," he said, pulling his sister close and kneeling before Su Anlin. Nearby, Li Sheng observed the girl, seeing a reflection of his own daughter, and tossed 5 copper coins their way, muttering, "Take this. I intended to buy my daughter a doll with this silver." "Thank you, my lord, thank you," the boy exclaimed in excitement, bowing repeatedly. "Enough of that. I have a task for you. We have just arrived here. Are you familiar with the area? Su Anlin inquired. Yes, quite familiar. Where do you wish to go? The second-hand market, Su Anlin replied. Li Sheng, having not visited in over a year, noted the changes that had transpired, making it prudent to have a local guide. I know the way. I will lead you there. The prospect of having a job made the boy particularly elated. We are looking for a scholar who often sells books at the second-hand market, Li Sheng added. The boy's eyes lit up with recognition. Ah, you mean Fan the scholar? I know him. I shall take you there right away. But first, you should eat your fill. The boy nodded, and he and his sister devoured their meal ravenously. Moments later, as they exited the alley, the boy introduced himself as Xiao Luobo and his sister as Xiao Baikai. Neither knew their ages, for they had been orphaned since they could remember, surviving on wild vegetables and scavenged scraps. We used to live in a village where wild greens were abundant, but recently, many people have died there. They became terrifying, so we fled here. Xiao Baikai whispered, now it's here in the city as well. In the city too? Su Anlin paused momentarily. Did you all see that? Little Baikai timidly replied, over at the medical hall in the east of the city. My brother and I saw the dead emerging from within last time. Afterward, they vanished without a trace. Su Anlin exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Sheng. If there were indeed madmen among the living in the city, it would signify a grave situation. This strongly suggested the presence of a source of infection within the city. And should it spread, the entire Linguang County could be at risk. Although the city appeared relatively calm during the day, it was merely a facade. Such ghastly beings shunned the light, retreating to shadowy corners. Yet come nightfall, they would emerge, seeking the warmth of the living. As they continued, the throngs of people noticeably thickened. A street ahead was lined with stalls selling an array of goods. There was a multitude of second-hand cotton garments, clothing and shoes. Toys, stuffed dolls, and wooden figures were also abundant. An assortment of old weapons attracted the most attention, as many were planning to leave this place. Those preparing to depart understood the necessity of possessing reliable arms. Given the steep prices for new weapons, the old ones were the most prudent choice for the impoverished. Don't miss out. The great sword from the Lion's martial arts school can fell a madman with a single strike, called out the vendor. Many were drawn to it. Su Anlin cast a glance at the sword, noting its impressive size, albeit with a distinctly curled edge. A set of bamboo armor could withstand a blade's cut. Available for just 3 or 2 silver coins. Come and see the freshly unearthed protective Buddhist beads, the relics of a revered monk, exclaimed another vendor. Isn't this the fabled beads of Master Hugen? Such a treasure. Hang it in your home to ward off evil, a true gem. A monk approached one of the stalls, exclaiming, I'll take it. You, bald one, possess some discerning eyes to recognize a fine item. That will be 10 taels of silver, if you please. Naturally, the monk replied. Once the monk departed, the vendor turned to Su Anlin, saying, Young brother, did you see that? Even that esteemed master affirmed it as a fine treasure. Chapter 23. The chi bottle enhances the root bones. Su Anlin gazed at the shifty vendor with a sly smile. Such clumsy theatrics, and he thought to deceive him? He was a successor, well-versed after 9 years of compulsory education. Nevertheless, the monk had just mentioned that he was going to fetch silver. Su Anlin had no desire to spoil another's good fortune. With candor, he expressed his disinterest. The vendor, flustered, retorted, In these hard times, no one believes them anymore. Even the monk is impoverished. I doubt he can produce any silver. I'm offering you a deal mainly because I have matters to attend to. I need to leave with my wife and children soon. I am not interested, Su Anlin replied, turning his gaze elsewhere. Come and see, selling wives. Capable workers, ready for toil, quite sensible. Not far off, a man was leading a woman. Su Anlin sighed at the chaos of the world. He turned to see Li Sheng at the bamboo armor vendor, embroiled in a heated debate, his face flushed as he sought a better price. The blade is slightly broader than your current one and longer at the tip, the vendor proclaimed. Brother, you have a keen eye. This sword has felled monsters. As you can see from the bloodstains, the vendor added, his demeanor electrified as he approached Su Anlin, pointing to the dark red marks on the blade. Su Anlin took hold of the sword, giving it a few swishes, noting its lightness. However, its sharpness was commendable, far superior to his old weapon. How much? He inquired. Given your attire, let me think about how to price this, the vendor mused, calculating his offer. If it were new, it would be worth at least 30 taels. Su Anlin shook his head. Too inexpensive. I believe this blade is worth 100 taels. What? 100 taels? The vendor's expression twisted in disbelief. A grin creeping onto his face. Had he dreamt of wealth last night? And was it now coming to fruition? Are you serious, sir, or jesting? Su Anlin responded earnestly. You jested first. I merely followed your lead. Alas, it seems your sincerity is lacking. I shall take my leave. Wait, let us discuss this. 10 taels a fair price. 10 taels. The vendor, in a flurry, was eager to unload the blade, having prepared this sum to escape the area. Su Anlin pointed ahead. The blade at that stall is similar to yours, yet only 3 taels. That cannot compare to mine. But how about I throw in a dagger to seal our friendship? Su Anlin maintained an impassive expression. I do not pay for friendships. Let us see how much lower you can go. The vendor's face turned awkward. This young man was quite articulate, not willing to lower the price. Su Anlin chuckled. It seems your friendship holds little value. Brother, please don't mock me. To be honest, this blade was entrusted to me for sale. It truly cannot be discounted. Very well, Su Anlin replied, then add a few more items. He took the dagger the vendor had previously mentioned, noting its slightly faded handle but acceptable blade. He casually picked up a butterfly hairpin and a small jade vial. Su Anlin produced 10 taels of silver, tossing them lightly in the air. Is this enough for me to leave? He inquired. Yes, the stall owner replied, visibly pleased. The hairpin and jade vial had been scavenged from a grave and had languished for a year and a half, rendering them virtually worthless. Su Anlin carefully stowed his acquisitions, finding a piece of black cloth to wrap the blade before departing. Though outwardly composed, Su Anlin was inwardly aflame with excitement. The hairpin was indeed a gift for his sister, delicate and exquisitely crafted. However, the jade vial was not. He had chosen it because, upon nearing the vial, a prompt had appeared before him, chi reservoir, capable of enhancing one's root bone. Such prompts manifested when encountering objects that could elevate one's innate abilities. Su Anlin was unfamiliar with the chi reservoir, yet the prospect of enhancing his root bone was promising. He hastened to where Li Xing was still embroiled in a heated argument with the stall owner, their faces flushed with exertion. It was evident that the stall owner's patience was wearing thin, and ultimately, Li Xing emerged victorious, parting with 2 taels of silver for a bamboo armor that had once saved his life, leaving him exhilarated. The group continued to wander. And with his newfound experience regarding the chi reservoir, Su Anlin frequently approached various stalls, hoping for additional prompts. Unfortunately, none materialized. Gentlemen, Master Fan's stall is just ahead. A small girl pointed towards an alley. That man's mind isn't quite right. He was once a renowned scholar here, who passed the imperial examination, only to have his place usurped, which drove him mad. As they approached, they found an empty stall. Where is he? The girl inquired of a nearby vendor. He has been around for a few days, probably ill, came the response. Su Anlin, taken aback by this stroke of misfortune, asked, Is there anywhere nearby that sells books? None left, but I know where the scholar lives, the girl replied. That would be splendid. Lead the way. Su Anlin patted her shoulder, grateful for her guidance. The girl took her sister's hand and rushed ahead, navigating through a series of winding paths until they reached a more desolate area. Here, many homes stood with doors tightly shut, exuding an air of lifelessness. The few living souls visible were gaunt and pallid, sitting motionless by the roadside, resembling a throng of walking corpses. What has befallen this place? Su Anlin felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as he observed the morose figures. They are all afflicted, the girl sighed. We typically avoid this area. The last time a patient revived at the clinic, it was due to occurrences here. Has the authorities not intervened? Su Anlin inquired. The officials have been preoccupied with city defenses lately. When deaths occur within the city, they are often attributed to brawls, and little attention is paid. As most perpetrators have fled, rendering pursuit futile, she explained, leading them to a dilapidated house. The door was firmly shut, and the girl knocked. Bang bang. Master Fan, it's me, Little Radish, with a guest seeking books. Step aside. I shall push the door open, Li Sheng declared as he forcefully shoved against it. The door, not locked, creaked open, releasing a putrid stench that wafted into the air. What a foul odor. Li Sheng covered his nose, repulsed by a nauseating odor. In the yard, several poultry lay lifeless, their blood congealed in scattered patches on the ground. Witnessing this grim scene, Su Anlin furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Little Radish, Little Cabbage, stay outside, he instructed as he brandished his knife and entered the house. Li Sheng followed suit, also wielding a blade, calling out, Fan Shuxing. Fan Shuxing? However, from within the dwelling came the unsettling sound of nails scraping against wood. Zzz. There was someone inside. Li Sheng approached the inner room, standing in the shadows. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged at him. What on earth is this? Li Sheng swiftly raised his hand to defend himself. Slit. The fabric of his padded coat was torn, a gash opening on his arm, blood streaming forth. A ghostly corpse. It's a ghostly corpse. Clutching his arm, Li Xing collapsed onto the floor, his voice filled with terror as he cried out, "Daughter, son, I've been seized by a ghostly corpse. It's the end for me." Chapter 24. Corpse poison. Su Anlin's complexion paled as he hastily seized the terrified Li Xing, channeling his vital energy to pull him aside. The ghastly corpse bore a grotesque visage, its scholarly face oozing pus and writhing with maggots, its teeth blackened, snapping hungrily. Su Anlin swiftly raised his blade, and with a resounding impact, the force of the ghastly creature sent him staggering, a warmth surged in his abdomen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Health, 5562. Su Anlin's gaze hardened. This collision had cost him 7 points of health. Indeed, this entity was formidable. The previous night, he had effortlessly dispatched a similar corpse due to its prior incapacitation from a crossbow bolt, seizing the opportunity to execute it in a manner akin to a death sentence. However, in the present confined space, the creature's diminished speed was no longer an advantage, making it all too easy for it to close the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, the corpse lunged at him again, and Su Anlin activated the full extent of his iron bone technique, tightening the skin upon his body. He pivoted to the side, narrowly evading the creature's assault. The ghastly entity crashed into the courtyard, sending bricks flying from the impact with the stone ground. Su Anlin seized the moment, dashing forward with his blade swirling in a dazzling array. Yet, the creature's flesh had grown notably tougher, demonstrating signs of evolving into a more frenzied state. Slashes merely carved shallow cuts into its hide. He needed to target its neck, the most vulnerable point, just as he prepared to exert force. A young girl outside wielding a stone hurled it at the creature. "Come at me," she shouted, successfully diverting the creature's attention. As it turned its head, Su Anlin seized the opportunity. With a swift stroke, his blade severed the creature's neck, its head tumbling to the ground. Successfully killed the ghastly corpse. Experience gained, 160. I'm dying. I'm dying." Li Xing continued to scream. The young girl gazed at the gruesome wound on Li Xing's arm, her eyes wide with horror. "Master, he has been scratched. He'll also become." Her voice trailed off. "Li Xing." Su Anlin supported him as Li Xing clutched his arm desperately. Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Su Anlin furrowed his brow, glancing at Li Xing's health status. Li Xing, health, 2729. Though it appeared he had only lost 2 points, the number 27 flickered ominously. The next moment, health, 2629. The poison coursed through his veins. Su Anlin hoisted Li Xing onto his back and rushed towards the exit. Within the inn, Tai Wendan and the members of the escort agency were preparing for lunch. While ordinary families typically dine twice a day, they, being martial artists, found even 3 meals insufficient. It was not uncommon for them to indulge in midnight snacks. "Where are Li Xing and Su Anlin?" Tai Wendan inquired, scanning the table for their absence. He had recently ventured to the nearby entertainment district and noted that most of the girls had fled, leaving only those of lesser appeal. Unaware of their departure, one subordinate remarked, "They went to the second-hand market to procure some useful items." "Oh, we should indeed acquire some supplies. We'll go peruse in the afternoon." "Yes, it's a rare opportunity." "All right then." Just as they conversed, a sudden crash echoed through the air. Su Anlin burst through the door, gently laying Li Xing on the ground. "Head," he exclaimed, "Li Xing has been grabbed by a ghostly corpse." Upon closer inspection, Li Xing's health bar displayed 2029. His condition was dire. His mouth was stained black, and the wound on his arm was swelling with dark veins, spreading ominously. This was a classic sign of having been infected with corpse poison. Should his health bar reach 0, he would die and transform into a ghostly corpse. What on earth happened? The crowd gasped in disbelief. "It's over. He's been seized by a ghostly corpse. There's no hope left." One of the onlookers could not help but exclaim, "Get back. Give Li Xing some space. Clear the table." They hastily removed the food from the table. Tai Wendan quickly assisted Li Xing, laying him on the table. "Get a knife," someone shouted, and a blade was promptly handed over. "Li Xing, I can only sever your arm," Tai Wendan said grimly. In this place, the poison from ghostly corpses was incurable. Once injured, the toxin would spread, and the usual remedy was to amputate the affected limb. Though Li Xing was dazed, he retained some awareness and urgently protested, "No, please don't. There's no other option. Lift his clothing." The crowd scrambled to comply, but upon examination, the dark poison had already spread to his heart. Clang! The knife fell to the ground as Tai Wendan's face turned pale. "It's too late. Li Xing, would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you." Tai Wendan approached with a jug of wine, his expression somber. Am I really going to die? I don't want to die. What will happen to my wife? We just had a son. Brother, please don't worry. We will take care of her, they reassured him, tears welling in their eyes. You are our brother. We won't let your wife suffer. Rest assured, as long as I have a morsel, I will never forget my sister-in-law. We will ensure your family lives well. The group's eyes glistened with tears. They had arrived in good health and safely entered the city. How could it come to this? Ah, Li Sheng cried out, Ruinyang. Ruinyang. His wife's name echoed in his mind, consumed with thoughts of his family. Li Sheng's health bar, 1729. His health had declined further. Su Anlin focused on Li Sheng's arm, frowning. Head, is there truly no antidote for this corpse poison? He pondered. In the city, there are ghostly corpses. Li Sheng was attacked by one while entering a household. Su Anlin felt a deep sorrow. Li Sheng was a good man. And now he was on the brink of death. His gaze shifted and suddenly landed on the rice on the table. An idea struck him. Reminiscent of a past life where it was said that glutinous rice could counteract corpse poison. Desperate measures for desperate times. Su Anlin immediately called out to the innkeeper. Do you have glutinous rice? Bring me a bowl, quickly. Oh, okay. The innkeeper responded, puzzled. What do you need glutinous rice for? Tai Wendin inquired, confused. To neutralize the poison, I read about it in an ancient text. After a moment of thought, Su Anlin added, and we need strong liquor. The stronger, the better. Everyone, make way and move to the inner room. Tai Wendin's eyes lit up. Ignoring any doubts about Su Anlin's plan, he shouted, what are you all waiting for? Go buy the liquor. Clear out the upstairs room. Furthermore, prepare hot water, towels, and candles. Su Anlin is about to conduct an impromptu surgical sterilization. Soon, Li Sheng was carried upstairs. Strong liquor, glutinous rice, hot water, towels, and candles, all were in readiness. Within the room remained only Tai Wendin and Su Anlin. Brother Anlin, I entrust this to you, Tai Wendin said, his focus unwavering. Su Anlin had performed numerous miracles for him, fostering an instinctual trust. Without uttering a word, Su Anlin lit the candle, retrieved the previously used dagger, and said, please, warm the dagger over the flame. At that moment, Li Sheng's health had plummeted to a mere 12. His face had turned an ominous shade of black, his fingernails a deep hue, his body convulsing, and his mind in disarray. Su Anlin swiftly secured Li Sheng's limbs to the bed, then poured liquor over the wound. Instantly, Li Sheng's body trembled in agony. His teeth gritted as a ferocious roar escaped his lips. With increased urgency, Su Anlin took the now heated dagger, scraping away the necrotic flesh, and finally, he used a hot towel to cleanse the wound. Once prepared, he seized a handful of glutinous rice and applied it over the injury. Sizzle. Li Sheng's health bar flickered. Health bar, 929. The health bar had diminished further. However, the good news was that the rice had turned black, indicating that it had absorbed the poison. Elated, Su Anlin discarded the rice and covered the wound with a fresh handful. Sizzle. Health bar, 1029. The health bar had risen. The toxins were alleviating. Su Anlin rejoiced. This batch of rice did not change color rapidly, prompting him to hastily dress the wound. For the next hour, the health bar did not decline. Instead, it began to increase. Health bar, 1129. Brother Anlin, how is it? It's effective. Brother Li Sheng, you will not perish. Chapter 25. The city is locked down. Upon receiving a definitive response from Su Anlin, Tai Wendin let out a sigh of relief. After a brief moment, he noticed the dark pallor on Li Sheng's face gradually dissipating, and his convulsing body slowly returning to a semblance of normalcy. A sense of triumph washed over him. It was indeed effective. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside as a group of constables arrived. Where is the person injured by the undead? Bring him out for immediate justice. Their voices boomed, causing Tai Wendin to feel a surge of urgency. His brother was on the verge of recovery. He could not allow any further misfortune. Brother Su, please tend to Li Sheng. I will go out and confront them, he declared resolutely, stepping outside without hesitation. As he reached the staircase, he was met by a group of guards blocking the way. My brother is upstairs, and his injuries are no longer a concern. Tai Wendin quickly clarified. The leading constable, a burly man with a brutish visage, appeared even more robust than Tai Wendin himself. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he coldly retorted, do not waste my time with nonsense. Anyone injured by the undead is doomed to die and become one of them. To prevent the spread of these creatures within the city, they must be eliminated before transformation occurs. Should they turn, I will personally handle it. No assistance from you is required. Tai Wendin descended the stairs, positioning himself defiantly. You intend to defy the order. Not to defy, but my brother has truly recovered. Meanwhile, amidst the uproar below, Su Anlin had administered another dose of glutinous rice to Li Xing. At that moment, Li Xing's vitality had risen to 15 points. His eyes fluttered open, and he grasped Su Anlin's hand tightly. Brother Anlin, I know my time is up. I implore you to care for my family. You are unmarried. So please take care of Run Yang. She is a wonderful person. Su Anlin felt a chuckle rising within him, responding, Brotherly, you are fine now. Do not attempt to comfort me. I am aware that I cannot survive. The awakened Li Sheng had regained clarity. In that moment, he confronted the harsh reality. Those afflicted by the corpse poison rarely lived. Having traversed the world of escorts, he had witnessed countless individuals succumb to the poison, ultimately facing only death regardless of the means employed. He had come to terms with it. The only sorrow stemmed from the thought of never seeing his family again. Thus, he wished for Su Anlin to marry Run Yang, hoping he would care for his children as his own. Moreover, Run Yang is frail. You mustn't be too forceful with her. Yes, I understand, Su Anlin replied, shaking his head in bemusement, too weary to explain further. At that moment, the clamor downstairs intensified. The escort agency and the constables stood in a standoff. Fortunately, the escort agency had the advantage in numbers, particularly with the formidable Tai Wendang and his brother, which deterred the constables from acting recklessly. Fearing an escalation that could lead to disastrous consequences, Su Anlin hastily stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the crowd fell silent. The leading constable pointed an accusatory finger at Su Anlin, barking, Where is the injured man? He is truly fine now. How about this? You may ascend to see for yourself. If he transforms into an undead, you shall be the first to strike him down. What do you say? Very well. The leading constable shot a glare at Tai Wendang. Stand aside. I too shall go up. Fearing a sudden attack from the constables, Tai Wendang followed closely behind. Inside the room, Li Xing's condition had improved considerably. The constable initially assumed that, after such a prolonged period, the injured would undoubtedly be convulsing, their complexion ashen, their voices resembling the growls of beasts, on the verge of becoming ghastly corpses. To his astonishment, this was not the case. Instead, Li Xing had regained clarity and was engaged in conversation with Su Anlin. Run Yang, once a privileged young lady from a prominent family, had tragically fled to Huangji town, where mutual affection blossomed between them. Was he speaking nonsense? The constable furrowed his brow, loosening his grip on the dagger at his waist slightly. Su Anlin explained, I employed a method using glutinous rice to absorb the poison. Glutinous rice can also serve as a remedy? I read about it in an ancient text. It's a case of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. The constable's eyes widened in disbelief, prompting Tai Wendang to interject, Sir, given the circumstances, why not wait a moment? If this method proves effective, we shall no longer fear injuries when confronting ghastly corpses, demons, or madmen. Our wounded brethren need not sacrifice limbs to survive. What do you think? The constable nodded slightly, reflecting on the recent efforts to protect the city. Many of those brave souls had sustained mere scratches, yet he could only watch as they succumbed to death, ultimately transforming into ghastly corpses. This anguish was nearly maddening. However, there was little recourse, as the physicians within the city and wandering sorcerers were utterly powerless against the poison of the corpses, leading to a long-standing belief that it was insurmountable. Now, however, there seemed to be a solution. This signified a substantial increase in the survival rate of his comrades. Very well, let us wait. The constable seated himself and called out to those outside, Everyone, be silent and rest in place. Yes, I am Tai Wendang of the Tai Men Escort Agency in Huangji Town. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? Tai Wendang sought to establish rapport. Zhang Wenjun. I pay my respects to you, Lord Zhang, Su Anlin replied. How were you injured? Zhang Wenjun inquired. Su Anlin recounted the events briefly, concluding, According to the child who guided me, the presence of ghastly corpses in that area appears to be spreading. Lord Zhang, this matter is grave and requires thorough investigation. If we allow the ghastly corpses to proliferate, the entirety of Lingguang County may be at risk, Tai Wendang asserted. Zhang Wenjun maintained a composed demeanor. I too have received reports of ghastly corpses appearing within the city, but most have been resolved. I intended to conduct a comprehensive investigation. Yet the city's defense tasks are daunting, and we lack sufficient personnel. He turned to Tai Wendang, suddenly struck by inspiration. Brother Tai, your numbers are considerable. Could you lead a team to assist in investigating the ghastly corpses within the city? Rest assured, you will not be working in vain. Tai Wendang frowned. We are scheduled to depart tomorrow. You may not be able to leave, Zhang Wenjun cautioned. Before my arrival, I received orders from the city lord to prevent innocent citizens from perishing outside and becoming ghastly corpses. Lingguang County is now under lockdown. No one may enter or exit. Tai Wendan sprang to his feet. You cannot detain us. Do not panic, Brother Tai. The city lord is compelled to act. You must have noted upon your arrival last night that our vicinity is teeming with ghastly corpses and madmen. These were once individuals fleeing for their lives, who met with misfortune along the way. The city lord hopes to resolve some of these issues before reopening. Just then, Zhang Zian called from downstairs, Tai Biao Tu. Tai Biao Tu. I'm upstairs. The Iron Daggerhead is in dire straits. The city has been sealed off. Zhang Zian, fanning himself anxiously, rushed upstairs. Having just received news from the authorities, the city is under lockdown, and a portion of the surrounding undead must be eradicated before it can be reopened. Brother Tai, what do you say? I did not deceive you, he implored. Su Anlin, overhearing the conversation, felt a heavy weight of pressure. As I mentioned, assist us. And I can speak to the city lord on your behalf. You shall be considered as auxiliary personnel, receiving 1 tael of silver per day, with provisions and lodging provided by us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenjun knelt down in earnest. Brother Tai, if you do not take action, the undead within the city are likely to proliferate, and it will all be for naught. However, my men are my brothers, sending them into such perilous situations. They must be compensated fairly. Tai Wendan hesitated momentarily, feeling that 1 tael of silver was insufficient. After all, conducting house-to-house searches posed significant risks, and weaker individuals might indeed meet their demise if they encountered real undead. He needed to fight for his brother's interests. Furthermore, he was well aware of the constable's wages, which amounted to 5 taels a month. Why should they receive less for the same arduous task? I can negotiate the silver matter with the city lord, Zhang Wenjun replied, visibly relieved. The city lord, who had long been siphoning off the people's resources, was now in a position to part with funds. After all, if the entirety of Lingguang County were to fall into ruin, he would find himself bereft of authority. The city lord's office would issue temporary work badges and armor, and then Tai Wendan's 20 men would form groups of 2 to 3 to investigate the site of today's incident, conducting thorough searches house by house. As many families had vacated the city, numerous homes stood empty. Thus, to ascertain any issues, they needed to inspect each dwelling individually. In the afternoon, Su Anlin joined forces with a bodyguard named Zhou Guangliang to conduct the search. Volunteering, he proceeded to the residence of Fan Shuxing, where he examined the interior and indeed discovered a collection of books nestled in the corner on a bookshelf. The books were impeccably preserved, each carefully bound, showing no signs of damage. It was a pity that after a lifetime dedicated to scholarship, he had been overshadowed and reduced to a mere bookseller. Given another chance to choose, he would likely opt for a different path. The books were neatly categorized, totaling over 50 volumes. Su Anlin gathered strips of cloth and meticulously wrapped them, placing them into the bag he had brought. One book, in particular, caught his eye. It appeared to be a volume on esoteric practices. Its origins were a mystery, but it was the only tattered book in the collection. The cover bore the title, Record of Obscure and Devious Arts. The first page he opened nearly caused Su Anlin to recoil in shock, revealing a Risku illustration with the caption, Absorbing Qi in the Chamber. My goodness, this is a manual of dark arts, he mused, feeling a heat rise in his throat as he swallowed hard. The text claimed that with mastery, one could draw energy from both men and women, transforming them into desiccated corpses, a truly tyrannical power. Su Anlin shook his head, deeming it far too sinister. The second technique detailed was tearing garment palm, a strike capable of rending clothing asunder. What practical application could this possibly have? The third technique was crushing egg fist. With a single, forceful strike, one shatters the very essence of their opponent, revealing a treacherous nature. The fourth technique, Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. Chapter 26, The Record of Obscure Sorcery, Phoenix Dancing in the Nine Heavens. This technique illuminated Su Anlin's mind. Wasn't this the very solution to combat the Lyme? As the dust danced like a phoenix soaring through the skies, the technique was aptly bestowed with such a grandiloquent title. Su Anlin couldn't help but scoff. Although the methods inscribed within this tome were indeed treacherous and devious, they were undeniably effective. Brother Anlin, how is the organization of the books coming along? Called out Zhou Guangliang, stationed by the entrance. Oh, it's done, Su Anlin replied, carefully placing the books in order before stepping outside. They proceeded with caution, knocking on doors as a means of investigation. If there were occupants within, they would conduct a brief survey. Should there be no response, they would need to exercise vigilance. Fortunately, after searching through dozens of homes, although they found them all abandoned, there were no issues to report. As darkness deepened and the weather took a turn for the worse with an ensuing wind, Su Anlin was disinclined to engage in any nighttime escapades. While he yearned to accrue experience points, one must possess life to ascend in levels, after all. Knock, knock, knock. Su Anlin approached another door. Fellow villager, are you home? We are from the security team, here to investigate ghostly remains. I heard you, came a voice from within. Please, open the door. A woman cautiously approached and opened the door, clutching a handkerchief tightly, her face pale. Why did it take you so long to answer? Zhou Guangliang remarked, sensing something was amiss with the woman, who appeared visibly frightened. I just... Su Anlin noticed blood on the woman's handkerchief. Why is there blood on your hand? Has something happened to your family? Without waiting for her response, Su Anlin stepped inside. Bang, 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 a low growl echoed from within, accompanied by the sounds of something battering against the door. The woman began to weep. My husband, he was injured and locked himself in the house this morning. I don't know what to do. I'm terrified. If an injury were reported to the officials, it could result in execution. Thus, many, upon sustaining injuries, often refrain from informing others, including their family, who naturally wish to avoid calamity for their loved ones. They clung to a sliver of hope for self-recovery. Su Anlin cast a glance towards the window, where a blood bar appeared. Ghostly remains, health bar, 70-70. The recently transformed ghostly remains possessed a rather low health bar. There are ghostly remains inside. Exercise caution. With a swift motion, Su Anlin unsheathed his knife and forcefully kicked the door open. Roar. A grotesque figure, bloodied and wild-eyed, lunged at him. With precision, Su Anlin executed a strike aimed directly at the heart of the ghostly remains. Black blood oozed from the wound, yet the entity remained unfazed, nearly losing 5 points of health. This confirmed Su Anlin's suspicion that the weakness of the ghostly remains resided not in the body, but in the head. With resolute strength, Su Anlin unleashed a powerful kick, channeling the force of his iron bone technique, causing a thunderous roar within. Bang! In a swift motion, he lunged forward, stepping onto the ghostly remains, his knife slicing through the air. Thud! The head fell to the ground. The successful slaying of the ghostly corpse grants 70 experience points. Brother Su is remarkable. Zhou Guangliang was filled with astonishment, just as he had drawn his sword. He turned to see Su Anlin had already kicked the ghostly corpse away. The finesse of his swordsmanship far surpassed his own, earning Zhou's genuine admiration. The body shall be left at the entrance. The recovery team will arrive tomorrow. Su Anlin instructed the woman, secure the doors and windows tightly this evening. Departing from there, they made their way to the inn. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that everyone had sustained injuries and were now resting in Li Sheng's room, their wounds treated with glutinous rice. Fortunately, Brother Anlin's extensive knowledge of remedies ensured that the brothers would survive this ordeal. Now, Zhou truly regarded Su Anlin with newfound respect. Capable individuals will always be esteemed. Boss, prepare the finest dishes and meats. I wish to treat Brother Anlin to a proper meal, Tai Wendang chuckled. No need for such formality, Su Anlin replied with slight embarrassment as he surveyed the lavish spread before him. Today, during our patrol, we encountered a ghostly corpse, and Brother Anlin single-handedly dealt with it. Zhou Guangliang remarked with a grin. I barely had the chance to intervene. Regrettably, the rewards for slaying ghostly corpses have diminished. The higher-ups fear that some might deliberately create them, Tai Wendang whispered. Just then, Zhang Wenjun arrived with a cadre of constables. Captain Zhang, your timing is impeccable. You must have known we were dining, intentionally arriving at such an opportune moment, yes? This meal is on you, Tai Wendang called out cheerfully. Captain Zhang, confronting such entities at night could cost us our lives, Tai Wendang retorted with a sardonic smile, firmly declining the offer. Tai, if those ghostly beings manage to enter the city, it would spell trouble. We do not know when the city will reopen. And I trust you do not wish to remain here indefinitely? The group's expressions darkened. The situation had become precarious. Esteemed colleagues, by preventing the ghostly corpses from entering the city, you are alleviating your own burdens. Consider this. If a majority of the populace were to transform into ghostly corpses, would you truly be able to dine here in peace? Zhang Wenjun clasped his hands in respect. All the major martial arts schools and local dignitaries have dispatched personnel, including your acquaintances, young Master Zhang Zian and Miss Zhang Qiao, who have personally taken to the city walls. What is your perspective? Tai Wendang inquired of his subordinates. We are willing to assist, Su Anlin interjected. His motivation was not to accrue experience points, but rather to curtail the spread of the ghostly corpses while they were within the city. Otherwise, with the potential threat of outside fiends invading the city, their nights would be far from secure. Brother Anlin speaks wisely. It is settled then. Though a monetary increase is warranted, Taiwan Dang conceded. Indeed, consider this overtime. I shall provide each of you with 2 taels of silver for the night. Very well. Once we finish our meal, you shall lead us. Zhang Wenjun readily agreed. Su Anlin hastily consumed his food before retreating to an empty room on the upper floor. Preparations for the evening's city defense were in order. To be prudent, he needed to ready himself further. He retrieved the energy bottle acquired earlier in the day. The essence within could enhance one's foundation. Thus, it was time to experiment. As he uncorked the bottle, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. Su Anlin felt a stirring within. The fragrance that enveloped him was not merely pleasant. Upon inhalation, a surge of vitality began to circulate throughout his body, invigorating his blood. Before long, perspiration drenched him. The aroma gradually diminished, the medicinal potency dissipating, yet at that moment, the blood gauge fluctuated. Blood gauge, 6464, it had risen by 2 points. A slight enhancement in his foundational strength had led to this increase. This revelation filled Su Anlin with unbridled joy. Regrettably, his foundational strength remained at a rudimentary level, indicating that a more substantial enhancement was necessary for significant improvement. The energy vial was now empty. Su Anlin shook it briefly but refrained from discarding it. Deep down, he still regarded Su Yuyu as a child. As dusk fell at the western gate of Lingguan County, Tai Wendao led Su Anlin and the others to this location. Su Anlin was adorned with a crossbow slung over his back, dressed in sturdy clothing, topped with a simple leather armor issued by the authorities. Soldiers from the Lord's manor were already making their way to the battlements, divided into 2 shifts for the first and second halves of the night. In addition to them, there was a group clad in various other attires. Among them, Su Anlin spotted Zhang Zian, whose family had dispatched 20 members this time. Upon noticing Su Anlin, Zhang Zian approached with his companions. To Su Anlin's surprise, his sister accompanied Zhang Zian. This woman possessed a robust demeanor and was willing to undertake such perilous tasks. Hello, Zhang Zian greeted. What a coincidence. It seems our 2 teams are both assigned to the Western Gate. Indeed, I heard you were on patrol this afternoon. How did it go? Zhang Zian inquired. My brother and I dispatched 2 ghoul corpses, while Su Anlin here took down one, he responded. Impressive, Zhang Zian remarked. There are few as young and capable as brother Su Anlin. Su Anlin clasped his hands in acknowledgement. It was a collaborative effort with my brothers. Everyone contributed. Otherwise, I would have struggled against the ghouls. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Anlin and his companions were assigned to the city towers. They were paired off, maintaining a distance of approximately 50 meters apart. Su Anlin and Zhou Guangliang were assigned together. Just as they settled in, Zhang Zian approached them. Brother Su, may I trouble you for a favor shortly? Chapter 27. Defending the city, Su Anlin held a favorable impression of Zhang Zian and inquired, What brings you here? Young Master Zhang? Zhang Zian gestured towards a distance of 50 meters, indicating his sister, Zhang Chaoer, stationed nearby. Ah, Miss Zhang is right there, Su Anlin observed, noticing Zhang Chaoer standing with a guard, who waved upon seeing him. My sister is fearless and, having heard about the defense, insisted on lending her assistance, Zhang Zian remarked. Miss Zhang possesses a noble spirit and a heart for the world. It's quite troubling. I had hoped to keep her safe at home. But she would not hear of it. Su, you are an excellent archer. Should any danger arise, I implore you to look after my sister. He then handed over a pouch of coins, a small token of sincerity. Su Anlin promptly declined. There is no need for such measures, young Master Zhang. Accepting money alters the nature of the obligation. I cannot predict how the night will unfold. If it becomes perilous, I may not be able to save anyone. Thus, it is unnecessary to burden myself with compensation. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to protect the young lady. Should I truly save her, I would not hesitate to accept your offering then. Su Anlin felt that preserving life was a reward in itself, and if harm befell anyone, he would not have accepted payment. Very well, I shall position myself to her left. Just then, another individual approached Zhang Chaoer. He was a man clad in fine garments, a sword at his waist, who engaged in conversation with her. Zhang Zian chuckled. That is Ku Jinshi, the eldest disciple of the Jindong martial arts school. Su, let us join them. It is always beneficial to make acquaintances. The sky had yet to darken, and Su Anlin nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. Miss Zhang, I have informed Zhang Wenjun that I will be guarding you, as it is unwise for a delicate woman to face such malevolent forces alone in the dead of night. Ku Jinshi, with his sun-kissed skin and lean physique, bore calloused hands. He nodded towards Zhang Xiao's companion. Please, take your post with me. Very well. The guard acquiesced without further ado, aware of Ku Jinshi's prowess. Zhang Xiao clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Ku. Young Master Ku, Zhang Xian approached. Having overheard the exchange, feeling a surge of relief at the thought of his sister being under the protection of someone capable. Young Master Zhang, you flatter me. I too am concerned. It would pain me greatly if someone as beautiful as Miss Zhang were to come to harm. Su Anlin remained speechless. Realizing Ku Jinshi was a rather sycophantic character, albeit with some strength, as evidenced by the notable health indicator hovering above him, which reached a remarkable 70. Who would have thought we would encounter each other here? So fortuitously, Zhang Qiao greeted Su Anlin with a smile. Zhang Xian introduced, this is my brother Su, who has devised a method using glutinous rice to treat corpse poison. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. Ku Jinshi politely cupped his hands in greeting. Having previously paid little attention to Su Anlin, upon hearing the introduction, he acknowledged him with newfound respect. At that moment, Su Anlin felt a jolt of awareness as a prompt materialized before him. Qingtian Jade, capable of enhancing one's constitution. His gaze swept over to Ku Jinshi's neck, where he spotted a piece of azure jade. Young Master Ku, the jade pendant around your neck is exquisitely crafted. Might I inquire where it was purchased? Su Anlin spoke. Ah, I stumbled upon this gem at a flea market 3 years ago. Brother Su, do you not find it delightful? Indeed, it is splendid. How I wish to possess one as well. Objects that enhance one's innate abilities are surely not commonplace. Alas, it belongs to another. The two engaged in conversation for a while. As night deepened, they lit the fires, and everyone took their positions. On the city walls, every 50 meters or so, a brazier was placed. The demon madmen and ghostly corpses prowled the night, drawn to the scent of the living. With their sharp claws, they could easily scale the city walls. Particularly, the demon madmen, these vile creatures moved with astonishing speed, almost as if they could soar and leap through the air. The previous casualties had been largely attributed to their ferocity. The sky today was exceptionally overcast, and the wind grew stronger, soon followed by a light rain. Fortunately, the braziers had been coated with a special oil, making them resistant to the gentle drizzle. Moments later, the city guards brought over raincoats for everyone to drape over their shoulders. Unfortunately, they proved somewhat ineffective, as Su Anlin soon felt the dampness seeping through to his back. At that moment, distant sounds of combat echoed, and Zhou Guangliang sighed in relief, observing that the demon madman had moved in that direction. Su Anlin cast his gaze and noticed 3 health bars appear, all belonging to the demon madman. However, that was their affair. Their duty was to remain vigilant here. As the latter half of the night approached, it seemed their presence would no longer be required. Zhou Guangliang exhaled, for he possessed limited strength and wished to avoid confronting the ghostly corpses. Suddenly, Su Anlin noticed dozens of health bars emerging from the darkness ahead, among which 4 belonged to the demon madman. The health bars varied, with the lowest at 180, but the highest reached 300. This was troubling. The demon madmen were approaching. Su Anlin shouted, there are 4 in total, along with 7 ghostly corpses. As he spoke, a demon madman with a health bar of 300 was charging forth at an alarming speed, heading straight for Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang, there's a demon madman approaching your direction. Ku Jinshi was about to inquire how he knew this when a foul stench wafted towards him. Suddenly, a decayed-faced demon madman materialized from the shadows, lunging at him like a wraith. Ku Jinshi felt a chill run down his spine. This demon madman was formidable. He hastily drew his sword to defend himself. A tremendous force struck him, causing Ku Jinshi to stagger back, his energy surging out of him. Zhang Xiao's expression changed drastically, and she rushed to assist, thrusting her sword forward. Clang! This was dire. The demon madman had reached the copper-skinned level. Demon madmen were classified into different tiers: ordinary, copper-skinned, and iron-boned. Ordinary strength was insufficient to vanquish a copper-skinned demon madman, making them particularly troublesome. Su Anlin wished to come to their aid, but at that moment, a demon madman lunged at him, closely followed by a ghostly corpse. You handle the ghostly corpse. Su Anlin instructed Zhou Guangliang before loosing an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew towards the demon madman, but its speed was so great that it managed to evade the attack. In such an expansive area, the demon maniac could fully exploit its speed advantage. With a swift leap, it lunged towards Zhou Guangliang. Su Anlin, reacting with lightning speed, executed a horizontal slash. The demon maniac neither flinched nor dodged. With a resounding clang, the blade vibrated as it embedded itself into the creature's arm. With a fierce roar, the demon maniac retaliated with its other hand. Su Anlin felt a surge of vitality, allowing his formidable iron bone technique to manifest its might. A single claw strike produced a shower of sparks upon contact with Su Anlin's body. The skin of his armor was torn, exposing the fabric beneath, though he remained unscathed. The noxious fumes emanating from the demon maniac's hand had a slight detrimental effect on him, causing a minor reduction in his health. Seizing the moment while the demon maniac withdrew, Su Anlin took aim and struck at its neck. Demon maniac slain, experience gained, 200. Su Anlin furrowed his brow. The poison on the demon maniac posed a significant challenge. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he swiftly tore a piece of cloth to cover his mouth and nose. Zhou Guangliang was still entangled with the ghostly corpse, shouting fiercely, "I will slay you." He struck the corpse multiple times, each blow connecting with bone. Yet the damage inflicted was minimal, reducing its health from 112 to a mere 29 points. Step back, Zhou Guangliang. Su Anlin dashed forward and delivered a swift blow to the ghost's neck. The head fell, and hiss, 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 black blood gushed from the severed neck, splattering both Su Anlin and Zhou Guangliang. The blood was evidently toxic, draining 4 points of health from Zhou Guangliang, leaving his lips darkened. However, upon glancing at his own status, Su Anlin found he had suffered no loss. The mask was indeed effective. A surge of relief washed over him as he called out, "Zhou Guangliang, cover your mouth and nose with cloth to avoid the poison." Amidst the chaos, Zhou Guangliang's face paled as he wiped his face, hastily retrieving a piece of a woman's bodice from his pocket to tie around his mouth. While he had managed to protect himself, others were still in peril, particularly Zhang Qiaoer and Ku Jinshi. The copper-skinned demon maniac had seized Ku Jinshi, battering him down from a health of 70 to a mere 38 points. With a cough of blood, Ku Jinshi cursed his misfortune, realizing he had sustained internal injuries. Having initially hoped to flatter Zhang Qiaoer, perhaps winning her affection, he now faced the grim reality of encountering the copper-skinned demon maniac. Better to let a companion perish than myself, he thought as he prepared to flee. Before running, he shouted, "Miss Zhang, you go ahead. I will hold them off." Having declared his intention, he turned and fled. However, something felt amiss. The demon maniac's roar was alarmingly close. Turning around, he was horrified to see the creature pursuing him. Curse it! Why is the demon maniac chasing me when it could have pursued Zhang Qiaoer, who was standing there? Chapter 28. The terrifying copper-skinned madman Zhang Qiaoer was momentarily taken aback. Her heart stirred with emotion. "Young Master Ku, please be cautious." Suddenly, 2 more ghostly corpses appeared beside her, leaving Zhang Qiaoer and her 2 bodyguards no choice but to remain in place and defend themselves. Ku Jinshi felt a surge of urgency. The copper-skinned madman was not only incredibly resilient, but also remarkably swift. He could sense a foul, sinister wind swirling ominously around the back of his head. That individual named Su Anlin had actually managed to deal with the madman. Suddenly, he noticed Su Anlin's situation. There was no choice but to draw the attention away. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, he summoned his inner energy and quickened his pace. This fellow had led the madman here. Zhou Guangliang also spotted Ku Jinshi, his face paling in alarm. Were it not for Su Anlin's unwavering presence, he might have fled in terror. Boom! Su Anlin's muscles tensed as he planted his right leg, causing the ground beneath him to crack. "Fight!" The single word escaped his lips, and the next moment, a crossbow bolt was loosed. Whoosh! The bolt struck the madman but proved utterly ineffective, merely bouncing off. Su Anlin's pupils constricted. This madman was formidable. It was indeed a copper-skinned madman. He had just overheard their shouts. Zhou Guangliang gripped his knife tightly, seeing Ku Jinshi charging forward. Su Anlin met him with his blade drawn. Bang! The impact of the strike sent a tremor through Su Anlin's arm. Health bar -2. Roar! The madman swung his arm, emanating a putrid stench. Su Anlin recoiled instinctively, but was still struck. Bang! Su Anlin was hurled backward. Health bar -1. What immense strength! He was well aware that he had trained in the great iron bone technique, endowing him with extraordinary defensive capabilities, yet he still suffered damage. No wonder Ku Jinshi had endured internal bleeding, especially around his chest, where 2 layers of armor had been torn open, exposing his flesh to injury. The corpse poison had already begun to spread within him, causing his health bar to flicker ominously. Witnessing Su Anlin fall to the ground, fear flickered in Ku Jinshi's eyes. Today had turned out to be exceedingly unfortunate. In his attempt to show off, he had nearly met his demise. It seemed that Su Anlin would not survive either. He must flee this place without delay. He hastily grabbed a handful of glutinous rice from his pocket and pressed it against his chest wound before turning to escape. "Damn it, why are you running?" Zhou Guangliang exclaimed, exasperated, as Su Anlin had yet to rise when the madman lunged at him. The knife had fallen aside, and Su Anlin desperately summoned the great iron bone technique and shouted, "Ha!" He swung a powerful punch, feeling the sting in his fist. Nevertheless, the madman was still sent sprawling. Su Anlin sprang up and retrieved his blade, striking downwards. Slash, slash, slash. 3 successive strikes landed upon the madman's neck, each blow creating a shower of sparks. However, he had only severed half of the neck. The blade had become stuck. Madman's health bar, 156,300. What on earth? Su Anlin cursed under his breath. After such an effort, there remained half of its health. The copper-skinned madman was indeed a formidable adversary. Just then, a powerful gust of wind surged towards him. "I'm coming." The voice boomed like thunder as a middle-aged man in a green robe soared into the fray. Bang! His fist struck the madman squarely on the back, visibly causing the creature's belly to bulge. Boom! Suddenly, a gaping hole erupted, and a hand, calloused and worn, emerged from the belly of the demon. Demon's health, 56,300. This strike had cost the demon a staggering 100 health points. With a furious roar, the demon's limbs twisted in a grotesque manner, attempting to resist. Seizing the opportunity, Su Anlin struck with his blade. Slash, slash, slash. 3 consecutive strikes. This was a technique derived from the mastery of basic swordsmanship. In that moment, the demoness had finally flew off. Copper-skinned demon vanquished, experience gained, 300. Current experience, 775,800. Excellent, just 25 more for an upgrade. Are you all right, young man? A figure approached, shaking off the grime from his hand and gazing at Su Anlin. He had observed every move Su Anlin made during the battle. Though this young man was clearly of a lower realm than Kujinshi, as evidenced by his inner strength, his swordplay was exquisite. Even having witnessed countless martial artists, he had rarely encountered such exceptional swordsmanship. Su Anlin clasped his fist in respect. "I am fine. Thank you for your rescue, esteemed elder. Indeed, I am the sergeant here. You all tidy up. I shall patrol ahead." After he departed, Su Anlin noticed that Zhang Chaoer had also dealt with her ghostly foe. However, 2 more emerged from below. This was a fortuitous opportunity. With just 25 experience points needed for an upgrade, Su Anlin wasted no time and charged forward. At that moment, Zhang Chaoer was panting, feeling somewhat disheartened. Initially, she had felt a surge of gratitude when Kujinshi diverted the demon, but upon reflection, it was clear that he was simply fleeing. Especially after witnessing him lead the demon to Su Anlin and then bolt away, disappointment washed over her. "Miss Zhang, are you unscathed?" Su Anlin approached her. "Oh, I'm fine. How did it go for you?" "All is well. Please rest. 2 more ghosts are coming up." With his experience battling the demon, the ghosts now appeared significantly less formidable. To Su Anlin, they were merely moving experience points. Roar! 2 ghosts finally clawed their way up. With a swift turn of his blade, Su Anlin struck them down. Successfully vanquished 2 ghosts, experience gained, 200. Level up achieved, level 4. Health, 5. Name, Su Anlin. Level, 4. Health, 6969. Experience, 175,1100. Attribute points, 10, 1 point for every 100 experience points. Technique, basic swordsmanship, mastery, technique, mighty iron bone skill, skinning great accomplishment. Splendid. Su Anlin rejoiced, gaining another 10 attribute points. With the copper-skinned demon slain, stability gradually returned in other directions. Zhang Zian rushed over to support his sister. "Sister, are you all right?" "Brother, I'm fine. I didn't expect to encounter a copper-skinned demon. It was quite perilous." "I told you not to come," Zhang Zian sighed, shaking his head. Su Anlin solemnly clasped his fists. "Brother Su, thank you for your assistance. I shall express my gratitude properly by tomorrow morning. There's no need for such formality. Assisting one another is only right." Su Anlin did not decline. After all, who does not appreciate silver? "By the way, Brother Su, why do you have a cloth covering your face?" Zhang Zian inquired, somewhat perplexed, especially upon noticing Zhou Guangliang approaching, his face inexplicably obscured by a piece of cloth. Su Anlin chuckled, explaining, "This is to prevent the contamination from toxic gases and blood. When you engage in battle with the malevolent, Do you not detect a foul stench and feel as though your strength is being siphoned away? This is a sign of poisoning. A small dose may be manageable, but prolonged exposure can undoubtedly impair our combat efficacy. Therefore, wearing an additional layer of cloth serves as a precaution. Relief has arrived. Relief has arrived. The sound of another city defense unit echoed as they approached. The latter half of the night is theirs. We should take our leave, Zhang Ziyan stated. As Zhou Guangliang arrived, Su Anlin hurriedly remarked, "Take that cloth off." "Ah, oh, right," Zhou Guangliang responded, finally realizing, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was one thing for the men to be in such a state, but the presence of Miss Zhang made it all the more awkward. The group descended from the city tower, where Tai Wendan had also arrived. However, nearly half of his men were injured, one grievously with a gaping wound in his chest. Clearly on the brink of death, the loss of a subordinate weighed heavily on Tai Wendan's spirits. The group arrived at the inn, and upon ascending the stairs, Tai Wendan surveyed the room, spotting Zhang Ziyan among them. "Young Master Zhang, Zhang Wenjun mentioned to me earlier that we are to venture out tomorrow to eliminate the ghostly corpses." Tai Wendan's expression was somber. During the day, under the blazing sun, they suspect that the ghostly corpses and the demonically insane are hiding in the mountains and forests where sunlight does not penetrate. Their plan is to strike unexpectedly and reduce the number of ghostly corpses. "It seems they are not inclined to remain passive," Zhang Ziyan observed. "Indeed, young Master Zhang. What is your perspective?" "Daytime operations can indeed be feasible," Zhang Ziyan nodded. "However, we cannot afford to be absent. The city lord may not withstand the pressure." "That was my thought as well. Regardless, I have assured him that we shall not venture deep into the woods. Moreover, he has promised me that if we assist them tomorrow, we shall be permitted to leave the day after." Zhang Ziyan affirmed, "Very well, it must be this way. We must depart come what may the day after." "Yes, that is his commitment. Should he renege, he cannot blame us for being unyielding." Zhang Ziyan nodded in agreement. Li Xing's health, 25-29. Li Xing had nearly fully recovered, sitting by the bed enjoying a pear, a knife positioned beside him, clearly exhibiting a heightened sense of vigilance. "I am relieved to see you well," Su Anlin smiled. "Cough, that is unnecessary. Women are not to be trifled with. As practitioners of martial arts, it is prudent to engage sparingly," Su Anlin declared with an air of integrity. Li Xing looked at him with newfound respect. "Brother Anlin, you cannot possibly have never experienced this, have you?" Chapter 29, The Dance of the Phoenix in the Nine Heavens. Su Anlin nodded, feeling no embarrassment in his admission. With his current prowess and wealth, he could easily find countless companions. Li Xing sighed. "While it is true that wine can be a perilous poison and beauty, a sharp blade, one cannot dismiss the necessity of wine for social rituals or the allure of beauty in human connections. A few indulgences now and then are permissible." Su Anlin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Li Xing to possess such insight. "After all, I am yet to wed, so I shall refrain from venturing into such places." "Then come to my home," Li Xing suggested. "Very well," Su Anlin replied casually. They conversed for a while about the recent events atop the city wall before Su Anlin excused himself to the restroom. His iron bone technique had reached a significant level, which allowed him to remain unscathed when confronted by the copper-skinned madman. However, he felt it was insufficient. During his encounter with the madman, Su Anlin distinctly sensed a lack of strength. This was due to his low level. His internal energy was still too feeble. 3 points to distribute. The iron bone technique has reached perfection. At this stage, he was training his tendons. In an instant, waves of warmth surged from his abdomen to his limbs, and the pain from previous injuries dissipated. Su Anlin could clearly feel his muscles tightening, and his skin displayed prominent veins. Indeed, a sensation brimming with power. Elated, Su Anlin gently clenched his fist. With 7 attribute points remaining, he could continue to progress. Yet, to ascend to the master level, he would require 4 attribute points. Attributes. Enhance. The iron bone technique has reached mastery. This realm was that of the iron bone. Boom. His vitality surged, strength coursing through his limbs as if his very bones were growing. An intense hunger suddenly struck him. Prepared for this, Su Anlin took out a piece of dried meat and began to chew. A suffocating power surged wildly within him, crashing about like a tempest, accompanied by a throbbing sensation in his bones. Simultaneously, countless insights regarding the iron bone technique flooded his mind, enough to sustain over 30 years of diligent training. What a delight! The exhilarating surge of power was intoxicating. Su Anlin felt as if his realm had ascended once more. With the elevation of his level, his vitality also increased. Vitality, 75-75. In just a few days, he had cultivated the iron bone technique to perfection. If his master were to learn of this, he would likely be left agape in astonishment. Smiling, Su Anlin noted that he still had 3 attribute points remaining and decided to practice another technique. He retrieved the Manual of Esoteric Arts, flipping to the page detailing the dance of the phoenix in the 9 heavens. What constitutes a hidden weapon? A true hidden weapon is omnipresent, silent, unexpected, and impeccably effective. It is nothing but dust. A handful of soil thrown forth, and the phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. Captivating the eye, Su Anlin exited the restroom, chewing on the morsel of meat, and casually picked up a piece of gravel. Crack! The stone crumbled to dust as he mimicked the described posture, exerting force to fling it away. Whoosh! A cloud of dust was cast into the air. This is not a mere act of scattering dust. Rather, it involves harnessing one's inner strength, intuitively mastering the art of dust throwing, with the particles resembling darts, accurately aimed at a specific target. Unlike ordinary dust throwing, this technique does not allow for distant throws. Instead, the phoenix dance in the 9 heavens technique achieves a greater range and is less susceptible to being scattered by the wind. Swish, swish, swish. Su Anlin repeatedly flung the dust, his proficiency steadily increasing. After over an hour, a notification appeared. Proficiency in the phoenix dance in the 9 heavens has reached its maximum. Technique: Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Beginner, with a swift motion. He cast another handful of dust. The inner strength mingled with the dust, transforming the originally soft particles into small projectiles that shot forth. He aimed at the wooden door of the latrine, and with each small missile thrown, a series of crisp sounds echoed. Excellent. Su Anlin felt quite pleased with the beginner-level phoenix dance in the 9 heavens, astonished by the hidden intricacies of this seemingly ordinary technique. With 3 attribute points remaining, he checked and found that advancing from beginner to minor proficiency required 2 points. He allocated the points. The phoenix dance in the 9 heavens advanced to minor proficiency, and his strength in throwing the dust increased. It appeared that the techniques recorded in this obscure and unconventional tome were indeed authentic. The next morning, at the outskirts of Linguang County, Su Anlin was traversing through a dense forest with a contingent from the Lord S team. A total of 30 teams had been dispatched, each assigned to patrol a different direction. Taiwandan had not deployed everyone, as some were injured and others lacked strength. Concerned about potential mishaps, he sent only 6 capable individuals. Due to the limited manpower, each person was assigned to various teams. Su Anlin's group consisted of 10, led by a local martial arts disciple named Wu Ku. He was quite short and donned a pair of iron gloves. The group patrolled for an entire morning, scouring the depths of the forest, yet found no hidden ghoul corpses. Unbeknownst to them, they had already exited the forest, and ahead lay a village. The next task was to investigate this village, as the ghouls and crazed demons might be hiding within. Wu Ku glanced at the darkening sky. It's getting late. We should investigate quickly and leave if there are no issues. The others nodded in agreement. Su Anlin paused, peering into a nearby house, where a health bar appeared. Crazed demon health bar, 400. Su Anlin's expression changed instantly. Wait, what is going on, child? Wu Ku frowned slightly. Throughout their journey, everyone had treated him politely and obediently, but Su Anlin was somewhat defiant, which irked Wu Ku. There was something amiss in the house ahead. They could not proceed. It was important to note that last night, the crazed demon with a health bar of 300 was already formidable, possessing copper skin, making it quite difficult to handle. This one, with a health bar of 400, might very well be an iron-boned crazed demon. Despite his improved abilities, he did not wish to take unnecessary risks. How do you know? Someone nearby expressed skepticism. My eyesight is keen. I just saw a shadow flit past the window. It could very well be an iron-boned crazed demon. Nonsense. Do you even know what an iron-boned crazed demon is? Such malevolent beings haven't appeared for years. Wu Ku suddenly approached Su Anlin, asking, "Are you afraid?" A few locals chuckled around them, harboring a sense of disdain for Su Anlin. "I am indeed afraid. If you're not, feel free to go over yourself." His words were futile against the stubborn. There was no need for further discourse. "I am leading this outing, and you must comply. Move." Wu Ku advanced towards Su Anlin, intent on teaching him a lesson. In the realm of martial artists, weakness invites bullying if one does not appease the stronger. With a swift motion, Wu Ku reached out, aiming to grasp Su Anlin's shoulder. Su Anlin frowned slightly. Was this an internal conflict? Slap. Wu Ku seized his shoulder with force. "Are you merely tickling me? Seeking death?" Su Anlin's expression remained unchanged. He exerted his strength, determined to show Wu Ku a lesson. Bang! Su Anlin retaliated with a punch to Wu Ku's shoulder. holding back just enough to avoid fracturing his bones. Wu Ke staggered back, crashing against a tree. The crowd's expressions shifted. This person was far from ordinary. Wu Ke inhaled deeply, acknowledging, "Good technique. Do not provoke me, or next time, I shall break your bones." "Brother Wu, night is falling. We should address the undead," his disciple quickly suggested, providing a way out. Wu Ke shot a cold glance at Su Anlin, scoffing, "We have more pressing matters. I shall let this slide for now. Let us proceed." The group moved towards the house. Su Anlin lingered momentarily, waiting for an opportunity. If they could weaken the crazed monster to a mere handful of blood drops, he could seize the chance to claim a trophy. If not, he would retreat. After all, he had already offered his counsel. If they sought death, it was not his fault. Wu Ke's intent was clear: to eliminate him. His eyes narrowed. As the group approached the small house, a foul stench wafted through the air. Bang! The door to the dwelling was flung open, and a grotesque, decomposed creature burst forth. The crowd froze, unsure of who exclaimed, "This monster can move in sunlight?" A creature capable of such defiance had undoubtedly reached the iron bone level, impervious to the sun's rays. A weight settled in everyone's hearts as they grasped this possibility. Wu Ke turned and fled. Against a copper-skin monster, they might stand a chance, but an iron bone monster was out of the question. They could barely breach defenses. A deafening roar echoed. The iron bone creature moved with blinding speed, and before two individuals could react, their chests were pierced by its claws. The monster clutched two still-beating hearts in its hands. "Ah, run. Escape." In the woods, Su Anlin watched in disbelief as, in mere moments, the group was reduced to just 3 survivors. In contrast, the iron bone demon remains utterly unperturbed, its vitality unwavering. Chapter 30. The potential for total annihilation. Su Anlin inwardly gasped, marveling at the formidable strength of this deranged creature. After careful consideration, he concluded that even if he could vanquish it, he would undoubtedly lose half his health in the process. With his ongoing conflict with Wu Ke and the myriad dangers lurking within the forest, he decided to flee. The scent was all too familiar as Su Anlin glanced towards the dimly lit recesses of the woods. There, in the shadows, a ghastly corpse with only half a head fixated its gaze upon him. Its cranium, cleaved by an unknown assailant, oozed dark blood that had yet to congeal. In its desiccated hands, it clutched a substantial piece of fresh flesh. The unfortunate soul it had slain was a mystery. With a terrifying roar, the corpse lunged from the thicket, prompting Su Anlin to swing his blade in defense. Yet, a rustling sound echoed from behind him, followed by 2 more ferocious roars. Turning around, Su Anlin's scalp prickled in fear as he beheld 5 of these creatures, one of which boasted a health bar of 300. "Damn it, what bad luck," he muttered. The path he had traversed earlier had seemed safe. How could so many emerge at once? He surmised that perhaps other factions had encountered these undead horrors, and, in their flight, drawn them to his location. With urgency, he dispatched the corpse before him with a swift horizontal slice. Successfully killed the corpse, gained 65 experience points. In the next moment, Su Anlin dashed forward. Uncertain of how long he ran, he eventually halted when the sounds of pursuit faded. Upon regaining his composure, he realized with dismay that he was lost. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, having only followed others here, he recognized that while he had memorized the route, the rest of the area was alien to him. As darkness enveloped the sky, he could only follow the direction opposite to the setting sun. Within Lingguang County, his expression darkened, for he had lost 2 brothers in this encounter and sustained injuries himself. Yet, there were some gains, in alliance with other teams. They had slain a total of 16 corpses and 3 deranged creatures. Based on their previous night assaults, this accounted for a significant third of their numbers, marking a noteworthy achievement. "We shall tidy up and depart tomorrow," Iron Wendang declared. "What?" Iron Wendang furrowed his brow. He was allied with Wu Ke's team. Where was Wu Ke? How could this happen? Brother Su. Iron Wendang swayed slightly, fatigue etching sorrow into his features. "Brother Su, I am truly sorry." Suddenly, he spotted Zhang Wenjin and rushed over, seizing the collar of Zhang's garment. "Zhang, I lost 3 brothers this time, 3. The officials behind Zhang immediately reached for their blades, but Zhang raised a hand, signaling them to stand down. His expression was one of helplessness. "Iron, I too wish for a different outcome, but some sacrifices are inevitable. All I can offer now is additional compensation." "No, you can do more. I have yet to see Brother Su's body. I demand that you find him. The living must be seen, and the dead must be accounted for. Iron Brothers, you are aware of the circumstances in the woods. It is not only at night, but even during the day that those monstrous fiends appear and vanish. inflicting significant losses upon us. What shall we do about my brother? Whether you choose to stay or leave tomorrow is entirely up to you. Once Zhang Wenjun departs, one of his subordinates anxiously inquired, Chief, what should we do? Let us wait for 3 days. If we do not see Brother Su by then, we shall depart. The night grew deep. Su Anlin was both hungry and thirsty. Although he had brought some dried meat when he ventured out, his physical strength had been rapidly depleted after the battle. Before darkness fell, he had nearly consumed all his provisions. Fortunately, he carried a crossbow on his back. Through sheer persistence, he swiftly hunted a wild rabbit. Lacking the means to start a fire, he resorted to tearing into the raw flesh and eating it as is. Thus, he roamed the forest for 5 days. By night, he would sleep in the trees, and by day, he would walk toward the rising sun. On this particular day, rain fell from the sky. After quenching his thirst at a puddle on the ground, Su Anlin looked ahead and felt a stir in his heart. He had finally emerged from the woods. Now on a small hillside, he spotted a road not far away. A road signified the presence of people. All he needed to do next was to find someone to inquire about the way. It had been 5 days, surely. Taiwandao and the others had moved on by now? Su Anlin, feeling helpless, thought of his sister and never anticipated this journey would prove so arduous. Walking along the official road, he noticed the approaching twilight and quickened his pace, soon arriving at an abandoned inn. It was once a relay station, now desolate and empty, with the doors ajar and weeds overtaking the entrance. Su Anlin hastily entered, first sniffing the air. There was no foul odor within. He felt a significant weight lift from his heart, then cautiously surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of any ghostly corpses or monstrous fiends before securing both the front and back doors. The rain outside intensified, and Su Anlin scavenged for some dry grass, splintered a table to create kindling, and fashioned a simple stand to roast the rabbit he had hunted that day. As he savored the first bite of meat, a contented sigh escaped his lips. It had been a long time since he had tasted cooked food. It was a delightful comfort. Miss you. This relay station has long been abandoned. We shall take refuge here from the rain. Suddenly, Su Anlin's instincts stirred. Someone was approaching. The door creaked open, and 5 men along with 2 women entered. Su Anlin raised an eyebrow in surprise. What fortune to encounter familiar faces. It was Wu Ke and his junior apprentice. Miraculously, these 2 had survived. The other 3 men appeared to be from different teams, one of whom strode alongside Wu Ke, a formidable figure wielding a 9-ringed broadsword. The sword bore 9 large rings along its spine, clanging as he walked, its size twice that of Su Anlin's current weapon, clearly a weapon of immense force. Wielding such a large sword was no simple feat. It required considerable strength. The man who had just spoken, brandishing the 9-ringed broadsword, entered the room and paused momentarily. There is someone here. Su Anlin. Wu Ke squinted his eyes. Brother Yang, this person is from my team. Yang Xinqing nodded and gestured courteously to a delicate-looking woman beside him. Miss you, please, come in. Thank you, Brother Yang. The young lady, Yu Qian, possesses a commendable demeanor and seems to harbor quite an affection for Yang Xinqing as she enters with a sword in hand. Accompanying her is her junior sister. This group, much like Su Anlin, initially ventured into the woods to slay ghosts and corpses, only to find themselves lost. Thus, they followed the same method as Su Anlin, proceeding in the direction of the rising sun, and eventually converged. Su Anlin, Brother Yang, and Miss Yu, why have you not come forth to greet us? Wu Ke remarked, his displeasure evident. Before continuing, Brother Yang, previously when we dealt with the demon lunatic, this individual fled without a fight, causing us significant losses. His junior brother nodded in agreement, conveniently omitting the fact that Su Anlin had previously warned them. A throng of onlookers regarded them with envy. Having wandered in the forest for 5 days, they were utterly famished. Su Anlin, I am speaking to you. It seems you have an abundance of food here. Wu Ke stated. Yang Xinqing replied, we are all in dire straits, especially the 2 young ladies who have gone several days without food. I see you possess ample provisions. I kindly ask you to share. Did you hear that? The junior sister beside Yu Qian could no longer contain herself. You lack any sense of propriety. Yu Qian nodded in agreement. Brother Yang, I fear this person is not of good character. Is this how you demand food? If I refuse to give you my belongings, does that render me a villain? Su Anlin retorted coldly, regarding Yu Qian with disdain. Yu Qian's expression shifted, for his words were indeed harsh. How dare you insult my senior sister? The junior sister immediately drew her blade. You must be tired of living. Yang Xinqing frowned. He had no desire to engage in conflict, but Yu Qian had been insulted. He had been pursuing her lately, and if he did not stand up, What would people think of him? Very well, if blame must be assigned, let it fall upon your ignorance and lack of discernment. Wu Ku felt exhilarated. He had always held a grudge against Su Anlin. Furthermore, this expedition had been his responsibility, and the losses were indeed severe, particularly since Su Anlin had forewarned them. His eyes glinted with malice as he coldly addressed Su Anlin. As tensions escalated, with swords drawn and conflict imminent, Yu Qian interjected, "Hold on." She stepped towards Su Anlin, her right hand resting on the sword at her waist, a faint mocking smile gracing her lips. "If you kneel and apologize, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, I shall see you torn to shreds." "Oh." Su Anlin swiftly seized Yu Qian by the face, and with a forceful grip, he pulled sharply, tearing her skin in a single instant. Chapter 31. Why must you force me? Yu Qian covered her face with her hands, wailing in agony. The expressions of those present changed dramatically. Xiao Qian. Yang Xinxing gazed at the scene in disbelief, fury igniting in his eyes. He had pursued Yu Qian for so long, spinning over 500 tales on her, never daring to even touch her hand. I want you dead." Su Anlin remained indifferent, his other hand already poised, casting a cloud of dust forward. Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. A group of individuals was momentarily entranced, and Wu Ku roared in anger, launching a punch. Although he could not see clearly, he could sense Su Anlin was right in front of him. Su Anlin's expression turned cruel as he fully activated the master-level iron bone technique, his muscles bulging with power, and he struck fiercely. Wu Ku's prideful iron fist unexpectedly shattered upon impact, splintering into pieces. His disciple was left in shock, unable to comprehend how Wu Ku could be so easily defeated. Before he could dwell on it further, Su Anlin swiftly turned and slashed at his neck. The blood gushed forth. Kill Zhangji successful, experience gained. 41. What a weakling. Su Anlin did not relent and aimed his blade at Yang Xinxing. As the strongest here, Yang Xinxing let out a roar, blocking with his 9-ring broadsword. The tremendous force caused Yang Xinxing's legs to buckle, the ground fracturing beneath him, just as he was about to falter. Su Anlin's sword suddenly broke apart. "Damn this broken blade," Su Anlin muttered under his breath. Yang Xinxing laughed heartily. "Now you will surely die." He lunged forward with his broadsword. Clang! The blade struck Su Anlin, yet it had no effect. Yang Xinxing was momentarily stunned, so tough. In the next instant, Su Anlin's fist crashed down onto Yang Xinxing's head. Boom! Yang Xinxing's skull cracked open. With a crack. Both of their bodies seemed to be drained of energy, collapsing weakly. Su Anlin yanked forcefully, achieving the kill. Like discarding refuse, he discarded the 2 lifeless bodies. With a swift motion, he silenced the screaming Yu Qian with a single strike. Finally, tranquility returned. Su Anlin turned his gaze to the last woman standing. "Please, no. Don't." The woman, paralyzed with fear, dropped her sword to the ground. "Why must you force me? Can't we talk this out?" Su Anlin, his imposing figure advancing toward her, replied, "Do not kill me. I am willing to do anything. I will not speak. Please spare me. I will serve you." Sighing, Su Anlin remarked, "Had you spoken like this earlier, none of this would have occurred. I am a good person. I do not enjoy killing." I understand. The woman sobbed, her voice trembling. "But it is too late now. Be cautious in your next life." Bang! Kill successful. Name: Su Anlin. Level 4. Health: 75. Experience: 525,1100. Attribute points: 1 point. 1 point of attribute can be exchanged for every 100 points of experience. Technique: basic swordsmanship. The Master: Technique: Great Strength Iron Bone Skill, Iron Bone. Master: Technique: Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens Skill. Minor achievement: the experience gained from taking lives was considerably less, having eliminated a total of 7 individuals, yielding an average of merely 50 experience points per person. Securing the door, Su Anlin conducted a search of the corpses. Ultimately, he retrieved Yang Xinxing's 9-ring broadsword. Indeed, it was quite heavy and of excellent steel quality, which explained why it could sever his own broadsword, which had cost him 10 taels of silver. However, this blade was evidently custom-made, engraved with the character Yang. Particularly the 9 large iron rings, which were both noisy and conspicuous, would pose a problem if recognized. A thought crossed his mind as he picked up a sword from the ground and sliced off the 9 iron rings. He also scraped away the Yang character on the handle and scrawled the character Su in a crooked manner on the blade. There, this now belongs to me, does it not? After a night had passed, Su Anlin moved the bodies outside, set them ablaze, and turned to leave. Soon, he encountered a stone tablet inscribed with Lingguang County. At last, he had arrived. Joy surged within him as he quickened his pace, soon arriving at the gates of Lingguang County. After many days, the entrance appeared to be bustling with a greater throng of people. Once inside the city, he overheard conversations revealing that the recent foray into the forest had yielded significant results, eliminating a considerable number of demon lunatics and ghostly corpses. Notably, the sergeant and Zhang Wenjun had joined forces the following day to eradicate 20 ghostly corpses in a desolate village. Upon reaching the inn, he noted the numerous patrons within, yet did not spot any familiar faces. However, he did observe Ku Jinshi and his junior disciples dining there. Lacking a close acquaintance with Ku, Su Anlin navigated through several tables and approached the innkeeper. Upon inquiry, he learned that Tai Wendan and others had awaited him there for 3 days, and when they could not find him, they presumed he had perished and departed. With no other option, Su Anlin purchased some dried meat, tidied himself, and left the establishment. Unbeknownst to him, Kujinshi had fixated on his 9-ring broadsword the moment he entered. Although the 9 rings had been removed, the handle caught his attention. Was this not the blade belonging to Yang Xingxing's junior disciple? He furrowed his brow. He was not particularly concerned about the disappearance of Yang Xingxing and several of his disciples. Rather, he coveted the valuable 9-ring broadsword, which had cost Yang Xingxing 460 taels of silver, a treasure he had long desired. Brother Ke, why are you staring at me? Join us for a meal, one of the younger disciples chuckled. I have matters to attend to. You all go ahead, Ku Jinshi replied, stepping out of the inn and squinting in the direction Su Anlin had departed before pursuing him. Su Anlin hurriedly retraced his steps, kicking up dust as he ran. Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens Proficiency Level 1. Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens Proficiency Level 1. After half a day of travel, his proficiency had reached 100. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a galloping horse behind him. Turning, he discerned that the rider was none other than Ku Jinshi. Is this fellow pursuing me? Su Anlin harbored no illusions that Ku Jinshi was heading towards Huangji town. The chase continued. Ku Jinshi blocked Su Anlin's path. What do you want from me, Ku Jinshi? Su Anlin was indifferent towards the sycophant Zhang Chaoer. After all, it was evident that he had deliberately lured the crazed monster towards him that night, only to flee himself, which revealed a lack of integrity. Su Anlin, I am searching for my junior brother, Yang Xingxing. Have you seen him? Su Anlin shook his head. I don't know him. Ha! Ku Jinshi scoffed. Show me the knife at your waist. Su Anlin's expression remained unchanged. Why should I show you my belongings? Su Anlin, Yang Xingxing is my junior brother. I recognize that knife is his, is it not? Ku Jinshi sneered. He recalled their previous encounter when he had guarded the city alongside Zhang Chaoer, who had casually mentioned some details to him. Su Anlin's abilities were quite limited, merely at the 1st to 2nd level of body refinement, only proficient in archery. Although he had witnessed a crazed monster being slain by Su Anlin, there had been another individual present. Soon after, Su Anlin had fled, and it was later reported that the sergeant had been the one to kill the bronze-skinned monster. Based on this, Ku Jinshi believed he could easily overpower Su Anlin. As for the knife, he presumed it was something Su Anlin had scavenged. Suddenly, Su Anlin chuckled while gripping the knife in his hand. You want the knife? Very well. Come and take it. With a resounding clang, Su Anlin drew the knife and plunged it heavily into the ground. Ku Jinshi narrowed his eyes, sensing the murderous intent. This was a disgrace. A mere 2nd-level body refinement practitioner dared to threaten him. He swiftly dismounted, a cruel expression crossing his face. Wild blade slash. Su Anlin charged forward, swinging the 9-ring blade with force towards Ku Jinshi. Initially, Ku Jinshi dismissed it, expecting the same result as before, but when their blades clashed with a resounding impact, his hands went numb, and his eyes widened in shock. This power was formidable. His arm throbbed with pain, while Su Anlin remained unscathed, instead grinning wickedly. Slash, slash, slash. The successive strikes were imbued with terrifying strength. Ku Jinshi spewed blood, his vitality plummeting by 1/3. His expression turned pale with horror as he hastily retreated. Su Anlin relentlessly pursued, delivering several more strikes, each one revealing a glimmer of blade light. Ah! Ku Jinshi let out a wretched cry, his back already slashed with multiple wounds. The immense force of the 9-ring blade descended upon him. Clang! His large blade shattered, but the 9-ring blade continued its merciless trajectory, striking him at the heart. Wah! Ku Jinshi coughed up blood, his face contorted with regret. Who claimed this person was merely at the 2nd level of body refinement? That fool Zhang Chaoer. Ku Jinshi defeated, experience gained. 75. This is a formidable warrior. I had previously heard that Kujinshi was the senior brother of a martial arts school. It seems that with my current strength, I can also be considered a prominent figure within the great strength martial arts school. I promptly searched his belongings and retrieved a pouch of silver coins. Additionally, the jade pendant around Kujinshi's neck was taken. This item could enhance one's innate abilities. The moment I acquired it, a warm sensation coursed through my hand. Su Anlin was pleasantly surprised, for he discovered that this sensation was akin to the aura bestowed upon him by the energy vial. After severing the facial skin of the corpse, Su Anlin led his horse, emulating the riding posture of others. With a swift kick of his legs, he departed from that place. 2 days later, the town of Huangji came into view. Chapter 32. Su Anlin has passed away. Within the Su household, Su Yuyu's eyes were already swollen from weeping as she gazed at the belongings and silver recently brought by Tai Wendan and Li Sheng. She burst into tears. Her worst fear had come to pass. Her elder brother was gone. Oh, how she lamented. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the air as Su Yuyu approached the door. However, after a moment's thought, she hastily placed the silver into the pot in the kitchen before inquiring, "Who is it?" "It is I." The familiar voice belonged to the plump aunt from the neighborhood. Since her arrival, she had grown increasingly acquainted with the local residents. The kind-hearted woman often visited, asking about her family's affairs and bringing wild vegetables and eggs, which warmed Su Yuyu's heart. "Yuyu, I just saw 2 men at your home. Who were they?" Upon entering, the plump aunt noticed Su Yuyu's red-rimmed eyes and expressed concern. "Oh dear, why are you crying?" "It's nothing, just some sand in my eyes," Su Yuyu replied dismissively. "Ah, you haven't been bullied, have you?" "It's fine. As I mentioned, my brother's senior sister often looks after me and stays here at night." "That is good to hear. By the way, the weather is lovely today. Let us go to the riverbank and gather some snails. They are large and plump there." But with her elder brother's passing weighing heavily on her heart, Su Yuyu shook her head. "No, I don't feel like going." Just as she was about to decline again, the plump aunt cheerfully took her leave. The kind-hearted aunt was indeed a treasure, yet alas, her brother was no longer with her. Su Yuyu closed the door once more, clutching the hem of her garment, her gaze drifting to the belongings of Su Anlin that Tai Wendan had just delivered, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Now speaking of Su Anlin, it was a bitter reality. Her brother had truly departed. What was she to do now? Knock, knock, knock. Yuyu. It was the voice of Cheng Shasha. Before Su Anlin's departure, he had recognized Cheng Shasha's good nature and gifted her 5 taels of silver for beast meat, asking her to check on his sister whenever she passed by. Cheng Shasha, responsible as ever, had been visiting daily. Su Yuyu had grown quite familiar with her brother's senior sister. Once, when some children had mischievously caused trouble at her doorstep, Cheng Shasha had come to her aid, driving them away. Since then, no one dared to disrupt her peace again. "Sister Shasha, I just saw a plump woman visit you?" "Yes. It was the plump aunt from nearby." "Oh, did she say anything to you?" "Nothing much, just asked if I wanted to go gather snails. But I wasn't in the mood." "Good thing you refused. With your brother gone, it's best you don't wonder about too much. After all, you are a young girl, and there are some around here who take an interest in girls like you." Su Yuyu nodded earnestly. After a few more words of caution, Cheng Shasha took her leave to head to the martial arts school. Su Anlin rode on horseback, his spirit invigorated. He had struck it rich this time. Not only had he amassed a significant sum of silver, but he had also acquired a fine weapon and gained a horse as well. He recently visited the horse dealer, where the groom gave his horse a thorough grooming. The horse now appears entirely different from before. Even if Kujinshi were to stand before him, he would scarcely recognize his own steed. As he rode along the street in front of his home, Su Anlin furrowed his brow at the sight of its marked on the wall. Instinctively, a sense of discomfort washed over him, as if he were being watched. After dismounting, he attempted to erase the mark, but alas, it was evidently etched with a knife and could not be removed. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? Su Yuyu, with tear-streaked cheeks, had been contemplating whether to arrange a funeral for Su Anlin, fearing that the neighbors would learn of her brother's demise, potentially exposing her to future bullying. Her heart was in turmoil, and the future seemed daunting. Perhaps I should learn martial arts, she pondered. Life must go on. She was determined not to endure the torment of the past at the hands of local ruffians. "Me," came the voice of Su Anlin. Su Yuyu was momentarily stunned, questioning whether she had misheard, but upon hearing the knock again, she hurried to open the door. The moment her eyes fell upon Su Anlin, she leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, "Oh!" As tears flowed freely. Su Anlin was bewildered. He feared being seen in such a vulnerable moment, as if he were the one mistreating his sister. and swiftly ushered her inside. What's wrong? Stop crying. Look, I brought you your favorite roast chicken. Brother, you're alive. You're alive. Of course, I'm alive. But Uncle Tai and someone named Li Sheng came by and said you were dead. I'm fine. I'll go find them later, Su Anlin replied with a calm smile, casually explaining his detour. Thank goodness. I thought you had perished. It terrified me. Let us eat first. I'm starving. Oh, I'll prepare it. Su Yu exclaimed joyfully, rushing to the kitchen. Upon seeing the pot, she suddenly remembered the silver inside and hurriedly returned to inform Su Anlin about Tai Wendong's delivery of silver. Su Anlin calculated the sum and discovered it amounted to 80 taels. Uncle Tai said the surplus is your compensation. Understood, Su Anlin chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected bounty. He secured the silver and tidied up the woodshed, planning to use it for horsekeeping in the future. As they shared a meal, Su Anlin casually inquired, Sister, have you faced any trouble since I left? Not really. Everyone has been quite nice. I even met a plump auntie who brings me vegetables and eggs. Today, she invited me to go hunt for snails. Su Yu cheerfully munched on a chicken head, adding, I thought about going out, but with you in trouble, I lost my appetite. There's not much to find. Snails hardly yield any meat, Su Anlin commented, gnawing on a bone. But don't you find it odd? Why would that plump auntie be so kind to you? You're right, Su Yu agreed, spitting out a chicken bone. Brother, I've been thinking, can I learn martial arts? You wish to learn martial arts? Yes, I can't stay home forever. I want to train for self-defense. That sounds fine. Su Anlin immediately conducted a bone assessment on his sister. The evaluation revealed that Su Yu shared an identical bone structure with him, confirming their biological connection. Very well. I shall take you to the Martial Arts Academy tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Anlin felt it was indeed a good idea. After enjoying a hearty meal, he ventured outside. His first stop was at Tai Wendong's place, where his sudden appearance left a group of onlookers astounded. Good heavens, Brother Su, you are alive. What splendid news. We all thought you had perished. Given Su Anlin's esteemed value, his presence significantly enhanced their security for future missions. After bidding farewell to Tai Wendong, Su Anlin made his way to the Martial Arts Academy. As usual, his arrival stirred little commotion. Only Cheng Shasha noticed him and approached to greet him. Sister, I appreciate your care these past days. I brought you some pastries. Cheng Shasha, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, Oh, it's really nothing. Please, do accept them, Su Anlin insisted. Very well. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. Certainly, he agreed. After a brief chat, Su Anlin approached the new disciples. Ma Dong was still practicing diligently, his mastery of the iron fist technique evident as he struck with impressive vigor. Upon seeing Su Anlin, Ma Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. You're alive. Why do you say that? Su Anlin was puzzled. The group from Tai Wendong was unfamiliar with Ma Dong. So how could they know of his supposed demise? I merely got lost in the woods, Su Anlin explained with a hint of exasperation. Just then, Su Jinyan approached with a fan in hand, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Anlin. You're safe, he exclaimed, coming over to greet him. Su Anlin found himself explaining once more. Good, as long as you're fine. How has your training progressed? Allow me to show you something. Su Jinyan's demeanor suddenly became enthusiastic. Su Anlin was intrigued. What is on your mind, Brother Su? I heard about your situation from Zhang Zian. The two siblings hold you in high regard. It was only then that Su Jinyan noticed Su Anlin's clothes were drenched in sweat. Realizing the depth of his dedication to his martial arts training, Su Jinyan suppressed his distaste for the moisture accumulating in his palms. Chapter 33, The Mark of the Beggar's Sect. Anlin, I have no particular intentions. I merely wish to share a meal and converse with you. Su Jinyan smiled kindly. And Su Anlin understood. His abilities had garnered recognition, prompting Su to seek his alliance. This was not unusual, for instance. The prodigy Wang Yin at the martial arts school had consistently attracted the attention of various prominent families in the city, although he was not yet well known. Su Jinyan had discerned his worth from Zhang Zian. Let us go together. I might as well familiarize myself with the route to your home. Just as he spoke, they spotted Wang Yin approaching cheerfully, carrying a small cloth bag. Isn't that the pastry I gifted to Cheng Shasha? Su Anlin murmured, observing the bag in Wang Yan's hand. Upon entering his home, Su Anlin was taken aback. Had they been robbed? The flowers and plants in both courtyards had been uprooted. Fortunately, upon seeing his sister, he realized what had transpired. His sister had taken his knife and removed all the flora. In one of the patches, she had already planted some leafy vegetables and onions. Sis, what have you done? These flowers were in the way, so I thought it a waste to leave the land unused. I went out to buy some vegetable seedlings. Su Yu exclaimed excitedly as she approached the firewood room. Oh, and I also bought 2 chicks and ducklings. When they grow up, we can have eggs every day, just like Uncle Lee. Indeed, the children of the poor mature early. Your sister is quite sensible, Su Jinyan remarked, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Su Yu. As she noticed Su Jinyan, Su Yu hurried inside to prepare tea. Sis, there's no need to fuss. Your brother and I will be leaving shortly, Su Jinyan said cheerfully. Brother Su, I truly envy you for having such a lovely sister. Unlike me, who only has sisters, alas. Su Anlin chuckled. I hear you have quite a few sisters, senior brother. Indeed, 13 of them. Su Anlin was inwardly astonished. After a brief conversation, he changed into a clean outfit and stepped outside. Sis, I'll be out for a bit. You can eat without me, he instructed. As he approached the door, he encountered a plump woman peering in, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Is there something you need? Su Anlin inquired, his imposing stature towering a head and a half taller than the woman. The woman chuckled awkwardly. I was just passing by. Su Jinyan squinted, lightly tapping his folding fan against his palm, lost in thought. Auntie, Su Yu called out as she stepped towards the plump woman. Brother, this is the nearby auntie. Oh, is there something you require? Su Anlin asked, focusing on the woman. Well, I spoke with Yu earlier. We went to gather some snails. And I brought a bit too much, so I thought to share some with her. You must be Yu's brother. You are quite handsome, she said. Thank you. But we do not particularly enjoy snails. There is no need to trouble yourself, Su Anlin responded. Very well then. The plump woman departed. Su Jinyan observed her retreating figure before approaching the entrance. On the wall by the door, he indeed discovered his mark. His expression turned solemn. Senior brother. Have you seen this mark before? Su Anlin observed Su Jinyan's expression, a flicker of realization stirring within him. Su Jinyan, being a local and a scion of a prominent family, had mingled with all walks of life. You are familiar with the Beggars sect, I presume? Su Anlin nodded. I've heard of it. There's a presence of the Beggars sect on this street. Indeed, Su Jinyan continued, the Beggars sect is notorious for human trafficking. Women are sold to brothels, while those lacking beauty are sent to the countryside to bear children, who are subsequently sold off. As for the boys, they suffer mutilation to beg on the streets. Su Jinyan gestured towards a child kneeling in a nearby alley, who had long begged in that spot. One hand grotesquely deformed and twisted behind him, a grim testament to the brutality he had endured. I recall my father mentioning that the Beggars sect marks their targets outside their homes. When members pass by, they take note, Su Jinyan remarked. Su Anlin's expression suddenly darkened. Brother, my family has drawn their attention. It must be your sister, that plump woman from earlier. I recognize her elder brother. He is affiliated with a small gang that has close ties to the Beggars sect, rumored to assist in abductions, Su Jinyan informed. Su Anlin's concern intensified. I shall forego dinner. Should I leave, I fear for my sister's safety. Su Jinyan chuckled. What is there to fear? Invite your sister to join us. I intended to suggest bringing her along, but refrained, concerned you might misconstrue my intentions. Very well, but brother, it is preferable that we visit a more reputable establishment. Su Anlin replied. Ah, so you were inclined towards a less reputable venue, Su Jinyan teased. After a brief moment, Su Anlin led Su Yu to join Su Jinyan. Su Jinyan recounted the situation regarding the Beggars sect to Su Yu, who listened in astonishment. You know, brother, I find myself increasingly fond of your sister. She is quite astute. Su Jinyan said with a smile as they entered a modestly appointed tavern called San Pingxiang, neither extravagant nor shabby. Brother, would you care for some wine? Su Jinyan inquired. Then turned to Su Yu. Yu, perhaps some rice wine for you. It is quite mild. Su Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she repeatedly waved her hand. I cannot drink. As they spoke, her small eyes wandered curiously around the room, captivated by the exquisite dishes at nearby tables, a scent she had never encountered before wafting through the air. Surely, only the wealthy dine here, she thought, feeling self-conscious and hesitant to linger her gaze, instead sipping from her teacup, which was already empty. Su Anlin also declined the offer. As practitioners of martial arts, we consider alcohol a poison that courses through the veins. You indeed differ from others. No wonder you excel in martial arts, unlike Wang Yin, who, with a modicum of talent, has grown arrogant, Su Jinyan remarked as he poured himself some tea. I, on the other hand, pursue martial arts merely for amusement, as my father stated that if I do not study martial arts, I must inherit the family business. I pondered and decided that I would rather enjoy my time training. He continued. Su Anlin, taken aback, glanced at the health indicator above Su Jinyan's head. which read a mere 55. I too have my constraints. My family is impoverished, and if I do not strive, my future remains uncertain. Su Jinyan nodded in understanding. Very well then, let us indulge in some rice wine today. Su Anlin consented, and after ordering a pot of warm rice wine, 5 dishes and 2 soups were served. After clinking glasses, Su Jinyan opened up. Junior brother, you may see me as someone who enjoys leisure, but in truth, I possess considerable intelligence. Oh? Su Anlin regarded Su Jinyan earnestly. That is evident. I have a keen eye for people. The martial arts school is abuzz with praise for Wang Yin, particularly from senior sister Cheng Shasha, who often brings him gifts. Alas, she will inevitably be deceived. I perceive that you are unlike him, despite sharing a humble background. You remain steadfast in your principles. Senior brother, you flatter me. Indeed, it's true. Your abilities have yet to be recognized by others. Su Anlin inquired with curiosity. Does senior sister Cheng have affections for Wang Yin? Undoubtedly. Recalling how his pastries had been sent to Wang Yin by her, Su Anlin pondered whether Cheng Shasha's attentiveness was excessive. Wang Yin is involved with other women. I have dined with him a few times and discerned that he seeks to marry a woman of some standing. Cheng Shasha will eventually find her efforts in vain. Su Jinyan sighed. In truth, I was among the first to know Cheng Shasha. I understand her well. She rarely accepts tasks, as she wishes to avoid the limelight and hopes to marry an honest man. Yet her judgment leaves much to be desired. Perhaps you should speak to her, senior brother, suggested Su Anlin. Such matters are difficult to broach. While I am not intimidated by Wang Yin, I do fear the schemers. Let us set them aside. Junior brother, what are your future plans? Su Anlin shook his head. I have not been here long and am still unfamiliar with the surroundings, for now. I intend to practice my skills while escorting goods. He believed that honing his martial prowess through combat experience and earning silver while escorting goods was a commendable choice. Indeed, escorting goods is a good option, but the earnings are still meager. I have a path you might consider. Chapter 34, The Fishing Ground by the River at Last. A serious discussion commenced. Su Anlin clasped his fist and requested, I kindly ask for your guidance, senior brother. With your remarkable skills, you could easily serve as a bodyguard for the Su family. However, it entails a lack of freedom. You would need to patrol our premises, oversee the grounds, and be available at all times. Su Anlin immediately shook his head. That would indeed be inconvenient. Therefore, what I propose is for you to become a cargo escort for the Su family. It is quite similar to being a bodyguard. Our family frequently engages in trade with the outer city, and we possess our own escort team, seldom hiring outsiders. However, the situation has become precarious recently, with not only bandits, but also a sudden emergence of undead and crazed demons. We have suffered considerable losses, hence the necessity for additional personnel. Should you agree? Even in a month without tasks, you would receive 10 taels for your sustenance. The compensation for tasks would be determined by the circumstances. Su Anlin comprehended. That is acceptable. Moreover, if you wish to undertake some tasks, there is a place called the Fishing Ground by the river. What kind of place is that? Is it for fishing? Indeed, it is for fishing, but some individuals do not go there solely for angling. They seek business partners. In our region, aside from the prominent families, there are also some affluent merchants who occasionally encounter difficulties. When the authorities prove ineffective, they select martial artists for assistance. Su Jinyan elucidated, and Su Anlin grasped. It is akin to how our master aids others. Precisely, yet our master commands a high price and undertakes rather challenging assignments. For instance, just a few days ago, he ventured to an estate and dealt with a zombie. A zombie? Su Anlin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Indeed, this is why he refrains from accepting tasks at the fishing ground, which, in essence, serves as a platform for novices like you. Should you wish to earn some money, that place is quite promising. From what I understand, several of my family's collaborating merchants have gone there to seek martial artists for assistance. By the way, there was a senior brother from our martial arts school who met a wealthy merchant's daughter there. Their child is now a year old, and I attended their celebration last month. Su Jinyan spoke animatedly. Junior brother, you are not too young yourself. Should you encounter a suitable young lady, you must seize the opportunity. I shall find the time to pay a visit. As they conversed, Wang Yin, accompanied by 2 men and a woman, entered the scene. Su Jinyan, who harbored a disdain for Wang Yin, nevertheless greeted him with a beaming smile. Junior brother Wang. Oh, senior brother Su, Wang Yin responded, casting a fleeting glance at Su Anlin, somewhat familiar with him as a junior brother. His eyes reflected puzzlement, unsure why Su Jinyan was dining with Su Anlin. Presumably, Su Anlin was attempting to curry favor with Su Jinyan by treating him to a meal. Junior brother Wang, Su Anlin clasped his fist in greeting. Wang Yin smiled and remarked, "What a coincidence. We were just upstairs. Senior brother Su, enjoy your meal. Join us for a drink upstairs." Certainly, certainly. Wang Yin merely nodded slightly at Su Anlin before ascending the stairs. The two men accompanying Wang Yin were Wang Pingshui and Sun Kai from their respective families, while the woman was Wang Pingshui's sister. Su Anlin remarked, "Wang Yin seems to be pursuing Wang Pingshui's sister." He was dreaming. "Hey, do you think both the Wang and Sun families are eager to recruit Wang Yin?" Su Jinyan inquired. Su Anlin nodded. "Given the circumstances, it certainly seems so." "Indeed. But why are both families so invested in him when Wang Yin is yet to mature?" Su Jinyan replied with a mysterious smile, "Because of competition. The several families in the city appear cordial on the surface, yet behind the scenes they harbor resentment. The Wang family seeks to claim Wang Yin, and the Sun family is determined to contest that claim." Su Anlin understood. This was merely a rehash of the golden age of football. Poor Wang Yin, oblivious to the situation, naively believed he could marry into the Wang family. Su Jinyan shook his head with a sigh. Unless Wang Yin experiences a breakthrough in the near future and achieves the 5th level of body refinement, such prowess would place him among the mid to high tier, which would indeed hold promise. Su Anlin couldn't help but marvel internally. In this seemingly insignificant locale, the intricacies ran deep. Fortunately, I have remained steadfast in my principles and not been led astray. By the way, junior brother, I must remind you to stock up on provisions at home." Su Jinyan said quietly as he took a piece of meat. Upon hearing the mention of provisions, Su Yuyu's ears perked up. She momentarily forgot to spit out the fishbone she was chewing, listening intently. "Senior brother, why the sudden warning? Recently, there have been reports of bandits, deserters from other regions, who have united several mountain strongholds nearby. Many official roads are now under their control. Our area has always relied on supplies from outside, and I fear it won't be long before food prices surge," Su Jinyan replied, furrowing his brow. "Why isn't the city lord's mansion taking action? Surely their activities must be affecting you as well?" Su Anlin asked. "It certainly has an impact. The city lord's mansion recently summoned my father and several other prominent families, demanding manpower and funds to deal with the bandits. However, opinions among us are divided. These bandits kill without hesitation and have threatened our families with dire consequences should we dare oppose them." Su Jinyan lamented. "My father ultimately refrained from agreeing. Considering our family's stature, dealing with such treachery would be quite troublesome. The bandits have claimed they won't target our families, which many have found agreeable. Unfortunately, the villages outside have suffered greatly. I've heard the protection fees demanded from those villages are substantial." Su Anlin couldn't help but think of his own small village, sighing inwardly. Following this, Su Jinyan continued to converse until they had nearly finished their meal, prompting Su Anlin to take his leave. "Take care. I shall go upstairs to drink a couple of cups with Wang Yin. In this world, some matters are beyond our control." "Understood." Su Anlin clasped his fist in acknowledgement. After Su Jinyan ascended the stairs, Su Anlin took his sister outside. As they walked down the street, Su Yuyu pondered the plight of the villagers. "I wonder how Uncle Li and the others are faring," she mused. As twilight descended outside, Su Anlin suddenly noticed that the once bustling street had transformed into desolation. In a narrow alley, he observed two disabled children huddled together beneath a tattered, darkened blanket, passing by a rice shop. Su Anlin recalled Su Jinyan's words and decided to purchase some millet. "Sir, could you spare some food?" A small beggar, leaning on a crutch, approached him with a noticeable limp. His right foot was askew. Su Anlin inquired. The little beggar's eyes flickered in panic, prompting Su Anlin to ask again. "Who did this to you?" Cough, cough. Not far off, at the alley's entrance, two burly men cast menacing glances in their direction. Without his martial arts attire, Su Anlin was not feared by these ruffians. He remained silent, realizing that what Su Jinyan had said was indeed true. "Here you go." Su Anlin offered a handful of millet, extending his hand. He could do little more for the child. This was the extent of his assistance. As they approached home, Su Yuyu suddenly glanced at a dark, ominous doorway. That was the home of the plump woman. Su Anlin looked over to see two men chatting at the entrance. Upon spotting Su Yuyu, they scrutinized her intently. Upon returning to their small abode, the sky had yet to darken. Su Yuyu began tending to the vegetable garden while Su Anlin stepped outside, soon arriving near the plump woman's residence. Finding a corner by the wall, he crouched down to observe inside her house. "Sister, just now, Su Yuyu passed by our door, and her brother seems rather formidable. Inside, the two men previously seen had entered the house. The taller one sat on the floor, frowning. Had I known, I would have dealt with this the day before. It's more complicated now. Indeed, the boss has been pressing hard for beautiful girls, but in this shabby place, where can we find such maidens? Even if we could, we wouldn't dare approach them. Oh dear, big brother, I had no choice. I was going to act the other day, but that girl from the Dali martial arts school, I think her name is Ching Sha, suddenly showed up. She's the senior sister of the martial arts academy, and I feared that Su Yu might have connections. So I hesitated. The plump woman emerged carrying a large bowl of braised pork. She shot a disdainful glance at the man. I know. On the table sat 2 large bowls of stir-fried snails and 2 generous bowls of wild vegetable soup. A child, around 12 or 13, tugged at the sleeve of a 7 or 8-year-old sibling. Mom, it's time for dinner. Wow, we're having braised pork today. Hey, you rascal. Hurry up and eat with your brother. Afterward, go outside and see if you can make some friends to bring home. All right, if you finish your meal well, I'll buy you a new pair of shoes tomorrow. The plump woman's brother chuckled. Thank you, Dad. Knock, knock, knock. Who could be at the door? Chapter 35. The devoted senior sister. Knock, knock, knock. Who could be at the door? The stout woman had just picked up her chopsticks, only to set them down again. Let me take a look, she said. The tall, robust man frowned. He despised being disturbed during meals, and promptly popped a snail into his mouth, slurping it down. The stout woman approached the door, revealing a man of similar height to her brother, yet more solidly built. He loomed before her like a shadow. Is that you, brother you? What brings you here? She chuckled awkwardly, her heart racing, uncertain if their previous conversation had been overheard by Su Anlin. Without hesitation, Su Anlin entered the room. It smells delightful in here, he remarked. The stout woman felt a wave of relief wash over her. Evidently, he hadn't heard anything. Is there something you need, big guy? She inquired, following him closely. At the table, 2 men were slurping snails while 2 children devoured braised pork, their cheeks glistening with grease. Su Anlin cast a quick glance at the 2 men's heads. Their health was around 30. Is there something you want? The tall man asked, frowning. I caught a whiff of something delicious and thought I'd join in. Approaching the table, Su Anlin seized a piece of braised pork and took a bite. The expressions of the 2 men shifted immediately. Little brother, are you looking for trouble? One of them asked. Su Anlin turned, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning menacing. What? Am I not allowed to eat? We didn't invite you suddenly. A chopstick pierced the tall man's neck. He clutched at his throat, his eyes wide with shock. The other man hadn't yet registered what was happening. As he stood, Su Anlin's fist came crashing down. Bang! The man's skull cracked open, blood flowing down. Kill successful, experience gained. 30, kill successful. Experience gained. 30. The abrupt scene nearly caused the stout woman to scream, but Su Anlin tightened his grip around her neck, using her as a battering ram against the children. Bang! Bang! After a few moments, the entire family lay lifeless on the ground. Su Anlin remained expressionless. Though it appeared ruthless, he believed this family deserved their fate. They had trafficked children and women, causing untold suffering. Death was hardly a loss. After searching the house, he staged the scene to resemble a robbery, acquiring 40 taels before departing. Ensuring he bore no traces of blood, he made his way back home. As night fell, Su Anlin practiced with his knife, repeatedly honing his skills. Reflecting on this escort mission, he couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the iron bone technique, which had rendered him nearly impervious to harm. However, his knife techniques were lacking. Had they been sharper, he would have wielded his blade with greater precision. Moreover, he needed to improve his agility. While searching the woods with Wu Ku and his group, he had noticed some individuals with commendable lightness of foot. They were not performing the exaggerated feats of costume dramas, but they could easily leap into trees and accelerate with ease. Next, he resolved to select a more advanced knife technique, as well as to refine his agility. The following morning, Su Anlin arrived at the martial arts school. As was her custom, Cheng Sha busied herself with the chores. Each month, she received her wages. And in addition to teaching her disciples martial arts, she also assisted with various cleaning tasks, demonstrating her industrious nature. Observing her, Su Anlin sighed, recognizing her to be a fine young woman, albeit one with poor judgment in men. Other disciples practiced their skills in small groups, though their numbers had significantly dwindled. The senior sister arrived early. Su Anlin approached her, commenting, "You're quite early today. Senior sister, is there a martial art in our dojo, perhaps a technique involving blades?" It's called the Wild Blade Slash, right? Su Anlin inquired. Indeed, there is. Are you interested in learning? Cheng Shasha raised an eyebrow. Yes, I find it quite intriguing. You've only just begun practicing the iron bone technique. It would be unwise to pursue another style simultaneously, Cheng Shasha replied, placing the broom in the corner and dusting off her hands. Our master frowns upon such behavior, so be cautious to avoid reprimand. To be honest, senior sister, I am currently escorting cargo and require a blade technique for self-defense, thus my predicament, Su Anlin admitted. Very well, but I advise against continuing with the iron bone technique. Cheng Shasha conceded, recalling the pastries and meat Su Anlin had gifted her, even though she had ultimately given them to Wang Yan. Nevertheless, she acknowledged the favor she had received. Let us warm up first. Afterward, I will demonstrate the wild blade slash for you. This technique is particularly suited to you, she stated, her gaze lingering on Su Anlin's physique, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. The two began their warm-up. Su Anlin engaged in pull-ups before transitioning into a horse stance, while Cheng Shasha practiced leg stretches. With her long legs and balanced figure, she appeared nearly perfect, her height and curves aligning with many people's ideals. As she stretched, her eyes drifted to the entrance, not in search of Su Anlin, but rather pondering Wang Yan's tardiness. She was aware that Wang Yan had been invited out for drinks the previous night. In truth, she had previously cautioned him against the perils of indulgence in wine and pleasure, but he had paid little heed. The first time she laid eyes on Su Anlin, she found him as handsome as Wang Yan, if not more so in terms of height and facial features. Regrettably, his talent seemed lacking, and he had ambitiously chosen to cultivate the demanding iron bone technique, only to realize its challenges and now seek to learn the wild blade slash. However, he was a decent individual, having secretly gifted her several items. Suppressing her thoughts, Cheng Shasha announced, Anlin, our warm-up is complete. Let me teach you the wild blade slash. She retrieved a wooden sword from the rack and began her demonstration. The essence of the wild blade slash lies primarily in its slashing motion, applicable with either a sword or a blade, but the latter yields superior results. It emphasizes power. A single strike can not only break through defenses, but also injure an opponent. I've only grasped the basics, Cheng Shasha admitted candidly, but it will suffice for your learning. Watch closely. There are two forms. The first is the blade without shadow, demanding swift execution, akin to an afterimage. With that, the wooden sword danced before her, moving with such speed that it appeared as a mere blur. Su Anlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. His foundational swordsmanship had, after all, reached the level of a master, leading him to develop some unique perspectives on the art of the blade. Thus, upon the first glance at Cheng Shasha's sword techniques, he immediately recognized the formidable nature of her skills, far surpassing the intricacies of basic swordplay. The second move, Mount Tai pressing down, was one that he could never quite grasp, as it demanded an immense amount of strength. Cheng Shasha, demonstrating, struck the wooden dummy before her with a resounding thud. The dummy trembled slightly. Did you understand? Yes, I'll give it a try, Su Anlin replied, his heart racing with excitement as he picked up another wooden sword and began to practice. Not far away, Old Hong had risen earlier than usual that day. Reclining beneath the shade of a tree, he savored the grapes handed to him by his wife, deftly spitting out the skins. His wife, Hitsue Fong, collected the skins and offered him another grape. I've had enough, Old Hong remarked nonchalantly, licking his lips. His spirits were quite high today, so much so that he had even guided a few disciples in their training. However, upon catching sight of Su Anlin, he sighed, Sui Fong? That young lad has a solid foundation. Oh, really? Hitsue Fong turned to look at Su Anlin and noticed him laughing and chatting with Cheng Shasha. He seems to be getting along well with that girl. How can chatting help him progress in martial arts? Old Hong lamented, frustrated. Just the other day, he chose iron bone skill as his practice. What is his background? Average, I'd say. When I first encountered him, he looked like a sickly mess. I warned him that the skill isn't meant for just anyone, but he wouldn't listen. Alas, his future appears bleak. Then, as his master, shouldn't you advise him further? I saw him giving something to Shasha yesterday. Perhaps he hopes she will look after him. That is not easy either, she replied. He doesn't heed advice, Old Hong mumbled. Hitsue Fong commented, have you forgotten your youth? You once told me how stubborn you were, insisting on practicing 5 techniques at once. If your master had kept a close watch on you, you might have ruined yourself long ago. I am not like him. Hongwu shook his head, letting out a long sigh. Very well, I shall give him another word of counsel. All right, I'll prepare some tea for you. And grab some sunflower seeds. They've been sitting around for days. If we don't eat them soon, they'll be soft. Oh, just then, Su Anlin had begun practicing the frenzied blade slash. Hong Wu squinted. This lad was learning the sword technique at an astonishing pace. Furthermore, he noted that Su Anlin's physique had improved significantly compared to before. Typically, such a transformation would not occur without reason. And only one possibility came to mind. The iron bone skill had reached a minor success. Stroking his chin, he found the notion increasingly astonishing and could not help but rise and make his way towards Su Anlin. Chapter 36. The Desire to Avoid Exclusion. Bang. Suddenly, the door swung open. Master Hong, an elderly gentleman, adorned in the attire of a wealthy merchant, entered, followed closely by two attendants. Lord Shun. Hong Wu recognized the visitor and promptly approached him. Last night, 2 of my servants perished in the cellar. Upon discovery by my guards, those very servants inexplicably revived. We hastily sealed the cellar door. Zombie transformation. Hong Wu furrowed his brow. Master Hong, I implore you for assistance. I fear that such entities may emerge and lead to further fatalities. Very well, I shall prepare. Hong Wu set aside his intentions to examine Su Anlin and swiftly summoned 5 of his senior disciples, departing the premises. Once again, a case of zombie transformation had arisen. The world was becoming increasingly chaotic. This marked the 3rd occurrence this month that Master had to address, all involving the same grim phenomenon. Fortunately, such events had not plagued the city itself. I have heard that Lingguang County is even more tumultuous. Many have fled from there, some finding their way to us. No wonder the number of refugees outside has been on the rise. I have heard as well. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Cheng Shasha murmured. Can glutinous rice truly cure the zombie toxin? Su Anlin was speechless. Had it not originated from him? It certainly can. My recent escort mission was to Lingguang County, and in truth, I was the one who devised this remedy, Su Anlin responded candidly. Cheng Shasha widened her eyes in astonishment. Junior brother, you invented it? Indeed. The Iron Gate Escort Agency's head is well aware of it. Su Anlin, puzzled, inquired, Sister, why do you usually refrain from undertaking tasks? What purpose do you have in purchasing glutinous rice? I have a friend who frequently ventures out, and I thought to procure some for him, Cheng Shasha replied, her face flushing. Just then, Wang Yin and several junior disciples arrived, prompting her to hastily greet them. Sigh. Su Anlin shook his head and resumed his practice. Skill, Frenzy Blade Slash, Proficient Level 2. Before long, the Frenzy Blade Slash appeared on the display. Technique, Frenzy Blade Slash, Beginner. A surge of joy filled Su Anlin's heart as he picked up a towel to wipe away the sweat. His diligent practice had finally borne fruit. He had successfully grasped the fundamentals of the Frenzied Blade Slash. Anlin, come drink some restorative soup, Ma Dong approached, seemingly out of nowhere. His older brother stood behind him, nodding in acknowledgement towards Su Anlin. I encountered Su Xiao this morning. He mentioned you might be interested in visiting the riverside fishing grounds. Indeed, I plan to go this afternoon to see if there are any suitable tasks available. Su Anlin replied while wiping his brow. Although he had a bit of spare coin, the expenses of purchasing meat every few days were considerable. Moreover, after moving, he had acquired several pieces of furniture and soon would require repairs at home, which would also demand a fair amount of silver. Let us go together then. My brother and I are also preparing to head out, Molly proposed. Very well. The 3 of them made their way to the restorative soup stall. And after consuming the soup, Su Anlin felt a marked alleviation of the soreness. Having exchanged farewells with Molly and Ma Dong, Su Anlin departed. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused in surprise. A group of 5 people had gathered at the door, 3 men and 2 women. Among them, one of the women was familiar to him. It was Huang Lijuan, the village chief's daughter from the countryside. Huang Lijuan, equally taken aback, exclaimed, Su Anlin. Huang Lijuan, what a coincidence. Su Anlin smiled, noting how much Huang Lijuan had matured after such a long time apart. Dressed in a striking teal outfit, she exuded an air of elegance and confidence. Well, I live nearby. Would you like to come to my home for a visit? Su Anlin suggested. Junior sister, Wang Yin has finished preparing. It is time to head to San Pingxiang. A haughty-looking man addressed Huang Lijuan without even glancing at Su Anlin. I understand, senior brother Han, Huang Lijuan replied, a hint of apprehension evident in her demeanor as she shook her head at Su Anlin. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Su Anlin acknowledged Huang Lijuan's discomfort and turned to depart. Junior sister, you are highly regarded by our master. Your future is boundless. It is unnecessary to associate with certain individuals, as it may bring you harm, Han Shi proclaimed arrogantly. He is my fellow townsman, from the same village, Huang Lijuan interjected. It is apparent that as a young woman, you need not draw close to these inferior men, lest you become the subject of gossip, Han Shi continued. Your senior brother is merely looking out for your well-being. Another disciple nodded in agreement, indeed. Those unsophisticated men from the countryside possess no talents and are always dreaming of courting someone far beyond their reach. A female disciple grasped Huang Lijuan's hand and added, What senior brother Han says holds truth. I once had a childhood friend who constantly sought my attention, bringing gifts and once even professing his affection for me. I found it both amusing and infuriating. He ought to reflect on his own worth. Eventually, I ceased all contact with him. My father later mentioned that he became a ruffian and learned martial arts, vowing to seek me out once he earned money. But one day, he was killed in a brawl. As the senior sister finished her tale, her eyes dimmed momentarily, a fleeting pang of sorrow gripping her heart. However, upon glancing at the senior brother beside her, she quickly regained her composure, adopting an air of nonchalance. The comments from her seniors left Huang Lijuan feeling somewhat embarrassed. She was, by nature, a person who cherished emotions, yet, upon arriving in the city, she felt the need to conform and heed the advice of her elders, not wishing to be ostracized. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for your reminders. I shall keep my distance from such individuals in the future. Esteemed friends. I apologize for the wait. Wang Yin and several senior brothers emerged. The group then made their way toward the tavern. Within the crowd, Su Anlin noticed his sister as well. Oh dear, so many dead bodies. How could this be? Su Yuyu exclaimed from a distance. It seems to be a vendetta. 2 children were thrown to their deaths. The scene is truly horrific. Members of the Dideo gang have arrived, and it is rumored that Aunt Fat and her brother are affiliated with them. A woman lamented while cradling a girl in her arms. From the surrounding conversations, Su Anlin gleaned that the Dideo gang had come looking for Aunt Fat's brother. After knocking for an extended period without a response, 2 men forcibly entered the residence, only to be met with a grisly sight. At that moment, the constables had already covered the bodies with white cloths, arranging the family in a precise line. Sir, who has done this? One officer inquired. How would I know? However, it appears the house has been ransacked, came the reply. Su Anlin declared. It must have been a robbery. Certainly, the officer affirmed. The constable cast a glance at Su Anlin and remarked, moreover, this robbery was undoubtedly perpetrated by outsiders. Su Anlin, intrigued, inquired, How can you tell, sir? This family belongs to the Dideo gang. Who among the locals would dare to provoke them? What if it were a vendetta? Su Anlin added. The constable casually replied, You possess quite the audacity. Are you not afraid of death? Su Anlin retorted as he opened the door. Su Yu shook her head. What is there to fear about death? However, we must be cautious in the days to come. She murmured before going to prepare lunch. How was your horse stance practice today? Su Anlin asked after taking a sip of water. Ever since Su Yu expressed her desire to learn martial arts, Su Anlin had her practice the horse stance daily. Su Yu's face flushed slightly. I did practice, but it was rather exhausting. If you are to learn martial arts, you must commit to it wholeheartedly, Su Anlin advised. Oh. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Su Anlin to approach and open it. Standing at the threshold were 3 burly men wielding sticks, their expressions decidedly unsavory. This group belonged to the Dideo gang. The leader, though not tall, bore a fierce countenance. He had intended to investigate this household thoroughly, but upon the door's opening, it felt as though the sunlight had been obscured. A robust man, towering over him by a head, clad in training attire that accentuated his muscular frame, stood before him. The fierce expression on his face softened instantly, especially as the 2 henchmen behind him forced friendly smiles. Chapter 37. The reputation of warriors is something the matter? Su Anlin tilted his head slightly, producing a series of crisp cracks from his bones. The leader, bowing respectfully, inquired, My friend, did not the Zhang family perish recently? We were their acquaintances, and wish to ask if you have seen any gangs around here lately. Indeed, there is the beggars' sect, Su Anlin replied. Aside from the beggars' sect? None other. Oh, I am about to dine, Su Anlin responded with evident impatience, digging into his ear. Thank you, my friend. We apologize for the intrusion. With a resounding thud, the door closed. The 3 outside dared not linger, departing in a dejected manner. After finishing his meal, Su Anlin reunited with Ma Dong and Molly, and together they made their way to the riverside fishing grounds. Along the way, Molly explained that due to the recent increase in bandits and malevolent spirits, several affluent merchants had been hiring warriors quite frequently. Just a few days prior, He had accepted a task to negotiate on behalf of a wealthy merchant with a local thug leader, ultimately securing the deal and earning 20 taels of silver. Su Anlin nodded in agreement. It's akin to selling goods. If your quality is subpar, no one will employ you. Therefore, before undertaking a task, we must assess whether we can successfully complete it. If not, it is prudent to decline, lest we tarnish our reputation. Despite the seeming grandeur of Huangji town, the circle of wealth is rather small. They are all aware that damaging one's reputation will deter future investments. Su Anlin acknowledged this insight with a nod. The riverside fishing grounds of Huangji town served as a venue for merchants to engage in fishing and shrimping. Within a northern courtyard, a designated area for warriors to accept tasks was bustling with activity. Numerous small merchants and newly emerged gang leaders wandered about, all with a singular aim to find an emerging talent at a reasonable price to assist them. Should the endeavor prove fruitful, they might even consider increasing their investment. As the well-known experts commanded exorbitant fees, and their intricate connections rendered them unaffordable for these minor players, the venue was organized by a coalition of several small merchants. And over time, more affluent individuals and gangs joined, resulting in the current scale. The merchants need not fear being swindled by unreliable warriors. Firstly, the organizers implemented a rigorous assessment mechanism, wherein warriors were subject to a credibility evaluation. Should a warrior's task completion rate be low, their credibility would diminish. Recorded for future reference. When merchants encountered such individuals, they would surely deliberate on their suitability. Moreover, the affiliations of a warrior's companions, particularly those training at a martial arts school, were meticulously documented. These records served as criteria for assessing a person's credibility. For instance, if a warrior's associates were esteemed dignitaries, their credibility would be deemed high, as would their capability to complete tasks. Within the elegantly antiquated chamber, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air, and the walls were adorned with plaques. The left side displayed fewer plaques, each representing warriors who had completed tasks more than 5 times. With a perfect completion rate, these were the individuals of the highest credibility. The sign on the right is densely packed. The warriors here all have a failure rate, which increases the deeper one goes, leaving the innermost area almost deserted. Within, one can find only the tags of newcomers. These warriors have yet to undertake any tasks, and the organizers can only gauge their capabilities based on their friends, martial arts schools, and family background. The host, a refined lady in her 30s named Shinrong, exudes elegance and grace. Her charming smile leaves a delightful impression. She is currently adjusting a few newcomer tags alongside her 2 attendants, while removing some outdated ones. A warrior who fails consecutively 5 times earns a failure rate of 100%. To maintain credibility and prevent further exploitation of the warriors, their tags are consequently withdrawn. As Shinrong completed her task, her gaze fell upon a young girl, staring blankly at the wall, her lovely eyes clouded with confusion. It was evident to Shinrong that this girl was unfamiliar with the rules of the place. Many newly prosperous merchants, who have just begun to dabble in business, find themselves in a similar predicament, lacking the knowledge to select suitable warriors. At such times, it becomes their duty to provide guidance, as they are, after all, in a service industry that requires them to excel in customer care. With a warm smile, she approached. "My dear, is there anything you need assistance with?" The young woman, named Jiang Xiaoya, was indeed visiting for the first time. Over the years, her family had thrived by producing high-quality fabrics using a unique secret formula, drawing in merchants from outside provinces seeking to purchase their goods. However, just as their fortunes were on the rise, her father and brother were ambushed while transporting a shipment. The bandits, through an intermediary, demanded a ransom of 4,000 taels for her family's release. In the past, she might have managed to scrape together the money. But now, after a close friend's suggestion, she found herself here, hoping to enlist a warrior to negotiate with the bandits, who had agreed to discuss terms contingent upon her presence. Jiang Xiaoya hoped to lower the ransom significantly, envisioning a scenario where she could afford half of the original demand. She sighed, sharing her predicament. "I initially considered reporting to the authorities, but then I feared the bandits might retaliate. Alas, I am the only one left to manage our affairs. A mere woman in a dire situation, unsure of my next steps." Shinrong, understanding her plight, reassured her, "Do not worry. Find a capable warrior to assist you in communicating with the bandits." "But will that be effective?" Jiang Xiaoya inquired. Shinrong responded, "Regardless of the outcome, a warrior carries more weight than we ordinary folk. Moreover, as a young unmarried woman of such beauty, Venturing into the territory of bandits alone would be akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. I have thought along those lines as well. My mother warned me that the bandits might be deceiving me into coming, Jiang Xiaoye admitted. Your mother speaks wisely. Seek a formidable warrior like this one. Shenrong selected a tag from the wall. This is Wang Yin, a disciple from the Great Strength Martial Arts School. He is remarkable, having achieved the third tier of body refinement within just 3 months, and is highly regarded by the school's master, Hong Wu. It is said that he has recently made further advancements, and many prominent families are vying for his allegiance. This individual has successfully completed 3 tasks here, earning the satisfaction of his clients. When he steps forward, he carries significant weight. There is no doubt about his capabilities. Jiang Xiaoye was instantly intrigued. Do I truly require such a substantial sum merely to engage someone for negotiations without resorting to conflict? Shenrong felt a twinge of hesitation. On one hand, although her family has managed to accumulate some wealth over the years, most of it has been reinvested, expanding the workforce, enlarging their enterprises, and purchasing several plots to construct buildings, leaving little liquid capital at home. On the other hand, she feared that if the negotiations were unsuccessful, the expenditure would prove to be quite unwise. Chapter 38. A bargain for 50 taels. Xiao Yi and Wang Yin stand out as some of the most affordable among elite warriors. Should Wang Yin's prowess continue to flourish, his services will undoubtedly command a steeper price. Shenrong, with genuine concern, earnestly persuaded her. Her intentions were not driven by commercial interests, rather. She felt a deep sympathy for Jiang Xiaoyi and wished to offer her assistance. Having encountered Wang Yin before, she found him to be quite dependable, with a broad network of acquaintances, ensuring that even the most unscrupulous brigands would treat him with respect. I'm still undecided, Jiang Xiaoyi mused, as she noticed several other placards nearby, each offering reasonable prices. For instance, some merely required 50 taels for their services. She reasoned that since she only needed someone for negotiations, even if the discussions fell through, the brigands would likely refrain from harming a warrior. Perhaps you should consider further, Shenrong suggested, feeling somewhat helpless. Recently, many mid-tier warriors had been occupied, leaving few options available for Jiang Xiaoye's selection, while there were numerous low-tier warriors. In Shenrong's view, those brigands were akin to predators, surviving by their blades. Sending a low-tier warrior to negotiate would likely not yield favorable results. What about this individual? Jiang Xiaoyi inquired, pointing to a placard that read, Disciples of the Dali Martial Arts School, Mali and Ma Dong. 2 individuals for merely 50 taels. This appeared to be quite a bargain to her, especially since the cheapest alternative required the same amount for just 1 person. 2 negotiators would surely be more effective than 1, as they were merely to converse, not engage in combat. Even if negotiations failed, she believed the brigands would not resort to pointless violence, as their primary objective was financial gain. Why would they jeopardize their ransom? Indeed, Jiang Xiaoye's reasoning held merit. Shenrong examined the placard for Mali, nodding in agreement. These brothers are relatively new to the field, but their integrity is assured. They have close ties with young Master Su Jinyan of the Su family, who has personally stated that they will join the Su family once their training is complete. Then I shall select them, Jiang Xiaoyi declared. Shenrong smiled. Very well, I shall send someone to the martial arts school to fetch them. Subsequently, she dispatched a servant. Madam, the brothers Ma Li and Ma Dong have just arrived, accompanied by a new disciple who is also here for a task, the servant reported. Shenrong beamed at Jiang Xiaoyi. What a coincidence. They have arrived. Let us invite them to the left chamber. Yes, madam, the servant responded. Miss Jiang, let us proceed to the left chamber to await their arrival. Very well. Jiang Xiaoyi tightly clutched a handkerchief, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she cast a glance outside, before following Shenrong into the room. Brother Su, we are indeed fortunate. We have only just arrived, and already someone seeks our services, Molly exclaimed with a cheerful demeanor as he entered the courtyard. Ma Dong mirrored his excitement. Thanks to his elder brother's status, although he had yet to enter the realm of body refinement, he was still able to accept tasks. Their fee, while modest, was still a significant sum for them. They were keenly aware that their parents toiled endlessly in the fields, barely earning a few dozen taels over the course of a year. Completing a single task could yield them an amount equivalent to their parents' annual income, which was already a commendable achievement. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon them. Su Anlin smiled, having found a certain affinity with these 2 brothers during their journey, devoid of the arrogant demeanor often exhibited by the locals. Upon arriving, he had familiarized himself with the customs of the area. But upon witnessing the price quoted by Wang Yin, a staggering 500 taels, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Wang Yin, a disciple at the third level of body refinement, was indeed demanding such a sum. Molly glanced at the others in the room and quietly explained, "It's simply because he knows many influential people. They respect him. Oftentimes, he doesn't even need to take action himself. Merely treating someone to a meal suffices to complete the task." Ma Dong, with envy evident on his face, remarked, "How wonderful it would be if we could do the same. But then again, his talent is exceptional. Didn't Master say that Wang Yin would eventually become as formidable as he?" Such envy was futile. At that moment, a servant approached. "Brother Ma, my master is awaiting you inside. Please, follow me." "Thank you," Su Anlin replied, following the Ma brothers into the room. Inside stood an elegantly adorned woman, resplendent in fine garments and adorned with gold and silver. Beside her was another young woman, whose attire was modest and lacking in adornments, indicative of a newly affluent individual whose sense of fashion had yet to catch up. Su Anlin and the Ma brothers clasped their fists in greeting. "Miss Shun, this is my junior brother, Su Anlin. I brought him to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Additionally, he is a friend of young Master Su," Molly stated firmly. With a smile, Shenrong replied, "Friends of young Master Su are generally trustworthy. Please, have a seat." As they settled, the conversation swiftly turned to the matter of Jiang Xiaoye, and Shenrong directly addressed the issue at hand. Upon hearing the details, the Ma brothers furrowed their brows, initially believing it to be a trivial matter, only to realize it involved negotiating with bandits. This could escalate in severity should they encounter reasonable bandits. There would be no issue. However, what if they faced ruthless criminals, capable of murder without a second thought? Molly, more astute than his younger brother Ma Dong, considered the situation thoroughly. This was why he had successfully completed several tasks here. He chose only the easier ones. Though the monetary rewards were modest, safety was paramount. After all, he was well aware of his own limited martial capabilities. His selection by Su Jinyan had been solely due to his eloquence. Noticing Ma Li's troubled expression, Shenrong poured him a cup of tea. "Brother Ma, Miss Jiang mentioned that this is merely a negotiation. If successful, she will provide additional compensation. If not, it poses no problem." "Which faction do these bandits belong to?" Molly inquired. Jiang Xiaoye replied, "They are from the One-Ear Gang of Snake Mountain." Surprised, Molly's frown deepened. That individual was a practitioner at the third level of body refinement, commanding 2 capable subordinates at the second level. Given that Ma Li himself was only at the second level, he feared for his life should conflict arise. The critical issue was that One-Ear had a notorious reputation. He had grown up under the harsh treatment of his stepfather, who had violently torn off one of his ears. After committing a heinous crime, he grew increasingly audacious, robbing the village and seizing wives and daughters. Ultimately, he was wanted by the authorities, prompting him and a band of brothers to retreat to Snake Mountain, turning to a life of banditry. This individual was unlike other mountain thieves. While they understood the importance of sustainability and fixed annual protection fees that allowed villagers a means of survival, he preyed specifically on travelers. Women were taken to the mountains, while men were ruthlessly slain. Upon spotting wealthy households, he would abduct individuals, demanding ransom. Such a brutish character was exceedingly difficult to negotiate with. "Brother Ma, what do you think?" Jiang Xiaoye inquired nervously. "Sai, this is a challenging situation," Molly candidly replied. "This person, known as One-Ear, is indeed troublesome. I advise you to pay the ransom. I can assist in transporting it to the mountain. Once the ransom is paid, these bandits will certainly refrain from violence. After all, those who live by the sword must adhere to a code of honor. If they were to kill after receiving ransom, who would dare pay them in the future?" Shenrong interjected, "It's not feasible to gather such a sum at once." Jiang Xiaoye nodded slightly. "Brother Ma, please consider it further. If it truly cannot be done." Molly decisively refused, feeling a twinge of regret at the 50 taels slipping away. Observing the futility of the situation, Shenrong forced a smile. "Miss Jiang, perhaps you should seek assistance from others." With a resigned nod, Jiang Xiaoye responded, "That would be troublesome." She then exited. Su Anlin glanced outside, furrowing his brow. "Senior brother, are you certain you do not wish to accept this task?" Molly replied, "One-Ear is indeed formidable. If it were feasible, I would take it. There is no need to court danger. However, I am contemplating the possibility of taking it on," Su Anlin stated. Chapter 39. Not worth the struggle. I contemplated the situation, and Su Anlin spoke up. Just moments ago, Molly had mentioned that Air was merely at the third layer of body refinement. For someone of that caliber, he had already eliminated several in Lingguang County, thus rendering this task rather manageable for him. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoye had also indicated that while the task was worth 50 taels, That was only in the event of a negotiation failure. Should the negotiation succeed, there would be a commission. The Ma brothers widened their eyes in disbelief. Brother Su, are you considering taking this on? Molly asked incredulously. Ma Dong added, Brother Su, I know Yijier. He is not someone to be trifled with. It hardly seems worth the risk for just 50 taels. Molly shook his head in agreement. Indeed, we might as well explore other opportunities outside. As the two brothers departed, Su Anlin was about to follow when Shun Rong entered, holding a piece of paper. Young Brother Su, let me arrange a plaque for you. Once you have it, if someone selects you, I will send someone to notify your family. Thank you, Su Anlin replied thoughtfully. By the way, has Miss Jiang selected anyone yet? Not yet, Shun Rong replied, but your senior brother Wang Yin has arrived, and they are currently in discussion. Miss Jiang hopes Wang Yin can lower his price. Su Anlin stated, if she agrees, I am willing to accept this task. Shun Rong was taken aback. You are willing? Yes, it is merely a negotiation. Very well, I shall check on the progress of their discussion shortly. In the adjoining room, Jiang Xiaoya sat across from Wang Yin. Her expression troubled. She had hoped Wang Yin could lower his price, but to her surprise, not only did he refuse, but upon learning it was regarding Yijier, he demanded 600 taels. His reasoning was that he was acquainted with two noble sons connected to Yijier, and he needed funds to manage the situation, which included entertaining them. Wang Gongzi, she protested, 600 taels is rather excessive. My family cannot afford such an amount. Do consider it. Wang Yin replied with a bow, before exiting. At that moment, Shun Rong was leading Su Anlin outside. Upon seeing Su Anlin, Wang Yin expressed mild surprise, but said nothing further, as his status had elevated him beyond casual interactions with his former peers. Miss Jiang, how did the negotiations fare? Shun Rong inquired as they entered the room. Jiang Xiaoya sighed in resignation. Wang Gongzi not only refused to lower his price but insisted on 600 taels, which is simply beyond my family's means. Shun Rong interjected, this is Su Gongzi, whom you met earlier. He has offered to assist in the negotiations. Su Anlin clasped his fists respectfully. May I inquire, should the negotiations succeed, what commission would I receive? Jiang Xiaoya hesitated. Su Gongzi, are you suggesting 30%? Su Anlin replied candidly. For instance, if we can lower the price by 100 taels, you would give me 30 taels. If it is 1,000 taels, then 300 taels for me. How does that sound? Jiang Xiaoya nodded, finding this proposal reasonable. However, I do not wish for any harm to come to my father or brother. That goes without saying. Indeed, I merely implore you to engage in negotiations. Should the situation prove unfeasible, your life is paramount, and there is no need to provoke those individuals. I am well aware of this. Shun Rong observed the two conversing quite amiably and remarked with a smile, allow me to prepare the receipt for you both to sign. Apologies for the inconvenience. As Shun Rong stepped out to make preparations, Wang Yin lingered at the doorway, deliberately perusing the tasks while occasionally glancing towards the room where Jiang Xiaoye resided. He was genuinely invested in this assignment, especially given his recent social engagements which had incurred considerable expenses, particularly in his pursuit of the Wang family's daughter. His expenditures flowed like water. Consequently, he found himself in dire need of this sum. Upon seeing Shun Rong emerge, Wang Yin feigned casualness, saying, Sister Shun, I await Miss Jiang's deliberation. How does she find the proposal? Shun Rong replied with surprise, Your junior, Su Anlin, just entered. He has agreed to Miss Jiang's proposition. My junior? Wang Yin furrowed his brow. He has only recently joined the martial arts hall and may not have even progressed beyond the first level of body refinement. How could he undertake such a task? He felt a twinge of irritation. Initially, he had intended to establish a certain stature to earn an additional 100 taels. He contemplated that if Jiang Xiaoya were to decline, he could easily fabricate an excuse, perhaps to make a new acquaintance, and thus consent. After all, it was merely a negotiation. He could venture there, and if they disagreed, he would still gain 500 taels, an ideal scenario. Little did he know he had been preempted, and by none other than his own junior. Young Master Wang, I cannot speak to that, Shun Rong replied with a light smile. Having discerned Wang Yin's earlier attempt at posturing, which she found somewhat distasteful, Miss Shun, to be frank, my junior's abilities are not formidable. Seeking that one-eared fellow is tantamount to courting disaster. However, I trust Su Anlin understands the gravity of the situation. I shall retrieve the receipt now. Wang Yin's gaze flickered. Had he truly been outmaneuvered? Moments later, Su Anlin and Jiang Xiaoya finalized the receipt. Shun Rong secured it and stated, Brother Su, as per the regulations, you are required to submit a deposit of 50 taels. Of course, Su Anlin acknowledged the rule and produced a 50-tael silver note. Shenrong continued. As the intermediary for both of you, the task funds for Miss Jiang will remain with me. Once you have completed the task, Brother Su, you may collect the funds here. Such arrangements were standard in this establishment, designed to ensure the longevity of business. After all, who would dare to patronize a place rife with deceit? Very well, Su Anlin nodded. Jiang Xiaoye bestowed a gentle smile upon Su Anlin. Although he did not exude the qualities of the most esteemed martial artist, given the circumstances, she found it acceptable. As Su Anlin exited alongside Jiang Xiaoye, he encountered the Ma brothers, who were engaged in conversation with Wang Yan. They were taken aback. Wang Yan, typically aloof, was remarkably conversing with them today and even inquired about Su Anlin. Junior brother, you have taken on the task? Mali discerned the situation as he saw Su Anlin and Jiang Xiaoye walking together. Indeed, I believe I can give it a try. Su Anlin was reluctant to elaborate further. After all, the Ma brothers had abandoned this task, and he did not consider it an act of usurpation. Wang Yan's complexion was ashen. Su Anlin, the one who kidnapped Miss Zhang's family, is a man named Yizhier. Surely you are not unaware of who he is? Wang Yan stated bluntly, you can't possibly believe this is merely a negotiation. Su Anlin replied, Senior brother, I have already weighed the relationships involved. Rest assured, I have no doubts. I simply do not wish to see you hinder Miss Zhang's important matters. You must not end up in peril without realizing it. Wang Yan's voice was sharp, revealing his displeasure. Su Anlin furrowed his brow. Then there is no need for your concern, senior brother. Humph. Wang Yan tossed his sleeve and turned away. Marley stood in stunned silence, witnessing this scene. Was Wang Yan truly angry? Is he all right? Jiang Xiaoye inquired. He is fine. Let us be on our way, Su Anlin responded. I need to ascertain the route. Very well. Su Anlin addressed the Ma brothers, senior brother. I shall take my leave now. Ah, all right, but do exercise caution. Fear not. Once I have completed my task, I shall treat you all to a meal. What kind of meal, Su brother? The next time we see you, it may be to offer you paper offerings. Marley shook his head in regret as he watched Su Anlin's retreating figure. Young Master Su, it seems you have inadvertently offended your senior brother. Jiang Xiaoye remarked as they walked along the street. If I were concerned about offending anyone, I would not have undertaken this task, Su Anlin replied with a calm demeanor. Quite the jest, given that in Lingua County, he has dispatched countless individuals far more formidable than Wang Yan. If I were to fear him, I would have wasted my efforts. Observing Su Anlin's composed expression, Jiang Xiaoye felt a wave of bewilderment. This infuriating sense of security enveloped her entirely. After a journey of over an hour, they finally arrived at the Jiang residence, a grand estate located in the western suburbs of the city. Chapter 40. The Mad Blade's evolution. As they journeyed, Jiang Xiaoye continued to share details with Su Anlin. Upon entering the house, Su Anlin surveyed the expansive courtyard, filled with large racks displaying a myriad of colorful fabrics. Alas, we initially had an order for these fabrics to be dispatched, but now, with this predicament, we are at a loss, Jiang Xiaoye lamented. Just then, her mother and 2 workers arrived. Upon learning that it was Su Anlin who was to undertake the rescue, the elderly lady nearly fell to her knees in gratitude. There is no need for such reverence. Su Anlin quickly assisted her to her feet. After the family expressed their profound thanks, Su Anlin and Jiang Xiaoye turned to discuss serious matters, beginning with the route to Snake Mountain. I know an intermediary. He conveyed to me that a ransom is being demanded. I've already spoken to him and instructed him to guide you up the mountain, Jiang Xiaoye informed. Very well. Su Anlin nodded. How many people are there? I've heard varying accounts, some say a dozen, while others claim over 100. Jiang Xiaoye hesitated. Admitting her knowledge was merely hearsay. All right, please inform the intermediary to wait at your doorstep tomorrow. I shall arrive at dawn. Yes, of course. As evening descended, Su Yu was preparing meat broth, the savory aroma wafting through the air. Inside, Su Anlin practiced with his blade, diligently enhancing his proficiency in the Mad Blade technique. Name, Su Anlin. Level, 4. Health, 75/75. Experience, 810-1100. Attribute points, 1. 1 point can be exchanged for every 100 experience points. Martial arts, basic swordsmanship, master. Martial arts, mighty iron bone technique, grandmaster. Martial arts, phoenix dance in the sky, minor achievement, proficiency, 110. Martial arts, mad blade technique, novice, proficiency, 20. After practicing for a while, Su Anlin frowned. Training against thin air was yielding painfully slow progress. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. A carpenter in his 40s stood at the door. Accompanied by a cart, they had completed the wooden training dummy. The two men carried the dummy inside, positioning it in a corner and securing it. Su Anlin then handed over the remaining silver coins. Seizing his blade, he began to strike the wooden dummy with the back of the sword. Proficiency 2. Proficiency 2. Indeed, the rate of proficiency gain accelerated. The first stance of the Mad Blade technique became increasingly refined, each movement crystallizing in his mind. Upon reaching a proficiency of 100, an unexpected revelation surfaced. He sensed a striking similarity between certain techniques of the master-level basic swordsmanship and the Mad Blade technique, as though they could be harmoniously intertwined. Could it be that achieving mastery in basic swordsmanship allowed for the integration and synthesis of various sword techniques? This discovery sent a thrill through Su Anlin's heart. Throughout history, every martial art has been painstakingly refined over generations, distilling the essence from the dross. Those lacking deep understanding of these arts would surely struggle to grasp their underlying principles. However, he had indeed mastered the fundamental swordsmanship to a masterful level, allowing him to grasp this technique. Gradually, the basic swordsmanship and the frenzied blade slash faded from the panel, replaced by a new sword technique. Yet, this new technique bore no name and was merely indicated as a minor achievement. In an instant, Su Anlin sensed the emergence of this novel sword art. He closed his eyes to savor it deeply. The first form of the frenzied blade slash emphasized speed, while the second form focused on power. However, the frenzied blade slash, infused with the essentials of basic swordsmanship, incorporated a move known as the flying sky slash. With swift motions, the shadow of the sword manifested upon the wooden dummy. At the fourth move, Su Anlin suddenly leapt into the air and delivered a powerful slash. Bang! Even using the back of the blade. And despite not striking the wooden dummy directly, a surge of blade aura erupted from the sword, rushing toward the dummy. Whoosh! The wooden dummy, with arms as thick as a man's, was immediately cleaved 2 centimeters deep. Su Anlin raised an eyebrow. This was exceptionally hard solid wood. And if it could be cut into 2 centimeters, what would happen if it struck a person? Brother, that move was truly impressive, exclaimed Su Yu, who was holding a dish. She hurried over, touched the wooden dummy, and felt a pang of sorrow. It had just been purchased, and now it was damaged. Brother, I want to learn that move too. Su Anlin casually picked up a wooden stick, similar in length to his sword, and said, "Come, practice with me. But first, let's eat." "Yes, let's eat first." After their meal, Su Anlin guided Su Yu in practicing sword techniques. Early the next morning, Su Anlin, equipped with a crossbow and a sword, led a horse to the entrance of the Jiang family. Jiang Xiaoye was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache and dressed like a merchant in a round-topped hat. Upon seeing Su Anlin approach, they quickly welcomed him. "Young Master Su, this is Lord Zhang He. He has some familial ties with a subordinate of One Ear, and he will assist in guiding us." The mountain bandits were notoriously difficult to deal with, as they often hid in the mountains, making it nearly impossible for ordinary folks to find their way up. Thus, a middleman was essential for navigation. Moreover, one would need to be blindfolded on the way to prevent memorizing the route. "Miss Jiang, is it just him?" Zhang He frowned, wanting to ask, "Young man, how desperate for money are you to take on such a task?" Of course, he refrained from uttering this aloud. This time, he would earn 20 taels of silver for his guidance, and if he did not descend by nightfall, it would indicate that Su Anlin had perished, regardless of the outcome. He would not suffer a loss. Jiang Xiaoye hesitated. "It is merely a discussion. It's not a matter of violence. We would not resort to such means." Su Anlin reassured, "Lord Zhang, you need not worry. Then let us be on our way." Zhang He, having his own cart, took the lead, while Su Anlin rode his horse and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, at another location, the Serpent Mountain stronghold, the bandit chief, One Ear, toyed with 2 large iron balls, listening to a subordinate report while narrowing his eyes. "Your cousin, Zhang He, sent word that Jiang Xiaoye refuses to come and has dispatched a warrior instead." Before him, a subordinate knelt on one knee, hastily raising his arms in a gesture of respect. "Indeed, elder brother, my uncle mentioned that the Jiang family cannot produce such a substantial sum of silver, hence they seek a formidable martial artist to achieve victory on their behalf." A smirk curled upon the elder's lips. "Ah, so they are seeking someone to act as an intermediary. But who has she managed to enlist?" A certain Su Anlin." He cast a glance towards a middle-aged man, clad in the attire of a warrior, standing nearby. "Second brother, have you heard of him?" "Yet. The reality is contingent upon the individual in question. Anyone capable of such brutality while still surviving must possess a shrewd mind. His modus operandi is to target those devoid of any influential backing. The man beside him, known as Second Brother, is the second in command here. Having spent years navigating the underbelly of society, familiar with various skilled fighters and the dynamics of different factions, in their line of work, they have long since shed their given names, now known solely by their monikers. Second Brother, my uncle mentioned that this individual hails from the Great Strength Martial Arts School. Let us discuss the significant matters at hand. Chapter 41. The Bandit Stronghold, the Great Power Martial Arts School? The all-knowing one chuckled lightly. Brother, the Great Power Martial Arts School can only be considered a mid-tier establishment. I am familiar with several of its capable members, such as the recently risen Wang Yin and Su Jinyan, the son of the Su family. As for this Su Anlin, I have not heard of him. If the Jiang family had invited someone like Wang Yin, we could have shown a modicum of respect. Alas, they have chosen to summon Su Anlin. 1 ear. Having relaxed considerably, sneered, I have lingered atop the mountain for too long. It seems my reputation has waned, allowing all manner of riffraff to approach me for negotiations. If word spreads, will everyone feel emboldened to seek parley? How am I to maintain my standing then? The all-knowing one replied, Brother, do you mean to sever both hands, to let the Su Anlin understand that not everyone is entitled to engage in discourse with me? At that moment, a subordinate rushed in to report, Brother. At the foot of the mountain, a man named Su Anlin has arrived, led by Zhang He. Bring him up, 1 ear commanded, a playful smirk forming on his lips. And do sharpen my blade while you're at it. Let the fire be stoked, for today we shall have a feast of roasted hands. Meanwhile, Su Anlin stood at the mountain's base, surveying the dense thicket that obscured any visible path. Glancing upward toward the summit, he noted the lush greenery. Realizing that anyone unfamiliar with the terrain would surely become lost, even before attempting the ascent, Zhang He sat at the edge of the cart, fanning himself with a folding fan, nibbling on a piece of dry biscuit. He cautioned, Young man, 1 ear has a foul temper. I shall refrain from accompanying you in this spectacle. Be astute. I will wait for you until dusk. Should you fail to descend before nightfall, I shall consider you dead. His words, harsh yet laced with a warning, were not lost on Su Anlin, who nodded in understanding. He produced a piece of dried meat and began to gnaw on it. At that moment, 2 robust men, bare-armed and wielding blades, descended from the mountain. You are Su Anlin? One of them inquired. Indeed, he replied. Blindfold yourself and grasp this rope. One of the men handed him a black cloth and a length of rope. Aware of the customs, Su Anlin secured the blindfold and followed behind, holding the rope. However, as he walked, he discreetly slipped a handful of yellow sand from his pocket every 10 paces. After climbing for over an hour, Su Anlin finally came to a halt, at which point one of his escorts removed the blindfold. Before him lay a rudimentary encampment, littered with refuse and suffused with a metallic scent of blood. At the entrance, 3 severed heads were impaled, that of a child, a young man, and a woman. The woman's long hair obscured her face, yet she appeared to have died not long ago, fresh blood still oozing from her neck. Su Anlin furrowed his brow, a wave of murderous intent surging within him. However, to the 2 bandits leading him, his expression seemed one of fear. They basked in their arrogance, reveling in the notion that even the dead could instill terror, while this man dared to seek an audience with their chief, oblivious to the meaning of death. Within the hall, in the very center, a pot of charcoal was ablaze. Above it, a large piece of meat was being roasted on a rack. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a foot. 2 young men were diligently turning the meat, allowing the fat to drip and fill the air with a tantalizing aroma. As Su Anlin walked forward, he discreetly counted the individuals present. There were only 14. Their vitality hovered around 20, indicating a slight enhancement over ordinary individuals. Yet none had reached the first tier of body refinement. Within the group, there were 3 prominent figures. One individual held 2 iron balls, boasting the highest vitality. 1 ear's vitality, 65-65. Wan Shitong's vitality, 45-45. Lin Yidao's vitality, 56-56. It seemed that these were the 3 leaders of the group. Su Anlin scoffed. Just as Molly had mentioned, 1 ear was the most formidable, yet merely at the 3rd tier of body refinement. Wan Shitong, the weakest, held the position of second in command. Known for his cleverness and strategic counsel to 1 ear, Lin Yidao was said to be a knife enthusiast, indifferent to the affairs of the camp, spending his days honing his skills and feasting on meat. He would strike down anyone 1 ear commanded, his straightforwardness rendering him an expert enforcer. Upon observing the highest combat power of the group, Su Anlin felt a sense of relief. "You are Su Anlin, dispatched by the Jiang family," he declared, gripping the knife at his waist. "Now, where are the Jiang family members?" One Ear paused his manipulation of the iron balls, his voice cold. "Kid, what kind of attitude is that? Do you even know who I am?" Su Anlin casually picked at his ear with a thick finger, replying nonchalantly, "Yes, I know. They say you're called One Ear." Having one ear torn off must have been quite painful. His intent was clear. He had no desire for negotiation. The reasoning was simple. Would the Great Russia engage in talks with the lesser Ukraine? With his overwhelming strength, why should he parley with them? "You are quite audacious." "Young man," Wan Shitong interjected, rising with authority. Lin Yidao, a lean figure with long hair, squinted his cold eyes. Yet, his gaze was fixated on Su Anlin's knife. Just the hilt of that blade indicated its superior quality. As a knife enthusiast, he took pleasure in collecting various blades. How amusing. Now it seems even insignificant creatures dare to challenge me. One Ear laughed heartily, gesturing towards the charcoal fire beside Su Anlin. "I initially intended to roast just your hands. But now I've changed my mind. I shall roast a living person." A smile crept onto Su Anlin's face. "Ah, so you possess such a peculiar hobby. I wonder, would you take pride in roasting yourself?" "Brother, allow me to test him," Lin Yidao said ominously, drawing his own knife. "Since you wield a blade, let us have a contest. Then it shall be entrusted to the third," One Ear affirmed. "Thank you, brother." Lin Yidao leaped down, his long knife slicing through the air in a semicircle. His blade was half the width of Su Anlin's, its streamlined back suggesting a propensity for speed. Su Anlin's assumptions were correct. Lin Yidao's knife moved like a phantom, darting towards him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Anlin suddenly raised his knife, clashing with a resounding clang. Lin Yidao grinned malevolently, too slow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of his strikes intensified, and Su Anlin barely managed to fend them off. As the clang of blades echoed, Lin Yidao's taunts grew increasingly rapid, his knife strikes matching his fervor. "Faster, faster. Is this all you've got? How laughable." His movements became a blur, the knife splitting into multiple afterimages, igniting excitement among his followers. This was their third leader, truly deserving of the title blade enthusiast. Sparks flew, the sound resonating like thunder. Su Anlin furrowed his brow. His opponent's swordsmanship was indeed remarkable, especially in terms of speed. However, he lacked in strength. With a surge of power, Su Anlin struck. The clang of steel rang out as Lin Yidao's blade met Su Anlin's shoulder. A wicked grin spread across Lin Yidao's face, believing victory was near. Yet, upon closer inspection, Su Anlin had seized the knife in his grip. Impossible? With a swift motion, Su Anlin retaliated, his great knife cleaving toward Lin Yidao's neck. A cry of agony escaped Lin Yidao as blood gushed forth from his throat. With a decisive slice, Su Anlin severed the remaining flesh, causing Lin Yidao to collapse, convulsing on the ground. Chapter 42. The Carnage Old 3. The ever-cunning Wan Sherdong's scalp tingled with dread. The other members of the gang, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in sheer horror. Instinctively, they began to retreat en masse. After all, Lin Yidao had perished at Su Anlin's hands. How could they possibly stand a chance? A single ear gnashed its teeth in fury. Su Anlin's recent display was rather peculiar. He had grasped Lin Yidao's blade with one hand and emerged unscathed. He immediately bellowed, "Kill! Slay them all!" Without hesitation, Su Anlin unleashed a flurry of wild strikes, his blade sweeping through the air, exuding an aura of dread. The gang members found themselves marked by deep gashes, sent sprawling backwards. While two unfortunate souls were cleaved in twain, their upper bodies flying away, leaving only their legs standing, drenched in blood. "Old Two, join me." One Ear seethed, flipping two iron balls in his hands, which were swiftly hurled towards Su Anlin. Clang. Su Anlin grunted twice, his vitality flickering briefly, yet he remained unscathed. The attack had proven futile. Wan Shitong, employing his agility, circled behind Su Anlin, thrusting a slender sword towards him. Simultaneously, One Ear roared, launching a punch aimed directly at Su Anlin's face. Neither dared to hold back. Their strikes were executed with utmost ferocity. Clang. Boom. The impact reverberated off Su Anlin's frame. Drawing upon his formidable iron bone technique, he withstood the onslaught. Wan Sherdong's sword thrust again, but Su Anlin retaliated with a swift kick, collapsing Wan Sherdong's chest. The sound of splintering bones echoing, as several ribs broke under the force. Boom. With one last kick, Wan Sherdong was sent hurtling away, landing several dozen meters away. Bloodied and near death, One Ear turned pale, The punches he had thrown at Su Anlin felt as though they had struck a steel plate, leaving him at a loss for words. Now, witnessing old Tu's dire predicament, he was both astonished and terrified. Was such a being merely an ordinary figure? In a moment of panic, he began to blame old Tu and Wan Shirtong too. Had he known of Su Anlin's prowess, they could have negotiated instead. In this era, harmony was paramount. But it was too late for such considerations. Crucially, after this fierce exchange, Su Anlin showed no signs of fatigue. His terrifying physique radiated a fierce heat, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Though filled with dread, One Ear, seasoned by the trials of battle, recognized that pleading for mercy was futile. He swiftly drew a dagger, gleaming ominously, from his waist, aiming for Su Anlin's side. This dagger was forged from no ordinary metal, capable of slicing through steel like butter. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, Su Anlin grasped One Ear's arm, which held the dagger, and swung his blade with precision. With a sickening thud, One Ear's arm was severed, flying away to plummet into a coal fire. One Ear clutched the stump of his severed arm, howling in agony as blood spurted forth, retreating frantically. With a ferocious sweep, Su Anlin executed his deadly technique, cleaving One Ear from head to toe in an instant, reducing him to two halves. Kill successful. Experience gained, 65 in the hall. A few remnants of life still lingered, unclaimed by death. They gazed at Su Anlin, whose face was smeared with blood, before hastily fleeing outside. Naturally, Su Anlin would not let these individuals escape. He brandished his blade and pursued them, as two remaining figures, in a state of panic, rushed toward their dwelling. There, they would find a group of comrades, a larger crowd offering them a semblance of comfort. A minor leader, indulging in meat, abruptly threw it aside. "Brother, the chief, they are under attack." The panicked words spilled forth. "Get lost," he shouted, shoving someone aside. "Brothers, grab your weapons and fight." Yet, in the next instant, a bloodied figure stood before them on the narrow path. At that moment, the minor leader's heart sank, and he inquired urgently, "Where is the chief?" He has been slain." With that, Su Anlin charged forward. Here, dozens of men were present, all mere experience points in motion. Chaos ensued as some attempted to resist, but those who rushed forth either lost their heads or discovered that their lower bodies had fled without them. The minor leader turned to escape. Su Anlin hurled his knife, striking him directly in the chest. Staggering, he fell to the ground, and upon rising, he felt a flicker of hope. He was unarmed, defenseless, and yet the remaining individuals, emboldened, surged forth. They struck at Su Anlin, but their efforts were futile. Instead, their blows reverberated painfully through their own arms. Su Anlin harnessed his iron bone technique, his internal energy surging mightily, his fists glowing with a dark sheen as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Anyone struck met a grim fate, their bones shattered or skulls cracked, resulting in instant death. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses. Level up. Successfully leveled up, level 5. Health, 7. Su Anlin drew his knife and surveyed the area. A few remnants remained. "Run, run," they exclaimed, fleeing as though haunted. Su Anlin, blade in hand, pressed on, single-handedly decimating the entire encampment. This was a skill honed over time, looting the dead. Lin Dao's knife was indeed a fine weapon. Exceedingly sharp, yet regrettably too light for his preference. He rummaged through the bodies, discovering a handful of silver coins, leaving him speechless at Lin Dao's apparent poverty. He had garnered more from the recently slain minor leader. Conversely, from the versatile one, he uncovered over 100 tales. From the earless man, he retrieved a yellow pouch filled with silver, but more importantly, a fragment of parchment resembling a treasure map. The parchment, though tattered, depicted a crude map, with faded blood letters scrawled on the back, "Fox Immortal Tomb." A damaged treasure map? Su Anlin mused instinctively. An item so closely guarded by the earless man was surely of significance. Feeling the texture of the parchment, which bore an aged quality, he resolved to keep it, pondering that it might fetch a handsome price if he encountered someone knowledgeable. He also picked up the dark dagger used for ambush, having just tested it. He found it exceedingly sharp, effortlessly slicing through Lin Dao's knife. No wonder he regarded it as a trump card. With such sharpness, it could indeed inflict harm upon me. I cautiously sheathed the blade, careful not to nick my calf. After stowing my belongings, I wandered nearby, hoping to uncover any treasures that the one-eared bandit might have hidden, be it silver or otherwise. After all, having engaged in plunder for so long, he must have accumulated wealth. Unfortunately, I found nothing of value. Instead, I stumbled upon Jiang and his son, along with several kidnapped individuals. After inquiring with a barely conscious henchman, I learned that the one-eared bandit was quite astute, keeping his riches with his mistresses in the city. He had several lovers, each entrusted with a portion of his wealth, and aside from him, no one knew their identities. With no other option, after dealing with the henchman, Su Anlin abandoned the search and led his companions down the mountain. Consequently, the rescued individuals remained oblivious to the events, only hearing Su Anlin assert that he had resolved the situation before descending, following the markers he had previously made. Su Anlin guided his group down the mountain while also examining his panel. Name, Su Anlin. Level, 5. Health, 7382. Experience points, 230, 1500. Attribute points, 12. One attribute point can be redeemed for every 100 experience points. Technique, Mad Blade Flying Slash, Major Achievement. Technique, Mighty Iron Bone Skill. Iron Bone, Master. Technique, Phoenix Dance in the Sky Skill, Minor Achievement. The sudden accumulation of attribute points delighted Su Anlin. Particularly gratifying was the recent breakthrough in combat, where Mad Blade Flying Slash advanced from a minor to a major achievement. This indeed validated his suspicions that proficiency and experience could also elevate the level of techniques. Thus, he was not in haste to upgrade his techniques immediately, but rather contemplated acquiring a few more techniques first. In the recent battle, it could be said that his swordsmanship lagged slightly in speed compared to Lenny Dao. This issue stemmed from his movement technique. Furthermore, he noticed that a new feature had appeared on the panel, a friends list. Chapter 43. Activating the friends status bar as dusk deepened. Zhang Yi stood at the foot of Snake Mountain, gazing at the sun's descent, with a sardonic chuckle escaping his lips. "Let's go," he declared. "My lord." "Su Anlin has yet to descend," the coachman interjected. Oh. No sooner had he spoken than the rustling of leaves announced the arrival of Su Anlin, accompanied by a dozen others. Su Anlin had changed into a fresh garment, his bloodstains meticulously wiped away, rendering him indistinguishable as he approached. Zhang He, witnessing this spectacle, momentarily forgot to fan himself, his gaze vacant. "I instructed you to negotiate, not to rescue everyone." Su Anlin loosened the reins of his horse and replied. One Ear was surprisingly accommodating. "Let us be on our way." He chose not to elaborate further, for although these bandits appeared to rule their mountain domain, their clandestine affiliations with powerful factions or other mountain strongholds were uncertain. To avert potential retribution, he kept this information to himself. As twilight approached, Su Anlin, alongside the Jiang father and son and several attendants, finally arrived at the Jiang residence. Upon seeing her kin, Jiang Xiaoye was momentarily speechless, grappling with disbelief. Was this a dream? Or were her loved ones but phantoms? They had perished, perhaps returned to haunt her with tales of their tragic demise. In an instant, her joy morphed into terror. "Have I seen a ghost?" she exclaimed. "Daughter, sister." The family embraced, weeping profusely, tears and snot mingling in their heartfelt reunion. After a time of heartfelt conversation, Su Anlin followed Jiang Xiaoye into a side chamber. "Young Master Su, are you implying that after a confrontation with One Ear, he released our family because he could not best you?" "I comprehend. I truly do. You have saved us and spared us a ransom of 4,000 taels. We are immensely grateful. Indeed, initially we discussed a 30% profit. You have alleviated us of 4,000 taels, which amounts to 1,200, plus that 50 taels. No, you directly rescued my family and those servants. Let us settle on a total of 1,500 taels," Jiang Xiaoye proposed earnestly. "Very well," Su Anlin acquiesced, welcoming the additional gains. "Then I shall arrange for that." Moments later, Su Anlin departed from the Jiang residence, clutching 3 500-tael silver notes. What a profitable venture, he mused. Realizing he would not require silver in the immediate future, it was time to acquire 2 new techniques. Moreover, with his level now at 5, Su Anlin discovered an additional feature had emerged. He could activate the friend status bar. He had noted this while at the bandit stronghold, but had been preoccupied with other matters at the time. Now, he opened the friend status bar, which displayed 0 individuals. Upon closer inspection, he discerned its functionality. He could add individuals to this list, and with each level gained, he could accommodate 2 more friends. The bar would exhibit the real-time status of his friends. Intrigued, Su Anlin promptly entered. Sister Su Yuyu. Friend status bar, younger sister Su Yuyu. Female, 13 years old. Resident of Huangji Town, diligent and kind-hearted, enjoys household chores, has a favorability rating of 100 towards you. Su Anlin was astonished. Was it possible to see in real time what his sister was doing? Currently, the friend status bar could only accommodate 2 individuals. He promptly attempted to set the second person as his elder brother, Su Dao. However, it displayed an error, indicating that one could only add friends whom they had met within the last 3 days. Su Dao had been missing for quite some time, rendering the addition impossible. Su Anlin felt a twinge of regret. He had initially considered adding the Emperor and others to observe their daily activities, but that was no longer feasible. After some contemplation, Su Anlin resolved to set his master, Hong Wu, as the next choice. He was quite curious about what Hong Wu did in his daily life and whether he found it easy to deal with the malevolent spirits he encountered. Master Hong Wu, male, 46 years old, resident of Huangji Town, cunning in nature, friendly disposition, possesses a restless heart, has a favorability rating of 0 towards you. Current status: your master Hong Wu is gnawing on chicken feet. Su Anlin was at a loss for words. His favorability rating in his master's eyes was astonishingly 0. Upon returning home, Su Anlin instructed Su Yu in a few techniques, continuing her training. The following morning, Su Anlin arrived at the martial arts hall, intending to inquire about agile movements. However, he discovered that Cheng Shasha was absent that day. The surrounding senior and junior disciples were unfamiliar to him, making it awkward to inquire about the young girl. Thus, he settled in a corner and persistently practiced the iron bone technique. Since he had managed to achieve mastery in basic swordsmanship, he pondered whether he could also attain a similar level with the iron bone technique. Iron bone technique proficiency, 2. Iron bone technique proficiency, 2. It seemed that there was no one around to critique his iron bone technique, hence his movements appeared unrefined. Had Hong Wu been present, he would have recognized that Su Anlin was no novice in the iron bone technique. Su Shidi, your iron bone technique is quite commendable. Su Jinyan approached and began practicing on a wooden dummy as well. He was also practicing the iron bone technique, albeit having joined the Hong Tian sect at the tender age of 7. Senior brother, you are here so early. Don't mention it. The day before yesterday, a batch of goods at home suffered some losses. My father was furious upon hearing the news and scolded me, insisting I practice diligently so I can assist with the escorting next time. He doesn't even consider that I am the only son in the family. What would happen if something were to befall me? Su Jinyan sighed. It's not that I fear death, but I must think of the future of the Su family. Senior brother, I recall you have a son now, correct? Yes. Then your family can be considered to have roots. Su Anlin spoke earnestly. Su Jinyan was taken aback, realizing the jest. I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. No, we should compete in martial arts. Let me see your strength so that you don't become presumptuous in the future. Su Anlin understood his playful intent and immediately assumed a stance. Prepare yourself. Su Jinyan activated the great strength iron bone technique and delivered a kick. Su Anlin raised his hand to block and countered with a punch. The two exchanged several moves back and forth. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. Proficiency for him? Su Anlin was taken aback. The proficiency had increased remarkably. This was indeed an unexpected delight. In an instant, Su Anlin comprehended the situation. Engaging in combat with others accelerated his proficiency at a remarkable pace. With this realization, Su Anlin quickened his movements. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan's expression grew increasingly grave, silently acknowledging the truth of the matter. Upon observing Su Anlin's powerful iron bone technique, he discerned a notable difference. It was far from that of a novice and instead exhibited a certain rhythm. This sensation was one he had only witnessed in the hands of his master. It was precisely for this reason that he had suggested a sparring session. And now it was evident that Su Anlin's techniques were not inferior to his own. What did this signify? There were only 2 possibilities. The first was that Su Anlin had trained for an extended period. However, this was implausible, as everyone knew he had only recently begun his training. Thus, the only remaining possibility was that he was a prodigy. Chapter 44. I am sincerely playing matchmaker. Su Jinyan's heart increasingly harbored a suspicion. He recalled Zhang Zian, who had previously come to Lingguang County to pick someone up, had candidly told him that Su Anlin possessed formidable strength, not yielding to the demonic lunatics on the city walls. In light of this, Su Anlin was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. After a brief while, Su Anlin had already accrued 50 points of proficiency. However, Su Jinyan promptly halted, chuckling, I'm tired, let's take a break. Su Anlin felt a twinge of regret. The fatigue had come too swiftly. He then resumed his practice with the wooden dummy. Currently, his mastery of the mighty iron bone technique had reached 300. He sensed that he was on the verge of attaining the rank of master, yet lacked a crucial opportunity. Anlin, How old are you? 18. Senior brother. Why do you ask? Haha, I think you are quite a decent person. Coincidentally, I have a cousin who is well-educated, possesses striking beauty, and hails from a respectable family. I wonder if you might be interested? Su Anlin was taken aback, struggling to keep pace with Su Jinyan's line of thought. Had his admirable qualities been discerned by Su Jinyan? Indeed, gold shines wherever it is found. Su Jinyan clarified, please do not misunderstand. I am sincerely playing matchmaker. I currently have no such intentions. Su Anlin was wholly focused on honing his skills and venturing forth to slay enemies and earn experience points. Given time, he would certainly surpass everyone here. The prospect of marriage and children seemed rather cumbersome. Su Jinyan's expression turned serious. What? Do you think senior brother would deceive you? Do you think I would lead you astray? That is not my intention. Then you are merely feeling shy. Su Jinyan chuckled. Rest assured, junior brother. You may be concerned that marriage would hinder your training, but it is not an issue. Many martial artists marry. As long as intimacy is postponed or occurs only once or twice a year, it will not interfere. For instance, our master, despite his daily admonitions against excessive intimacy, indulges more than anyone else. Su Jinyan whispered conspiratorially. Su Anlin raised an eyebrow, only. Su Jinyan genuinely believed Su Anlin possessed remarkable talent. Though he appeared carefree and somewhat unrefined, he was, after all, a scion of a prominent family, exceptionally astute. He was certain that Su Anlin's abilities could surpass those of Wang Yin by a considerable margin. Wang Yin was already highly esteemed among the numerous families in the city. If Su Anlin's talents were to be revealed, it would be nothing short of sensational. The very thought excited him, hence the necessity to cultivate a good rapport with him. Naturally, Su Jinyan would not divulge details regarding Su Anlin's skills, as it would only invite more competition. Just as they were engrossed in their lively conversation, Wang Yin and a group of senior brothers entered nearby. The atmosphere was jubilant, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that Wang Yin had achieved yet another breakthrough. Wan Shidi, truly deserving of the title of the foremost genius of Huangji town, to have advanced so swiftly once more. Indeed. We must go to the tavern today and celebrate Wang Shidi's remarkable achievement. Wang Yin was in high spirits, especially relishing the flattery directed at him. He recalled the time when he first arrived, looked down upon and subjected to scornful remarks. And now? Those who once looked down upon him now regarded him with a sense of reverence. However, he found himself in a precarious financial situation, increasingly regretting his earlier decision to refuse the task from Jiang Xiaoye. Yet, despite his strained circumstances, he felt compelled to maintain appearances and integrate into his social circle. Tonight's guest was imperative. He must extend an invitation. Moreover, he sought to demonstrate his personal advancement. Since everyone has shown such goodwill, it is only fitting that I treat you all. Let us dine at San Pingxiang this evening. Oh, San Pingxiang is rather modest, one senior brother interjected candidly. For such a celebratory occasion, we must include Wang Xiao and Sun Xiao. I propose we go to Yinyang Tower instead. Yinyang Tower was renowned as the finest dining establishment in the locale. The experience included the company of beautiful entertainers who would require a gratuity post-meal, should conversations unfold favorably. These entertainers might even be persuaded to offer more intimate services, with prices subject to separate negotiations. Some patrons could enjoy complimentary services, while others, regardless of their expenditure, might only receive a mere touch of a hand. A table's expenditure would easily exceed 100 taels, and with the number of guests Wang intended to invite, he anticipated at least 2 tables. Wang Yin felt a twinge of reluctance, but before he could voice his objection, his fellow seniors enthusiastically chimed in. He swallowed his words, redirecting his gaze to see Cheng Sha entering the venue. Cough, cough, then I shall practice for now, Wang Yin responded casually, making his way towards Cheng Sha. Senior sister, junior brother Wang. Seeing Wang Yin approach her willingly brought Cheng Sha great joy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Do you wish to practice with me, junior brother Wang? Actually, senior sister, I experienced a breakthrough last night. Ah, thank you, senior sister, but I would prefer to consolidate my gains for a few days. Of course. However, I find myself short of funds. As you know, the prices of meat have risen recently, and I have been quite frugal. If I do not indulge in some nourishing meals, I fear it may impact my foundational strength. Thus, I wish to ask if I could borrow some funds from you. Wang Yin was aware that Cheng Sha harbored feelings for him. He was not oblivious to her affections. Unfortunately, her humble background and average appearance did not pique his interest as a talented individual. Yet, he saw no harm in occasionally benefiting from her kindness. Cheng Sha hesitated. Junior brother, You borrowed 200 taels from me recently, while martial artists often earn substantial incomes. Cheng Shasha seldom accepted tasks, relying instead on her modest salary from the martial arts school. She lived frugally and had saved only a few hundred taels. With Wang Yin yet to repay his previous debt, the thought of borrowing again troubled her. Wang Yin replied earnestly, "Senior sister, I have not forgotten your funds. I was due to repay you shortly. A lady has offered me a job for 500 taels. Then why not take the job?" 500 taels was no small sum. She had painstakingly saved that amount for her future dowry. Wang Yin sighed. "It was a task meant for me." But that scoundrel Su Anlin snatched it away, taking 50 taels for himself. "This is truly vexing." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Su Anlin conversing with Su Jinyan nearby, and he muttered, "That's the one. That task involves dealing with bandits. This fellow, lacking any real skill, still wishes to show off. Mark my words, he is bound to suffer." With Su Anlin safe and sound in this situation, Wang Yin is certain that Su Anlin has yet to commence the task. Is that so? Cheng Shasha found herself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. "I do not possess much at the moment either." Wang Yin wore a look of disappointment. "Never mind. I understand, senior sister, that you are reluctant. Indeed, it is quite a hassle for you. Forget it. I shall simply endure hunger for a while." He turned to leave. "Wait." Cheng Shasha hurriedly grasped his arm. I mentioned that I do not have much, but I did not say I would not lend you some. Senior sister, you are truly kind. How much do you wish to borrow?" 300 taels. Such a large sum. If it's not possible, then so be it. I do have some, but this is all I have left. Please return it to me promptly. Chapter 45. The pitiful one. Upon hearing that Wang Yin would present her with a gift, Cheng Shasha felt a surge of joy within her heart. However, she gently responded, "Junior brother, there is no need for such extravagance. Focus on your training and refrain from frequenting costly places." "I understand," Wang Yin replied with eager affirmation. Observing his demeanor, Cheng Shasha realized he had not truly absorbed her words, leaving her with a sense of helplessness. She recalled how obedient he was when he first arrived at the martial arts school, but somehow, things had shifted dramatically. "Then please continue your practice. I shall retrieve some silver from home," Cheng Shasha said as she set down her cloth and departed. "Senior sister, take care," Wang Yin called after her. Feeling relieved at the prospect of acquiring the silver, his gaze instinctively wandered towards Su Anlin, and he felt a wave of indignation at the thought of being bested by someone so insignificant, igniting a blend of embarrassment and anger within him. Resolutely, he strode towards Su Jinyan and Su Anlin. "Senior brother Su." "Ah, junior brother Wang. I just heard about your recent breakthrough. Congratulations." Su Jinyan was adept at fostering camaraderie. Su Anlin, taken aback, noted the swift change in demeanor. Just moments ago, Su had been lamenting Wang Yin's arrogance. At times, he wished to emulate such amiable individuals, craving their approval. "Ha ha, this evening I shall host a dinner at the Sunshine Pavilion. I hope you'll grace us with your presence, senior brother," Wang Yin proclaimed, deliberately raising his voice. The invitation was extended to Wang Yin. "Senior brother Su, the attendees will be esteemed young gentlemen from distinguished families. Should Su junior brother attend, they might." Wang Yin smirked. "Su junior brother, would you care to join us? It's merely an extra seat." Su Jinyan subtly frowned. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have prior commitments this evening," Su Anlin stated plainly. "Very well, you're right. You must concentrate on your training and avoid unnecessary dangers." Wang Yin turned to leave. Su Anlin recounted the events of the previous day, concluding, "I suspect he aimed to acquire more silver, but I cannot be blamed. He had already declined Miss Jiang's invitation before I arrived." "Ha, that Wang Yin." Su Jinyan chuckled. "There is no need to concern yourself with him." "True," Su Anlin agreed. "Nonetheless, that fellow Airy is not to be underestimated. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to confide in me. I have acquaintances in the underworld who might be able to assist," Su Jinyan offered. Su Anlin felt warmth in his heart. Regardless of Su Jinyan's motives for approaching him, his willingness to lend a hand marked him as a worthy acquaintance. Naturally, he did not expect kindness without ulterior motives, for one must possess value to be regarded by others. Thus, Su Anlin understood clearly that by enhancing himself, he would soon find himself surrounded by good company. "Thank you for your goodwill, senior brother, but the matter has been resolved." "Resolved?" Su Jinyan was taken aback. "Yes, I handled it yesterday when I ascended the mountain. Everyone returned safely, and Wang Yin is likely still unaware," Su Anlin replied. "Ha ha, impressive," Su Jinyan praised, giving a thumbs up. "Senior brother, shall we spar a few more rounds?" Let us do it." Su Anlin moved to engage. Enough, enough. Su Jinyin decisively initiated the match. Before long, another 50 proficiency points were added. Su Anlin felt his movements becoming increasingly agile and remarkably adept. Why do I feel more fatigued while you seem to grow more at ease? Su Jinyin gasped. I can't go on any longer. I must have spent too much time with my new bride. My legs feel like jelly. Brother, one should keep their distance from the allure of women. In that case, I might as well perish, Su Jinyin replied half-jokingly. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, a voluptuous woman clad in red attire entered. Very well, Su Anlin thought to himself, as he refrained from joining. He had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the older students. Wang Yin approached her, suggesting they share a drink later. Su Anlin kept his gaze fixed in that direction and soon observed Cheng Shasha producing several slips resembling banknotes, handing them to Wang Yin. Cheng Shasha appeared restless as she picked up a cloth and resumed cleaning some utensils. She was primarily responsible for maintaining hygiene in the establishment. Sister, why did you arrive so late today? Su Anlin interrupted her train of thought. Cheng Shasha noticed Su Anlin and forced a smile. I took on a small task yesterday, which delayed me. I thought you weren't going out for tasks anymore. I do have a few acquaintances who sometimes introduce me to simpler ones, Cheng Shasha continued. By the way, I heard you had some conflict with Brother Wang Yin. Did you take over his task? He didn't want it himself. Am I not allowed to accept it? He only regrets it now that he sees I've taken it. Su Anlin replied. Brother Wang Yin has his struggles too. Indeed, he faces many social obligations. I heard he is off to a tavern again later. Su Anlin remarked deliberately. Cheng Shasha felt a pang of discomfort, saying, he has made a breakthrough. We should celebrate. But without any money. Treating others would just be a fade. Su Anlin replied bluntly. He had no desire to speak ill behind others' backs, but given Cheng Shasha's good nature, he did not wish to see her suffer or be deceived. Having seen her hand over numerous slips of money to Wang Yin and from her expression, Su Anlin had pieced together the situation with considerable accuracy. Junior, don't speak carelessly. Cheng Shasha's expression turned displeased as she turned away. I'll go tidy up inside. You practice well. This woman. Su Anlin shook his head. The Yinyang Tower, in the evening, was a hive of activity. Almost a different realm from the daytime. Countless dignitaries and nobility from the city flocked in, creating a bustling crowd. Within the expansive hall, several scantily clad courtesans danced gracefully, garnering applause from a throng of young men in white, wielding folding fans. This was a world of opulence and intoxication, where many, despite their original intentions and resolve, found themselves captivated by such indulgences after just a few visits. It could be said that within Huangji town, this was the grandest den of iniquity. Many martial artists, who initially toiled diligently to earn money, found themselves lavishly spending their earnings in hopes of winning a smile from a beauty. Amidst a cacophony of voices, the third floor today buzzes with an unusual vibrancy. The renowned prodigy Wang Yin has reserved the entire space, filling 2 grand tables with the city's most promising youths and exceptional ladies. Among them is Su Jinyin, the eldest son of the Su family, who, despite his wealth, is bound by strict familial rules that prohibit him from frequenting such places. However, today, upon Wang Yan's invitation, his father deemed this a splendid opportunity for camaraderie and thus granted him a rare exception to partake in the festivities, on the condition that he refrains from spending money on the ladies present. Su Jinyin readily acquiesced. As it was Wang Yin who was footing the bill, he settled into a spot behind a screen adorned with the exquisite image of the 7 fairies, their bare upper bodies captured in flight, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Surrounded by a throng of enchanting women, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Though his household boasted its own beauties, none could compare to the allure of the outside world. He had long heard tales of the Yuanyang Tower, where radiant women were plentiful, each possessing remarkable talents in song and dance, and today, he found those tales to be undeniably true. Seated at the same table as Wang Yin were Ouyang Hong'er, his senior Lu Ming, Wang Ping Shui, the young master of the Wang family, Miss Wang Shan, and the young gentleman Sun Kai, among others. A few esteemed young ladies were present, yet they seemed quite accustomed to such an environment. Su, your family is quite illustrious. Why, if you enjoy this place, do we seldom see you here, appearing almost unfamiliar? Wang Yin inquired, pouring wine for Su Jinyin. Alas, my father is quite severe. It is difficult to voice my desires, Su Jinyin lamented. Then come secretly in the future, Wang Yin suggested with a gentle smile, hoping that Su Jinyin would visit more frequently, thereby reducing his own expenses. Unfortunately, Su Jinyan shook his head. My father is exceedingly strict. Let us not dwell on that. Today, we celebrate our junior brother Wang Yin. Let us raise a toast. Indeed, a toast to junior brother Wang for his generous hospitality. Brother Wang, endowed with the talent of a dragon, is destined for greatness. Laughter erupted, and Wang Yan's face flushed with gratitude as he acknowledged their kind words. After several rounds of pleasantries, Ouyang Honger gazed out the window at the rice shop across the street and remarked, "The price of rice has surged again, particularly glutinous rice." Lu Ming nodded. Ever since the news spread from Liuzhuang County that glutinous rice can cure corpse poison, various families have begun hoarding it, leaving common folk unable to purchase any. Miss Wang Shan of the Wang family interjected, "If we could transport glutinous rice from other provinces, it would indeed be a lucrative venture. Many families must be pursuing this." Wang Ping Shui glanced at Sun Kai and Su Jinyan, who merely smiled in response without further comment. "I have heard that the discovery regarding glutinous rice's ability to combat corpse poison was made by a martial artist surnamed Su, purportedly from the Dali Martial Arts School. Su and Wang Yin, have you heard of him?" Wang Ping Shui inquired, his demeanor jovial. "Surnamed Su." Su Jinyan shook his head, indicating ignorance. Wang Yin, however, recalled Su Anlin, feeling a surge of irritation. There was indeed a junior brother named Su Anlin, but he hailed from modest origins, possessed mediocre talent, and often resorted to petty cleverness, a rather presumptuous individual, as Wang Yin candidly assessed. Chapter 46. Su Jinyan felt somewhat bewildered. He raised an eyebrow but chose to remain silent, quietly sipping his drink. Wang Yin continued. Such a person would not possess the intellect to discover that glutinous rice can treat corpse poison. Su Shixiang, what do you think? Today, I observed your martial practice with him and wondered what makes Su Anlin so special that you regard him with such favor. With a faint smile, Su Jinyan replied, I see in him a reflection of myself, both of us practicing the iron bone technique. It is merely an attempt to gauge his abilities. And how did that turn out? Sun Kai's beady eyes darted about, lost in thought. Generally speaking, someone who has only recently begun training could hardly be formidable. Look at him, Wang Yin remarked candidly. He possesses no real skill and aims far too high, daring to learn the iron bone technique. Everyone present understood the difficulty of mastering such a technique. Wang Pingshui nodded in agreement. It seems this person is indeed somewhat amusing, lacking self-awareness. Ouyang Honger turned to Su Jinyan. Surely, there must be more to your favorable regard for Su Anlin, Su Shixiang? Ah, you see through me, Honger. Recently, I suffered a loss due to a shipment being robbed, resulting in a shortage of manpower, hence my consideration of finding someone. Su Jinyan said dismissively. That won't do. Someone like Su Anlin is not suitable, Wang Yin interjected. What can be done? It's about reducing costs, Su Jinyan replied nonchalantly. The others were perplexed. Su Xiao has a purpose in mind. Though Su Anlin hails from poverty and possesses little skill, he is still a martial artist. A person of Su Xiao's standing treating him with kindness could easily win his unwavering loyalty, perhaps even to the point of sacrificing himself for Su Xiao, Sun Kai chuckled, his eyes twinkling. The group suddenly understood. This reminds me of a bodyguard my father once had, who also came from humble beginnings. My father treated him well from the start, and once, when my father was in danger, the bodyguard took a blade for him. Wang Pingshui reminisced, smiling. Ouyang Honger added with a laugh, I once had a maid who followed me since childhood, although I wasn't always kind to her. A few acts of kindness made her devoted to me. Once, when I got into serious trouble while out playing, she protected me by taking the blame for my misdeeds, ultimately leading to her tragic death at my father's hands. In retrospect, I suppose it was a tactic akin to yours, Su Shixiao. What do you call it? Wang Pingshui laughed. Repaying kindness, perhaps? Those servants often say that even the smallest favor deserves immense gratitude. Indeed, among us, Su Xiao seems to be the one who truly knows how to manage affairs, subtly winning the loyalty of his subordinates. Several nodded in quiet admiration. Su Shixiao, you must teach me your ways, Ouyang Honger exclaimed, looking at Su Jinyan. Su Jinyan was taken aback, realizing his perceived prowess. However, he pondered whether it was his own brilliance or merely the cunning nature of this group. Seeing their expectant gazes, he quickly forced a smile. Ah, yes, yes. Such matters require kindness towards one's subordinates. Heh, indeed, that is it. Laughter erupted among the crowd, acknowledging the truth in his words. Su Jinyan's smile faded as he cast a deep glance at Ouyang Honger beside him. He had once held a fondness for her. Yet, glancing at the nearby dancer, he suddenly recognized her allure. Abandoning any pretense, he summoned the dancer, saying, "Come, let us drink. You must keep me company tonight." "Brother Wang Yan, what is your command, senior brother?" Su Jinyin, under the influence of alcohol, replied, "I have no silver to spend. So you must cover the expenses for tonight." Wang Yan grimaced but steeled himself. "Very well." As time passed, 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The weather was delightful today, and Su Anlin had procured a substantial item from the carpenter, a cart frame. He contemplated the convenience of traveling by cart for distant journeys. During this time, aside from training, he occasionally checked on his friends, wondering what his sister and master were up to. Su Yu had just risen and was applying rouge to her face. Master Han Wu and his wife were entwined in tenderness. Su Anlin marveled at his master's vitality. After tidying up, Su Yu emerged. Recently, she had been well-nourished, and her appearance had blossomed considerably. With her growth, she had also begun to adorn herself more. They then enjoyed steamed buns and soybean milk before Su Anlin headed to the martial arts hall. A new batch of recruits had arrived in recent days. As he glanced around, memories of his own arrival resurfaced. "Brother, you." "Hello." A young man of modest height and dark skin stood before Su Anlin. "Hello." Su Anlin replied, observing his surroundings with a sigh. It was only a few junior brothers who would greet him. "I just arrived and chose the Mad Blade technique." But Brother Lu Ming spoke too quickly for me to grasp. "Could you explain it to me?" "Certainly," Su Anlin said, picking up a wooden sword. "Practice with me." "Thank you, brother. I am Yang Ming. I will treat you to a meal later." Upon his arrival, he had been advised by his parents to ingratiate himself with a senior brother or sister, as this would facilitate his standing. Initially, he had aimed to please Lu Ming and Wang Yan, but the crowd was overwhelming, and his humble attire led to impatience and reprimands from them after just a few words. Thus, he sought refuge with the seemingly amiable Su Anlin instead. He had assumed Su Anlin's Mad Blade technique would lack the finesse of the other seniors, yet witnessing his practice brought him great comfort and profound insight. Suddenly, Su Anlin halted his movements, displeased. "You intend to treat me to a meal?" Yes, I appreciate your efforts, brother. It is what I ought to do." "Do you believe that by currying favor with me, you will grow stronger?" Of course not. It's just, do not mimic others. For us, martial practitioners, mastering our skills is paramount. Do you know why?" Su Anlin fixed his gaze upon him. "Because true ability is your greatest asset. When others engage with you, they value your capabilities. Otherwise, you will only attract shallow companions." His words struck a chord with Yang Ming, leaving him in a daze. "If you wish to treat me to a meal, then forget it. I will not teach you." "Brother, I apologize. It will not happen again." Su Anlin spoke these words upon noticing the tattered clothing and patched shoes worn by Yang Ming. Such individuals epitomize the impoverished peasant class, lacking the capability yet striving to infiltrate the circles of the affluent. What does that amount to? Merely a jester. While the young nobles may wear smiles on their faces, one can only speculate how they perceive you behind closed doors. Ascending through the social strata is not merely a matter of treating others to a meal on a few occasions. Instead of squandering that time, one would be wiser to enhance oneself. Your abilities will act like a magnet, naturally attracting those around you. After a period of practice, Yang Ming reaped considerable benefits. At noon, Su Anlin left the martial arts school, purchasing some pastries before heading to Li Sheng's residence with his sister. Li Sheng had visited the previous day, mentioning he was recuperating at home and would come by as soon as he was well to invite him for a meal, as a gesture of gratitude for saving his life in Lingguang County. Upon arriving at Li Sheng's doorstep, they discovered two groups engaged in a fierce brawl next door. One group consisted of dozens of children, while the opposing faction comprised young adults led by a towering middle-aged man, outnumbered by two. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the children appeared to be at a disadvantage. These youths clearly bore the scars of parental absence, having formed a gang over time. At that moment, a robust man with fair skin suddenly charged toward them, bellowing, "Get out of the way." A cloud of dust enveloped the adults, followed by a flurry of chaotic movements reminiscent of monkeys stealing peaches and fishing for the moon. He plunged into the fray, unleashing a whirlwind of unstoppable force. The enchantment of love spins around. At this juncture, Su Anlin felt an urge to exclaim. Chapter 47, The Ruckus of Bandits in Lin. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Li Sheng stepped out, and his eyes brightened upon seeing Su Anlin. He hurried over and grasped Su Anlin's hand. "Why such extravagance with your arrival?" "A modest gift for your sister-in-law and your children," Su Anlin replied with a smile. Li Sheng was the first friend Su Anlin made in this place, and he found him quite agreeable, although somewhat timid. It was merely a reflection of his concern for his family. What is happening outside your door? Su Anlin inquired curiously. At that moment, under the onslaught of the formidable brawny man, the opposing group could hardly withstand the assault. They either fled or were tossed aside, collapsing to the ground in defeat. A group of children seized the opportunity to rush in and pummel them. They are led by Niu Huihong, a group of children vying for territory, Li Xing explained. Vying for territory? The landlord living nearby often has grain transported from the countryside for sale, necessitating porters. Both groups are eager for the work. So the landlord decided to let them fight it out. Whoever wins gets the job. Niu Huihong. Li Xing called out, clearly recognizing her. Wait, Niu Huihong. She's a woman? Su Anlin was taken aback. Li Sheng whispered, she may appear somewhat fierce, but indeed she is a woman. The eldest sister of that group of children. Occasionally, when we have goods to transport at the escort agency, we enlist their help. She is quite loyal. Brotherly. Niu Huihong approached briskly after concluding her fight. Why are you brawling again? Those scoundrels picked on us because of our size, Niu Huihong said, scratching her head sheepishly. I apologize. I will clean up your entrance right away. It's all fine. By the way, weren't you talking about wanting to join a martial arts school? This person beside me is from the Dali Martial Arts School. Li Sheng deliberately raised his voice, and indeed, the neighbors turned to glance, their expressions tinged with respect. This greatly satisfied his vanity, making him feel as if he were the one learning martial arts. Su Anlin found it somewhat amusing. In this day and age, martial artists were in high demand. Thank you, Brother Xia. I will tidy up your entrance now. As Li Sheng and Su Anlin entered the house, they heard Niu Huihong scolding the group, warning them not to provoke her again or face dire consequences. Anlin, my brother has arrived. Please have a seat. Li Xing's wife greeted them in an apron. She was quite charming, petite and delightful. Despite having borne 2 children, her figure was remarkably appealing. Having encountered many beauties since arriving in the city, Su Anlin couldn't help but admire Li Sheng's wife. Hello, sister-in-law, Su Yu echoed. Don't be shy, come inside, Li Xing urged. The table was laden with several dishes, braised pork, braised chicken feet, a large bowl of meat soup, alongside various stir-fried vegetables and snails. Please, make yourselves comfortable. These are just home-cooked dishes, Li Sheng's wife encouraged. Everyone began to eat. Su Anlin also brought out his marinated rabbit meat, already cooked, tearing it apart and placing it on the table. After a brief exchange about their recent circumstances, Li sighed and remarked, Anlin, our escort agency has been facing tough times lately. Why is that? Banditry. A group of deserters has caused significant trouble, leading many escort agencies to suffer losses. The head suggests we take a break and wait for the situation to stabilize. Then let us rest for now. Su Anlin nodded. Safety is paramount. Indeed. This time I have realized the importance of safety. Therefore, I have taken up a new job, collecting vegetables from my mother-in-law's countryside and selling them afterward. That sounds promising. What about you? I've heard that martial artists sometimes take on tasks for quick earnings, albeit with risks. I've also taken on some tasks recently. Do be cautious, Li said hesitantly. After discussing their views on the future for a while, Li suddenly inquired, by the way, didn't you mention last time in Lingguang County that you were looking for martial arts techniques? Yes, brotherly, do you have any connections? I just remembered that Niu Huihong has a manual she's been eager to sell. If you're interested, I can call her over for you to examine. That would be great. Su Anlin agreed immediately. By this time, they had nearly finished their meal, and Li's wife had begun serving tea. Su Anlin and Su Yu sat in the courtyard. And shortly after, Li returned with Niu Huihong. Brother Su, you're looking for a manual? What is it called? I can't read, so I don't know. But I've practiced with it, and it's quite effective in combat, she replied. Recalling Niu Huihong's formidable invincible fire wheel, Su Anlin's expression turned peculiar. All right, let me have a look first, and if it's good, I'll buy it. Sure, but the manual is at my home. I'll go fetch it. Go ahead. Li encouraged. Su Anlin then inquired, what is the situation? In my village, a gentleman named Zhou Li has lost his son. He asked me to help find someone to search the mountains. As a martial artist, you possess great skills and could assist in the search. Even if we fail to find him, it won't be a wasted trip. But I believe we will find him, Niu Huihong asserted earnestly. How can you be so sure? Mr. Zhou has hired a diviner who claims to be quite accurate. The fortune teller said his son was taken by evildoers and is hidden in the mountains. Then why doesn't he search himself? He said the mountain paths are treacherous and there are wild beasts. Having more people would make the search easier. Upon hearing this, Li became intrigued. Why didn't you mention such an opportunity earlier? I didn't know you were idle, brotherly. Niu Huang looked embarrassed. Aren't you a martial artist? Do you look down on me? No, no. I was just jesting. Li turned to Su Anlin and asked, Anlin, are you interested? Su Anlin contemplated the idea of hunting in the mountains while earning silver, which seemed quite beneficial. He had been wanting to gain experience through hunting recently. Then let us go, Su Anlin agreed. Li was delighted. I'll join too. With you around, I feel much safer. He then prepared some provisions for their journey. After a short while, Su Anlin glanced at his friend list. So you use current status, watering the vegetable garden. What a diligent little sister. Chapter 48. The sage is here. The addition of a friend's list brought considerable convenience to Su Anlin, alleviating his worries about his sister's safety. Upon arriving at Li Sheng's doorstep, he found Niu Huang and a dozen children waiting eagerly. Li Sheng, too, was prepared, donned an attire befitting a bodyguard, and had tied a knife to his leg, emulating Su Anlin's appearance. After bidding farewell to their families, the group set forth. Niu Huang was quite talkative, chattering incessantly as they walked. She was well informed, sharing news about a gang that had recently been eradicated and gossiping about a martial artist's affair with a landlord's concubine. Recounting the tales with great flair. Eventually, she turned the conversation to herself. She revealed that her mother had passed away during childbirth, and her father, consumed by gambling, had squandered away all their possessions. He had even contemplated selling her, but, finding her unattractive, no one came forward to claim her. Not long after, her father mysteriously vanished, leaving her to navigate life's challenges alone. With no land to their name, she had to work hard for a meager living, eventually befriending a group of wild children and emerging as their leader. This was the first time Li Sheng had heard Niu Huang's story, prompting him to reflect on his own daughter. He lamented the destructive nature of gambling, saying, Yet you, Niu Huang, have endured much hardship but have come out well. Look at you, so plump and clearly well-fed. Niu Huang blushed slightly, replying, I don't actually eat much, but for some reason, I just gain weight. A small child with a dark complexion interjected, Yeah, Sister Niu eats less than I do, yet she is still fat and strong. Su Anlin felt a stir of interest and decided to conduct a bone root assessment on Niu Huang. Bone root assessment. Niu Huang's root is perfect. Indeed. Su Anlin nodded silently. The grading of bone roots ranges from poor, mediocre, fair, good, excellent, perfect, to genius. Niu Huang's perfect root was quite impressive. Recently, he had employed this assessment on several individuals at the martial arts school. Even the much-lauded Wang Yin only rated as good. Most others were mediocre, with a few at fair. Su Anlin spoke. This indicates you possess a special physique. You should consider training in martial arts, as it should come easily to you. Really? Brother Su, I have a special physique? Niu Huang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Su Anlin thought it would be beneficial to foster a good relationship with such a promising individual. Yes, indeed. I have been saving some silver to join a martial arts school, she added. Su Anlin nodded, explaining the rules of the martial arts school as they continued their journey. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at a bustling small town in the countryside. A main street was teeming with activity, with a crowd gathered around something of interest. Ah, it's that sage, Niu Huang exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. We are incredibly fortunate to encounter a sage who can tell fortunes. A sage? Isn't that just a charlatan from the Jianghu? Li Sheng, having traveled extensively, was familiar with such impostors. No, he is a genuine sage. He has come to our small town and has accurately predicted the fortunes of many, even curing 2 long-sick patients with a single encounter. In the household of the Zhou patriarch, a child had gone missing, and it was said that a soothsayer had foretold this. At that moment, there was a stir among the crowd, with many individuals kneeling in reverence. What was happening? Su Anlin observed with curiosity. The soothsayer had mentioned that during his divinations, he would perform rituals, allowing an ethereal energy to emanate from him. Those who worshipped him at such times could absorb this celestial energy, thereby prolonging their lives. Niu Huang expressed her desire to join the supplication. Su Anlin interjected frankly, Do not worship, it is a sham. From a distance, he could discern the so-called soothsayer's feeble vitality, seeing that he barely possessed any life force. And it was in a diminished state, he scoffed at the notion of any celestial energy. Niu Huang instinctively halted her steps, contemplating whether to approach first. Su Anlin advanced towards the scene. By now, the crowd had finished their worship, and the so-called soothsayer sat upon a stool, a sheet of paper before him, held down by 4 stones. The paper bore grand inscriptions, calculating heaven and earth, comprehending human affairs, understanding fate and wealth, not inquiring about the future. The horizontal inscription read, Divine calculation, who dares to dispute? What nonsense! Su Anlin frowned. The calligraphy appeared rather unrefined. The soothsayer, squinting, was clad in Taoist robes. Appearing to be in his 40s, well-preserved and fair-skinned. His demeanor exuded an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a sage. Before him knelt a young man with a pockmarked face and bucked teeth, his clothes riddled with patches, even his shoes in tatters. After finishing his worship, he quickly rose, his face a canvas of earnest anticipation, and asked, "Oh, esteemed soothsayer, I am Ding Kai, age 23. Please divine when my romantic destiny will arrive, and when I shall wed." A nearby matron interjected, "Ding Kai, with your poverty, how will a wife support you?" Another chimed in, laughing, "Indeed. How can the soothsayer predict anything for you?" The soothsayer waved his hand, chuckling, "Not so. I observe the features of this young brother. He possesses a golden fate. Though the early part of his life may be fraught with hardship, the presence of wealth indicates a fortunate destiny." "Fortunate? Then where is my fortune?" Ding Kai quickly inquired. The soothsayer replied, "This fortune emanates from your family." Ding Kai protested, "Esteemed soothsayer, do not jest. My ancestors were impoverished farmers for 3 generations, and both my parents perished from starvation. What fortune could my family possibly possess? Nay, the auspicious signs upon your brow are undeniable, and fortune is accumulating. Gathering upon a tree. Tell me, is there a tree at your home?" "Indeed, there is a tree in front of my house." "Then it is as I thought. Dig beneath that tree and see if you can uncover any treasures. Those treasures will be your fortune." A few young men accompanied him, and shortly thereafter, a group of them returned, laughing joyfully. "The soothsayer is indeed remarkable. I have found my fortune. Beneath my tree lay a substantial gold ingot." Ding Kai approached, jubilantly cradling a gold ingot the size of a bowl. The villagers were astounded. Such a large gold ingot must be worth several thousand taels. Instantly, matchmakers with daughters began to contemplate possibilities. Meanwhile, the crowd's admiration for the soothsayer deepened. "The semi-divine figure, could you divine where my fortune lies? There are 3 trees at my doorstep. Perhaps I should excavate around them? As for the 3 crooked-necked trees at your entrance, it would be wise to abstain." "Oh, semi-divine one, please, reveal the nature of my romantic fate." A throng of people clamored for your wisdom, eager to seek their destinies. "Esteemed guests, my celestial powers are limited. Today, I shall cast but one more divination. Oh, divine being, my husband has been ill for many days. I beseech you, lend your insight, for a life hangs in the balance." Upon witnessing this, the crowd noticed a peasant carrying a weary woman. The woman appeared pallid, her eyes half closed, teetering on the brink of consciousness, drenched in a cold sweat. "Isn't this old woo? What has befallen your wife?" "Alas, she has been ailing for many days. We implore the semi-divine for salvation." Su Anlin stood nearby, casting a glance at the woman's vitality gauge. For 14. The gauge was indeed perilously low, hovering on the edge of life. The flickering 4 indicated the risk of further decline. "She is truly unwell," Su Anlin discerned, eager to observe how the semi-divine would intervene. Chapter 49. Finding Someone, Part 2. Step aside, for life is at stake. I shall attend to her first, the soothsayer proclaimed, instructing the farmer to gently place his wife down as he took a seat upon a chair. From this countenance, it appears to be a dire omen. She must have been ill for several days now. Indeed, he continued, your wife's visage is shrouded in a dark aura. She is afflicted by an evil spirit. What shall we do? Came the anxious inquiry. Do not panic. This malevolent force is not particularly potent. I shall employ a simple exorcism incantation. With that, he produced a sheet of yellow paper, ignited it, and collected the ashes into a bowl of water. Have her drink this, and I assure you, she shall be cured. The farmer hurriedly complied, and after the woman consumed the concoction, her eyelids fluttered. To Su Anlin's astonishment, he observed that her vitality had increased, even by 2 points, indicating the remedy's efficacy. Remarkable, murmured the villagers nearby in hushed tones. Before long, the woman sat upright, steadying her head. I feel better. A miracle. The farmer bowed deeply. Thank you, revered sage, thank you. With reluctance, he produced 5 taels of silver. Brother Su, did you see? The sage is truly extraordinary. Niu Huihong exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, believing that there had been some misunderstanding regarding the soothsayer. Even Li Sheng was taken aback. He truly is a living deity. Su Anlin, however, remained unconvinced. This method is rather simplistic. I can perceive a measure of one's vitality. And this so-called sage appears to be suffering from a lack of it himself. Niu Huihong, puzzled, replied, but he did accurately divine Ding Kai's fortune and healed her. Su Anlin elucidated, that is quite elementary. The gold was likely buried there in advance. Isn't that a considerable investment? It could be a ruse. Perhaps the gold is counterfeit. Or someone is keeping a watchful eye on Ding Kai, intending to seize the gold before the so-called sage departs. He continued, as for her ailment, it likely resembles a chronic poison. He may have poisoned her beforehand, and when the family could no longer endure it, they sought his aid. He then provided the antidote, thus saving her. Li Sheng nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Let us proceed to the Zhou family. Our primary objective remains the child. Certainly, Niu Huihong agreed eagerly, her admiration for Su Anlin growing. Though uncertain of the accuracy of his claims, his explanations bore a semblance of truth, particularly regarding the sage's apparent frailty. At the entrance of the Zhou residence, a line of 30 guards and servants stood in formation. Zhou Li and his wife lamented beside them. Having only recently been blessed with a son in their later years, their 5-year-old child had gone missing for 3 days, leaving their fates uncertain. The family had searched tirelessly for 2 days and nights without a single lead, until a soothsayer arrived yesterday, declaring that their son had been taken to the mountains. Now, the Zhou family had rallied a group, prepared to venture into the hills to search, originally intending to enter during the day. They were warned by the sage that the abductor was no ordinary being, but rather a fox spirit. During the day, the fox spirit possesses formidable powers, while the night serves as a crucial period for its cultivation. Hence, it is imperative to venture forth in the evening. As the sun begins its descent, Lord Zhou, accompanied by Niu Huihong and her entourage, approaches. Their timing is fortuitous, as we are prepared to embark. Zhou Li hastens over, recalling that the semi-immortal indicated that a larger group would be beneficial, as the abundance of people signifies ample yang energy. Niu Huihong's band of spirited youths is numerous and audacious, making them a suitable choice for Zhou Li. Lord Zhou, these 2 gentlemen are both warriors. Niu Huihong further introduces Su Anlin and Li Sheng. Excellent. With this addition, our party now comprises 4 warriors, including 2 from the village, albeit of mediocre skill. The semi-immortal also arrives, casting a glance over the crowd, and is pleased to nod in approval. The numbers are adequate. He glances skyward, calculating with his fingers. The fox spirit's powers are about to wane, and we must set forth immediately. Thank you, Lord Xie. With that, the group sets off with great enthusiasm. Su Anlin observes that the mountains here are even more towering, shrouded in dense foliage. After more than 2 hours, darkness envelopes the landscape, prompting the group to ignite torches. At this point, most of the villagers are familiar with the path. However, as they venture deeper, Niu Huihong begins to feel uncertain. Beyond this point lies the heart of the mountains, where numerous individuals have entered and never returned. Concerned, Niu Huihong expresses her apprehension. Su Anlin inquires, "Semi-immortal, you seem quite familiar with this area?" "Not at all. I have never been here before," he replies. "Then how do you know the way?" "Destiny guides my path," the semi-immortal says with a smile. "Rest assured, with me leading, there will be no issues." A sense of unease stirs within Su Anlin. He furrows his brow, unable to articulate the source of his discomfort. Perhaps it is a ruse for monetary gain or a scheme to abduct children, cloaked in mystique. However, now is not the time to expose him, as the children have yet to be located. Unbeknownst to them, they continue onward, and many begin to feel fatigued. Along the way, some individuals tie cloth strips to trees every few meters to prevent losing their way. Suddenly, Su Anlin senses something amiss. Among the leading group, several individuals' health bars flicker ominously, then abruptly decrease by 1. This is troubling. Su Anlin's nose twitches. Since arriving, he has detected a faintly sour odor, which he initially disregarded. But now, witnessing the decline in health, he realizes that this area is toxic. This place is poisonous, Su Anlin exclaims. At this moment, the 2 guards at the front have already lost 3 drops of blood. However, due to the gradual nature of the poisoning, they remain oblivious to it, perhaps attributing their malaise to exhaustion. As Su Anlin's urgent warning resonates, the group halts. "Young brother, are you feeling fatigued?" the semi-immortal inquires with a smile. "This area is toxic. We must retreat swiftly," Su Anlin insists, covering his nose. Li Sheng, uncertain of Su Anlin's reasoning, promptly follows suit and covers his nose. "Let us heed Brother Su's advice," Niu Huihong calls out. The group exchanges glances, unsure of how to proceed. "Do not panic, my friends. This young man is merely being paranoid. The sage calmly remarked, "If there were poison, I would also be affected, yet here I stand unharmed. Do I not?" "Indeed." "Young fellow, have you perhaps misunderstood?" The head of the Zhou family guards approached, asserting, "We are all unharmed. I simply feel a bit fatigued. Perhaps I am just weary from walking, as I am feeling somewhat dizzy. Let us conduct an experiment. The two individuals at the forefront shall remain in place, while the others retreat behind me," suggested Su Anlin. Some looked on with uncertainty, yet, prompted by the retreat of Niu Huihong and others, a few instinctively began to withdraw. The sage's expression soured. "You are desecrating my presence." Bang! Su Anlin swiftly delivered a slap, declaring, "Indeed, I have desecrated you. What will you do about it?" If there were no threat to life, he would prioritize finding the child. However, this fellow had lured them into this toxic land, and that could no longer be tolerated. Chapter 50. The Bandits of Black Mountain. A group of individuals stood in stunned silence. This young man had actually struck a semi-immortal. "Oh dear, young brother, how could you? How could you dare to hit a semi-immortal? He will punish you. You are finished. Why aren't you kneeling? The semi-immortal is nothing to be trifled with." Su Anlin chuckled coldly. "I shall see how this semi-immortal intends to deal with me. You. The semi-immortal, pointing at Su Anlin, found himself at a loss for words. He was merely a charlatan, relying on deceit and trickery, lacking any real skill. Covering his face. It didn't take long for it to swell. "Look at this so-called semi-immortal, utterly useless," Niu Huihong exclaimed as she regained her composure. "Aren't you supposed to be a fortune teller? Can't you predict your own demise? Do you believe I could end you right here?" Su Anlin threatened. Seeing the semi-immortal's utter incapacity to retaliate, some onlookers were left bewildered. Is this what a semi-immortal is? I'm feeling quite dizzy. At that moment, the two individuals at the forefront had their health reduced to a precarious 7. Thud. They collapsed to their knees. "Everyone, did you see? There's poison ahead." As Su Anlin shouted, his gaze sharpened. For within the mist ahead, several health bars materialized. Health bar 4343, health bar 3535, health bar 4848, song semi-immortal. "What have you done? Didn't you claim the miasma was effective? Why must we engage personally?" A gruff voice resounded. Over 20 individuals had arrived, each wielding blades. Fierce and menacing. Simultaneously, dozens more surged from the rear, encircling everyone. The semi-immortal attempted to flee, but was brought down by a kick from Su Anlin. "Niu Huihong, hold him down." "Yes, Brother Su." Niu Huihong delivered a punch to the semi-immortal's lower back, causing him to cry out in agony as his health plummeted by half. Unable to rise from the ground. However, the opposing group remained unfazed. The leader, clad in armor, smiled wickedly. "Everyone, do not resist. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." At this sight, Su Anlin's pupils constricted. "Soldiers." The leader of the Zhou family guards bellowed. This armor was not the haphazard kind found among commoners, but rather standard military gear. "Brother Su, these individuals might be deserters. The armor they wear is official military issue. One of my brothers in the army has shown me such gear." Su Anlin nodded. "Identify yourselves." "Hey, we are from Black Mountain." "What? Black Mountain?" A realization struck Su Anlin. Recently, a group of deserters had occupied the nearby Black Mountain. "What brings you so far from Black Mountain?" Li Xing shouted. "Enough with the idle chatter. Drop your weapons, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise." The armored man sneered, pressing down on one individual who had collapsed due to inhaling the miasma. With a swift motion, he slashed the blade across the man's neck. Splatter. Blood gushed forth. Panic ensued among Su Anlin's companions. Ultimately, this group of individuals was merely compensated to assist in locating someone. They were utterly unskilled in the art of violence. "Brother Su, what shall we do?" Niu Huihong gritted her teeth, clutching a wooden stick tightly. Li Xing's thoughts turned to his family. "Brother Anlin, stay calm, for I am here," Su Anlin declared as he unsheathed his sword, exclaiming, "These people are bandits. To lay down your weapons is to invite death." With that, he drew the crossbow from his back and aimed it at the enemy, releasing a bolt that swiftly pierced a man's neck. "Damn it, kill them. Remember, injure them, but leave some alive." A swarm of assailants surged forward, and several villagers were brutally felled, their bodies mangled. Su Anlin plunged into the fray, wielding his blade with ferocity, striking a man directly in the neck. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as the man clutched his throat and collapsed. A heavily armored warrior, his gaze icy, unsheathed his sword and barked, "This one is the strongest. Eliminate him." As soon as the command was given, he lunged towards Su Anlin with his greatsword. The clash resounded like the ringing of steel, sending a shockwave through Su Anlin's arm. His expression shifted to one of disbelief. With a powerful punch, Su Anlin struck the warrior's chest, caving in the armor. The impact sent the man crashing into a tree, seemingly unharmed despite the force. Armor makes a significant difference, the armored man mused. This fellow must have trained in hard qigong. Strike at his lower half. Aim for his eyes. With a thunderous shout, the armored man commanded his followers to attack Su Anlin's vulnerable points. Su Anlin remained unfazed, recognizing the coordinated tactics of these seasoned fighters. In the past, such focused attacks would have troubled him greatly. However, his mastery of iron bone techniques had reached an unparalleled level. A cruel smile graced his lips as he faced the oncoming horde, his formidable form a tempest of destruction, crashing forward like a bulldozer outfitted with blades. Those foolish enough to target his lower body were swiftly dispatched by a sweeping sword. The armored man, his eyes bulging with fury, shouted, "Watch my flying dragon thrust." His great sword sliced through the air, creating a flurry of afterimages as he unleashed a barrage of strikes aimed at Su Anlin's lower half. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, Su Anlin countered, his blade plunging into the armored man's face. The tip of the sword pierced through, leaving the man wide-eyed in disbelief at the unexpected resilience of his adversary. Desperately, he attempted to retreat. But Su Anlin's other hand struck down upon him with a force that felt as though something within his ears had shattered. In an instant, his skull seemed to split apart, leaving him deafened by the pain. His body crumpled to the ground, collapsing beneath the weight of nearby foliage. The battle raged on. But with half the bandits focused on Su Anlin, the pressure on the others lessened considerably. As the bandit leader fell, the morale of the Zhou family guards and Niu Huihong's sword. Armed with her wooden stick, Niu Huihong swung fiercely, knocking down a bandit with each blow. Certainly, both his back and hands bore several deep gashes, a sight most gruesome. Li Sheng moved with agility, weaving through the ranks of his companions. He seized a bandit who had been felled by Niu Huihong, gripping the man's forehead tightly before delivering a brutal strike. With a resounding crack, the skull was crushed. The remaining bandits were thrown into a state of panic. Some hastily turned and fled into the dense foliage. Su Anlin raised his crossbow and managed to shoot down 2. Yet a group of 7 or 8 still managed to escape. The thicket was too dense, making it difficult to pursue them further. "What is the situation?" Su Anlin inquired. "Brother Su, I've lost 10 men here," came the response. "5 of my brothers have perished," Niu Huihong replied, his expression grim. He rushed over to the barely conscious half-immortal, exclaiming, "Damn it, tell me, what is your connection to those bandits?" Chapter 51. The 5-animal body technique. With a resounding clap, Niu Huihong struck 3 times, sending the half-immortal's teeth flying, leaving him dazed and disoriented. The term half-immortal indeed referred to this band of ruffians. As night fell, miasma seeped into the air, prompting the half-immortal to suggest luring these men in, only to seize them in their weakened state. However, their scheme was thwarted by Su Anlin, who had discerned their intentions in advance, thus ensuring the safety of the group. The bandits claimed they intended to capture individuals to construct shelters, as the conditions atop the mountain were far from ideal. Instead of capturing people one by one, they opted for a larger haul, simultaneously demanding ransom from the Zhou family for their youngest son. This half-immortal had previously scouted the area, making him quite knowledgeable about the terrain. The bandits had taken antidotes beforehand, which spared them from any ill effects. The situation became clearer. Under the half-immortal's guidance, they swiftly discovered the child hidden within a cave, where 2 guards were stationed, both of whom Su Anlin swiftly dispatched. In total, he had eliminated 8 adversaries, earning himself approximately 300 experience points. The bandits and the half-immortal were subsequently bound and paraded through the streets the following day. This society operated under unique circumstances, with officials rarely venturing into rural areas. Most matters were handled by respected elders within the village, who would later submit the cases without further inquiry. The management of this situation fell to Zhou Li of the Zhou family. The unfortunate half-immortal had been thoroughly beaten, especially by Ding Kai from the previous day, who thought he had struck gold beneath a tree, only to discover it was a mere wooden ingot coated in gold paint, filled with dirt. This misguided venture led to his expulsion from the pawnshop. With the matter resolved, Su Anlin received a handsome sum of 500 taels, as he had not only located the child but also rescued a majority of the captives, earning the respect and gratitude of all involved. Li Xing received 100 taels, while Niu Huihong and her associates shared another 100. However, she felt little joy, having lost 5 subordinates in the ordeal. Upon leaving, they arrived at Niu Huihong's residence. "Brother Su, here is my technique," She retrieved a tome from beneath a wooden chest. I once found this while staying in an ancient temple, hidden behind a statue. I practiced it and found it quite effective. The title inscribed within the book read, The 5 Animal Body Technique. Su Anlin's heart stirred. This was indeed a form of martial arts. The 5 animals represented were the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird. The first form mimicked the tiger, embodying agility and immense strength. The second, like the deer, emphasized swift leaps through the forest. The third unleashed the bear's explosive might. The fourth emulated the ape, adept at climbing and traversing vertical surfaces with ease. The fifth resembled a bird, showcasing lightness in flight and the ability to skim across water. Excellent, excellent, Su Anlin remarked, recognizing the significance of this technique. I shall take this skill. Niu Huihong, name your price. Niu Huihong, feeling bashful, replied, Brother Su, your words leave me humbled. Were it not for your intervention, I would have perished. How could I possibly ask you for silver? This is not the same matter. The silver must be given. No. I absolutely refuse. Niu Huihong promptly shoved the book aside, asserting, Niu Huihong, operate on the principle that if others treat me well, I shall reciprocate. I cannot accept your silver. The child. Li Xing was at a loss for words. At noon, Su Anlin brought Niu Huihong to the martial arts school. Senior sister. Su Anlin approached Cheng Shasha and briefed her on Niu Huihong's situation. Cheng Shasha listened, surprised. It is permissible to learn martial arts. However, the tuition has recently increased. Increased? Cheng Shasha replied earnestly. The recent unrest has driven up costs. The martial arts school has considerable expenditures. By how much? Now it is 40 taels for 3 months. That is acceptable. Su Anlin agreed and handed over the prepared silver. Very well, I shall speak with the master. Cheng Shasha took the silver and walked inside. Within the room, Hong Wu sipped his tea, seated beside He Tsuefeng, who was calculating the month's expenses on an abacus. The expenditures have exceeded our budget again. Prices have escalated too sharply, and our old residence also requires some repairs. He Tsuefeng sighed, we can only take our time. What is there to fear? Hong Wu replied nonchalantly, let us not forget, there lies a great deal buried back at our old residence. That is for our retirement. A portion is also for our daughter's dowry. It must not be touched. Alas, it is a pity that my son passed away early. Otherwise, I would not be troubled by these financial concerns. Hong Wu sighed inwardly. This martial arts school holds too much of his dedication, initially. He had hoped his son would inherit it, but his son tragically met his end during a mission, bitten by a zombie. Subsequently, he placed his hopes in his disciples. Yet, these disciples either lack talent or character. For instance, Lu Ming has been stuck at the 6th level of body forging for 2 years. After much anticipation, a promising Wang Yin emerged, yet despite his youth, he has already reached the 4th level of body forging. Regrettably, this young man possesses high aspirations and is unlikely to remain here in the future. His only remaining hope rests with Su Jinyan. He plans to sell the martial arts school to him, preserving some silver for his retirement before relocating to his daughter's home. After all, he is aged. With age comes diminished authority, and running a martial arts school easily attracts adversaries. The best course of action is to achieve success and retire gracefully. Alas, the current turmoil makes such an exit exceedingly difficult. Master, Cheng Shasha called out. Upon hearing her voice, Hong Wu silently nodded. This child is commendable. It is a pity she is a daughter, her greatest wish being to marry. How unfortunate that my son died young. Had he married someone like Cheng Shasha, he would have been truly fortunate. Shasha, please come in. As the door opened, Cheng Shasha entered respectfully. Master, mistress, what is the matter? He Tsuefeng poured a cup of tea and handed it to Cheng Shasha. Anlin's junior brother has introduced a female disciple. Here is the tuition, 40 taels. Oh. With the silver coming in, Hong Wu's spirits lifted as he weighed the coins, aware of their significance. Then go and fetch a set of practice attire. Inform her the rules. Certainly, master. Cheng Shasha departed from the room. Indeed, Su Anlin is quite an intriguing character. He has introduced someone into our midst. He Tsuefeng remarked, isn't Su Anlin the one who has practiced iron bone skill? Previously, you mentioned that his training seemed rather peculiar. Oh dear. I had almost forgotten about that. At that moment, Hong Wu suddenly recalled an incident from a few days prior when he had been outside, casually cracking sunflower seeds. Out of sheer boredom, he had cracked a total of 104 seeds, of which 23 were spoiled. During that time, he noticed that Su Anlin's practice appeared commendable, exuding the essence of years of dedicated training. Having dealt with the iron bone skill for many years, he could easily discern a genuine practitioner from a mere novice. and he sensed that Su Anlin was indeed exceptional. Hongwu's favorability towards you is at 10. Hongwu's favorability towards you is at 15. Hongwu's favorability towards you is at 34. Hongwu's favorability towards you is at 43. As Su Anlin was engrossed in his training, a sudden array of favorability scores from Hongwu appeared before him. What on earth is happening? Su Anlin felt rather bewildered. Chapter 52. The alluring art of shredding garments, brother. What troubles you? Niu Huihong had already donned her training attire, which appeared rather snug on her figure. Ah. It's nothing, nothing at all. Su Anlin waved his hand dismissively and shook his head. You should practice the iron fist technique that sister just taught you. All right, brother. Su Anlin did not dwell on the sudden affection from Hongwu. After all, it was a positive development. He was now prepared to practice the shredding garment technique, a peculiar skill from a dubious manual, categorized as unorthodox. Initially, he had no intention of mastering such an art, but after confronting the Black Mountain bandits, a thought struck him. During the encounter with the bandit leader, despite unleashing his full strength, the adversary remained unharmed, thanks to the armor he wore. The armor was remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades. Even the fine sword he wielded required immense force to penetrate. After the battle, he conceived the notion that by cultivating the shredding garment technique, he could potentially disable the armor directly, without the protection of the armor. A simple maneuver would suffice to subdue the opponent. Of course, the shredding garment technique did not imply the ability to tear through armor, as that was simply implausible. Instead, he merely needed to sever the cords that held the armor in place. Last night, he had perused the movements of the shredding garment technique. Strictly speaking, this art was a manifestation of internal energy. When executed, the internal force would create two immense vectors of power, capable of rending clothing. However, this technique was not intended to harm individuals. Upon reviewing the technique, he found it rather peculiar. The first thought that crossed his mind being that it resembled a technique suited for a notorious rogue. Imagine encountering a beautiful maiden on the road, executing the shredding garment technique, clothes tearing apart in an alluring spectacle. Indeed, the imagery was quite enticing. Nevertheless, Su Anlin prided himself on not being that sort of individual. He stood before the wooden dummy, repeatedly practicing the shredding garment technique. With every strike, the sound echoed through the air. Shredding garment proficiency level 2. Shredding garment proficiency level 2. This skill was not overly complex. It merely required one to grasp the direction of the internal energy's release, forming a tearing force. Observers would note that the leaves of the tree opposite the wooden dummy seemed to part as if caught in a gale. This illustrated the tearing power of the shredding garment technique. Before long, a notification appeared. Shredding garment technique mastered. A smile graced Su Anlin's face. He still had several attribute points available but chose not to rush their application. At the window, Hongwu had been watching Su Anlin, his brow furrowed. Why was this lad not practicing the iron bone technique? The technique he was currently engaged with seemed rather unorthodox. Is there something amiss? I have advanced in my training. Oh? Hongwu's expression shifted, surprised at the rapid progression of Wang Yan. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Come. Enter the room. I shall examine your condition. Hongwu glanced towards Su Anlin, contemplating seeking him out shortly. Very well, master. Wang Yan smiled as he entered the room, surveying his surroundings. Lu Ming, Ouyang Hong'er, and other senior brothers and sisters regarded him with warmth. A group of junior disciples looked upon him with envy. This was the gaze of reverence. Wang Yan was no longer looked down upon. However, he raised an eyebrow, having noticed that Su Anlin and a stout girl did not spare him a glance. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Senior brother. Who is that person? He appears quite formidable, Niu Huihong inquired while practicing her martial arts. Do not envy him. It won't be long before you surpass him, came the response. Although Niu Huihong had not formally trained, her exceptional innate talent, combined with her early practice of the 5 animals technique, had already brought her bloodline to 58. It is worth noting that Wang Yan's bloodline, upon leveling up, merely reached 62. While bloodline does not wholly represent true combat prowess, it does offer some reference. Just then, Yang Ming rushed in, covering his eyes. His fists clenched tightly as he made his way to the corner, trembling. His elder brother S and sister-in-law S stall had been vandalized when he went to confront them. He was unexpectedly beaten. They had threatened to demand 100 taels of protection money within 3 days. 100 taels. How could they possibly afford that? Yang Ming understood their intentions. It was not merely about protection money, but rather an attempt to seize the shop. The shop was situated beside the vegetable market, where his brother's family sold fish, sourced from their own backyard pond, large and plump, at reasonable prices, leading to thriving business. However, their success had drawn the attention of unscrupulous individuals, specifically the Fubon gang, whom they could not afford to provoke. Initially, his brother considered relocating, but he clung to a glimmer of hope. If only he could enlist a senior brother with some prestige, perhaps things would improve. After all, their parents and sister-in-law had borrowed a considerable amount to purchase that shop, and walking away would mean losing everything. The first person who came to Yang Ming's mind was Lu Ming. Although their previous conversation had left him feeling that Lu Ming was somewhat unapproachable, he had no choice. After approaching Lu Ming, he frowned. The Fubon gang? Indeed, I've learned that their leader is merely at the 3rd level of body refinement. Senior brother, if you assist, he would surely give you face. I will offer you some silver in return for your trouble, Yang Ming implored, his tone humble. The Fubon gang was not particularly large, but Lu Ming cast a glance at Yang Ming, hesitating. I've been quite busy lately. Senior brother, do you have a problem with your hearing? Get lost. Do not disturb my practice. Yang Ming was taken aback. He could only lower his head and approach others. The Fubon gang? That leader. Never mind. It's useless to speak with you. I have no time. Get away. This senior brother dismissed him even more curtly. Here, ordinary junior disciples would rotate in and out monthly, and the lofty senior brothers paid no heed to such insignificant figures. Yang Ming felt a pang of despair. He now regretted not fostering better relationships with his senior brothers earlier, perhaps by treating them to meals. Now, it seemed that no one was willing to extend him any favor. He instinctively glanced towards Su Anlin. He had considered seeking out Su Anlin, as he had been here for a short time and was most familiar with him. However, the issue was that Su Anlin had also not been here long and was rumored to not have even reached the 1st level of body refinement. In any case, he had not gone to the authorities to verify. Such strength in the past was merely an invitation for trouble. Nevertheless, I shall inquire with Brother Su to see if he can assist. It is said that Brother Su is well acquainted with the Ma brothers, Ma Li and Ma Dong, and also knows Brother Su Jin Yin. Perhaps he could lend a hand. Brother Su, just now, I saw you asking for help. And he paid you no mind? Yang Ming's eyes were reddened. Su Anlin cast a glance at him and noted his bruised visage. He had evidently been beaten rather severely. You were assaulted? My brother and sister-in-law are engaged in a small business, and someone has been bullying them. Yang Ming recounted the events and pleaded, Brother Su, I have heard that you are acquainted with Brother Su. I implore you, I beseech you to speak on my behalf. Once I earn some silver, I shall certainly express my gratitude to you. Beside them, Niu Huihong furrowed her brow. Fu Bang, the leader I am aware of, is said to possess strength at the 3rd level of body refinement. With such capability, can Lu Ming and his associates not assist? Su Anlin queried. Could it be that they find your monetary offering insufficient? Yang Ming shook his head. They did not even mention the matter of silver. This is rather peculiar. Logically, such a minor gang should not be formidable. Even if my brothers are disinclined to undertake this task, they could at least inquire about the price. The absence of any price discussion indicates that there must be another reason for their refusal. Chapter 53. The entrance. Brother Su, I implore you for assistance. My brother and sister-in-law have promised a reward, and I shall not forget your immense kindness. Su Anlin nodded. Very well, I shall inquire on your behalf. At that moment, the Ma brothers approached. They had recently taken on a bodyguard assignment, which accounted for their absence from the martial arts hall. Upon seeing Su Anlin, they were taken aback. After all, he had previously undertaken a task involving a formidable adversary and seemed unscathed. Junior brother, did you complete that mission? Are you unharmed? The matter has been resolved. How did you manage that? Long story, Brother Ma. There is something I wish to ask you. Su Anlin proceeded to explain the situation regarding the Fuhong. Understanding dawned on Ma Li's face, so that is what transpired. He glanced around and whispered, the Fuhong has engaged Wang Yin as their figurehead. A figurehead is akin to a guest elder. Many martial artists accept invitations from various factions to serve in such a capacity. For instance, when a gang encounters trouble, they may call upon their figurehead to mediate. Naturally, the faction provides a monthly stipend in gratitude. Yang Ming grasped the situation. No wonder my senior brothers are reluctant to assist. They are bound by Wang Yan's influence. Despair washed over him then. It is hopeless. Wang Yan? Allow me to handle him. Su Anlin remained unconcerned. He had already crossed Wang Yan and was unperturbed by further conflict. Yang Ming hesitated. Brother Su, you lead the way. But if we continue to debate, enough of this, I shall lead. As they made their way, A robust woman sprinted towards the martial arts hall. From a distance, Yang Ming called out, "Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Where is my brother? They're causing a ruckus again. Trying to steal our fish. Your brother resisted and was beaten." "What?" Yang Ming's fury ignited. "Let us hurry." Su Anlin urged him onward. At the entrance of the market, a crowd had gathered around his shop. Various fish lay overturned on the ground, and a middle-aged man was being trampled in a puddle, barely clinging to life. "Really, it's just a few fish. Why resort to such violence?" One man commented, kicking at the fallen figure, who groaned in pain. For other men stood nearby, casting cold glares at the onlookers, effectively silencing any potential intervention. "Brother," Yang Ming shouted from afar. "Hmm?" The men frowned and turned their attention to Yang Ming and Su Anlin. From the Dali Martial Arts Hall, the leader of the group was none other than Sun Fu, the head of the Fu Hong. His prowess was limited, and thus his faction lacked significant power, merely bullying those in the market. They had been observing Yang Ming's family for several days, well aware of their circumstances and lacking any notable connections. The only leverage they had was Yang Ming's association with the Dali Martial Arts Hall. However, that was inconsequential, as they had secured Wang Yan as their figurehead, and it was widely known that even senior brother Lu Ming had to show respect to Wang Yan within the Dali Martial Arts Hall. For Sun Fu, it was merely a trifling matter. "Little brother, I am acquainted with your senior, Wang Yan," he remarked dismissively as Su Anlin approached with crossed arms. "Oh, is that so? Some matters are beyond your jurisdiction. Let us depart." "Pardon me, knowing Wang Yan is one thing, but this is my affair to manage," Su Anlin asserted resolutely. Upon arriving, he had contemplated this course of action. Earning silver through assignments was proving to be a slow endeavor. He needed to establish his reputation, ensuring that others recognized him, thereby increasing the number of tasks he could undertake. Sun Fu furrowed his brow. "You are not afraid of Wang Yan. Spare me the chatter. This establishment is protected by Su Anlin." "Su Anlin? Who is that?" Sun Fu quietly inquired of those nearby. Never heard of him." "Ha ha. Did you hear that? Never heard of him." With that, Su Anlin delivered a powerful kick. The force crashed upon Sun Fu like a massive mountain, causing a sharp pain in his chest. As he fell to the ground, realization struck him. His ribs were broken. In a mix of shock and fury, he exclaimed, "You lack martial ethics, resorting to a sneak attack." Unfazed, Su Anlin nonchalantly dug at his ear, replying, "I did warn you earlier. If you sought trouble, do not blame me." Enraged, Sun Fu was assisted to his feet by his companions, clutching his chest in agony. "You may be ruthless, but this is not over. Brother Wang Yan is part of our Fu gang. Await your senior's retribution. We are leaving." As the group departed, Yang Ming exhaled in relief and hurried to support his elder brother. "Brother, this is my senior." Thank you. "Wait, senior." Yang Ming retrieved a pouch of coins from his sister-in-law. Observing her reluctant demeanor, it was evident that this was perhaps their family's last possession. "Senior, this is all we have left." Upon opening it, he revealed a handful of small silver coins, clearly painstakingly saved. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yang Ming remarked, "It's not much. Merely around 10 taels, but my sister-in-law just whispered to me that she would provide more when we have it." With a stern expression, Su Anlin interjected, "What are you thinking? You misunderstand my intentions." Believing Su Anlin was angry, Yang Ming quickly responded, "Senior, please do not be upset. You are overthinking. Keep the silver for yourselves. With your current state, it is imperative to prioritize survival." Watching Su Anlin's retreating figure, Yang Ming felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. "Senior, thank you." Later that evening, Wang Yan exited a tavern, his spirits high. Having spoken with his master about his recent advancement, he had received a few rewards. He had intended to use them that night, but was unexpectedly invited to dinner by a young gentleman, whose hospitality he could not refuse. "Who?" "Brother Wang, we are from the Fu gang." The name resonated with Wang Yan. He recalled a certain Sun Fu who had previously invited him to dine. This individual was quite eloquent, and as Wang Yan was in need of silver, he had agreed to become his guest. Being a guest offered significant freedom. Should he encounter matters beyond his capability, he could always decline. Naturally, most martial artists seldom refuse such offers. After all, this concerns one's reputation. If one were to refuse, who would seek your services in the future? What transpired? "Our leader was assaulted, and it was none other than your junior brother, Wang Shixiang, who dealt the blows, resulting in 3 broken ribs." A man, carefully donning a black felt hat, spoke. "Did he not mention my name?" Wang Yan furrowed his brow, perplexed. Who in the entire martial arts academy would dare to disregard him now? "He did mention it. But not only did the other party show no respect, they claimed that they would continue to strike regardless of your presence. This individual embellished the tale further. Huh? Wang Yin chuckled, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Who was it? Su Anlin. Chapter 54. The Fall of Lingguang County at Chu. Who speaks of me behind my back? Su Anlin touched his nose, shook his head, and continued practicing the fragmented garment palm technique. After a while, he found himself growing increasingly agitated. The primary issue lay in the inexplicably slow improvement of his proficiency. Previously, he would gain 2 points in skill after a single bout with the wooden dummy. Then it decreased to 1 point per session. Now, it took several attempts just to earn a single point. On numerous occasions, he contemplated directly using his attribute points to elevate his martial arts level, but ultimately, he refrained. Alas, he lamented the scarcity of attribute points. If only he could slay a few adversaries to bolster his skills, how delightful that would be. Su Anlin shook his head, reminding himself that he was not a malicious person who would take lives indiscriminately. Brother, why do you seem so troubled today? Su Yu, who was washing clothes nearby, couldn't help but inquire. I'm lost in thought, he replied. What occupies your mind? I'm pondering when I might find you a suitable husband, Su Anlin responded casually. Su Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. But I'm still young. You are not so young. You are growing up quickly, he teased. Brother, you're being ridiculous. However, I heard from the aunt selling buns next door that you should be cautious when you go out lately. There have been troubles in Lingguang County. Troubles? Yes. A relative of hers fled from there and mentioned that a horde of demon crazies stormed into the city a few days ago. Now the officials and soldiers have fled, and the city is left unguarded. As Su Yu wrung out her clothes, she continued, since we are so close, many people are fleeing here. And it is said that some of those demon crazies have followed, leading to many deaths on the way. The deceased are turning into malevolent spirits, and their numbers are growing. Su Anlin halted his practice, reflecting on the people of Lingguang County. Ultimately, they could not hold their ground. Many were now saying that the spread of demon crazies could very well reach this area, which would lead to significant trouble. I hurriedly bought some rice today. Prices have risen again, and it cost me a fair amount of silver. That's fine. I've earned a bit recently, he reassured her. Brother, did you ever inquire at the docks about elder brother? Su Yu suddenly asked. I shall ask tomorrow, he replied. Previously, he had worried about encountering the southeast brat there. Now, with newfound strength, he felt less apprehensive. Oh, actually, you needn't bother asking, she remarked. Why not? As the night passed, the following day, Su Anlin made his way to the docks. Upon arriving at the spot where Su Da, who used to handle cargo, he discovered a completely new group of workers had taken over. After inquiring around, he found no one with knowledge of his brother's whereabouts. He ended up buying 3 steamed buns from a roadside vendor and wandered about, but when it became clear that he could not find anyone, he suddenly remembered the southeast brat. He wondered if that fellow had any information. Unfortunately, finding Lu Dongnan was no easy task. All he knew was that he was part of the Blackwater gang. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion erupted ahead. The crowd gasped in alarm. Members of the Grasshead gang and the Blackwater gang had begun to clash once more. Watching a brawl was always a source of entertainment, particularly in such a chaotic melee. Su Anlin hastily took a bite of his bun and joined the throng heading towards the fray. The docks were filled with laborers, and many formed alliances in pursuit of survival, often vying for territory. Fights like this occur almost every month. However, Su Anlin did not live near the docks, so he had never witnessed one. As he approached, he observed 2 groups of people, one with black armbands and the other with red ribbons, engaged in a chaotic brawl. Wooden sticks, stones, small knives, and large blades were all being wielded against one another. Some individuals, blinded by rage, hurled stones at others' faces, resulting in a few being struck and covered in blood. A large crowd gathered around, not to mediate, but to comment on the unfolding violence. Look at that person. Their eyeball has been shattered. That one is doomed. They've lost their vital parts. How foolish. If you cannot win, why not pick up the knife from the ground? In an instant, the onlookers had transformed into self-proclaimed martial arts experts. Su Anlin, of robust stature, pushed his way through the throng, inadvertently causing several women to gasp. Oh dear, we're going to die? Who is so rude? Be careful. Upon turning around, they discovered a brawny man voraciously devouring a meat bun. Although his face was somewhat attractive, he still appeared intimidating. The crowd quickly parted, allowing Su Anlin to reach the heart of the commotion. To be honest, the fight was quite bloody, yet no one intervened, and the few constables on the periphery were indifferent. On either side of the conflict sat the leaders of the Blackwater Gang and the Grasshead Gang, respectively. Noticing that neither side was gaining an advantage, the leader of the Blackwater Gang shouted, "Chow Lousy. For the sake of the dock business, this has gone on long enough. How about this? Let us adhere to the old rules and have an oil pot throw. Are you brave enough?" In the underworld, when two gangs are embroiled in a dispute over interests yet wish to avoid a complete fallout, they resort to a contest of oil pot throwing. The rules are straightforward. It is a test of ruthlessness. Each side selects 3 individuals, one by one. They remove a piece of clothing or gear and toss it into the oil pot. If anyone from a team hesitates to throw, that team loses. If all 6 participants throw their items into the pot, they will then retrieve the discarded items, and whichever side consumes the most wins. Chow Lousy, the leader of the Grasshead Gang, smirked. "Blackie, my brothers are all fierce. Engaging in this with me is tantamount to courting death." On the battleground, numerous injured and deceased lay scattered. Those daring enough to compete would naturally be rewarded by their leaders. Yet for these individuals, their belongings were essential for survival, making them hesitant to participate. Ultimately, both sides managed to coerce and entice 3 individuals to step forward. Blackie's side seemed well prepared, sending out 3 headstrong teenagers, clearly indoctrinated and utterly arrogant. In contrast, Chow Lousy's side presented 3 middle-aged men, their expressions filled with reluctance. Su Anlin watched in astonishment. This was what true gang life looked like. Each member was ruthless and unyielding. The lower-tier members of gangs always bore the harshest burdens. As he shifted his gaze, Su Anlin suddenly recognized someone in the crowd, Lu Dongnan, nicknamed Southeast Boy, known for his penchant for challenging others with arithmetic problems. At this moment, he stood with the Blackwater Gang, encouraging 3 bewildered youths. "This is your opportunity. You can sacrifice your own eye. After all, you still have another. You may sever your left hand. You have a right one to spare. In this competition, one cannot repeat the amputation of the same organ, nor may one remove trivial items. For instance, cutting off a finger or an ear is looked down upon. Therefore, one must choose to sacrifice something substantial." After speaking, Lu Dongnan patted the shoulder of the central youth, declaring, "From now on, you shall be heroes of the Blackwater Gang. Brave men." "Thank you, Bossia," exclaimed the 3 youths, their faces alight with enthusiasm. They were now officially members of the Blackwater Gang, heroes, and valiant warriors. Let anyone who dares to bully them beware. Chapter 55, The Disappearance of the Elder Brother, second update, 3,000 words, seeking support. Su Anlin stood not far away, quietly astonished by Lu Dongnan's words. It seemed a pity that this fellow wasn't involved in some sort of pyramid scheme. Soon, the group advanced. First, members of the Blackwater Gang sent a bold youth who, without a moment's hesitation, seized a machete and swung it down upon his own left palm. Bang! Oh! It was only then that the naive youth realized the gravity of his actions, a surge of excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. The onlookers, undeterred by the escalating chaos, erupted into applause. The remaining 2 naive youths, upon witnessing the bloodshed, felt their earlier fervor extinguished in an instant. Fortunately, the 3 middle-aged men across the way also shrank back, too fearful to approach, prompting the leader of the Grasshead Gang to unleash a barrage of curses. "Ha ha! Enough of that," Lu Dongnan chuckled. Suddenly, someone clapped him on the shoulder. A vague sense of familiarity washed over him. It struck him. Su Anlin. Su Anlin stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Lu Dongnan's neck, gripping him tightly, and with a feigned smile said, "Second uncle, I need to discuss something with you." Extracting himself from the crowd, Lu Dongnan finally felt he could speak, only to suddenly sense something pressing against his waist. Surely, it was a knife. "Don't move. If you do, I will stab you right here," Su Anlin warned, surveying the surroundings where the crowd was engrossed in the ongoing contest, oblivious to their interaction. "Spare me." "Good sir." Lu Dongnan's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he recognized Su Anlin's face. "Have you been looking for me recently?" And no, Lu Dongnan hastily denied. This matter was destined to remain unresolved. Su Anlin nudged the knife against Lu Dongnan's side. "I will extract your kidney." Please, good sir, speak." Lu Dongnan was on the verge of tears. "You sought me out before, claiming to know my brother. Where has he gone? Where could he be?" "I truly do not know. It seems to be some small island. However, this transaction was undertaken by the Sansi Gang, which previously held dominion over this territory. Not long ago, a group of their elite perished." Su Anlin furrowed his brow, sensing that there was more to this than met the eye. The Sansi Gang had once been the most formidable force in the region, with smaller factions like theirs operating under its shadow. After accepting that job, aside from your elder brother's team, several others vanished. Over 100 individuals were missing. Soon after, many sought answers from the Sansi gang, but within days, all their members had met with untimely ends. If you doubt me, I know there is still a secretary within the Sansi gang who is alive. What is his name? Wang Pinzhong. I can have someone take you to him. Lu Dongnan's mind raced as he plotted to summon reinforcements while en route to find this person. With the Blackwater gang's current strength, encircling Su Anlin would render him trapped without escape. Suddenly, the knife plunged into Lu Dongnan's side, and simultaneously, Su Anlin tightened his grip around his neck, stifling any cries for help. You need not guide me. I will find my way. Su Anlin sneered as the contest neared its conclusion. To avoid drawing attention, he aimed to resolve this matter swiftly. In the arena, a crowd applauded, their attention captivated by a gruesome scene. Entirely oblivious to the lifeless body of Lu Dong and in the corner, on the island, part of the Shanghai gang, Su Anlin grimaced as he made his way towards the martial arts hall. He was somewhat displeased. The buns he had purchased in the morning contained large chunks of meat, poorly minced, leaving strands stuck between his teeth. He casually picked up a wooden splinter from the roadside, intending to fashion it into a toothpick. Suddenly, he spotted an acquaintance by the roadside, Miss Jiang Xiaoya of the Jiang family. She was accompanied by a maid, engaged in purchasing trinkets, and the maid, noticing Su Anlin, alerted her. Ah, Miss Jiang, are you shopping for something? Looking for some small accessories? It's noon. Why not share a meal with me? By the way, I haven't had the chance to sincerely thank you since our hasty departure the other evening. Su Anlin, not wishing to impose, replied, Miss Jiang, you are too kind. I shall refrain from intruding. Not at all. It's quite fortunate to discuss matters, she insisted. Very well, then, he conceded, sensing she might have pressing business. Inside the inn, Jiang Xiaoya was exceedingly courteous, ordering a variety of dishes. After some conversation, Su Anlin discerned her true intent. It seemed the recent massacre at the One-Ear stronghold had reached her ears, shocking everyone. However, news traveled slowly here, as her family was directly involved. Many remained unaware of the details unless they were disclosed. Upon learning of this, Jiang Xiaoya prudently advised her family to maintain silence. Listening to her inquiries, Su Anlin calmly confessed, it was I who killed him. Outsiders claimed Su Anlin was weak, but it appeared they had misjudged him, particularly her senior brother, Wang Yin. Su Anlin merely smiled, unfazed. I initially thought another had slain One-Ear. This way, I could invite you to my home for a favor. But now that I know it was you who resolved it, I cannot afford such an invitation. Su Anlin replied, as we are friends, do not hesitate to seek my assistance during difficult times. Financial matters can be negotiated. I shall first express my gratitude to you, Su Gongzi, she said appreciatively. After finishing their meal, Su Anlin took his leave. Upon arriving at the martial arts hall, he resumed his training in his usual spot. The news of One-Ear's demise would inevitably spread, and if any of his associates sought vengeance, it would be difficult to confront them from the shadows. Thus, he needed to secure some backing. His current status as an ordinary disciple of the martial arts hall was increasingly insufficient for his protection. He had to ascend. Taking a deep breath, he gazed into the hall. It was time to demonstrate his recent progress in martial arts to his master. At that moment, his master was taking a midday rest, so he planned to wait until his master awoke. Touching his face, he noticed something peculiar. Was there a mark on it? Junior brother, where have you been this morning? Cheng Shasha approached with a frown. Just some matters. What is up? This morning, Brother Wang Yin was looking for you, saying he has some scores to settle with you. He seemed rather displeased. Su Anlin furrowed his brow, surmising it was regarding the incident with the Fu gang. Junior brother Anlin, let us go. The Ma brothers joined him. Where to? Quietly, Ma Li urged. Let us depart before Brother Wang Yin arrives. Otherwise, we may be too late. Su Anlin chuckled. If I were afraid of him, I would not dare confront the Fu gang. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch, causing the wooden dummy to sway slightly. Let him come at me with all he has. Such audacity, Su Anlin. Wang Yin's voice thundered at the entrance, accompanied by Ouyang Honger and Brother Lu Ming, exuding an air of arrogance. The gathering of brothers and sisters paused their training, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue. Conflicts among disciples were not uncommon in the martial arts hall, as those who trained were often hot-blooded. However, the nature of the opponent mattered. Who would dare provoke someone like Wang Yin? Wang Yin strode forward, confronting Su Anlin directly. Repeat what you just said. I said, let him come at me. Huh, how bold. Do you think you can defy me after having the audacity to deal with the Fu gang? It appears you are in need of a lesson. You believe that by ambushing Sun Fu, you have ascended to greatness? You think you can stand above me? Su Anlin. You are still too inexperienced. Su Anlin clapped his hands nonchalantly, replying, "You talk too much." Around them, eyebrows raised in astonishment, his arrogance was palpable. Ouyang Honga regarded him as though he were already a corpse. Brother Lu Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation, puzzled by Su Anlin's apparent lack of caution. Niu Huihong swallowed hard. She had heard of Wang Yan's formidable reputation and was genuinely intimidated. Cheng Shasha, anxious, grasped a cloth and rushed to Wang Yan's side. "Brother Wang. Today, Su Anlin, sister, there is no need for you to elaborate. I understand your relationship with him, but that does not justify shielding him. As a senior, it is my duty to ensure that Anlin understands what it means to respect his elders." With a decisive step forward, Wang Yan assumed the stance of Iron Fist technique. "You have injured Sun Fu, thus you have crossed me. Prepare to strike." In this modest martial arts hall, rules were few, typically. As long as no one was killed, the practice of dueling was not prohibited. Su Anlin snorted derisively, adopting the posture of iron bone technique. "I have heard of your practice. You have barely trained for a month and already wish to challenge me with it. It seems you truly underestimate me," Wang Yan growled, his internal energy surging forth. His fists glowing a deep crimson, akin to stone. "Junior brother." Cheng Shasha, concerned for Su Anlin's safety, hurriedly intervened. "Get out of my way." Wang Yan brusquely shoved Cheng Shasha aside. She fell to the ground, and Niu Huihong rushed to help her up. "Sister." Iron Fist. Wang Yan unleashed a devastating punch. Everyone braced for the moment they believed would spell disaster for Su Anlin. With a thunderous crash, Su Anlin stomped down, shattering the ground beneath him. Debris flew forth, striking bystanders and causing them pain. With an aura of formidable ferocity, Su Anlin charged forward. "Iron bone technique. My entire body is iron." Bang! A terrifying sound erupted between the two, as the air surged violently. "Ah!" Wang Yan gasped, his body immediately propelled backward, crashing forcefully to the ground. Chapter 56 Unexpected Depths with a resounding thud. Wang Yan crashed to the ground, a metallic taste filling his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in shock. He had been sent flying by a single strike. His right hand trembled. After that full-force blow, it felt as though it had collided with a blazing volcano. Confronted by an insurmountable force, a sharp pain shot through him, propelling him backward. Upon closer inspection, his right hand had turned a deep shade of purple. That single strike had left it swollen. Had the force been even slightly greater, he might have suffered a fracture. How could this be possible? He was both astonished and furious. Su Anlin, with his robust physique radiating vitality, resembled a steel automaton, a wave of heat enveloping him. "Wang Yan, I can't believe you're the genius of our martial arts school. Is this all you've got?" Su Anlin flexed his thick neck, his gaze icy. He approached Wang Yan step by step, taunting, "You wanted me to put on a show, right? You aim to defend Sun Fu's honor? Come on. Let me see your true abilities." Blood trickled from the corner of Wang Yan's mouth, his arm swollen, and his pale cheeks flushed with embarrassment and rage. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, hastily rising to his feet. Yet, Su Anlin was even quicker. With a powerful surge of energy, he unleashed the iron bone technique. A wave of heat surging toward Wang Yan's chest. Bang! Wang Yan finally panicked. Su Anlin's eyes glinted with cold intensity as his broad hand clenched, preparing to deliver another blow. "Stop. Su Anlin, Wang Yan, cease this." Hong Wu suddenly appeared, moving with remarkable agility to position himself in front of Wang Yan. "Master." Su Anlin halted, clasping his fist in respect. "Master." Wang Yan's expression darkened as he struggled to his feet. The onlookers' faces shifted dramatically. Lu Ming, who had initially been mocking, now wore a grave expression. He had anticipated Su Anlin would be severely beaten, yet the tables had turned unexpectedly. Ouyang Honger's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had underestimated Su Anlin, assuming Wang Yan possessed some skill, only to realize he was far from it. It became evident that Su Anlin was the true genius, concealing his prowess beneath a veneer of modesty. No one had anticipated that Su Anlin was the hidden powerhouse among them. Many younger disciples felt a pang of regret. Had they known, they would have cultivated better relations. Previously, they had ridiculed Yang Ming for not courting favor with the likes of Wang Yan and Lu Ming, instead choosing to associate with Su Anlin. In hindsight, Yang Ming had made a wise choice. It was clear that Wang Yan would struggle to regain his standing in the future. "What are you all staring at? Is this a spectacle?" Hong Wu bellowed. "Get back to your training." The group, left with no choice, complied. You too, come with me inside. Wang Yin shot Su Anlin a furious glare. But Su Anlin remained unfazed, calmly entering the room. Once the door was shut, Hongwu turned to Wang Yin. Are you all right? My hand still hurts. Su Anlin, you truly struck hard. If my hand is ruined, I will not let this go. Should one not speak when bested? I did not chastise you for your brutal tactics. Su Anlin retorted. Enough. Hongwu interjected, displeased. Wang Yin, you are the senior brother, and this matter was initiated by you. Master, you do not understand. Sun Fu is my brother. Su Anlin, knowing this, chose to confront him. That is a direct affront to me. Su Anlin scoffed. Why do you remain silent while Sun Fu bullies junior brother Yang Ming? Yang Ming is a disciple of our master, and by allowing Sun Fu to torment him, you are effectively slapping our master's face. Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback. This fellow was indeed sharp-tongued. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Su Anlin's words left him without a retort. Even Hongwu expressed some dissatisfaction with Wang Yin's conduct. Wang Yin, although there are fewer rules here, Yang Ming is still part of our martial arts school. How can you permit an outsider to mistreat him? What would others think of our master? Hongwu stated calmly. Master, I was unaware of these circumstances, Wang Yin stammered, panic rising within him as he hastily offered an explanation. Indeed, Hongwu replied. Wang Yin felt a pang in his heart. The entrance fee Sun Fu had provided was paid quarterly, amounting to 300 taels. He had no idea where to procure such a sum. Should he perhaps ask Cheng Shasha for a loan? This is a healing potion. Rest at home for a few days, Hongwu said, retrieving a vial from a wooden box and handing it to Wang Yin. Wang Yin, your talent is commendable, yet your impulsive nature must be tempered. If you do not amend this flaw, you will inevitably face hardships in the future. Yes, master, Wang Yin replied, fully aware of Hongwu's authoritative presence, not daring to utter a word in protest. You may leave now. After bowing, Wang Yin retreated, still harboring feelings of resentment. However, he understood that Su Anlin's displayed talent had already surpassed his own, making it impossible for Hongwu to favor him any longer. With a clap on Su Anlin's shoulder, Hongwu circled around him, observing the firm muscles beneath his skin with satisfaction. I had underestimated you. It seems age has clouded my judgment. The more he regarded Su Anlin, the more he admired him. The young man had proven his capabilities while maintaining a humble demeanor, reflecting qualities akin to his own excellence. Demonstrate the great strength iron bone technique for me. Yes, Su Anlin nodded in affirmation. The first form of the great strength iron bone technique, skin training. As he initiated the first form, a surge of energy coursed through him, and his fists glimmered with a reddish hue. He has advanced, Hongwu exclaimed, feeling Su Anlin's fists. They are red, the skin firm, and the protective capacity enhanced. Have you truly reached the level of skin training? However, before long, Su Anlin proceeded to execute the second and then the third forms. Hongwu, captivated, momentarily forgot to breathe, his eyes wide with disbelief. He simply could not fathom how Su Anlin had managed to elevate his practice of the iron bone technique to muscle forging in less than a month. In truth, Su Anlin had progressed to bone forging, though he preferred to conceal a portion of his strength. Regardless, the prowess he exhibited was already extraordinarily formidable. Your internal energy should be at the third level of body forging, but due to your rapid advancement in the iron bone technique, you are capable of contending with ordinary warriors at the fifth level of body forging, Hongwu remarked, brimming with confidence and joy. After all, the iron bone technique was akin to a treasured heirloom passed down in his family. Few disciples under his tutelage had mastered it, and witnessing Su Anlin's exceptional progress filled him with immense satisfaction. However, do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. You have just begun to garner attention. It won't be long before the outside world learns of your abilities. Exercise caution. Su Anlin nodded affirmatively. I will. As a martial artist, while strength is undoubtedly significant, the most essential factor lies in one's intellect. Hongwu tapped his own head, cautioning. Do not be misled into thinking that having some strength means others will genuinely befriend you. That is a misconception. Ultimately, you must rely on your own prowess. Wang Yin failed to grasp this notion, despite my numerous attempts to convey it to him, which he never absorbed. I understand, Su Anlin replied. It is evident that you possess a calm demeanor, and it seems unlikely you will remain in this small place for long. Hongwu sighed. Had Su Anlin's displayed strength merely matched that of Wang Yin, he would have felt more pleased. Alas, Su Anlin's capabilities were far superior. Such a remarkable individual would inevitably not linger in this insignificant locale. To safeguard you, I shall proclaim that your iron bone technique is only in its nascent stages, and that your strength is at the third level of body refinement. Refrain from discussing other matters too openly to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Remember, when venturing outside, always retain a fraction of your strength, for that reserve may very well preserve your life. Upon opening a box, he revealed an assortment of vials. He retrieved an oval-shaped bottle, stating, "This is a restorative tonic." A restorative tonic? Su Anlin inquired. The small tonics you typically consume are diluted with water, serving only to alleviate post-training soreness. This, however, is far more effective, enhancing the density of your bones and muscles. Simply add a spoonful to your daily water intake. Oh! Su Anlin exclaimed, visibly astonished. Practice diligently, now go. Stepping outside, he found Wang Yan had already departed. This time, Lu Ming and Ouyang Hong'er did not follow him. The atmosphere had shifted. Everyone's gazes were markedly different, filled with reverence and a desire to please. Indeed, once one attains capability, they attract goodwill from those around them. Brother Su, congratulations on your breakthrough. Greetings, Brother Su. Junior brother, I never imagined you would excel so remarkably in the iron bone technique. Congratulations. Chung Shasha approached, her small face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Little did she expect that the junior brother she had personally welcomed would turn out to be so capable and formidable. Junior brother Anlin, impressive. Su Jinyan's voice rang out. I have just arrived and heard of your achievement. Quickly demonstrate some iron bone technique for me to observe. Su Anlin smiled. Very well, brothers and sisters, please watch. He activated the iron bone technique, causing his skin to harden at once. Chung Shasha remarked solemnly. The first layer of the iron bone technique is marked by dark red fists and taut skin. By heavens, it truly is as hard as iron. A female disciple could not restrain herself and playfully poked Su Anlin's back, eliciting a squeal of surprise. What? Let me see how hard it is. I want to try too. I want to feel it as well. In an instant. Not only the female disciples, but the male disciples too were eager to give it a go. Wow, it's incredibly hard. Few can match my hardness, Anlin. You are one. Is it truly perfected? Excitement surged through the crowd, as if each of them had achieved mastery of the iron bone technique themselves. Chapter 57. Fame, Part 2. Su Anlin, in a state of helplessness, remained motionless, channeling his energy. Why were they all crowding around? Did they find it amusing? If they had the ability, they should focus on their own strength. Old Master Hong stepped forward, causing the group of disciples to hastily retreat. Su Anlin was in the kitchen, sipping water, when unexpectedly, Chung Shasha appeared behind him. Senior sister, congratulations. Thank you, senior sister. I owe it all to your guidance. Su Anlin replied courteously. That's nothing. Cheng Shasha seemed to be troubled, mustering her courage to say, Junior brother, do you have time tonight? Yes, senior sister. What is it? Since you've made a breakthrough, I don't have much to offer, but why don't you bring your sister to my house for dinner? I'll cook a few dishes. Su Anlin chuckled. How about you come to my house instead? You've been so kind to me. I wouldn't want you to go through the trouble. Well, she hesitated, reluctant to let him bear the cost. At that moment, Su Jinyan approached, beaming. Anlin, congratulations. Today is indeed a day of double happiness. Senior brother, what other good news do you have? Last time, didn't you ask me to be your matchmaker? There is progress. Su Anlin was taken aback. Wait, senior brother, I asked you to be my matchmaker? Yes. You mentioned wanting to find a wife, Su Jinyan replied with a serious expression. Su Anlin felt speechless. It was the other party who had insisted on introducing someone to him. I've arranged for you. Tomorrow, there will be a tea gathering at Zijulin. Is a tea gathering the new way to set up blind dates? Su Anlin questioned. Su Jinyan laughed, waving his fan. The quality of the introductions I provide is assured. Nowadays, young ladies from prominent families care about their image. They wouldn't directly say they're here for matchmaking. Thus, it has become fashionable to socialize over tea. You can join me, meet and chat. If you don't like her, that's fine. There will be about 10 young ladies there for you to choose from. Su Anlin actually wanted to decline, feeling he had no time for such matters. However, Su Jinyan was too enthusiastic. All right then, senior brother. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Great. I'll bring my sister along for you to meet. It wouldn't be a matchmaking event, would it? Don't even think about it. My sister is only 9 years old. At the Sampin Xianglo, Wang Yin sat alone, drinking, his eyes bloodshot. Now, it was clear that those who used to follow him were nowhere to be seen, not even a word of comfort offered. The fickleness of human nature. Wang Yin, regretting his association with such people, closed his eyes in despair. Suddenly, Footsteps echoed up the stairs, and Lu Ming entered. Senior brother Lu. Wang Yan's eyes brightened. Lu Ming glanced at him reluctantly and walked over, saying, Junior brother Wang, did you send someone to look for me? Please, have a seat and share a drink with me. Lu Ming waved his hand. I have matters to attend to shortly. I want to be drinking. Very well. Wang Yan raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Brother Wang, I have matters to attend to. Do you have something to say? The master is currently dissatisfied with Wang Yan, and Lu Ming is somewhat reluctant to come. Wang Yan seems to have noticed this and said, Senior brother, could you lend me a hand? Lu Ming frowned, thinking that this fool still refuses to concede at such a moment. I will help you pursue senior sister Cheng Shasha. Lu Ming was taken aback. Coming from humble beginnings, he had climbed to the position of senior brother through diligent study and practice. He was astute enough to realize he would find it difficult to advance further. So unlike Wang Yan, he did not harbor lofty aspirations for women from affluent families. His heart was set only on Cheng Shasha. Though he did not harbor deep affection for her, he deemed her an ideal match for himself. Cheng Shasha was industrious, diligent, and thrifty, embodying perfection. If a flaw had to be identified, it would be her less than attractive appearance. Yet that mattered little to him, as he himself was not particularly handsome. Wang Yan's words had struck at his vulnerable spot. Senior brother, if you're interested, please take a seat and have a drink. Lu Ming looked at Wang Yan and nodded gravely, settling down and raising his cup to drink it all in one go. What do you mean? Lu Ming inquired. Aren't you going on a mission in a few days? Go out with Su Anlin and deal with him in secret. Help me resolve matters with Su Anlin, and I will arrange a meeting with senior sister. At that time, we can slip her something. You will win her over, and given her accommodating nature, she will surely accept the situation. Wang Yan, slightly intoxicated with rosy cheeks and a hint of drunkenness, remarked, Senior brother, I've known for a long time that you have feelings for senior sister, but she likes someone else. This is your opportunity. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the cup. Indeed, he had pursued Cheng Shasha for a long time, even once sending her a love letter, for which he had paid a scholar 10 coins to write. Within it were many sweet words, reminiscing about their first meeting and their shared challenges on missions. He believed that he and Cheng Shasha merely needed a chance. If he took the initiative, she would surely fall into his embrace. Unfortunately, after Wang Yan helped deliver the love letter, Cheng Shasha had shown no reaction. Following that incident, he realized she likely had no interest in him. Seeing Lu Ming's interest piqued, Wang Yan continued, Senior brother, you are at the 6th level of body refinement. Even if Su Anlin has mastered iron bone technique, he cannot possibly surpass you. This was indeed reassuring. Lu Ming nodded confidently. I can arrange for you to win over senior sister. I will fabricate a story about being gravely injured to invite her. You know how kind she is to us juniors. She will surely agree to come. Wang Yan continued to dangle the bait. Tonight, let you both enter the bridal chamber. After saying this, Wang Yan felt a pang of jealousy within, which was rather uncomfortable. After all, Cheng Shasha had feelings for him. When Lu Ming had asked him to deliver the love letter, he had promptly discarded it into the toilet. Although he did not regard Cheng Shasha with any affection, he relished the feeling of being pursued, and thus felt a twinge of displeasure at pushing her onto Lu Ming. It is settled then. Lu Ming downed another cup of liquor. The drink was strong, igniting a warmth within him. The mere thought of being able to win over Cheng Shasha tonight sent a surge of excitement through him. At last, liberation from solitude. Chapter 58, Suspicion Sister. Please come to my house later. I have invited the Ma brothers, Senior Su, Junior Yang Ming, and Junior Niu Huihong. Do you have any wine at home? Yes. I often brew some wine in my spare time for enjoyment. How intriguing. I shall take my leave now. On the way, Su Anlin purchased some meat, a selection of leafy greens, and 5 assorted fish. Upon returning home, he discovered that Su Yu had already steamed rice and set the table. Niu Huihong was nearby, chopping firewood. Thank you for your hard work. Su Anlin placed the meat on the table. It's no trouble at all. Sister said that practicing martial arts requires one to be active and exert effort. Niu Huihong chuckled innocently. Brother, when will they arrive? Su Yu inquired. They should be here soon. It's not dark yet. No need to rush. Just as they were speaking, the doors swung open and Su Jinyan entered, leading a small girl by the hand. Hello, brother. The little girl, Su Ro, shyly greeted Su Anlin. Su Jinyan was carrying 2 large gift boxes, which he handed to Su Anlin. Junior brother, I bought these for you. It's deer antler to nourish your body. At that moment, a prompt appeared before Su Anlin. Can enhance your foundation. Wow. Su Anlin was taken aback. This was a splendid gift, very thoughtful of him. You are too kind. It's nothing. You. I also brought you a gift. Su Jinyan revealed a jade bracelet. Thank you, senior brother. Hello, senior brother. Yo Huang chimed in. The group laughed and chatted, creating a warm atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, the Ma brothers, Ma Li and Ma Dong, arrived, followed by Yang Ming, who brought 10 fish. Su Anlin sighed. Had I known, I wouldn't have purchased fish. Everyone is here, but why has T's sister Cheng Shasha arrived yet? Yo Huang wondered. Su Anlin was puzzled as well. I specifically reminded her before I left. Perhaps there is something at home? Su Jinyan suggested. I'll check at the martial arts hall. Yo Huang, being quite perceptive, stated and promptly exited. Why hasn't Tishi come? Su Jinyan speculated. If Shasha were not coming, she would surely inform us. No need to worry. Just as he finished speaking, the door opened, and Cheng Shasha entered, carrying a large jar. Apologies, I was delayed by some matters on the way, Cheng Shasha said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sister is here. Please take a seat. Everyone greeted her. The table was laden with dishes, and the 10 fish brought by Yang Ming were grilled to perfection, enticing all. I'm sorry, but I have something to attend to, so I want to be eating. Cheng Shasha hesitated before speaking. Sister, what could be so urgent at this hour? Su Anlin questioned, feeling puzzled. There is a matter at home, and I just came to inform you. Initially, she intended to decline, but Wang Yin appeared quite pitiful, admitting his fault and expressing a desire for reconciliation. The group exchanged glances. After Cheng Shasha spoke, she left promptly. Watching her retreating figure, Su Anlin felt a sense of unease as he closed the door. Then let us eat. The others began to serve themselves, yet Su Anlin's misgivings grew stronger. Cheng Shasha undoubtedly had something amiss. Su Anlin was acutely aware of her status as an orphan, devoid of companions. What could such a solitary individual experience? Much of her recent thoughts had been consumed by Wang Yin. Could it be related to Wang Yin? She turned and opened the door, stepping outside. She felt compelled to ascertain the truth. Wang Yin had deceived her numerous times, and now that he bore injuries from their altercation, one could only speculate on his intentions. As she stepped out, Su Anlin's pupils dilated in alarm. Indeed, Cheng Shasha was walking alongside Wang Yin. Trailing behind them was a figure lurking in the shadows, Master Brother Lu Ming. What was his purpose in following them? A vague sense of foreboding washed over Su Anlin, prompting her to pursue them discreetly. At Wang Yin's residence, he occupied a quaint farmhouse. A spread of food and wine lay before him as he sat opposite Cheng Shasha. Junior brother, you should drink less. I understand your frustration, but you and Anlin have no deep-seated enmity. Tomorrow, I shall intercede on your behalf. It will be fine. Cheng Shasha observed Wang Yin with a tinge of sadness. She held affection for both junior brothers, and witnessing their discord left her feeling unsettled. Senior sister, I realize my mistakes. Thank you for keeping me company today. You should indulge a little too. I shall abstain. Wang Yin sighed. Just one drink. I implore you. Junior brother. Cheng Shasha opened her mouth to refuse but found herself at a loss. She was inherently gentle, like a lamb, incapable of saying no. After a few drinks, her cheeks flushed with color. Wang Yin poured another glass, proclaiming, Thank you, senior sister. You are truly the best to me. Focus on your tasks moving forward and refrain from mingling with outsiders. Cheng Shasha urged. Look at Anlin. He never behaves like this. All right, senior sister. I toast to you. I want tea drink. Please. Wang Yin sighed, having consumed 4 or 5 drinks. He thought it was about time. Should Cheng Shasha harbor any suspicions afterward, she would attribute it to her low tolerance for alcohol. Unexpectedly, the scenario took a turn as he found himself sharing a bed with Master Brother. Wang Yin took a sip of his drink. Suddenly taken aback by the sight before him, Cheng Shasha, her cheeks a rosy hue, exuded a fragrance akin to orchids, her gaze slightly unfocused. Her figure was alluring, surpassing even that of the senior mistress, her curves exquisitely pronounced. He felt a surge of emotion stirring within him, a twinge of regret creeping in as he questioned whether sending Cheng Shasha away was the right decision. After all, she had been exceedingly kind to him, more so than his own parents. Yet, stealing a glance at Lu Ming, who stood vigil by the window, he steeled himself. Senior sister, are you all right? Are you feeling intoxicated? I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. My apologies. Perhaps you should refrain from drinking. This wine is rather potent. Seizing the moment while Cheng Shasha still retained some clarity, he quickly clarified that he had not urged her to drink. Her inebriation was not his concern. Oh. Cheng Shasha felt her head spinning. Though she enjoyed brewing wine, she seldom partook in it herself. She believed that, Once married, her husband would surely enjoy drinking. Hence her decision to learn the craft. Chen Shasha felt utterly drained, as if her strength had evaporated. Wang Yan's gaze flickered as he stared at the packet of powdered medicine in his hand, astonished that Chen Shasha could succumb so easily to intoxication. He hadn't even had the chance to use the powder before she was already inebriated. Creak. The door swung open, and Lu Ming hurriedly entered. Senior brother Yu. Wang Yan, you certainly work swiftly, Lu Ming chuckled, eyeing the still form of the voluptuous Chen Shasha, swallowing hard. Soon, you will be in the bridal chamber. With that, he assisted Chen Shasha to her feet. Wait, hold on. Wang Yan grasped Lu Ming's arm. Junior brother, is there something else? Lu Ming frowned. You better not have second thoughts, remember, you were the one who got her drunk. If you back out now, don't blame me for speaking out of turn. And no second thoughts. It's just that senior sister is a good person. You should be gentle with her. All right, I understand, Lu Ming replied, his disdainful gaze making Wang Yan uncomfortable. What are you looking at me for? I am an upstanding gentleman. Simply having allowed senior sister to indulge in a bit too much drink. Unlike you, who takes advantage of others. Chapter 59. The truth the night had long descended. Lu Ming supported Chen Shasha, his heart brimming with excitement. Chen Shasha, oh Chen Shasha, in the past, when I delivered love letters to you, you paid me no heed. Who would have thought that you would become mine? He glanced around. The street was nearly deserted. His home was nearby, and he intended to take her there directly. Lu. Brother Lu, why are you? Chen Shasha suddenly uttered weakly. Junior sister, you've had too much to drink. Come to my house. I will take care of you. No. Chen Shasha, in a daze yet retaining some clarity, found herself devoid of strength and could only allow Lu Ming to support her. As they walked, to evade attention, Lu Ming turned into a narrow alley, only to be confronted by a figure clad in a black robe. A chill ran down his spine. He attempted to sidestep, but the stranger barreled toward him. He quickly dodged, and the individual collided with the wall, gasping heavily. Reeking of alcohol. A drunkard, Lu Ming scoffed, continuing on his way. Suddenly, another figure emerged, robust in stature. Damn it, it's unusual to encounter anyone here. What is going on today? Lu Ming felt a sense of foreboding as he pressed onward. The approaching individual drew nearer, belching as he walked. Ugh, Lu Ming grimaced, realizing he had encountered yet another drunkard. Recently, a family nearby had lost a patriarch and was hosting a wake. Perhaps this man was a relative. Disregarding the man, as they approached a pass, the stranger unexpectedly raised his hand, kicking up dust that blinded Lu Ming. Ah! Lu Ming gasped, momentarily disoriented. He dropped Chen Shasha to the ground, his body instinctively retreating. Swish, swish, swish. Though Lu Ming could not see, he heard the sounds of slicing air around him. He could only throw punches in defense. But suddenly, his wrist was slashed, and a knife pierced his side. It was over. Thud, thud. Thud. The assailant struck with brutal force, growing ever quicker. Lu Ming lost too much blood, fatigue overwhelming him until he collided with the wall behind him. Spare me. Good sir. Lu Ming fell to the ground, his arms torn, his abdomen stabbed thrice. The fact that he had endured thus far was a testament to his strength. But if this continued, he would surely perish. He feared death. As the sole heir in his family, he had yet to leave behind a legacy. Bam! Another kick sent him flying, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Wiping his eyes with the blood, he gritted his teeth to focus on what lay ahead. Anlin, junior brother. The sounds of the struggle roused Chen Shasha from her stupor. Weakly, she gazed at Su Anlin before her. The cold wind began to clear Chen Shasha's intoxication. She recalled bits and pieces. She had been drinking at Wang Yan's home, feeling lightheaded. And then how had she ended up here? Something was amiss. Lu Ming had been supporting her, intending to take her to his home. She lifted her head, and before her stood Su Anlin and Lu Ming, the latter drenched in blood. What would happen to you? Senior sister, you are awake, Su Anlin remarked. Wang Yan got you drunk and handed you over to Lu Ming, who was just about to escort you home. Lu Ming trembled as he stood up. Junior brother, let us speak calmly. I never intended to harm junior sister. Su Anlin sneered, not in a hurry to take action, as Lu Ming was losing blood rapidly. Shasha, I simply adore you. I had sent you love letters before, but you never acknowledged them. Love letters. Chen Shasha rubbed her head, the cold air gradually dispersing her inebriation. She began to recall, I never received any love letters. Orphaned since childhood. What she had longed for most was to be loved. If she had received a love letter, provided the sender was not utterly unremarkable, she would have eagerly accepted. Yet, she had indeed not received any. Junior sister, you still toy with me in my current state? Lu Ming quivered. What would I gain from deceiving you? Cheng Shasha frowned. In her eyes, Lu Ming had always exuded an air of authority, making him seem unapproachable. She could never have anticipated that he would send her a love letter. And yet, why was she unaware of it? Observing Cheng Shasha's expression, Lu Ming's mouth fell open, his eyes widening in realization. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the love letter had been entrusted to Wang Yin. Since Cheng Shasha had not received it, it implied that something had gone awry with Wang Yin. I've been played. Lu Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. I was deceived. Was your love letter supposed to be delivered by Wang Yin? Su Anlin inquired, his expression peculiar. Lu Ming's face was a mask of regret. Yes, that scoundrel deceived me. I trusted him so much and did so much for him. As he spoke, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In Su Anlin's eyes, Lu Ming's health had deteriorated to a mere 7. Tonight's events were your and Wang Yin's scheme? Su Anlin asked. Lu Ming seemed to sense that death was imminent. He managed a bitter smile. Indeed. He promised to hand Shasha over to me to deal with you. I am no one to him. What right did he have to do such a thing? Cheng Shasha shivered. The taste of betrayal was bitter. For your sake, Wang Yin exploited you. Shasha, forgive me. I truly have feelings for you. Lu Ming's health plummeted to 3 as he collapsed to the ground, murmuring, I genuinely sent a love letter. I truly did not know. I regret this so much. It was unclear whether he regretted his association with Wang Yin or his consent to such actions. Successfully killed Lu Ming. Gained 62 experience points. Very well. Su Anlin lifted the lifeless body and assisted Cheng Shasha away from the scene. Later that night, Hong Wu was awakened. Upon seeing Lu Ming's corpse, he learned the full story. No one knew where Wang Yin resided, and it would be unwise to search at such a late hour. They would have to wait until the morrow. Hong Wu had not been this enraged in a long time, his fist clenched, veins bulging. Shasha, you shall sleep with your master tonight, Hong Wu said, suppressing his fury. Yes, master. While others were oblivious to Wang Yan's whereabouts. He knew precisely where he was, having just followed him not long ago. In truth, when he arrived, he was prepared to storm into the house and commit murder. However, there were numerous residents nearby, and the twilight had yet to descend, making it all too easy for someone to awaken and witness the heinous act. Furthermore, at that moment, Wang Yin was merely dining with Cheng Shasha. Should he choose to intervene and cause a bloodbath, what would Cheng Shasha think? Would he resort to homicide over a mere conflict? What future would he have thereafter? Given these considerations, he opted to remain outside, biding his time until subsequent events unfolded. Inside the dwelling, Wang Yin sat alone, drowning his sorrows in drink. The thought of the woman he cherished sharing a bed with another man that very night, one he had encouraged to pursue her, sent pangs of anguish through his heart. It was all your fault, Su Anlin. Why must you provoke me? If you do not perish, who will? In a couple of days. The senior brother would take Su Anlin out, and should she find her end at his hands, he would possess ample alibi within the martial arts school, leaving the master powerless to object. A cold smile crept across his face. The plan was indeed flawless. Next, he needed to devise a means to acquire funds, as the remuneration for his tasks ought to be adjusted downward. 500 taels seemed rather excessive. He sighed, lamenting that this place was too small, with the affluent being scarce. Alas, having earned a modest sum, it was time for him to depart. This locale was simply too insignificant for someone of his caliber. After another sip of liquor, Wang Yin felt a certain clarity wash over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, as if he had achieved a new understanding. The iron fist technique. It had advanced once more. He chuckled, convinced of his own genius. Then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Who could it be at such a late hour? Wang Yin, now more sober, inquired, Who is it? A hoarse voice responded from outside. The senior brother sent me to speak with you. Troubled, Wang Yin mused silently. Could this be a harbinger of misfortune? Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust billowed in. Wang Yin clapped his hands instinctively, but having sustained injuries earlier that day, he was caught off guard and felt a sharp pain in his arm. In the next moment, a pair of powerful hands seized his throat. Wang Yin, enduring the pain, gazed at the intruder with a mix of shock and fury. It was Su Anlin. How did he discover this place? With a malevolent grin, Su Anlin tightened his grip. Crack! Wang Yin's body slackened, immobilized. Once inside, Su Anlin slashed Wang Yin's face, stripped him of his clothing, and wrapped him in a sack. He then made his way to a nearby river, weighed the body down with stones, and cast it into the water. Thus, the corpse would remain undiscovered. Even if it were found, by that time it would be decomposed, the face mutilated, and the lack of clothing would render his identity unrecognizable. He departed from the scene. The following day, many were aware of the events that transpired the night before. Early in the morning, Hongwu retrieved a disciplinary staff that hung on the wall. This staff was intended for disciplining errant disciples, and it was coated in dust, having not been employed for quite some time. In truth, Hongwu had believed he would never need it again, for the regulations of his martial arts school had become lax. And one could even say there were none at all. Whether disciples chose to study or not, he remained indifferent. However, this time, Wang Yin, in collusion with Lu Ming, actually sought to bully Cheng Shasha and harm a fellow disciple, which is utterly intolerable. Some individuals fell silent as if struck by frost, whispering softly, too afraid to provoke the ire of Hongwu. Cheng Shasha, holding a cloth, absent-mindedly wiped a wooden training dummy, her heart heavy with worry. She had completely lost hope in Wang Yin, who clearly did not harbor any affection for her. Her current concern was the substantial sum of silver she had lent out, 500 taels, which she had painstakingly saved for a considerable time, intending to use it as her dowry to secure a splendid marriage. Now, it seemed all was lost. Chapter 60. The arrival of the Mad Demon. The entire martial arts academy had waited in vain for Wang Yin throughout the morning, yet his presence remained elusive. Ultimately, a senior brother ventured outside to inquire about his whereabouts, discovering Wang Yin's residence. Upon arrival, he found the place utterly deserted. Wang Yin had already packed his belongings and fled. Upon receiving this disheartening news, Cheng Shasha succumbed to despair, retreating to a corner to stifle her sobs. Su Anlin, from a distance, let out a heavy sigh, fully aware that Cheng Shasha had lent Wang Yin a substantial sum of money, which now seemed lost. Though he felt sympathy for her plight, he found himself powerless to intervene. At noon, 2 imposing constables entered the academy and sought out Hongwu, who engaged in conversation with them without closing the door. He wore a troubled expression, occasionally nodding in agreement with their words. Su Anlin sensed that something significant was amiss. Just then, Su Jinyan approached. Anlin, there you are. I was about to head to your house to find you. Hurry and get ready. Get ready for what? Su Anlin inquired. Puzzled, Su Jinyan's eyes widened in surprise. The Purple Bamboo Grove Tea Gathering. It's a matchmaking event. Su Anlin frowned. I think I'll pass. The current situation is rather chaotic. There are rumors of mad demons from Lingguang County making their way here. He had little interest in matchmaking under such circumstances. You stubborn child. I've gone to great lengths to arrange this. Su Jinyan insisted. I refuse to entertain such notions, Su Anlin replied, shaking his head. I am but a poor man. Attending would only serve to humiliate myself. I won't allow you to belittle yourself like this. Come on. Su Jinyan was resolute in his determination to persuade Su Anlin, especially since his 3 cousins were all dressed splendidly for the occasion. If only Su Anlin could find favor with one of them. He worried that if he failed to secure Su Anlin's attendance now, rumors about him would spread, attracting the attention of other families and intensifying competition. Su Jinyan, your timing is impeccable, suddenly called Hongwu from inside the room. Jinyan, Ouyanghonger, Shasha, come here. These 3 were considered the strongest among the martial arts academy's ranks. Upon entering the room, they exchanged glances with the constables, who nodded in acknowledgement. Let me summarize the situation, Hongwu began. Lingguang County has become a no-man's land. Mad demons and ghostly corpses invaded the city a few nights ago, resulting in numerous fatalities. You are all aware that those afflicted by such malevolent forces can themselves transform into those abominations. Given our proximity, many have fled here. The pressing issue is that numerous mad demons and ghostly corpses have appeared outside, and there have been sporadic attacks by these entities within the city. The city lord's office is understaffed and requires our assistance. You are among the most formidable in the academy and can handle such threats. Upon finishing, the lead constable clasped his fist in gratitude. The situation is urgent. We implore you to lend your aid. Rest assured, the city lord has promised that no one will assist in vain. Are we to venture outside the city to confront the mad demons? Su Jinyan inquired. Indeed, we have already contacted other martial arts academies to collaborate. Currently, we know that the mad demons are frequenting several villages downstream. We intend to form teams of 10 to search the vicinity of these villages. I am willing to assist. To everyone's surprise, Cheng Shasha was the first to agree. Hongwu cast her a glance of astonishment, for she had previously been reluctant to reveal herself in public. Ouyanghonger, with her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, furrowed her brow. Coming from a respectable family, though not on par with the Su family, hers could still be considered affluent. Thus, She hesitated before saying, I must consult with my father. I feel the same, Su Jinyan added. As the sole heir of the Su family, he could not afford to take risks. However, after a moment's thought, he continued, nevertheless, my family should provide some guards to assist you. That would be splendid, the constable replied, then turned to Hongwu, saying, please have the other disciples prepare as well. We shall set off early tomorrow. Certainly, Hongwu nodded. Once the constable departed, he gathered all the disciples and briefed them on the situation. He concluded, some of you may possess the strength to confront the ghostly corpses, yet dealing with the demonically mad is exceedingly troublesome. Therefore, I do not wish to impose. If you feel capable, please sign up with Shasha. My martial arts school will provide meals, and the Lord's Manor will allocate funds. You will not toil in vain. With that, Chung Shasha set a table at the entrance. The mistress of the school brought ink, paper, and brushes, and just as Chung Shasha took her seat, a tall figure approached, blocking the sunlight. Senior sister, I wish to sign up first, he declared. Su Anlin. Chung Shasha nodded. Very well. Hongwu watched Su Anlin with a sigh. He was most reluctant to see Su Anlin participate. After all, he had made commendable progress in his iron bone skill. And in the event of an accident, he would have nowhere to lament the loss of such a promising talent. Su Anlin, come here, Hongwu called. Turning to enter the room, Su Anlin followed, curiosity evident. Master, you have only recently advanced in your iron bone skill. There is truly no need to take such risks. Su Anlin understood somewhat, feeling a twinge of helplessness. How could he level up without battling monsters? He straightened, saying earnestly, Master, I have faced demonically mad beings before. He recounted the events in Lingguang County. Hongwu was taken aback. I did not expect you to have such experience. He gradually realized that Su Anlin's rapid growth stemmed from practical combat. Many individuals encounter a bottleneck and struggle to break through. But a chance encounter with life and death scenarios might just shatter those limits. Rest assured, Master, I shall proceed with caution. Very well then. Hongwu patted Su Anlin's shoulder. A look of reluctance on his face. He turned to retrieve a leather pouch from the cabinet, handing it to Su Anlin. Inside is a complete set of armor. Wear it. The claws of the demonically mad are tough, and you will be safe from their grasp. Thank you, Master. Go now. Upon exiting, he found many disciples already signing up. Word had spread that the Lord's Manor was offering a generous reward, 1 tael of silver per day, with a bonus of 50 taels for slaying ghostly corpses and 100 taels for defeating demonically mad beings. However, it was evident that most were not motivated solely by the prospect of 50 or 100 taels, but rather by the allure of that single tael of silver. Most individuals possess rather limited capabilities yet harbor aspirations of amassing wealth, nurturing a sense of misplaced optimism that they shall evade the clutches of the monstrous and deranged. Even if they were to encounter such beings, some believe their swiftness would ensure their escape. Anlin, let us depart, urged Su Jinyan as he pulled Su Anlin outside. Senior brother, the streets are teeming with monsters. How can you still be preoccupied with matchmaking? Su Anlin was at a loss for words. In matters such as these, does one's presence truly make a difference? Moreover, we do not embark on our journey until tomorrow. Our visit to the bamboo grove is inconsequential. Besides, it would be an excellent opportunity for you to broaden your horizons and meet the daughters of affluent families, would it not? But senior brother, this is for your own good. You are still too young. In your youth, you fail to appreciate the allure of wealthy women. Mistakenly treating martial practice as a treasure upon returning home, Su Anlin merely changed into a new outfit and followed Su Jinyan out the door. The bamboo grove, situated by a serene lake, boasts picturesque scenery and an enchanting environment, making it a favored destination for young people seeking romance. The locale is somewhat secluded, and as they walked alongside Su Jinyan, Su Anlin soon spotted a pavilion in the distance where a group of 10 or so men and women engaged in casual conversation. This assembly was adorned in exquisite attire, particularly the women, who vied for beauty. A line of attendants stood by, ever ready to heed their commands. As Su Anlin surveyed the scene, he was taken aback to recognize a familiar face, his fellow townsfolk, Huang Lijuan. What brought her here? Anlin, this is my cousin, Su Xiaohua, and this is also my cousin, Su Chan. Lastly, meet Su Li, Su Jinyan introduced as the 3 cousins stood before Su Anlin. Each possessed distinct features. Yet they shared a common trait of diminutive stature, perhaps a result of their indulgent diets, with all 3 sporting cherubic cheeks and slightly bowed legs. It seems Su Jinyan assumed I was not particular about my preferences. Fortunately, judging by the demeanor of the 3 ladies, they appeared disinterested in him. Perhaps out of respect for Su Jinyan, the 3 women approached him with trepidation. Huang Lijuan, standing at a distance, cast a surprised glance at Su Anlin. She had come at the behest of her senior sister, who had found her ideal partner in this very locale, and thus persuaded Huang Lijuan to join her in hopes of encountering a scion of a prominent family. Little did she expect to encounter an acquaintance. "Isn't that your fellow townsman?" her senior sister whispered, noticing Su Anlin. "You must avoid engaging with him if he greets you, Lijuan. It would not serve your reputation well. It could appear inappropriate if other gentlemen witness you being overly familiar." At that moment, her senior sister's boyfriend approached, accompanied by another man. This newcomer was tall and slender, exuding a sense of maturity, albeit with a hint of age. "Junior sister, this is young Master Fei Xiang." Upon spotting Huang Lijuan, Fei Xiang's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he greeted her with a warm smile. "Miss Huang." Within the pavilion, the tea kettle was alight, and the fragrance of fine tea wafted through the air. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Su Jinyan and his three cousins, Su Anlin watched as they all concocted various excuses to retreat to a distance. Indeed. It was a mistake to come here. Su Anlin sipped his tea, discreetly channeling his iron bone technique as he practiced. His gaze fell upon Su Jinyan, who was greeting acquaintances one by one. Out of the corner of his eye, he instinctively glanced at Huang Lijuan, who had matured significantly since their last encounter. She was no longer the girl who playfully teased him upon sight. He harbored no particular feelings for Huang Lijuan. His sentiment was one of wistfulness. Reflecting on how circumstances had changed so drastically in just about a month, he had no intention of approaching her, as he sensed that Huang Lijuan was somewhat constrained in her current situation. It was understandable. A girl from the countryside who had finally managed to infiltrate the urban social scene must find it challenging. Su Anlin empathized with her struggles and thus chose not to intrude. He intended to sit for a while before departing. Alas, he wondered what his brother was thinking, introducing him to someone like this. Not far away, Su Xiaohua, Su Li, and Su Chan were whispering amongst themselves, occasionally casting furtive glances towards Su Anlin in the pavilion. Chapter 61. The Dangerous Woman Indeed. I previously heard from my elder brother that the person who introduced me was from a distinguished family, yet here we are, with not even a single attendant. Su Xiaohua remarked, "I once visited the Dali martial arts school with friends. This Su Anlin is merely an ordinary martial artist." Sigh. "My cousin is utterly unreliable. I even adorned myself with fragrance today. Do you not find it delightful?" Su Li muttered, "Fragrance is quite expensive. Regardless, I oppose seeking his company." Su Chan added, "Earlier this year, my mother consulted a fortune teller who foretold that I would encounter an extraordinary gentleman. Though his current status is modest, he possesses remarkable martial prowess and is both cultured and skilled. His family background is unremarkable, with only a sister. Yet he is destined for greatness." Su Xiaohua eagerly inquired, "Sister Chan, is that fortune teller reliable?" "Indeed, many seek his guidance," Su Chan replied. "When might you take me to consult him as well?" "No problem." Su Li, intrigued, asked, "Su Chan, you mentioned that this extraordinary gentleman has a modest background. Yet Su Anlin also possesses an ordinary status. Could he possibly be the one?" Prompted by this thought, Su Xiaohua quickly nodded. "Yes, what if he is indeed the one? You should engage him in conversation. Hee." Su Chan shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, "Though that extraordinary gentleman's status is humble, Su Anlin is exceedingly unremarkable, merely a rustic warrior. However, since he has caught my cousin's attention, he must possess some merit." Su Chan remarked, "You are aware of our cousin's penchant for consorting with dubious companions." Sensing Su Chan's annoyance, the two ceased their discussion. Su Xiaohua shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, the city lord's manor has already recruited numerous staff. Starting tomorrow, they will inspect each village to deal with the demon lunatics. Alas, these vile fiends disrupt our peace. There is no choice. Lingguang County is vast and troubled. We must prepare early. My parents have already stockpiled ample supplies, ready to depart at the first sign of trouble. My family is doing the same." Meanwhile, Su Anlin sipped his tea, surveying the surroundings, and suddenly noticed something intriguing. Among the crowd, several skilled individuals were present. For instance, the young masters of the Wang and Sun families, engaged in conversation with Su Jinyan, exhibited commendable vitality. He recalled that these two had previously associated closely with Wang Yin. Additionally, some of the women displayed impressive vitality as well. Suddenly, Su Anlin paused, for he spotted a woman in a black dress nearby. Her vitality measured an astonishing 9393. What an extraordinary individual. Su Anlin was taken aback. Notably, she appeared quite young, yet her vitality was remarkably high, indicating exceptional strength. As if sensing his gaze, The woman in black abruptly turned her head towards Su Anlin. He hastily diverted his attention to a group of wild ducks by the lake. Goose, 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 with necks arched, singing to the heavens. Su Anlin's heart raced. This woman was formidable. Among the young martial artists in the entire city, his own vitality was already among the top, yet this woman surpassed him significantly. The crux of the matter lies in her youthful appearance. What does this signify? Intriguingly, she possesses an acute sensitivity. Merely casting a glance her way was enough for her to take notice. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, diverting his attention to a group of wild ducks. Ah, Anlin, you can compose poetry as well. Su Jinyan and his companions approached, exclaiming, "What did I tell you? My brother Su Anlin is both literary and martial. Come, let us share some tea." Su Jinyan beckoned. Though these young gentlemen appeared carefree and reckless, they were, in truth, astute individuals. Early that morning, they had already heard whispers regarding Wang Yan's affairs, and many were intrigued by Su Anlin. They subtly inquired and even extended invitations for an evening of revelry. However, to their surprise, unlike the previous Wang Yan, Su Anlin politely declined their advances. After a brief exchange, Su Anlin retreated to a corner and inadvertently caught sight of Huang Lijuan, where a rather mature-looking man was inappropriately encroaching upon her space. Huang Lijuan exhibited signs of resistance, yet seemed reluctant to offend him. Su Anlin furrowed his brow. "Anlin," I said, "do you disdain my cousin? Is it that you prefer other women?" Su Jinyan had approached, glancing helplessly toward Huang Lijuan. To be candid, in comparison to his three cousins, Huang Lijuan indeed possessed a more striking beauty, particularly with her statuesque figure. Conversely, upon glancing at his cousins, Su Jinyan's expression darkened. The three were indulging in snacks, devouring them as if they were free, crumbs scattered about their mouths. "Senior brother, you misunderstand. That young lady is Huang Lijuan, a fellow townsman," Su Anlin hastily clarified. "Ah, I see. But why did you not greet her? She seems to have found a new social circle. The last time I saw her, she appeared somewhat apprehensive," Su Anlin elucidated. "I fail to comprehend these individuals. But allow me to mention that the man is Fei Xiang, and the one beside him, Han Shi, is notorious for his frivolous pursuits. They are known to seek out country girls, feigning affection, only to abandon them once their amusement wanes. Such individuals are beneath my contempt. It was merely Wang Yan who associated with their ilk. Is that so?" Su Anlin's brow creased in concern. No wonder he had observed a peculiar glint in Fei Xiang's eyes while near Huang Lijuan. He was evidently of questionable character. "Anlin, do you wish to engage her in conversation?" Su Anlin replied, "Perhaps not. However, I shall seek an opportunity to offer her a word of caution, as I have known her since childhood." "Indeed, that is prudent." Su Jinyan nodded, secretly affirming his judgment. Had it been someone like Wang Yan, he might have pushed Huang Lijuan into a precarious situation for the sake of gaining favor. Yet Su Anlin's intentions were to safeguard her. Such a man is truly worthy of friendship. "Master Fei, would you kindly refrain from encroaching upon my personal space?" At that moment, Huang Lijuan suddenly exclaimed. With a hint of disdain, she touched her face and stepped back. Su Anlin turned, frowning, and all eyes shifted toward the source of the commotion. Some men, upon recognizing Fei Xiang, exchanged knowing glances. Fei Xiang, taken aback, felt his expression darken. He had just presented a jade bracelet as a token of introduction. Yet this girl seemed utterly oblivious, rejecting even a simple touch. It is worth noting that he leveraged this status to charm numerous young women from the countryside alongside Han Shi. Occasionally, he would bring them here to introduce them to the world, basking in their admiration. After all, such an occasion is perceived as a high-end social gathering by those from rural areas. However, he was taken aback by Huang Lijuan's utter lack of appreciation. "Lijuan, why are you shouting so loudly?" Shiji Ru Ping admonished, grasping Huang Lijuan's arm. "He is groping me," Huang Lijuan whispered, her eyes darting to the sullen Han Shi. "He is merely showing affection. Why must you be so unreasonable?" Han Shi could not help but interject. He invited Fei Xiang over, and there were benefits involved. "Forget it. I shall take my leave," Huang Lijuan declared, overwhelmed by the discomfort of the older man's proximity, particularly as she sensed something amiss in his gaze. After stepping outside, she recalled her father Huang Youcai's numerous admonitions. A woman must maintain her dignity and distance herself from anything suspicious. "This is your jade bracelet. I return it to you," Huang Lijuan said, handing it back to Fei Xiang before turning to leave. Fei Xiang, looking at the trinket he had purchased from a street vendor, scoffed and let it slip from his fingers, causing it to shatter upon impact. Huang Lijuan, If you no longer desire the bracelet, what was the need to break it? Do you realize that it cost me 300 taels of silver? You must compensate me. Chapter 62. Standing out. Fei Xiang, accustomed to shamelessness, found no embarrassment in his pursuit of women. After all, his reputation in this area was already tarnished. As he spoke, he positioned himself in front of Huang Lijuan, his voice booming. Huang Lijuan, you must compensate me for this jade bracelet. Huang Lijuan panicked, exclaiming, I placed the jade bracelet in your hands. But before I could grasp it, you let it slip. It was you who caused it to fall. Enough. Everyone here is watching. If you don't resolve this issue, leaving one T be so simple. Fei Xiang scoffed and glanced around at the onlookers. Though some looked down upon his actions, the innate human tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong prevailed. No one would dare to offend Fei Xiang for the sake of a country girl. Hanshi, pulling Ru Ping along, approached with a grim expression. Huang Lijuan, even if you dislike Fei, must you create such an awkward scene? Ru Ping hesitated, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She wished to assist Huang Lijuan, but felt her voice would carry little weight. Having finally caught Hanshi's attention, she feared that any trouble might jeopardize their budding relationship. Thus, she remained silent, inwardly regretting bringing Huang Lijuan along. At that moment, a crowd of over 20 had gathered. Drawn by the commotion, a woman in a black dress approached with a smile playing at her lips. Huang Lijuan, feeling flustered, was gripped by a sense of inferiority. 300 taels was a sum her father, the village head, could scarcely afford. I just witnessed it. Huang Lijuan placed the bracelet in your hand, and you deliberately let it fall. A sudden voice rang out. The crowd parted to reveal a tall, muscular man striding forward, Su Anlin. He resembled a towering volcano, radiating heat as he stood before Fei Xiang. Though Fei Xiang was not short, his frail physique made him appear as a mere shadow beside Su Anlin. Who are you? Fei Xiang narrowed his eyes. Just a passerby, but I saw you let it fall on purpose, Su Anlin replied, unperturbed, regarding him as nothing more than a feeble adversary. Hey brat, why are you meddling in our affairs? Hanshi interjected, stepping forward. Su Anlin remained indifferent. I simply dislike witnessing the weak being bullied. You seek death. Fei Xiang, undeterred by his own shamelessness, felt a sting of humiliation at being challenged. He swung a fist at Su Anlin's chest, but Su Anlin did not flinch. Clang. Fei Xiang's face darkened as he felt his hand collide with something as hard as stone, pain radiating through him. My hand, he moaned, trembling. Su Anlin chuckled coldly. With your caliber, you dare to roam these streets? Damn it. Hanshi immediately reached for his sword. Su Jinyan sauntered over. Brother Su. Is there a misunderstanding here? Brother Su? Hanshi, realizing the gravity of the situation, relaxed his grip on the sword and forced a smile. Fei Xiang frowned at Su Jinyan. Brother Su, since he is your friend, I shall let him off this time. But he must apologize. Apologize? Su Anlin shrugged and said, Then spare me your mercy, I shall stand my ground. Come at me, even if it means a fight to the death. Fei Xiang did not expect Su Anlin to be so audacious, seemingly unafraid of his status. However, after witnessing the previous display of skill, he realized that Su Anlin was formidable, and perhaps he was not in a position to gain the upper hand. Su Jinyan chuckled, Young Master Fei, you must acknowledge that the fault lies with you. Demanding an apology from Su Anlin may not be prudent. Very well, Su Jinyan, I shall grant you this favor. Fei Xiang, clutching his still aching hand, left with a sullen expression. Hanshi smiled and clasped his fists in greeting before departing with Ru Ping. Ah, miss. Come with me and Anlin, Su Jinyan called to Huang Lijuan. Thank you, Huang Lijuan stammered, still somewhat dazed by Su Anlin's prowess. As they departed, Su Jinyan reassured her, Do not worry about that fellow Fei Xiang. If he bullies you in the future, seek me out. He is not affiliated with our martial arts school, and I am not intimidated by him. Indeed, we need not concern ourselves with such people. The path to true strength lies in self-improvement. Su Anlin had just assessed Huang Lijuan's potential and found it promising. With diligent practice, her progress would be swift. By the way, we are to venture outside the city tomorrow to hunt down the demon madman. Have you registered? Su Anlin inquired. Most of us have signed up. Master mentioned that it is an excellent opportunity to gain combat experience. Then I shall go as well. Yes. After exchanging a few words, Su Anlin bid farewell to Huang Lijuan. As they walked, Su Jinyan sighed. Anlin, be cautious of Fei Xiang, particularly that Hanshi. Do not be deceived by his cheerful demeanor. He is quite treacherous. Thank you for the warning. I will remain vigilant. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Just as Su Jinyan was about to depart, Su Anlin asked, "By the way, brother, there was a woman at the Zizhu forest. Do you know her identity?" She was dressed in a black gown. Among the crowd, she was the only woman in black, and Su Anlin had seen Su Jinyan conversing with her earlier. Assuming they were acquainted, the one in black. Su Jinyan raised an eyebrow. "Ah, Su Anlin, are you taken with her?" Su Anlin replied earnestly, "Brother, you misunderstand. She merely seemed familiar, and I was curious." "Huh, if you are taken with her, then so be it. She is indeed lovely, but she is beyond our reach. Not even you can pursue her? What is her true identity?" The woman was young, yet her vitality was exceptionally high, a rarity indeed. "Her name is Miss Wei, and she is not from our city. I have heard she is the daughter of a wealthy merchant from another region, though I suspect that this identity may be a fade. Why do you say so? She travels with only 2 formidable bodyguards. Previously, a small gang leader attempted to harass her, and overnight, his entire gang was annihilated." Su Jinyan lamented, "Those fools do not recognize the situation. A woman who dares to traverse the martial world with merely 2 guards cannot be weak. As for her purpose here, she claimed to be conducting business. Yet I have never seen her engage in any trade. Instead, she inquired about something from me." "What was it?" "A piece of parchment, said to bear a map inscribed in black ink. Their claim is that the map originally belonged to one of his subordinates, but was stolen, and the identity of the thief remains unclear, prompting a high price for its acquisition. A single map is offered at the exorbitant price of 3,000 taels of silver." Su Anlin was taken aback. A map. He suddenly recalled the parchment map he had acquired from E'er not long ago. The Fox Immortal Tomb. The following morning, Su Anlin joined a group of fellow disciples heading outside the city. The forces of the city lord and other martial arts schools had gathered in full force, totaling over 300 individuals. Su Anlin, armed with crossbow bolts and a broadsword at his waist, trailed behind Chung Sha. A few of his companions were curiously glancing around, as it was their first encounter with such a spectacle, and they were undeniably excited. This gathering included more than half of the martial experts from Huangji Town. Each martial arts school formed a line, which was then randomly shuffled to intermingle with other groups. This measure was implemented to prevent any underhanded tactics among the disciples, ensuring that they could not hide and evade inspection to unwarrantedly claim silver. With the teams mixed and unfamiliar, and led by the city lord's subordinates, the likelihood of deceit was significantly diminished. Soon, it was Su Anlin's turn. The soldier in charge of his group glanced at the roster and nodded, declaring, "Group 22." He gestured towards a spot on the right side at the back, where a cluster of individuals awaited. To his surprise, he recognized a few familiar faces. Han Shi and Fei Xiong were watching him. Chapter 63. Unwavering belief in coincidence. Su Anlin could not possibly believe that this was mere coincidence. What a stroke of fate that these 2 individuals would be present in the same team. The sergeant in charge of the unit regarded Su Anlin with an expression akin to that of a mortician surveying a corpse. Arranging personnel for the team was a task ripe for manipulation. Having accepted 2 taels of silver, he had placed Su Anlin into Han Shi's squad. Although he was oblivious to what might transpire, he understood all too well that it would not bode well for Su Anlin. His demise was all but assured. Yet, it mattered little to him. 2 taels of silver were now in his possession, and he relished the thought. Su Anlin chose not to voice his concerns. In Han Shi's squad, there were a total of 8 members, with Han Shi being the strongest among them, his health points standing at a mere 65. He harbored no fears. Instead, he perceived this as an opportune moment to eradicate a potential threat. Upon joining the team, Han Shi and Fei Xiong had already dismissed Su Anlin from their attention, forming a circle while deliberately excluding him from their ranks. Su Anlin remained unfazed, pulling out a small piece of snake jerky to nibble on. As the sun ascended higher, the atmosphere grew stiflingly warm. Once the team was fully assembled, the captains began drawing lots, subsequently taking their positions for patrol duties against the monstrous fiends. Han Shi drew the southeast direction, leading them into a dense forest. "Not the best of luck, I suppose," he lamented. Beside him stood the vice-captain, a soldier from the Lord's mansion named Zhou Nan. He was notably short, standing at approximately 1.50 meters, yet his hands were exceptionally large, calloused from toil. Zhou Nan remarked, "I am familiar with that forest. Recent reports indicate the presence of fiends in this vicinity. So everyone, rest assured, it should pose little threat. Even if we encounter malevolent spirits, they will likely be no more formidable than ghostly remains." Su Anlin could only express his incredulity. It felt as though they were raising a multitude of flags right from the outset. His gaze towards Zhou Nan resembled that of a seasoned general on a theatrical stage, adorned with an array of banners. Nevertheless, it was advantageous. Encounters with malevolent entities would yield valuable experience. Moreover, he had prepared to conduct an experiment of his own. Subsequently, Zhou Nan and Han Shi stood together, prompting introductions among the members. Dali Martial Arts School, Su Anlin, he announced, bowing slightly. Fei Xiang's demeanor was frosty, in stark contrast to Han Shi's beaming smile. Brother Su, we had a misunderstanding yesterday. I hope you will not hold it against us, Han Shi said amiably. Not at all, Su Anlin replied nonchalantly. Nyodo Martial Arts School, Niu Chong, proclaimed a robust young man, greeting with a bow. Han Shi, grinning widely, remarked on the unexpected presence of the son of the Nyodo Martial Arts School's master. You flatter me. My father forbade me from coming, but I sneaked out. Niu Chong chuckled. Fei Knife Martial Arts School, Shura, introduced a petite and graceful young woman, bowing as well. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Shi declared, Now that we are all acquainted, let us set off. As Su Anlin squinted, he discerned the reality of the situation. Almost everyone in this squad was familiar with Han Shi. The group of 9 proceeded along a narrow path toward the southeast, moving in unison as if choreographed, leaving him trailing behind. Big brother. Suddenly, Niu Chong and Shura approached Su Anlin. Just now, Brother Han recounted what transpired yesterday. Do not take it to heart. He is merely concerned with appearances and has been meaning to apologize. Niu Chong chuckled heartily. Shura nodded, adding, We shall collaborate shortly. I hope Brother Su does not dwell on any unpleasantness. I am magnanimous and shall let it slide, Su Anlin retorted with a cold smirk, expressing disbelief that they would offer an apology. These two seemed to harbor good intentions, yet the human heart is inscrutable. Who can fathom their true motives? Niu Chong continued to chat idly for a while until everyone ventured into the woods. Let us take a moment to rest. Zhou Nan raised his hand and declared. The group halted, some reaching for their water bottles, while others gnawed on jerky. Brother Su, you must be weary. Niu Chong grinned, offering a water bottle. Su Anlin shook his head. I do not accept gifts from others. Niu Chong hesitated, glancing at Fei Xiang in the distance. Fei Xiang's gaze was icy as he looked towards Shura. At that moment, Shura stood behind Su Anlin, slightly nodding before stepping forward. Brother Su. Niu Chong means well. Do not take offense. Shura was taken aback, her charming face darkening. What tone is that, young man? Zhou Nan exclaimed. The crowd had subtly encircled Su Anlin. You are overstepping. Let me teach you a lesson first. Shura spoke rapidly, her hidden dagger suddenly striking towards Su Anlin's back. This dagger was as long as a knife and moved with remarkable speed. However, to her astonishment, a massive hand swiftly descended, firmly grasping her delicate face with an unmatched force, disregarding her attack and pressing her head down to the ground. Crack. Shurlily's top muscles relaxed instantaneously upon glancing back. She realized her head had been crushed, merging with the dry leaves and dust below. The dagger she wielded merely grazed Su Anlin's clothing and armor, failing to penetrate further. Shura. Zhou Nan's expression changed dramatically. How audacious, to commit such an act of violence. You are courting death. Niu Chong snorted, nostrils flaring with rage. He and Shura had an illicit connection, and her demise ignited his fury. Su Anlin, if you dare to harm, this time I shall not let you go. Han Shi declared coldly. Su Anlin laughed heartily. You have long sought to deal with me. Why cloak your intentions in pretentious words? It would be better to speak plainly. I hold you in higher regard than you deserve. As he spoke, he spat a thick phlegm, a motley crew of hypocrites. Die. Niu Chong charged at Su Anlin like a raging bull. Bull charge. Han Shi shouted. Clearly, this group had conspired together. A short individual darted forward, slipping beneath Su Anlin's legs. Wearing clawed gloves and grinning menacingly, I shall ensure your line is extinguished. Yet in the next moment, Su Anlin's powerful legs clamped down fiercely. The short man suddenly felt a suffocating grip, and then Su Anlin twisted his legs fiercely. Crack. The neck of the short man was snapped effortlessly. As soon as the grip loosened, Su Anlin forcefully stomped down, causing the short man's head to explode. Niu Chong had already charged in. Su Anlin remained motionless, extending one hand to deliver a powerful fist. Bang. Niu Chong's nose was distorted, and blood gushed forth like a torrent. Well. Niu Chong spat out a mouthful of blood, interspersed with several shattered teeth. In a matter of moments, 3 formidable opponents were vanquished. Su Anlin showed no signs of halting. He propelled himself forward, aiming for the 2 attackers rushing at him. Ignoring their strikes, he seized one by the arm and yanked him violently, using his entire body to strike against the others. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, The two were sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. In the blink of an eye, only Han Shi and Fei Xiong remained, with Zhou Nan still standing. The rest were injured and bleeding, some barely clinging to life. Zhou Nan, filled with both astonishment and fury, decided to launch a surprise attack. He had initially accepted Fei Xiong's payment, believing he was merely dealing with a petty thug. Little did he expect Su Anlin to be so formidable. Regret washed over him. This situation had escalated beyond control, resulting in the deaths of so many skilled fighters, leaving him with no explanation. However, there was no choice now. Su Anlin had to be eliminated. He must die? Chapter 64. Conducting an experiment. Zhou Nan, the eldest among them and a soldier of the city lord's mansion, possessed a wealth of combat experience. Recognizing that Su Anlin specialized in the iron bone technique, he observed the formidable resilience of his opponent and swiftly adapted his strategy, targeting Su Anlin's vulnerable areas such as his eyes, neck, and head. Armed with two short blades, his movements were sharp and decisive, exhibiting remarkable speed. Su Anlin furrowed his brow. Indeed, a seasoned warrior displayed a distinct prowess compared to ordinary fighters. However, he had yet to reveal his trump card, Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. In the blink of an eye, Su Anlin decisively threw a handful of dust, shattered garment palm. Seizing the moment when Zhou Nan was momentarily distracted, Su Anlin unleashed a powerful palm strike. He had noted that Zhou Nan donned standard armor, crafted from resilient materials, and resolved to dismantle it first. A fierce gust of palm wind materialized, creating a tearing force. With a rip, Zhou Nan's clothing was shredded, and his armor loosened, hanging precariously from him, tethered by mere shreds of rope. His undergarments and trousers were reduced to tattered strips, leaving him disheveled. What peculiar technique is this? Zhou Nan exclaimed in astonishment. As Su Anlin advanced, Zhou Nan hastily attempted to defend himself. Just as he raised his twin blades, Su Anlin drew his own sword and struck with force. Zhou Nan, momentarily blinded, sensed the rush of air and felt a sharp pain in his chest. His lower body lost all sensation, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. To the side, Fei Xiong and Han Shi stood frozen in shock. Zhou Nan had been cleaved in half. Despite Han Shi's health bar being higher than Zhou Nan's, his true strength was inferior, having sparred with Zhou Nan before. In that instant, dread gripped Han Shi. He had no deep-seated enmity with Su Anlin and was merely assisting Fei Xiong. Misunderstanding, Brother Su. It's a misunderstanding. Han Shi stammered, swallowing hard in astonishment. A misunderstanding? Su Anlin chuckled softly. I do not perceive it as such. Regardless, should you choose not to confront me, I shall still eliminate you. Fei Xiong, aghast, exclaimed, You have slain so many. Are you truly unafraid of retribution from their families? Once you are dead, who will know? Su Anlin retorted as he lunged forward with his blade. Han Shi muttered a curse and raised his sword to intercept. Yet the force transmitted through Su Anlin's large blade was exceedingly ferocious. Although Han Shi managed to block, the impact surged through him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Health -3. With a flurry of strikes, swift as lightning, Han Shi faced further onslaughts. Health -3. Health -4. Boom. Han Shi could no longer endure, letting out a wretched scream as he was sent flying several meters, crashing into two bamboo poles, each as thick as a bowl, shattering them. In that instant, Han Shi's health bar dwindled to a mere 11, still flickering ominously, indicating further decline. Trembling, he glanced at Fei Xiong. Fei Xiong, why aren't you making a move? All right. Fei Xiong raised his sword and thrust it directly into Han Shi's heart. You Fei Xiong, being astute, chose to surrender and eliminate a friend to demonstrate his intentions. After all, having slain his own, he feared retaliation if he were to betray Su Anlin. Step by step, Su Anlin approached, and in the next moment, he delivered a resounding slap across Fei Xiong's face. Smack! Fei Xiong let out a despairing cry as he crashed to the ground. Who compelled you to commit murder? Su Anlin replied coldly. I intended to spare a few for experimentation, yet you chose to kill. With a swift motion, Su Anlin stomped down on Fei Xiong's legs, bending them painfully. Turning his gaze, Su Anlin noticed that Niu Chong, still clinging to life, attempted to crawl away. Approaching him, Su Anlin seized his head and dragged him back. In the entire arena, only Niu Chong and Fei Xiong remained alive. Although the numbers had dwindled, it sufficed for his experiments. Su Anlin whispered as he broke the legs of both men and secured their bindings. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, he set about searching for a ghostly corpse. Fortune smiled upon him. Within a mere hour, he discovered a spectral body in a nearby grove. Upon seeing Su Anlin, it howled and lunged forward. Su Anlin promptly fled, luring the ghostly corpse in pursuit. What do you intend to do? Fei Xiong and Niu Chang, surprisingly resilient, had not yet succumbed to death. Their eyes widened in terror upon realizing a ghostly corpse was trailing Su Anlin. Disinterested in conversation, Su Anlin climbed a tree. The ghostly corpse immediately abandoned its pursuit of him and lunged at Fei Xiong instead. The grove echoed with Fei Xiong's screams. Before long, Niu Chang joined in his wails. Calmly observing as the ghostly corpse feasted upon the two, Su Anlin remained unfazed. His intention was to ascertain how long it would take for a living person to transform into a ghostly corpse after being bitten. Would the deceased among them also metamorphose into ghostly forms? During this time, he had noted that the officials, including those from the Lord's Manor, were solely focused on methods of extermination and defense against ghostly corpses. They delved into questions such as how long it takes a living person to become a ghostly corpse and the conditions under which the deceased might transform. Yet, no one sought to investigate these phenomena thoroughly. Most relied on hearsay and anecdotal experiences, leading to a lack of certainty. Thus, Su Anlin had long desired to conduct this experiment. After Fei Xiong and Niu Chang succumbed to their bites, their bodies lay motionless, while the black toxin spread rapidly from their wounds. The ghostly corpse then turned its attention to the lifeless body of Zhou Nan. Once it had completed its feast, Su Anlin descended from the tree and dispatched the ghostly corpse. Ghostly corpse defeated, experience gained. 68. Patiently awaiting, Su Anlin calculated the situation. With 8 corpses present, if he could bite each one, it would yield 8 portions of experience. Another upgrade was within reach. A satisfied smile graced Su Anlin's lips, though he mused. I cannot be blamed. They forced my hand. I simply wish to lead a tranquil life. Is that wrong? No, it is not. Engaging in this internal dialogue, he found the answer to be quite satisfactory. It appeared that the spread of the virus after being bitten by a ghostly corpse was rather slow. However, the original corpses had already turned completely black. After approximately an hour, their bodies gradually regained a pallid hue. 2 hours later, suddenly, one of the corpses stirred. It was Zhou Nan's body. Having been cleaved in half, the toxin had only spread through his upper body, completing the transformation into a ghostly corpse. With a chilling gaze, Zhou Nan opened his eyes, the pupils dark and devoid of any white. He seemed to retain a flicker of animosity from his former life, glaring at Su Anlin and clawing at him with a grotesque fervor. Alas, with only his upper body remaining, he resembled a writhing worm. Su Anlin silently nodded, observing that the transformation of the corpse occurred at a pace far swifter than that of a living person who had just been bitten. This was likely due to the abundance of living cells in a recently deceased individual. Once death takes hold, the number of viable cells diminishes, allowing toxins to proliferate rapidly. In no time, several other corpses underwent the same transformation into ghostly beings. These specters varied in strength. Soon, Su Anlin made a significant discovery. The greater the martial prowess of the individual, the more formidable the ghostly entity became, with its vitality nearly doubling. After methodically dispatching these ghastly apparitions, he waited for another hour. Finally, Niu Chang and Fei Xiong transformed almost simultaneously. Demon Madman. Vitality 178. Demon Madman. Vitality 200. Su Anlin raised an eyebrow in surprise. What was happening? Both had transformed into Demon Madmen. Wasn't it said that Demon Madmen were born from the transformation of ghostly corpses? The 2 Demon Madmen expelled a cloud of dark mist simultaneously. Hee. The Demon Madmen emitted piercing, shrill sounds. Chapter 65. The benefits of enhancing the bloodline. Su Anlin narrowed his eyes, perceiving that both individuals had experienced a significant enhancement in their physical forms after transforming into demon lunatics. Their once deep voices were now capable of emitting eerie laughter. Although their gazes remained as dark as ink, the rolling of their eyes reflected a flicker of nascent intelligence, dispelling the previous vacant stare reminiscent of ghastly corpses. Recalling his initial encounter with a demon lunatic, he remembered how that creature had cunningly utilized sound to lure individuals away. This indicated that the longer these beings existed, the greater their intellect became. A sense of foreboding crept into Su Anlin's heart. If this continued, would humanity be left with no means of survival? The afternoon had already arrived. Wasting no time, Su Anlin leapt down and executed a horizontal slash with his blade. The newly transformed demon lunatic moved sluggishly, allowing Su Anlin to effortlessly dispatch it, eliciting a smile of triumph. At last, he had leveled up. Level up successful, Level 6. Health, 5. Name, Su Anlin. Level 6. Health bar, 90-90. Experience points, 230-2000. Attribute points, 27 points. One attribute point can be exchanged for every 100 experience points. Technique, Frenzy Blade Slash. Mastered, Technique, Iron Bone Technique, Iron Bones. Mastered, Technique, Phoenix Dance in the Sky. Mastered, Technique, 5 Animal Body Technique. Beginner, Technique, Shattered Garment Palm. Minor accomplishment. With the upgrade, a notification appeared. Bone quality assessment could now be conducted 5 times a day. The friend status bar had expanded to 4 individuals. The distance for locating items that could enhance bone quality had increased from half a meter to 3 meters. This improvement simplified the search for items that could augment his attributes. Contemplating this, Su Anlin gazed at a piece of jade in his possession. He had acquired it after slaying a deliveryman in Lingguang County, and over the subsequent days, he had indeed observed an enhancement in his bone quality. It possessed an indescribable, unique power, akin to that found in the chi-nourishing vial he had, continuously nourishing his body post-absorption. Thus, nearly every few days, he had gained a drop of health. And before he realized it, his health had reached a substantial 90 points. Now, his attributes had finally accumulated to 27 points, a considerable sum. While this appeared bountiful, the demands of his techniques still left him feeling somewhat constrained, particularly with the 5 Animal Body Technique. This technique was evidently complex, requiring 5 points to advance a single level. However, time was of the essence. He needed to dispose of the bodies to fabricate the scene of a battle with the demon lunatics. After all, being the sole survivor of an entire squad raised questions. Strength must be prioritized. Even if the families of those lost sought him out, he need not fret further. 5 Animal Body Technique. Allocate points. He decisively invested all 20 points at once. 5 Animal Body Technique. Mastered. An overwhelming torrent of memories regarding the technique surged into his mind. This technique was a form of martial arts that also cultivated internal energy. It comprised 5 distinct movements, each cycle enhancing the internal energy. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. As he rapidly elevated the body technique, a flicker of energy surged, and his health abruptly plummeted by 10 points. A wave of weakness washed over him. Su Anlin was momentarily taken aback, and it took him a full minute to regain his composure. The rapid advancement of his martial arts had exceeded the limits of his body, resulting in a decline in vitality. Su Anlin understood now that although his skills had significantly improved, his physical condition remained exceedingly frail, ultimately due to inadequate foundational strength. Such deficiency had led to a depletion of his energy. It was impossible to enhance his foundational strength in the short term. However, he still had 7 attribute points available. By clicking on the vitality bar, he could allocate these points. Each point could augment his vitality by anywhere from 3 to 8 points. Vitality 4, Vitality 3, Vitality 8, Vitality 5. He expended 4 attribute points in one breath, increasing his vitality by 20 points. His vitality now stood precisely at 100 points, providing him with a sense of relief. Su Anlin felt quite satisfied. The increase in vitality corresponded to an enhancement of his foundational strength, invigorating him and dispelling the sense of weakness that had lingered after his vitality had waned. He was left with merely 3 attribute points, which he reserved for emergencies. For instance, should he encounter an unforeseen event that caused a sudden drop in his vitality, he could promptly allocate points to replenish it. It was important to note that adding attribute points while his vitality was not at maximum would not increase the total, but merely compensate for the deficit. And the amount compensated was substantial, generally exceeding 10 points. Thus, these 3 attribute points essentially served as 3 life-saving potions, to be used only in dire circumstances. Swish, swish, swish. Su Anlin nimbly traversed the forest, his movements as agile as a deer. With his vitality at 100 points, his internal energy surged, boiling within him like a volcano, granting him an abundance of strength. He had dismembered several corpses, transporting them to a stream nestled in a ravine. This stream was a torrent of fresh water, rushing downstream to an unknown destination. However, he had no choice. Carrying the bodies around was impractical. Leaving the bodies behind would undoubtedly attract the attention of their families, who would come searching and discover the wounds on the corpses, leading them directly to him. Thus, Su Anlin decided to dispose of the bodies. He severed the faces of the 8 individuals, binding them with stones before casting them into the stream. After leaving the ghastly remains behind, Su Anlin swiftly departed the scene. This venture had yielded well. He had acquired nearly 100 taels from those individuals. He planned to linger here for 2 days, believing that such a duration would raise no suspicions. And so, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fortune had not favored him. This area yielded no more corpses, and after 2 days of wandering, he encountered a solitary corpse. Su Anlin gazed at the setting sun. Having been outside for 3 days, the townspeople would undoubtedly come searching for him. When they did, he would claim to have fled from a large-scale assault by corpses and mad creatures. As he made his way towards the outskirts, he checked his friend list. Su Yuyu's current status. She has arrived at the city gate with Su Jinyan, worried about your whereabouts. Over these past few days, Su Anlin had checked Su Yuyu's status from time to time, and it seemed quite favorable. At the city gate, many family members had already been waiting along the official road for several days. 3 days prior, a considerable number of individuals ventured forth to vanquish the malevolent fiends, bringing forth both good and ill tidings. Among them, the team led by Su Anlin has become the sole group to have vanished entirely. Could it be that they have all perished? Su Jinyan sighed, casting a glance at the tear-streaked face of Su Yuyu beside him. Allow me to assist as well, spoke a woman in a black dress who had appeared at some point unnoticed. Miss Wei, Su Jinyan stammered in surprise, pondering the suddenness of her presence. Moreover, she was alone, devoid of the 2 guards, 1 male and 1 female, who usually accompanied her. He forced a smile, inquiring, Miss Wei, what prompts your concern for my junior? Chapter 66. The woman in the black dress initiates conversation, although Su Jinyan appeared to be in high spirits. He couldn't shake off a feeling of wariness towards the enchanting Miss Wei before him. With a cheerful smile, Miss Wei glanced at Su Yuyu and remarked, the city lord's residence has issued a bounty for the team searching for Su Anlin. I must take my leave shortly, as I am in need of some funds. What a flimsy excuse, Su Jinyan thought to himself with disdain. I see. Then I am truly grateful for Miss Wei's assistance, he replied. It is only natural. Miss Wei responded nonchalantly, her gaze frequently drifting towards Su Yuyu. At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance, moving unsteadily as if leaning on a cane. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. It appeared to be Su Anlin. Su Jinyan quickly instructed his guards to approach. As they drew closer, it indeed turned out to be Su Anlin. What about the others? Su Jinyan inquired. Su Anlin shook his head. On our first day in the forest, we encountered a frenzy of monsters and a horde of ghostly corpses. It was utter chaos. Zhou Nan was bitten and perished, and that threw everyone into further disarray. I desperately tried to maintain order and urged everyone to gather, but the monsters were too formidable. There were at least 2 of them. And then, Su Jinyan pressed. Then we became scattered. Everyone fled. Accepting the water flask that Su Yuyu handed him, Su Anlin took a sip and continued, it was like that. There was no other option. I got lost inside for 3 days. I haven't eaten in over a day. Younger brother, I have some pastries. A woman in a black dress offered, presenting him with a piece. Su Anlin hesitated. Wasn't this the same woman he had encountered during the matchmaking event? She was strikingly beautiful, her lips curved in a subtle smile, and her alluring eyes sparkled with intrigue. What was her motive for being so kind to him? This woman was suspicious. He recalled Su Jinyan mentioning that she was here under the pretense of a merchant while searching for a treasure map, perhaps the very one in his possession. Why was she initiating conversation with him without any apparent reason? Naturally, he had no intention of accepting food from such a person. Just as he was contemplating how to decline, Su Yuyu interjected, Brother, I brought some pastries. Oh, he replied, maneuvering through the crowd as he departed the scene. Senior brother, how did Miss Wei end up here? On their way back, Su Anlin feigned curiosity. I find it puzzling as well, but this woman is no ordinary character. You should avoid any entanglements with her. Furthermore, her intentions for being here are quite clear. You must not have any conflicts of interest with her, Su Jinyan cautioned, his words trailing off as he scrutinized Su Anlin's condition. Upon closer inspection, Su Jinyan noted that while Su Anlin had appeared weak outside the city, he sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. He recalled that Su Anlin had been accompanied by Fei Xiong and Han Shi among others. A chilling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could the mysterious disappearance of Han Shi and his group be more than coincidental? Was it possible they had been? However, upon further reflection, it seemed implausible. Su Anlin possessed remarkable talent, having barely practiced the iron bone technique for a few days, yet already made significant progress. Yet, it was inconceivable that someone at such an early stage could contend with numerous skilled opponents. After bidding farewell to Su Jinyan, as Su Anlin entered the room, Su Yuyu's small eyes narrowed in contemplation. Brother, That woman named Miss Wei is quite strange. She offers you food for no apparent reason, harboring ill intentions. Thankfully, you came to my rescue. Su Anlin could tell that his sister was being deliberate. Brother, have you provoked some formidable character outside? Alas, one misstep leads to another. Su Anlin now harbored a tinge of regret. Perhaps he should not have taken that map. Yet, even if given another chance, unaware of Miss Wei and her associates, he would still have taken it. After all, he was alone at that time. It is futile to dwell on it now. The pressing matters at hand are twofold. First, through what means has the woman surnamed Wei targeted him? If the treasure map truly is the one in his possession, perhaps Miss Wei learned of it through the Jiang family or the surviving bandits from that region, realizing he had slain One Ear. Knowing this leads to the second point. What is she currently doing? With this thought, he opened his friend list. Add Miss Wei as a friend. Addition successful. Chowing, 25 years old, orphan, 9th grade saintess of the insect, temperament cruel, mood swings unpredictable. Affinity toward you is 0. Current status. She and her 2 guardians are standing in the alley beside your house, watching your front door. Su Anlin. What is happening? In an instant, Su Anlin felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Goodness, they're already watching him. Moreover, they are accompanied by her 2 guardians. Brother, you've been tired for so long. Don't think too much now, just eat something. Su Yu busily remarked from the kitchen, glancing at Su Anlin with a hint of curiosity. He had entered the house in good spirits. Yet now he stood frozen in place. Su Anlin took a deep breath, resolving not to panic. The more flustered he appeared, the more it indicated there was a problem. He promptly walked to the kitchen, patting his stomach. I haven't eaten well in days. I must have a hearty meal tonight. He grabbed a piece of roasted meat nearby. Su Yu quickly took it away, exasperated. It's cold. Let me heat it up for you. Or you'll upset your stomach. Well then, thank you, dear sister. Su Anlin picked up a carrot and began to munch on it. Gradually calming himself. So her name is Chowing. The woman possesses a health level of 93, indicating considerable strength. With her 2 guardians. While munching on the carrot, Su Anlin opened the door. Sister, I'm going out to buy something. Oh, hurry back. The meat will be ready soon. Su Anlin made his way toward the meat stall. Saintess, he has come out. In the alley, beside Chowing, stood 2 figures clad in green, wearing conical hats. One male and one female. The speaker was a woman who continued, should I go over and knock him out? Are you foolish? This man is a martial artist. Do you think you can knock him out? My apologies, it was my oversight. Chowing-esque gaze was icy. The treasure map carries a unique scent of our insect. The corpse insects can track it. And the last location of the scent appeared on One Ear from the Snake Mountain bandits. Unfortunately, when we arrived, One Ear was already deceased. It was only through the surviving witnesses hiding there that we traced it back to Su Anlin. However, the issue lies in the fact that Su Anlin does not exude the scent of a treasure map, which is why I am reluctant to take action. What if I inadvertently alert the true owner of the treasure map, and they escape? The saintess has a point. A tall man beside her nodded in agreement. Now that we are aware of his residence, what is the saintess's next move? Confront him. Chowing replied with a cold smile. Ultimately, Su Anlin is merely a warrior, driven solely by the desire for wealth. He likely remains unaware of the true value of that fragmented treasure map. Confront him? The 2 guardians were momentarily taken aback. Chowing exuded an air of confidence. Certain of her victory. Indeed, we shall approach him directly. Her gaze shifted towards the meat stall, where Su Anlin fortuitously glanced in her direction. She offered a slight nod. A subtle greeting. Quite vigilant. Indeed, she murmured softly. Su Anlin returned her smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The 2 guardians possessed comparable strength, both with a health bar of 75. As a side note, it is that time again for ranking recommendations. Yesterday, I inquired about the reading numbers, which were around 500. Now, we shall see how today unfolds. If the reading reaches approximately 700, there is a chance for the next round. The reading rate of this book is decent. Although it lacks traction, perhaps the theme has grown stale. Recently, I have contacted several authors whose works are filled with intriguing concepts and have garnered significant attention, starting off with great momentum. However, as the word count increases, it seems to falter. The second recommendation spot collapsed under its own weight. Each has its own merits. I humbly seek your support for recommendations and monthly votes. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 67. The Confrontation Plan. Having purchased a piece of dried snake meat, Su Anlin turned and departed, contemplating how to address the situation at hand. Chowing had noticed him, and it was evident she would approach him sooner or later. Was she going to press him again? Miss Wei is business? Brother Su, previously there were many people around, making it inconvenient to discuss certain matters. Shall we find a place to converse privately? Chowing glanced at the nearby tea house. Let us go inside. Very well. The group entered and descended to the second floor. Su Anlin placed the recently acquired dried snake meat on the table and inquired, "Would you care for a bite?" "Please. Do not stand on ceremony. Young Master Su is being too courteous. Such an expensive delicacy should be enjoyed by you alone." Su Anlin grinned. "I see Miss Wei adorned in exquisite garments and possessing remarkable beauty. You hardly seem to be in need of silver. This dried snake meat should pose no inconvenience for you. Indeed, it is of little concern to me, though I generally do not accept rewards without merit." Su Anlin shrugged. "Then I shall indulge myself." He seized the meat and began to gnaw on it, taking a generous sip of the tea served by the attendant. As he chewed, he cast a sidelong glance at the man and woman accompanying Chao Ying, smiling as he asked, "Miss Wei sought me out. I wonder what the matter could be. Are you looking to enlist my services?" "I wish to inquire about a particular issue." Miss Wei glanced at the insipid tea before her, clearly of inferior quality, and chose not to drink. "Please, speak freely. Anything within my knowledge, I shall divulge. I heard that you recently dealt with a bandit known as One Ear in Snake Mountain." Without hesitation, Su Anlin affirmed, "Indeed. To be frank, a good friend of mine, laden with wealth, was lured into a trap by One Ear and met a tragic end at his hands." Chowing was taken aback by Su Anlin's straightforwardness, devoid of any obfuscation. "I have indeed come across a map, though I cannot decipher its contents. Should you wish for it, I shall provide it." A fair exchange of coin for goods. These individuals hailed from the Yin sect, which, while not fully understood, appeared formidable. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to transact swiftly with silver. As for the so-called Fox Immortal's tomb, the incomplete map held little value. "Is it truly in your possession?" Chao Ying's tone grew more assertive. "Indeed, I am but a simple man and cannot comprehend its significance. If you desire it, I shall part with it for silver." "Very well." Chao Ying smiled, contemplating the success of her confrontation plan. She found herself increasingly favoring Su Anlin, recognizing the wisdom in adapting to circumstances. "Where is it?" "In my residence. Provide me with the silver, and I shall guide you to retrieve it." Upon finishing his statement, Su Anlin rose and descended the stairs. "Let us go." Chao Ying and the others followed suit. He made his way directly to the latrine, beside which lay a small pit covered with a large clump of manure. Recently, as his wealth had grown, his former hiding places had become inadequate. Thus, during the night, he had excavated a hole by the latrine, where he also concealed the treasure map. Witnessing this scene, the faces of Chao Ying and her companions turned pale. "Saintus, no wonder our corpse insects could not locate it. It appears this rascal has buried it in the latrine." The man furrowed his brow. The woman beside him exhaled disdainfully, remarking, "This is a priceless treasure map to the fox spirit's tomb, yet it is buried here. What was this boy thinking? It's utterly revolting." Chao Ying also wore a look of disgust, confirming her sentiment. Su Anlin stepped forward, extending the treasure map. "Here, take a look." In the next moment, Su Anlin suddenly noticed 3 insects flying out from Chao Ying's neck. The insect's health bars were strikingly visible. Corpse insect, health 2-2. As soon as the corpse insects emerged, they perched motionless upon the treasure map. It was the genuine article. Observing this scene, Chao Ying let out a sigh of relief and swiftly retrieved a piece of red cloth to wrap the map. Su Anlin, astonished, asked Miss Wei, "Aren't you going to check its authenticity?" Chao Ying smiled. "This map is made of resilient material, impervious to ice and fire, and not even a blade can mar it. So I have complete confidence. This amounts to 2,000 taels." The female guardian maintained a stern expression, as if she were owed money, and handed over the currency. The male guardian beside her appeared somewhat envious. Their status within the insect was not high, and 2,000 taels constituted a significant fortune for them. Su Anlin accepted the banknotes, a glimmer of greed in his eyes, nodding and grinning. "The amount is correct." Chao Ying affirmed, "A pleasant collaboration, farewell." The 3 swiftly turned and departed. Watching their retreating figures, Su Anlin silently added the male guardian to his friend list. Lin Qixin, 29 years old. Disciple of the insect. Current favorability, -10. Current status, planning to leave the city. Suddenly, in the next moment, Lin Qixin's favorability towards you, -20. Lin Qixin's favorability towards you, -40. Lin Qixin's favorability towards you, -80. Lin Qixin harbors intent to kill you. Simultaneously, Chao Ying's favorability towards you, -40. Chao Ying's favorability towards you, -85. Xiaoying harbors intent to kill you. Su Anlin clutched the banknotes, his expression darkening. They actually intend to kill me. In the alley outside, Xiaoying coldly instructed the man and woman before her. Currently, Su Anlin is the only person aware that the treasure map is in our possession. To avoid unnecessary complications, eliminate him, and his sister as well. Dispose of them in the well. Right now? Lin Qixin inquired. Yes, once dealt with. We shall leave this wretched place at once. Understood. Lin Qixin and the female guardian nodded solemnly, covering their mouths and noses as they slipped into the narrow street, making their way towards Su Anlin's backyard rooftop. From the rooftop, they observed Su Anlin, bare-chested, practicing in the courtyard, his back turned to them. A notification appeared before him. Lin Qixin's current status. Watching you from your backyard rooftop. Lin Qixin exchanged glances with his companion, both nodding gravely, preparing to launch a pincer attack with their swords raised high, ready to strike. This foolish boy truly believes that the Saintess's silver is easily obtained? Lin Qixin scoffed. Suddenly, a gray shadow descended upon them. What is happening? Clang, clang, and then a cacophony of cries echoed. In the alley, Xiaoying, feeling idle, took out a bronze mirror. Gazing at her exquisite reflection in the bronze mirror, she covered her face and lamented. This wretched place is plagued by strong winds and abundant sand, and the arid climate has rendered my skin parched after just a few days. However, I shall soon be liberated from this desolation. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air from behind her. Instinctively, she turned her head. Thud! An arrow pierced her heart. She fell heavily to the ground, losing a significant portion of her vitality. Su Anlin. Upon recognizing the intruder, she realized the grim fate that awaited her two subordinates. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Xiaoying, blood spilling from her mouth, unexpectedly chuckled. Her body swayed unsteadily as she stood, casting a glance at the arrow lodged in her chest. Did you think you could defeat me? How gravely mistaken you are. Her smile twisted into a sinister grin as her fingernails elongated rapidly, turning pitch black. Simultaneously, her vitality began to rise instead of decline. Regenerating? Su Anlin, no longer hesitating, charged forward with her blade drawn. Chapter 68. The enigmatic Saintess of the Shadow Sect. This was the first encounter with such an uncanny adversary. Despite having a gaping wound in her chest, blood oozing profusely, her vitality inexplicably surged. Moreover, her nails had transformed into elongated, obsidian claws, glimmering ominously, indicating a formidable nature. Su Anlin, wary and alert, activated the five-animal technique, darting left and right, swiftly closing in. Xiaoying withdrew the arrow lodged in her heart and emitted a piercing shriek as she lunged at Su Anlin with her talon-like fingers. With a swift motion, her nails, unnaturally sharp, raked across Su Anlin's body, leaving several crimson trails. What on earth is this? Su Anlin was taken aback. His iron bones technique had rendered him impervious to ordinary blades. Yet this woman's claws had marked him, which was utterly astonishing. Simultaneously, he noticed a flicker in his vitality, which inexplicably diminished by 2 points. Though seemingly insignificant, the toxic nature of her nails was evident as his vitality continued to wane. He resolved that a swift resolution was imperative. No longer concerned with evasion, Su Anlin seized Xiaoying's right shoulder with a firm grip and squeezed with all his might. Xiaoying winced in pain, her strength dissipating, and in the next moment, she was yanked before him. Let go of me, she snarled, baring her teeth, as her other hand lunged towards Su Anlin's eyes. However, Su Anlin had already summoned his strength. His right arm surged with power, seizing her shoulder with a brutal grip. Crack! Her shoulder was crushed instantly, and with a forceful pull, a substantial chunk of flesh and bone was wrenched from her body. The excruciating pain contorted Xiaoying's features as she screamed, I will ensure you suffer for this. Is that so? Perhaps in your next life, Su Anlin replied coldly. In that brief exchange, his vitality had diminished by 5 points. For an ordinary person, this would have rendered them utterly powerless to resist. Boom. He delivered a punch that struck her exquisite visage. Xiaoying's cheek caved in, and at that moment, her vitality finally ceased to rise, plummeting by 30 points instead. Only 25 points of vitality remained. Despite her precarious state, her life force seemed remarkably resilient, defying logic. With a forced smile, she grimaced, You have provoked the Shadow Sect. You will come to regret this. And who would know it was I who did it? Su Anlin retorted, his expression chillingly fierce. Ultimately, this is of your own making. You left, so why return to seek me out? Bang. I merely wished to earn some silver. Why do you compel me? Why? Bang, bang, bang. Chao Ying's head was battered down, collapsing onto the ground as Su Anlin placed his foot upon her. Crack! She exploded under the force. Miraculously. Chao Ying was still alive. Though her vitality had dwindled to 5 points, her life force was tenacious, her hands twitching as she muttered incoherently, Do not strike me anymore. Fear finally gripped her. As the saintess of the Shadow sect, she had trained in a unique discipline, endowing her with immense physical strength and vitality. Yet that did not equate to invincibility. Under the relentless assault, she had offered no resistance. Her body reduced to a broken heap. At that moment, regret flooded her heart. Having departed, why had she chosen to provoke him? Please, spare me. Otherwise, our sect will inevitably uncover your whereabouts. There is no need for you to worry. Su Anlin forcefully wielded his blade, piercing directly through Chao Ying's heart. The life force ebbed away. Before departing, he instinctively searched the corpse. To his astonishment, he discovered a blueprint, identical in texture to his own treasure map. Hastily merging the two maps, Su Anlin's expression brightened. Indeed, it was part of a treasure map, albeit still incomplete. Within a pouch at his waist, he found a small jade vial. The vial felt icy to the touch, sending a sharp prickling sensation through his hand. Such a peculiar jade vial. Su Anlin mused that anything wielded by the saintess of the sect must possess some mystery. He decided to take it regardless. Upon returning home, Su Anlin called out, Sister, come out. From the storeroom emerged Su Yuyu, her face slightly anxious. Brother, weren't those people just chatting with you? The two individuals had followed Chao Ying to trade for the treasure map, and she had been discreetly placed in the storeroom to observe. Sister, I fear you must leave this place for the time being. Su Anlin's brow furrowed. The sect was too enigmatic. Having slain their saintess, who knew if they would come seeking revenge? If they truly did come, then. Thus, it was imperative to send his sister to safety and ascertain the situation before proceeding. Where shall I go? Su Yuyu asked with surprising composure. I will visit Li Sheng tonight and inquire about the local circumstances, Su Anlin replied with a sigh. I will disguise your departure as a delivery. And what about you? She inquired. I must gather some information. If necessary, I too may have to leave. His rapid rise in power had drawn attention, compelling him to make plans early. Moreover, he sensed that this place was still too small. Whether it was the rare materials for enhancing his foundation or the methods for increasing his strength, resources were scarce. Ordinary techniques could no longer satisfy him. He needed something far more potent than iron bone technique or 5 animal shadow skills. Su Yuyu nodded understandingly. Brother, do not worry about me. Once you have resolved matters, depart promptly. She cast a reluctant glance around their home. Go prepare a meal. Su Anlin tidied up the cart in the courtyard, wrapping the corpse and placing it in the cart. After finishing, he examined his injuries. During the fight with Chao Ying, his arm had been slashed, leaving 5 wounds. Fortunately, they were not deep, only slightly discolored. This indicated that the poison was not particularly strong. Once more, he retrieved the treasure map of the Fox Fairy tomb, shaking his head. Su Anlin remained silent, sensing this was fate. However, based on the 3 insects he encountered earlier, it was possible that the insect had tracked this object by scent. He produced a wooden box, placing the parchment within and filling it with a generous amount of horse manure. This way, he need not worry about the odor. Brother, dinner is ready. Su Yuyu had prepared a sumptuous meal. The remnants of bones are no longer crushed and added to the soup, which signifies a modest prosperity. However, Su Yuyu cannot fathom why her life has become less carefree than before. Instead, she is engulfed in anxiety, perpetually fearing that others may wish them harm. Though she seldom voices her concerns, it does not imply her ignorance. The more she observes her second brother, the more he resembles a fugitive, perhaps even bearing the weight of numerous lives. She senses that he is concealing something from her. Why are there so many grilled fish? Su Anlin inquired, gazing curiously at the table laden with fish. Your junior brother, Yang Ming, visited yesterday, Su Yuyu explained with a smile. During your 3-day disappearance, Yang Ming, along with brother Su Jinyan and sister Niu, as well as your senior sister Cheng Shasha, came to see you. That lad has a thoughtful side, Su Anlin sighed deeply. Initially, he had contemplated moving, but having forged bonds with so many friends, he now felt an unexpected reluctance to leave. Nightfall approached swiftly. However, upon ascending to the rooftop, he was taken aback. What on earth? Where has the body gone? Oh no, a maniac. It's a maniac. Suddenly, a cry of alarm erupted from the butcher's shop ahead. Chapter 69, The Strange Jade Bottle, Part 1, Ding, ding, ding. Help, help. My husband has been bitten by a demon lunatic. The meat shop was not far away, a place where Su Anlin frequently purchased his provisions. Upon hearing the cries, a thought crossed his mind, and he rushed over without delay. However, as he was about to exit the alley, he suddenly realized that his face was still covered. It would be difficult to explain his appearance if he ran out like this. Hastily, he pulled down the cloth from his face, ensuring he looked presentable before charging forward. In the back courtyard of the meat shop, a pungent odor of blood permeated the air. A long-haired demon lunatic, resembling a grotesque mass of decaying flesh, was attacking a burly man. The man was shouting in panic, clearly untrained in combat, as he flailed his arms and legs in a futile attempt to fend off the demon. The shopkeeper's wife was outside, screaming frantically, her cries attracting the attention of others nearby. Upon hearing the term demon lunatic, their faces turned pale, yet none dared to intervene. "Where is the demon lunatic?" Su Anlin suddenly inquired. Inside the courtyard. Before the words were fully out, Su Anlin dashed in, swiftly grabbing a kitchen knife from the chopping board. As he entered the dimly lit courtyard, he quickly recognized a familiar face. The demon lunatic was none other than Xiaoying, transformed after her death. Demon lunatic, health, 210. The demon lunatic had a high health bar, but due to the disfigurement it suffered before death, its bones were shattered, and even its teeth were gone. Consequently, it was gnawing aimlessly at the flesh of its victim. However, this was merely a low-level demon lunatic. If it were to drain blood from its victim and survive for a time, it would gradually evolve, restoring its skeletal structure and becoming exceedingly dangerous. Without hesitation, Su Anlin lunged forward, seizing the demon lunatic by the back of its neck and forcefully tossing it aside. He then struck with the knife. Successfully defeated the demon lunatic, experience points, 210. Thank you. The couple from the meat shop expressed their profound gratitude. Waving his hand dismissively, Su Anlin said earnestly, "It is alarming that demon lunatics have managed to infiltrate the city. Everyone must exercise greater caution from now on. I will take the body away." Yes. Shortly thereafter, officials arrived. Su Anlin engaged in casual conversation with Li Xing for an extended period, inquiring about the conditions in nearby cities. The largest locality, Xianzhou City, was relatively far away, and the journey would pass through numerous small towns and villages. Li Xing, having traveled there, shared many insights that proved highly beneficial to Su Anlin. Upon returning home, he found Su Yuyu already asleep, unable to find rest himself. Su Anlin picked up the teapot containing the deer antler tonic gifted by Su Jinyan, known to enhance one's constitution. After taking a sip, a sudden realization struck him. How foolish of me. Niu Huering lives in the countryside, which is nearby. I could send my sister there to avoid the turmoil. He promptly added Niu Huerong as a friend. Niu Huerong's status, sleeping soundly. A smile crept across Su Anlin's face as he found her quite endearing. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest. What was happening? Instinctively, he looked down and retrieved the jade bottle he had found earlier while scavenging. The chilly aura emanating from the jade bottle grew even colder, as if it concealed something within that was piercingly frigid. This presence instilled a sense of dread in him, compelling him to refrain from directly uncapping the vessel. Placed upon the table, he noticed the jade bottle trembling slightly. There was indeed something inside. The realization left Su Anlin utterly astounded. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to refrain from any action until he could consult his master the following day. Hong Wu, having traversed far and wide in his youth, possessed a wealth of knowledge. Perhaps he held some insight into this matter. The next morning, as Su Anlin approached the martial arts academy, he was greeted by a throng of people gathered outside. In the midst of the crowd lay a lifeless body. A fellow disciple, during a patrol in the wilderness, had encountered a monstrous fiend, resulting in the demise of 4 members of their team. Among the fallen was this particular disciple, who, despite his low profile and unassuming nature, had diligently contributed to the academy's endeavors, much like Cheng Shasha. Hong Wu held him in high regard, which explained his somber demeanor as he silently regarded the corpse early that morning. Alas, let us arrange the body and place it in the shade of a tree until his wife arrives, he instructed. This disciple, having a wife and child, left behind a multitude of orphans and widows in his sudden absence. Fortunately, with Hong Wu's presence, who, although often stern and frugal, never hesitated to support those who dedicated themselves to the Academy's cause, there was some solace. Soon, a weary-looking woman arrived, clutching a 5-year-old child, weeping inconsolably. The disciple's wife comforted her for a considerable time before she was escorted away, while 2 fellow disciples prepared to carry the body for cremation. Those slain by malevolent forces must be cremated to prevent the risk of corpse transformation. Su Anlin, distracted, practiced amidst the somber atmosphere. Noting that only 5 individuals remained in the academy that day. Even Cheng Shasha was absent, as most members were out on patrol dealing with the undead. He, having been recuperating after 3 days of absence, had opted to remain behind, intending to inquire about certain matters with Hongwu. Brother, Yang Ming approached him. His lack of strength evident as he had yet to advance beyond the first layer of body refinement, and thus had stayed behind during patrols. Is there something you need? Su Anlin inquired. A junior brother who entered the academy with me will not be returning. He was quite close to me and treated us all to a meal before he left, specifically requesting I inform you. Not returning? Yes. You were missing for a few days, so you might not be aware, but many have departed the city. Our academy has lost 5 members in just 3 days. Yang Ming lamented. There's nothing to be done. The fiends outside are wreaking havoc, and many fear that our Huangji town may meet the same fate as Lingguang County. Is that so? Do they truly lack confidence? Yang Ming explained. Those who have fled possess some abilities. For instance, this junior brother, despite his family's former prominence, has fallen into hard times, but still holds considerable assets. They fear that if the fiends invade the city, escape will be impossible. Initially, Su Anlin intended to decline the invitation, as such a trivial gathering held little appeal. However, upon reflection, he realized it could be an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of his friend and gather information. Very well, Su Anlin acquiesced with a nod. Yang Ming beamed with joy. Thank you, brother, for your graciousness. If his friends were to witness Su Anlin's acceptance, it would certainly enhance his standing among them. After conversing for a while, Su Anlin tirelessly practiced the technique of the Mad Blade's flying slash. This art had reached a consummate level, with proficiency soaring to 356. He felt an emerging insight into this blade technique, akin to a seasoned master who has harmoniously integrated decades of martial prowess. As he swung the blade incessantly, his arms grew increasingly robust, particularly around the shoulders. The higher his proficiency climbed, the more fervent this area became, as though some formless energy was coalescing. Yet upon closer inspection, the source remained elusive. After practicing for a time, Su Anlin retrieved the jade vial he had acquired the previous day. The exterior of the vial was black, adorned with a menacing red face. He noticed that the once frigid jade vial had warmed, the searing inner energy dispelling its chill as he activated his technique. The vial remained still, devoid of sound. Could it be that my internal energy counteracts this coldness? At that moment, he finally noticed Hongwu entering the room. Holding a teapot, he looked directly at Su Anlin and called out, Anlin, come in for a moment. Su Anlin stepped into the room and closed the door. Master, he greeted. Ah, you vanished for 3 days. Is your body well? Were you captured by any monstrous fiends? Su Anlin shook his head. Fortunately, Master, your protective armor kept me safe. That's good to hear. However, Han Shi and Fei Xiang's group have gone missing. The families of those individuals came to me last night seeking information about you. Oh, I can help, Su Anlin nodded. Master, there are certain matters I wish to inquire about. Do you know of the insect? Chapter 70, The Insect, Part 2, The Insect? Hongwu fixed his gaze on Su Anlin. Why do you inquire about such malevolent entities? I have a friend who, while escorting goods, encountered one and was greatly frightened. Thus, I sought to gather some information for him. Su Anlin replied earnestly. Hongwu's expression turned peculiar. You've only just arrived here, and you seem to have quite a number of friends. Friends from the escorting business. Master, you have traveled extensively in the past. Have you heard of the insect? The insect, a malevolent organization, I have certainly heard of it. Hongwu glanced out the window, where a large tree swayed gently in the breeze, its leaves rustling softly. In those days, who wasn't a youth? Orphaned at a young age, Hongwu's family fortune was seized by his uncle, leaving him to wander the streets. Over time, he honed his culinary skills in preparing chicken feet, developing a fondness for that delicacy. The family that took him in treated him well, and before he turned 10, he joined the local children in a martial arts school. Like the warriors here, he later took on escorting jobs, completing tasks, and serving as a guard to earn silver. It was during one such assignment that he first encountered members of the insect. The practitioners of the insect cultivate dark arts, each harboring a sinister entity within them. This entity is a spirit that possesses them, meaning that the disciples of the insect utilize these malevolent forces for their cultivation. The sinister entity. Su Anlin gasped in astonishment. For instance, in my youth, I encountered 2 members of the insect. They confronted the master of a martial arts school, a formidable opponent who defeated them soundly. Yet they were utterly unfazed, their vitality astonishing. In the end, both transformed into grotesque beings, neither fully human nor ghostly. One appeared emaciated, resembling a zombie, while the other was covered in blood, exuding a potent aura. Hongwu sighed. Strictly speaking, they were half human, half ghost. Anlin, if your friend encounters the insect, he must not provoke them. Some members capture the living for their training. Be wary of attracting their attention. Understood, master. But what if one encounters a sinister entity? I have heard that ordinary techniques are ineffective against ghosts, Su Anlin inquired. Hongwu nodded. Dealing with malevolent spirits is indeed troublesome, primarily because these entities are intangible. If they do not reveal themselves, the average person cannot perceive them unless the entity chooses to be seen. Their attacks come in various forms. The most common is the manifestation of terrifying shapes aimed at instilling fear, leading to mental disarray. Powerful entities can drain blood and flesh, posing a significant threat. For ordinary sinister entities, we need not worry. Our martial practitioners cultivate internal energy, and with sufficient yang energy, such entities cannot approach. However, if faced with formidable entities, specialized techniques are required. I have encountered certain techniques focused on enhancing yang energy, capable of exorcising evil and controlling sinister entities, but alas, our locale is too small to find such resources. Su Anlin nodded and presented the peculiar jade bottle he had acquired the previous day. Master, please take a look at this. At first, Hongwu paid it little mind, but upon touching it, he felt as if struck by lightning. A sinister entity. He realized he had not encountered such a presence in quite some time. The reason being, in the vicinity of Huangji town, it is said that a great tomb lies buried, warding off malevolent spirits. In essence, the tangible zombies can wreak havoc, which is precisely why he relocated here. However, he unexpectedly encountered a spectral entity. Is this a spectral being? Su Anlin inquired, recalling Chowing. If each disciple of the Yin sect possessed a spectral companion, could it be that the substance within this jade vial is indeed Chao Ying's spectral entity? Hongwu's expression turned grave as he cautioned, keep your distance. Understood. Su Anlin replied, retreating. Hongwu forcefully hurled the jade vial to the ground. With a resounding crash, the vial shattered, releasing a vaporous stream of sanguine energy that surged forth. The blood mist rose to the height of a half-person, gradually coalescing into the visage of a ghastly woman. With disheveled hair and hollow eyes, she fixed a vacant stare upon Hongwu, exuding an aura of blood. It is the blood energy from Chowing. Su Anlin mused inwardly, gradually comprehending the reason behind Chao Ying's elevated vitality. He had initially attributed it to her training, but it now appeared to be due to the enhancement from the spectral entity. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the room. Hongwu seemed prepared, activating his iron bone technique. The sound of his muscles and bones cracking resonated throughout. A wave of intense warmth erupted from him, nearly matching Su Anlin's own prowess. Observing Hongwu's formidable strength, Su Anlin nodded silently in agreement. Get away. Hongwu unleashed a powerful punch, the warmth dispersing the frigid blood mist. His fist pierced through the spectral woman's form, and as the yang energy surged, her body disintegrated. With a thunderous boom, the spectral entity shattered, a mass of blood energy condensing into a half bowl of crimson blood that splattered onto the ground. The blood quickly darkened and emitted a foul odor upon contact with the earth. This spectral being is merely a half bowl of blood, Hongwu remarked, turning to Su Anlin. Where did you acquire this ghastly object? My friend. Su Anlin began, but Hongwu's disbelief was evident. From your expression, it is clear you are unfamiliar with this entity. Remember, those from the Yin sect are not to be trifled with. This spectral being has yet to reach a significant tier, making it relatively easy to handle. Su Anlin nodded in acknowledgement. Nonetheless, he realized that while martial artists could not explicitly suppress spectral entities, attaining a certain level of strength rendered it feasible. Since my relocation here, I have not encountered any spectral beings. Anlin, do you know why? Su Anlin shook his head. Because there is an ancient tomb nearby, said to suppress malevolent spirits. Whether true or not, it appears to be effective. With a sigh, Hongwu advised, in any case, remain vigilant. This place is increasingly unsettling. Additionally, the Han and Fei families may seek you out. Should they treat you unkindly, reach out to me. Thank you, master. Take this, he continued, presenting a bottle. A nourishing tonic, 1 spoonful daily. Thank you, master. Upon receiving the bottle, Su Anlin felt a surge of joy. He had nearly finished the previous supply, and his master had remembered, displaying thoughtfulness. He then stepped back. Finding a corner, Su Anlin took a sip of the nourishing tonic. Soon, a warm sensation enveloped his stomach, a wave of warmth coursing through him. This warmth lingered until evening, indicating that the tonic's effects were indeed superior this time. Simultaneously, the health bar flickered once more, rising to an impressive 105 points, nearly rivaling that of his master. Su Anlin sighed, recognizing this as the fruit of his relentless efforts. In the evening, he accepted an invitation and accompanied Yang Ming to the second floor of the Sampensiang restaurant. A table occupied by dozens had already gathered, though none had taken their seats. Upon Su Anlin's arrival, the group greeted him with polite courtesy, allowing him to take his place before they settled down themselves. The disciple hosting the gathering was Fang Shirley, a youthful man with a fair complexion. From the moment he joined the martial arts school, Su Anlin sensed that this young man was ill-suited for the rigors of martial training, primarily due to his slow demeanor and somewhat effeminate nature. Nevertheless, he possessed a commendable character and had formed close bonds with Yang Ming and several other disciples, often arriving and departing the school together. Clad in a gray martial arts outfit, Su Anlin took his seat, and the faces around him were adorned with smiles, while the timid among them dared not meet his gaze. A sense of melancholy washed over Su Anlin. Times had indeed changed. He could not pinpoint when he had transformed into a figure akin to Wang Yin, someone whose mere presence commanded respect without the need for words. Chapter 71. The current situation do not feel constrained. Those who have gathered here are all friends. Su Anlin spoke softly. Upon his utterance, the crowd responded with warm smiles. Fang Shirley and Yang Ming sat beside Su Anlin, clearly delineating their roles. After serving Su Anlin some tea, Fang Shirley rose and said, "Miss, let us commence with the dishes." Very well, the attendant stepped outside. Soon, an array of food and wine was presented. The attendees, being ordinary disciples with modest martial prowess, refrained from consuming strong spirits, opting instead for simple rice wine. After a few cups, conversation sparked amongst some, reflecting on the changing tides of their circumstances. "Brother Fang, though you have been here for less than half a year, our acquaintance feels as if we have known each other for ages. It is surprising you are departing so soon," remarked a dark-skinned female warrior, her expression a mixture of emotions, presumably from another martial school. Fang Shirley replied, "One cannot defy paternal wishes. I have discussed with my father that the chaos outside is unlikely to lead to substantial outcomes. Yet they are of advanced age and tend to exercise caution in their decisions. That is understandable. My father has also gathered a considerable amount of supplies, planning to leave at the first sign of trouble. The devastation witnessed after the fall of Linguang County was harrowing, and many fear a recurrence of such calamity. You are fortunate. Those of us in dire straits find it impossible to leave." "Alas," sighed a young male disciple clad in worn attire, with patched sleeves. Taking a sip of rice wine, his words tinged with bitterness. "Indeed, if it were not for the disturbances caused by the demon lunatics, this place would be quite pleasant." Fang Shirley lamented, shaking his head. "We too hail from other troubled regions. On our journey, we passed through an area plagued by demons, where several villages have turned into desolate wastelands. In another location, bandits wreak havoc. Were it not for my family's connections with certain influential figures, we might not have made it here at all. Furthermore, there are reports of some heretical groups causing turmoil elsewhere. The outside world is indeed chaotic. Under such circumstances, remaining here seems rather appealing," another voice chimed in. "Yes, recently, masters from various martial schools have mobilized to address the demon lunatics. It is likely that their numbers are dwindling, and soon, normalcy will be restored," another added. Su Anlin, sipping his rice wine, remained silent, quietly absorbing the information shared. This gathering proved fortuitous, as he gleaned significant intelligence. After some time, Fang Shirley leaned closer and said, "Senior brother, I would like to propose a toast to you. Appreciating your presence here." "Not at all," Su Anlin replied, downing his drink in one go. "Speaking of which, I have a request to make of you, senior brother. Though it will not be without recompense. My father has assured me that he will provide financial support," Fang Shirley stated earnestly. "Please, go ahead," Su Anlin encouraged. Fang Shirley continued earnestly, "My family intends to travel to Lingyang Town, a journey of approximately 4 days. My father is quite anxious about the long trek and wishes to request your assistance in escorting us." "Lingyang Town, you say?" Su Anlin's thoughts stirred. He had been contemplating sending his sister away while simultaneously familiarizing himself with the surrounding situation. "Is Lingyang Town large?" "Yes, it is not as expansive as Xianzhou, but considerably larger than Linguang County and our Huangji Town. The town is situated by the sea. In the event of trouble, We could also take a boat to the islands. We have procured 2 large vessels for that purpose. Moreover, the proximity to Xianzhou offers a sense of security. Should any disturbances arise, the military forces there are numerous and can swiftly provide assistance. Consequently, the presence of bandits in that area is minimal, rendering it quite safe. Su Anlin's expression was peculiar. Such a fine place. Why have you come here? It is not as if we are here for trivial business, yet alas, the current turmoil renders any endeavors unfeasible. When do you anticipate your departure? In approximately 3 to 4 days. My father mentioned that as long as you agree, we can offer you this sum. Fang Shirley extended a finger. 10 taels? Su Anlin replied seriously. Fang Shirley's lips twitched. No, given your status as a senior brother. How could it be so little? It is 100 taels. I shall provide you with an answer in a couple of days. Su Anlin maintained his composure, though he felt a twinge of awkwardness within. Accustomed to poverty, he had unwittingly seen his worth increase. Previously, he would be elated by a mere few taels for a trip, yet now, 100 taels were being offered outright. Times have indeed changed. After a lengthy conversation, Niu Huihong unexpectedly arrived. They dined for a full 2 hours, and as dusk approached, the group reluctantly dispersed, aware that it may be a long time before they see Fang Shirley again. Truth be told, Fang Shirley was well liked among the people here. As Niu Huihong stepped out of the tavern, Su Anlin approached her, junior sister. Ah, senior brother, do you have something to discuss? Where are you headed? You wouldn't have had a few drinks and developed any thoughts about me, would you? Su Anlin remained composed. How about coming to my house? Niu Huihong's cheeks flushed crimson. She never expected that old Niu would experience such a moment. Her senior brother, indeed. Unfortunately, I, Niu Huihong, am not one to be easily swayed. Senior brother, I must sadly disappoint you. Su Anlin noticed the odd expression on Niu Huihong's face. I have a matter to discuss with you. Su Anlin's demeanor was serious, causing Niu Huihong's heart to skip a beat as she realized her misinterpretation. She quickly inquired, what does senior brother wish to discuss? Let us walk and talk. As they strolled, Su Anlin outlined his intentions. In essence, he proposed sending Su Yuyu to her rural hometown for a while. During my last visit to your hometown, it seemed relatively stable. I will provide you with some silver. You all should remain in the countryside for the time being, and you needn't join the patrols. Niu Huihong obediently nodded. All right, when shall we depart? This very night. In the dead of night, Su Anlin, Su Yuyu, and Niu Huihong traversed the country road. Su Anlin handed each of them a 100-tael banknote along with some small silver coins. Thank you, senior brother. Brother, do take care. Yes, I shall take my leave now. With hurried steps, Su Anlin departed. He felt reassured leaving his sister behind. Moreover, he could monitor Niu Huihong and Su Yuyu's statuses at any time through his friend list. Speaking of which, he could add another person, but there was no rush. By the time he returned home, dawn was breaking. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, he was greeted by the sight of several dozen soldiers from the city lord's office stationed at the entrance. A few disciples of the martial arts school were gathered at the door, whispering among themselves, their expressions grave. A female warrior arrived at the lord's mansion, seemingly affiliated with the Fei family, and immediately inquired about her senior brother. The Fei family. Su Anlin understood, surmising she was likely a relative of Fei Xiang. After resolving matters with Fei Xiang and Han Shi, he sought to gather some information. Most others were associated with the Martial Arts Academy, and Han Shi had no significant background. However, Fei Xiang stood out as the eldest son of the Fei family. Although the Fei family was not considered a prominent clan in Huangji Town, he had a sister named Fei Yinlin, who had been recruited by the Lord's mansion over a year ago. She held the position of sergeant, akin to a small team leader, overseeing approximately 50 soldiers, thus wielding a modicum of authority. In the Great Xia, as long as one possessed sufficient strength, both women and men could serve in the military. Fei Yinlin had indeed attained such prowess. Her extraordinary capabilities commanded respect even from other sergeants, who were typically among the elite in the army. Having understood this, Su Anlin nodded and proceeded inside. Chapter 72. My rules or laws in the martial arts arena of the martial arts school. A woman clad in full leather armor and adorned with a conical official's hat, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword, engaged in conversation with Hong Wu. Hong Wu, with his hands clasped behind his back and a frown upon his brow, found the presence of the officials rather disconcerting. Fei Yinlin, known for her notorious authoritarian demeanor, spoke in a tone that struck him unfavorably. Hong Guanju, the chaos wrought by the demons outside has brought suffering to the people. My brother and his companions have gone missing, And now, Su Anlin is the sole person who has survived their disappearance. Is it not unreasonable for him to rest in such a time? Fei Yinlin's voice was sharp. Moreover, I have heard he remains uninjured, a martial artist, and scathed yet unwilling to seek help. Surely there is something amiss? Just as Hong Wu was about to respond, he noticed Su Anlin had arrived. Anlin. Fei Yinlin turned. So you are Su Anlin. Indeed, that is I, he replied. It seems you are just in time. I observe you are in good health. Therefore, I request that you accompany me to search for my brother, Fei Xiang. Su Anlin felt an overwhelming urge to shout, your brother is dead. However, he merely asked, hasn't anyone else already searched for him? He had arrived early, intending to hunt some undead creatures and gain experience. Yet, the woman's demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. The others have not experienced this as you have. I wish for you to lead me to the place where you were separated. Very well, Su Anlin conceded. Noting the soldiers behind her, aware that refusal might lead to dire consequences, Fei Yinlin's expression brightened with triumph. Then let us be off, she declared. Anlin. Be cautious on the road, Hong Wu advised. Understood, Master, Su Anlin acknowledged as he followed the group. A contingent of about a dozen individuals trailed after Fei Yinlin. A man with a scarred eye approached her. Captain, our mission is to search several villages in the northwest. Heading southeast is against protocol. Enough. Silence, she snapped, casting a sidelong glance at Su Anlin. And you, newcomer, you had best find my brother. Su Anlin's expression darkened. When we encountered the demon in the forest, if Fei Xiang happened to meet an unfortunate fate, there is little I could do. If he cannot be found, then he simply cannot be found. I can only express my regrets. My dictionary contains no entry for regret. That is my rule. Is it so? Damn it. Some of the others muttered, quickening their pace. You are no different. Fei Yinlin retorted, fixing her gaze upon Su Anlin. I am not your subordinate. Your rules do not apply to me. My rules are the only rules. She shot back, her disdain evident as she quickened her stride. Her vitality appeared remarkably high, reaching 95 points, suggesting proficiency in agility-based martial arts. Su Anlin kept pace with the deputy. Brother, I advise you to run well. Our captain is notorious for her adherence to rules. Despite the deputy's fearsome appearance, he spoke with a surprisingly amiable tone, indicating he was a reasonable individual. Su Anlin frowned, with her leading you. Are you not concerned about potential dangers? There is little we can do. We are mere foot soldiers, unable to voice our concerns. The deputy's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness as he brushed his fingers over his scar. I understand your innocence. After all, encountering deranged demons and ghastly corpses would inevitably cost us half our personnel. The real trouble lies in our captain's indifference to these matters. She is solely aware of your status as a survivor, which makes her uneasy. It seems she shares a close bond with her brother. Yes, they are siblings. The captain is 5 years older than Fei Xiang, who was raised by her after their mother passed away. Unfortunately, Fei Xiang's reputation is rather tarnished. Hush, Brother Su. Keep your voice down. The captain will be furious if she hears us, cautioned Su Jinyan. Su Anlin retorted, she is a sergeant. I refuse to believe she is unaware of her brother's antics. Su Jinyan mentioned that Fei Xiang and Han, she often seek out country girls to bully. Who doesn't know that? I doubt Fei Yinlin is oblivious. She must be aware, but they are family. On multiple occasions, when some women's families escalated matters, she quelled them. It appears they are all cut from the same cloth. Su Anlin nodded in silence. The group swiftly ventured into the woods. Su Anlin arrived at the scene he had previously prepared, pointing out, it is right here. The area bore clear signs of a struggle. On the trees, the ground, and in the underbrush, there were evident marks of slashing. Several spots still bore dark red stains, and not far off lay a decaying corpse, reeking of rot, with maggots crawling over it. Inspect the surroundings immediately, ordered Fei Yinlin, her face pale. She had spotted a pouch in the underbrush, one she recognized all too well. It belonged to her brother, Fei Xiang. It was a pouch she had sewn and gifted him on his 16th birthday. Approaching to retrieve the pouch, her heart felt as if it were bleeding. After the death of their mother, their father remarried, and they suffered abuse at the hands of their stepmother. Fei Xiang was nearly raised as her own son. Now he might be dead. Rage surged within her. Her gaze involuntarily turned to Su Anlin. You mentioned numerous deranged demons and corpses. Why is there only one corpse here? Su Anlin replied earnestly, the demons are formidable. We are no match for them, and it's possible they did not kill the demon. And the corpse? Where are the others? That is quite normal. Those wounded by the demons might transform into similar entities. Perhaps they have already. How absurd. In the past, when we pursued the demons, the victims often lost limbs due to the demon's incredible strength. Why is there none of that here? Su Anlin maintained his composure. We are martial artists. Even I managed to escape, and perhaps others did as well. Still making excuses. Su Anlin's expression turned cold. What is there to argue about? From what Captain Fei indicated, you do not suspect that I am the one responsible for the deaths, do you? Those individuals bore no grudge against me. Why would I target them? Furthermore, as a novice in the martial arts, how could I possibly contend with them all? And do not think I am unaware of the tensions between my brother and you. Is that not true? Fei Yinlin's expression was frosty. That day, my brother introduced me to a subordinate named Zhou Nan, who subsequently invited you to join his ranks. I am unaware of the discord between you, yet it is evident that he intends to pursue you. Su Anlin cursed silently. It turned out that you, as his sister, were in the know. How interesting. I suspected that their glances towards me that day were peculiar, and now I discover that you were aware as well. Alas, your brother's fortune seems lacking. Before he could confront me, he encountered a madman instead. In any case, let me be frank, with so many of them, I am at a loss to contend with them. You indeed lack the capability to confront them, Fei Yinlin replied, acknowledging Su Anlin's average strength. However, who can ascertain what schemes you may have devised? The world is rife with insidious tactics, poisons, toxic gases, and even individuals who seek the tainted blood of the madman. Since we have broached this subject, I insist you come clean with me, Fei Yinlin stated coldly. Su Anlin furrowed his brow. Did this woman intend to resort to violence? Chapter 73. A twist of fate. Captain Fei, we have made a discovery. Just as tensions mounted between the two, the scar-faced man shouted from a short distance away. Fei Yinlin shot a glare at Su Anlin and hurried towards the source of the voice. A flicker of concern crossed Su Anlin's mind. That area was near the stream where he had disposed of the bodies. He had carried a heap of corpses there, all cast into the water, which should have been swept downstream. Yet, he had thoroughly checked at the time and found no traces of blood or anything else left behind. What had they uncovered? As Su Anlin approached, Fei Yinlin's tone was laced with impatience. What have you found? Captain, look at this stream. The scar-faced man insisted. I see nothing. Fei Yinlin's frustration grew. The thought of her brother's demise weighed heavily on her heart, especially as she witnessed Su Anlin's calm demeanor, which irked her further. Her poor brother was missing, yet he remained unfazed. His character was certainly questionable. The scar-faced man continued, Captain, when others came to investigate earlier, they found nothing. I pondered how, with so many people, even if they turned into ghosts, there would be no sign at all. But upon seeing this stream, it clicked. What do you mean? They must have been swept away. Ghosts and madmen are highly sensitive to noise. The sound of the rushing stream may have lured them in, causing them to fall and be carried downstream. Su Anlin was taken aback. Good heavens, could such a misinterpretation lead to an accurate conclusion? Although the reasoning was somewhat flawed, it was nearly spot on. Downstream? Fei Yinlin inquired. Where exactly? There are several villages, but the lake downstream is vast. Even if the bodies were indeed washed away, finding them would prove difficult. Even if it's difficult, we must search. Let's go, Fei Yinlin declared, turning sharply to bark at Su Anlin. You come along. Very well. Su Anlin was already prepared to follow, curious about the developments. If the situation turned dire, he would have to deal with these individuals. As for Fei Yinlin, her attitude was exceedingly irksome. By midday, a group of 15 arrived at a place called Si Lu Village downstream. After a long journey, they had not had the chance to eat, and hunger clouded their senses. Fortunately, Su Anlin had the habit of carrying dried meat with him, and he discreetly nibbled on a few pieces, feeling no ill effects. To his astonishment, Fei Yinlin, appearing as resilient as iron, approached a villager with an air of authority, as if the villagers owed her money. Have any bodies floated down the river these past few days? No, was the response. She repeated the inquiry to 3 individuals, yielding no fruitful results. Captain, the brothers are hungry. Perhaps we should. The scar-faced man ventured hesitantly. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you think about? Will you perish if you miss one meal? Fei Yinlin retorted sharply. The scar-faced man opened his mouth to protest, but thought better of it. Humph. A bunch of useless fools. With that, Fei Yinlin turned and strode towards a nearby farmstead. Captain, where are you going? Aren't we supposed to eat first? Isn't this an inn? Where in this desolate place can one find an inn? Hurry up and follow, lest we waste time. Each of you take a spear. Yes, yes. A group of people hurriedly followed. In the farmhouse, there was a small family of 4. A village woman was cooking, her husband was feeding some chickens, while 2 young children, still unsteady on their feet, were chasing after a dog. It was a scene of warmth and harmony. Suddenly, upon seeing a group of officers enter, the woman was startled, fearing something had gone awry in her household, and rushed out. Officers, prepare our meal, quickly. Fei Yinlin had come here drawn by the aroma of the dishes, her mind solely focused on rescuing her brother, with no thought of seeking an inn. Thus, she approached directly. The couple was taken aback. Even the officers were puzzled, but since their captain had ordered it, the scar-faced man stepped forward. Cook for us. We have come on official business, and the journey has been long with no place to eat. Very well, but we do not have much rice at home. The woman hesitated to say, no rice. Are there not chickens? Fei Yinlin, feeling flustered, thought to herself how oblivious these impoverished folk were. They risked their lives to fend off monsters, and not a word of gratitude was offered, yet they claimed to have nothing to eat. Since you lack rice, you shall serve us your chickens, she commanded 2 soldiers. Yes, the soldiers, indifferent to the couple's plight, strode forward without hesitation. That cannot be. Those chickens are precious to us. The couple grew anxious, as their family relied on the chickens for daily sustenance. The woman mustered her courage. I can forego payment for rice and vegetables, but if you wish for our chickens, you must pay. Captain, what do you think? The 2 soldiers hesitated. How utterly inconsiderate. Fei Yinlin's expression darkened. It's just a few chickens. My lord, we are but a poor family, not like you. Do not touch the chickens, you wicked woman. Though the children were small, they understood and rushed to protect the chickens. Wicked woman? Fei Yinlin's face grew even darker. My lord, please do not take offense. Children speak without thought. The woman quickly covered her children's mouths. I am growing impatient. Step aside immediately. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Fei Yinlin's tolerance was waning. Despite her high status, she was not well liked. She occasionally overheard disparaging remarks about her, which only fueled her anger. She could not comprehend that her position and prowess as a woman incited jealousy. Thus, she looked down on her subordinates, resenting their incompetence and their whispers behind her back. Men are truly not to be trusted, save for my brother. She glanced at the family of 4 and drew her knife. Captain Fei, allow me to handle this matter. Su Anlin sighed, producing a few silver coins and handing them to the woman without counting. We shall purchase these chickens. Thank you. I will go and prepare them at once. The woman had already contemplated surrender upon witnessing Fei Yinlin draw his sword. Now that there was silver to be had, she naturally refrained from voicing any objections and busied herself. Who told you to meddle? Fei Yinlin's tone was harsh as he fixed his gaze upon Su Anlin. Do you think I cannot produce silver? There is no need to become agitated over such matters, is there? We still need to locate someone. And if you escalate the situation, it won't be easy to find them, will it? Su Anlin replied with indifference. You need not interfere in the future. The silver is deliberately withheld by me. Su Anlin shrugged, choosing not to respond. As for the others, they all shrank back, wary of speaking out. Soon enough, 4 bowls of chicken soup were brought forth, and the group feasted heartily. Fei Yinlin rose, declaring, let us go. Throughout the entire afternoon, the group scoured the riverbank. But regrettably, this lake was vast, yielding no leads. As dusk approached, the deputy captain steeled himself and approached Fei Yinlin. I can see with my own eyes. I do not require your reminders. This is primarily, speak another word, and I shall end you. Fei Yinlin abruptly drew his sword. The blade poised at the scarred man's throat, leaving him too terrified to breathe. Captain, please, do not act rashly. Remember this. Here, I am the leader. Chapter 74. This is not the first time for such matters. Second update. Upon hearing these words, a group of individuals cast sympathetic glances towards Su Anlin. It appeared that Captain Fei was prepared to resort to extrajudicial measures. This had become an unspoken rule among patrol officers, at times, when investigating cases. If they encountered a suspect, they would often take them to a remote location to administer private justice. A confession would be ideal, but for the uncooperative, death would be the consequence. However, this was typically reserved for those without connections, and Su Anlin, after all, was affiliated with the Great Strength Martial Arts School. Given that the school had invested both personnel and resources to assist them in dealing with the deranged fiend, should anything happen to old Master Hong's disciple, it would lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, no one dared to voice their concerns, including the scar-faced man. Provoking Fei Yinlin would result in endless torment, leaving one with no place to lament their fate. Su Anlin observed all of this with a cold smile. Was it possible to leave him alone? It seemed so. Enough with the idle chatter, let us move on. Fei Yinlin, growing impatient, thought to herself that with her capabilities, even if she encountered the deranged fiend, she could hold her own. Why should she worry? Her only desire was for her subordinates to depart, allowing her to unleash her prowess and demonstrate her strength to Su Anlin. In truth, she could confront Su Anlin directly in front of her subordinates, but ultimately, she harbored distrust toward them. Should a traitor emerge, it would be difficult to explain to old Master Hong. If her superior were displeased, it could jeopardize her position, which was crucial for the Fei family's growth and stability. Thus, she decided to dismiss her subordinates in advance, as they were of no use in this matter. After receiving another reprimand, the scar-faced man felt somewhat disgruntled and ceased his ramblings, turning to lead his team away. Su Anlin remained composed. Captain Fei, you wouldn't intend to harm me, would you? Rest assured, I am renowned for my integrity. How could I create chaos? Then why do you keep me around? ISNT, there's still one last village ahead. Accompany me there for an inspection. This village has experienced 2 disappearance cases, but the leads were too scant for thorough investigation. If Su Anlin continued to act uncooperatively, she would simply deal with him then. Afterward, she could claim that while investigating in the village, they had separated, and she had no knowledge of his whereabouts. Even if old Master Hong had objections, there would be no recourse. After all, this was not her first time engaging in such activities. She was quite adept at it. Saint Sun, a group of officials has arrived. In a courtyard within the village, a woman entered to report. Inside, a layer of white gauze separated the room. Behind the misty veil sat a handsome young man on the bed, flanked by 2 bare-bodied women, their expressions vacant, lying motionless in A shape. The young man slowly rose. Didn't they come to investigate a few days ago? I thought they had left. Why are they back? It is unclear. But our informants in the city reported that the officials have been mobilizing personnel to deal with the deranged fiend, so they should not have come here. How many have arrived? As he spoke, another middle-aged man entered. Holy Sun, for some unknown reason, most of the soldiers have departed, leaving only a man and a woman. One of the women, Holy Sun, you should find intriguing. Oh, it is rare for someone in this dreary place to pique my interest, the languid Holy Sun replied, his eyes momentarily brightening. You have encountered Sergeant Fei Yinlin before. She has arrived. The handsome young man chuckled. On that day, while searching for Chowing in the city, he had chanced upon Fei Yinlin leading the soldiers out of the city. At that moment, he had thought her even more beautiful than Chowing. There was a fierceness about her that Chowing lacked, and he was drawn to such tenacious women. So, only 2 individuals have come? Indeed, Holy Sun. The other young man is only around 20. A youth of around 20, then there is no cause for concern. The handsome young man was unaware of Fei Yinlin's intentions, but he simply needed to subdue her. Casting a glance at the 2 dazed women on the bed, a writhing bloodworm emerged from his sleeve. He frowned slightly. What a pity, my bloodworm has feasted enough. It is not needed for the time being. As for the 2 outside, you may send them away. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he commanded, yes. Villager, from the patrol team, have you seen any dead bodies? No, truly none. Villager, from the patrol team, have you seen any dead bodies? Does last year count? Get lost. After questioning 3 households in succession without yielding any results, Su Anlin shrugged. See, there are no clues. Is that so? Fei Yinlin narrowed her eyes. Su Anlin, at this point, are you still not prepared to confess? Su Anlin shrugged again. Very well. You are impressive. Fei Yinlin scoffed, striding ahead. Follow me. She had resolved to knock on a few doors, buying time. Under the cover of darkness, she would act while leaving. She intended to show Su Anlin her prowess. Upon reaching a large crimson iron gate, she observed that this household seemed to possess some influence. A prominent family in the area. Knock, knock, knock. Villager, from the patrol team, have you seen any dead bodies? Fei Yinlin called out assertively. Su Anlin rolled his eyes. This woman was rather obstinate. Thankfully, her official attire would protect her from harm when stepping outside. Creak. The door opened, revealing a man and a woman. The man, middle-aged, had a few strands of gray in his hair and wore a friendly expression. The woman, slightly younger, appeared to be in her 30s. Dressed in a coarse gray linen garment. Su Anlin's pupils constricted, instantly alert. What did he see? Both individuals had a vitality level of 80. They were not ordinary villagers. Fei Yinlin, evidently unaware, maintained her icy demeanor. Have you seen any dead bodies? My lord, we have no dead in our home. I am asking if you have seen any other dead bodies. Whether or not your household has experienced a death is of no concern to me. A middle-aged man, momentarily caught off guard, shot a displeased glance. I beg your pardon? He kept his head lowered, oblivious to the lifeless figure. Indeed, we are but an ordinary family, untouched by the specter of death. Enough. Fei Yanlin, brimming with impatience, waved her hand dismissively. Her intent was merely to pass through until nightfall. The middle-aged man slowly closed the door, his eyes growing increasingly malevolent through the crack. How dare this woman insult him? He would ensure that she faced the wrath of the Holy Sun, compelling him to seize her and transform her into a vessel for the Holy Sun's bloodworm. Fei Yanlin inadvertently caught the man's gaze, and a surge of indignation welled within her. What insolence! She was an official. It was her prerogative to investigate, criticize, or even strike him, and he was obliged to endure it. With a forceful kick, she flung the door open, sending the two individuals behind it sprawling. In a swift motion, the fallen pair drew their blades from their waists almost in unison. You actually discovered us, the woman said coldly, taken aback by the unfolding scene. Fei Yanlin blinked in confusion. Discovered what? Chapter 75. What did you discover? Fei Yanlin was puzzled. Having merely intended to vent her frustrations on a man whose gaze she found utterly detestable. To her surprise, the two drew their weapons. You are not ordinary villagers. Who on earth are you? Fei Yanlin grasped the hilt of her sword, her vigilance heightened. Su Anlin had already retreated, his expression impassive. He found himself increasingly admiring Fei Yanlin, not for her intellect, but for her resilience in surviving with such a temperament. Goodness, what is happening? It is already night. And yet these two gentlemen are still enforcing the law. A languid voice suddenly resonated from within the room. A striking young man with a complexion as pale as jade emerged, holding a folding fan. My lady, have my two servants offended you in any way? Speak, and I shall ensure they are properly reprimanded. Fei Yanlin unsheathed her long sword and struck it against the nearby door. You three are not ordinary villagers. Who are you truly? Oh dear, the pale young man sighed. My lord, we have done nothing. This woman attacked us without provocation, a middle-aged man explained. I witnessed it. Then, seize them, the pale young man replied, shaking his head slightly. I had intended to let you go. In an instant, both a man and a woman lunged forward simultaneously. You must have some hidden agenda, Fei Yanlin exclaimed, shaking her sword to unleash a wave of energy. Followed by a swift flick of her blade. With a whoosh, the sword energy surged forth. Both attackers found themselves no match for Fei Yanlin, who forced them to retreat with a single strike. The middle-aged man, particularly, suffered a gash to his chest, blood spraying forth. Help me, my lord, he cried. Useless, the pale young man retorted coldly. However, he recognized that his two subordinates were now unreliable. Under the moonlight, he unfurled his fan, deftly maneuvering to stand before Fei Yanlin. Clang. The fan clashed against the long sword, producing a resonant vibration. Clang, clang, clang. After several exchanges, each blow sent a jolt through Fei Yanlin's arm. She was astounded by his remarkable skill. For as long as she could remember, she had been confident in her strength, particularly in her swordsmanship, which she had mastered with great proficiency. Yet, this man's technique, though seemingly lacking in power, drained her strength with each strike, creating a most peculiar sensation. Su Anlin stood at the entrance, aware that this position allowed both offense and defense. To his astonishment, he noticed the pale young man's health points had reached an alarming 134. This was indeed terrifying. However, this high health count did not correspond to an equally impressive strength. His ability appeared comparable to Fei Yanlin's, albeit with an enigmatic attack style. With each strike, Fei Yanlin suffered no visible injuries. Yet her health points inexplicably dwindled by a few drops. After a dozen exchanges, her health had decreased by 30 points, while the pale young man's health had inexplicably risen to 145. Could this be attributed to his martial arts? Su Anlin furrowed his brow, realizing that each of his attacks absorbed the vitality of others. It was exceedingly strange, but there was no time to ponder further. As the other two, one man and one woman, suddenly charged towards him. Let us deal with this boy first, then assist my lord. How dare these ruffians bully me? Su Anlin, instead of expressing anger, smiled, contemplating the opportunity to eliminate these two and gain some experience points. With a roar, his internal energy surged as the two assailants lunged at him with their swords. Unfazed, Su Anlin stood firm, his formidable physique effortlessly absorbing the impact of their strikes. How is this possible? The duo gasped in surprise. Su Anlin unleashed a powerful blow, executing the iron bone fist, a sacred defensive technique. Simultaneously, the two adversaries unleashed their own ultimate skills. In an instant, their internal energies erupted, intertwining and creating an overwhelming aura of shock as they collided with Su Anlin's fists. Regrettably for them, Su Anlin's offensive was even more terrifying. The mastery of the iron bone technique unleashed a force so immense that it produced a deep, resonating sound as it struck the air. The clash of their attacks generated a cacophony that sent shockwaves through the atmosphere. With a thunderous impact, the middle-aged man was sent flying, his chest caving in as he coughed up blood, clearly on the brink of death. The woman, clad in a golden garment that exuded formidable defensive power, managed to withstand the blow, yet still found herself violently propelled backward, blood trickling from her lips upon hitting the ground. What a splendid garment! Su Anlin mused, striding towards her. It shall be mine. The woman was more robust than his sister, though she was still growing and would eventually fit into it perfectly. You, she hissed through gritted teeth, hastily raising her weapon. Clang! Su Anlin seized the blade and yanked it forcefully. The woman was unable to resist and was met with a brutal kick. Despite the protection of her golden armor, the strike inflicted grievous harm, leaving her gasping in pain as her internal organs were thrown into disarray. After a couple of convulsions, she lay motionless, dead. Meanwhile, the battle between Fei Yinlin and the fair-skinned man raged on. Fei Yinlin's health had dwindled by another 20 points, her complexion pale, contrasting sharply with the vibrant flush on the face of the fair-skinned man. My dear, you've bled far too much, he sneered, sensing it was nearly time to conclude the fight. However, a glance revealed Su Anlin standing by the entrance, neither offering assistance nor engaging in combat. Two worthless fools, he scoffed, dismissing any hesitation. His once fair complexion deepened to a crimson hue, and his frail form began to swell. It was only at this moment that Fei Yinlin sensed something amiss. You're not human. You're from the insect? As a government official, she had heard of the insect. In the blink of an eye, the once charming young man transformed into a figure resembling a sumo wrestler. His skin a deep crimson, reminiscent of a colossal worm. Su Anlin couldn't help but think of Chao Ing, the saintess of the insect, who had also morphed into a monstrous form during battle. Was it true that all disciples of the insect underwent such transformations, relying on dark powers to change shape? It was utterly revolting. However, the grotesque figure before him, despite its newfound strength, had significantly depleted health, reduced to 100 points, indicating that this transformation had incurred a substantial cost in vitality. With a deafening roar, the grotesque figure's clothing burst apart, revealing his blood-red skin. His features were contorted by layers of fat, and his eyes gleamed with a sinister light. In the blink of an eye, he lunged before Fei Yinlin with astonishing speed. A wave of shock surged within her as she desperately attempted to resist. Yet, with her current strength, it was utterly futile. She was sent flying by a single strike, crashing against the beam of the wall behind her. Her ribs fractured, her waist broken, rendering her body immobile, while a creeping sense of terror enveloped her. In that moment, fear arose within her. I am going to die. Helplessly, she watched the portly man approach. Suddenly, a long blade pierced through the man's chest, twisting violently. His gaze sharpened, and he turned his head a full 180 degrees to behold Su Anlin behind him. Su Anlin raised an eyebrow, remarking, "What a bizarre creature." The being before him exceeded his imagination. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Anlin brought the blade down with force. As the knife descended, the portly man's health points diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Health points minus 23. Health points minus 24. Health points minus 36. No. The portly man let out a furious roar of defiance, his health points flickering as he was cleaved in two, dwindling to a mere 3. Yet he remained motionless, as if lifeless. A feigned death? Su Anlin aimed for the head and thrust his blade in. Thud. A piercing scream erupted from within. This is. As Su Anlin withdrew the knife, he discovered a plump, blood-red worm clinging to the blade's tip, exuding a chilling aura. Is this a spectral entity? A wave of nausea washed over Su Anlin. Chapter 76. It is not me who is wrong, but this world as the bloodworm was extracted. The corpse's blood volume instantly diminished to nothing. With a decisive stomp, Su Anlin crushed the bloodworm, its fluids splattering forth. You actually killed him. Fei Yinlin regarded Su Anlin with a peculiar gaze, perplexed that someone with such limited training could exhibit such formidable prowess. Regardless, the minion of the insect was dead, and safety had finally been restored. Young man, I possess a firework signal. Launch it to summon help. This place must be a stronghold of the insect. And we have accomplished a significant feat. Fei Yinlin strained to speak, attempting to shift her body, but agony surged through her, particularly in her back, which felt as though it had been struck by a mighty hammer, still numb from the impact. Su Anlin approached her, his robust form akin to a towering mountain. A shiver coursed through Fei Yinlin, and as she attempted to move, pain shot through her, causing her to grit her teeth. Why must you, a woman, exhibit such a fiery temper? Su Anlin crouched down, brazenly pulling at her collar. I am merely assessing your injuries. There is no need for your inspection. Fei Yinlin's eyes glimmered with malice. Do not take advantage of me. Indeed, I shall take advantage. What will you do about it? Gasping, Fei Yinlin inhaled deeply, suppressing her simmering rage. She recognized that now is not the time for anger. Circumstances dictated her restraint. I acknowledge my previous demeanor was less than gracious, and I apologize. However, I hope you can understand. I am acting for my brother. I have heard you have a sister as well. You must comprehend that sentiment. Do you not? Su Anlin scoffed. Comprehend? Certainly. Yet, my sister surpasses your brother by leaps and bounds. Industrious, capable, and compassionate. What virtues does your brother possess? He. Fei Yinlin opened her mouth, suddenly realizing that her esteemed brother had never once done anything to make her proud. Instead, he had consistently embroiled her in trouble, whether it was seducing respectable women, defiling the wives of wealthy landlords, or severely injuring wandering warriors. She had always been the one to clean up his mess. Even you, his closest confidant, cannot extol his virtues. It is evident that your brother's demise is richly deserved. I will not permit you to speak of him in such a manner. Su Anlin remarked, It appears I've discerned the truth. You are all cut from the same cloth. Enough. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Knowing further discussion would yield no advantage. Fei Yinlin's mind began to churn. Working in the Lord's manor would bestow official status upon him. A stroke of fortune indeed. Fei Yinlin was convinced that Su Anlin would be tempted. The first order of business would be to sever his hands. How dare he touch her? The mere thought of that foul man's hands upon her filled her with revulsion and disgust. You mentioned these individuals belong to the insect. How did you deduce that? The one with the bloated worm within him is likely a scion of the insect. The progeny of the insect are categorized into 9 ranks, with the 9th being the weakest. Every scion possesses at least one sinister entity integrated within their being. The dark entities not only assist in their cultivation but, in dire circumstances, can unleash their latent potential, merging entirely with the practitioner and transforming into monstrous forms. I witnessed the transformation, which revealed their affiliation with the Shadow Sect. Su Anlin understood, so this is their purpose here. It remains unclear. Yet there have been recent reports of disappearances in the vicinity, which appear to be the work of the Shadow Sect. Those practitioners, devoted to the cultivation of dark entities, often rely on some particularly sinister beings that require the essence of the living for their practices. This individual is likely one of them. This bloodworm seems to be a bloodsucker, preying solely on human blood. It is likely that the missing individuals have been drained dry. Previously, I had slain a 9th-tier disciple of the Shadow Sect, whose dark entity was a vampire, also relying on blood for its cultivation. Su Anlin nodded silently, finding the situation quite repulsive. Does the court remain indifferent? The vast expanse of the Great Xia means that circumstances vary greatly from region to region. For instance, in our area, we deal with rampant demons and restless corpses. Other locales are said to be plagued by rebels and refugees, with some even on the verge of becoming ghostly lairs. How can they manage it all? To the court, the foremost concern is the rebels. Whoosh. Su Anlin released a penetrating arrow. Bang. A brilliant crimson flare erupted in the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, Fei Yinlin let out a sigh of relief, followed by a cold smirk. The youth, still untested by the harsh realities of life, would soon face consequences upon their return. Yet, in the next moment, she froze. Su Anlin's large hand drew forth a black blade. What? What do you intend to do? I have already apologized. I have received your apology, and I forgive you. Thus, I offer you a piece of advice. Be more cautious in your next life. Don't. With a swift thrust, the sharp blade slit Fei Yinlin's throat, blood gushing forth. Su Anlin's inner energy surged, and not a single drop of blood splattered onto him. Observing the wide-eyed shock and terror on Fei Yinlin's face, he felt a strange exhilaration. Damn it, I find myself beginning to relish this sensation. I was compelled into this situation. Shaking his head, Su Anlin realized the source of his turmoil. I am not to blame. The fault lies with this world. It is this wretched world that has forced a person as virtuous as I into such dire straits. Without further contemplation, he wiped the blood from the blade and took the enemy's weapon, smearing it with blood. Finally, he staged the scene. Yes. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Fei Yinlin noticed something amiss in this household, and during her investigation, the 3 assailants suddenly attacked. Fei Yinlin, facing 3 opponents, was like a tiger among sheep, swiftly dispatching 2 henchmen. She then engaged in a fierce battle with the disciple of the Shadow Sect, resulting in a stalemate, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. Despite his efforts to save Fei Yanlin, her neck wound was grave, resulting in her tragic demise. In the distance, a group led by a scar-faced man had yet to enter the city. They walked along the road, incessantly grumbling. Following someone like Fei Yanlin is truly unfortunate. They are burdened with tedious tasks while reaping no rewards. Indeed, during the last raid on a gambling den, all the seized silver was taken by her, leaving us with nothing. We are even subjected to the whip from time to time. My wife has remarked that I have grown thinner. You are fortunate to still have a mother. I entered this realm seeking opportunities, and my father expended our family fortune to secure my position here. Nearly a year has elapsed, yet I have gleaned not a single benefit. My dear leader, this situation is untenable. A multitude of eyes is fixated upon Scarface. Scarface, feeling helpless, responds, "What can I do? Can you contend with Captain Fei? It is better to persevere. After all, Captain Fei is a woman. If we endure, perhaps someone will take a liking to her and marry her. Once she bears children, she may no longer serve. You mentioned this last year. What if we perish from waiting?" Scarface, agitated by the remark, retorts, "What can I do? Should I marry her myself?" Just then, a distant spark illuminated half the sky, signaling trouble. It was the signal of our team's arrow, indicating that something had befallen Captain Fei. What is happening? Let us hasten. A collective dread of Captain Fei's wrath urged them to flee. The mere thought of her anger sent them rushing out. Chapter 77. The vitality pill enhances one's foundation. Fei Yanlin has tragically perished in the line of duty. Early in the morning, this news sent shockwaves through the small town of Huangji. Fei Yanlin was renowned as one of the top experts in the city lord's manor, capable of standing alone against the frenzied demons, yet he has met his untimely end. It was later revealed that he encountered members of the Shadow Sect, and Su Anlin from the Great Strength Martial Arts Hall was also present. However, Su Anlin only sustained minor injuries, which were inconsequential. This incident became a topic of conversation, with many claiming Su Anlin was fortunate to have survived. Yet, a few individuals felt a chill run down their spines, such as Su Jinyan. Upon hearing this news, Su Jinyan increasingly sensed something amiss. Why had everyone who accompanied Su Anlin perished? Fei Xiong, Han Shi, and now Fei Yanlin. Was this mere coincidence? His junior brother was indeed not simple. Su Jinyan became more convinced than ever that he must not stand against Su Anlin for the subordinates of Fei Yanlin. Upon learning of their leader's death, they walked the streets with an air of pride, heads held high, as if eager for others to acknowledge the demise of their captain. Su Anlin observed this with quiet astonishment. The incident also drew the attention of the city lord's manor, not for the loss of Fei Yanlin, but for the emergence of the Shadow Sect. What were they plotting in this small town of Huangji? At dawn, a higher-ranking captain from the city lord's manor departed the city to investigate the scene. This matter was now beyond Su Anlin's concern. His sister was safely residing in the countryside at Niu Huihong's home, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding. In the morning, Su Anlin refrained from visiting the martial arts hall, as he had publicly claimed to have been injured the previous night. Arriving early in high spirits might lead others to speculate. Moreover, he was currently focused on training to enhance his proficiency. With a wooden dummy now at home, there was no need to go out. With a swift motion, he struck the wooden dummy with his wooden sword, continuously improving his skill. At last, a notification appeared before him. Frenzied blade slash. Mastered. He had leveled up. There was no time for elation, for as he advanced, critical information about the frenzied blade slash flooded his mind. Su Anlin closed his eyes, engaging in mental fusion and deduction. His mind now resembled a finely tuned instrument, operating at full capacity. Suddenly, he raised his sword, executing a series of fierce slashes. His internal energy erupted, radiating intense heat akin to a furnace. As he reached the 13th slash, his shirt tore apart. The bronze skin of his body bulged with veins, each inch reminiscent of a bodybuilder, exuding scorching energy. Su Anlin's movements quickened, although wielding a wooden sword. Each slash caused leaves from a 50-year-old tree in the courtyard to fall. Swish, swish, swish. The blade's energy surged forth. Su Anlin was elated. If he could unleash blade energy with a wooden sword, what could he achieve with a real one? With a decisive halt to his assault, Su Anlin gradually lowered his sword. A tremor in his hand caused the wooden sword to shatter. His internal energy was too potent. The wooden sword could not withstand such force, even when aimed merely at the air. Name, Su Anlin. Level 6. Health, 105, 105. Experience points, 530, 2000. Attribute points, 3. One attribute point can be exchanged for every 100 experience points. Techniques, Frenzied Blade Slash, Master. Techniques, Mighty Iron Bone Art, Master. Techniques, Phoenix Dance in the Sky, Great Accomplishment. Techniques, 5 Animal Mimicry, Master. Techniques, Shredding Garment Palm, Minor Accomplishment. The lack of techniques weighed heavily on Su Anlin's mind. For instance, the sword technique utilized by Fei Yanlin was evidently far more powerful. If only he could attain mastery in such a technique, his strength would increase substantially. On the other hand, his current techniques could only be classified as martial skills, lacking the evident potency of profound internal energy. He yearned for some internal techniques. For his master had once stated that to combat malevolent entities, one must possess formidable internal energy. Many of these entities were impervious to physical attacks. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Su Anlin prepared to procure some food. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? Su Anlin approached the door and was momentarily taken aback to find his junior brothers Yang Ming and Fang Shirley at the threshold. Behind them was a charming young woman. Appearing to be around 17 or 18, clad in a resplendent red robe and adorned with an exquisite phoenix hairpin, which sparkled brilliantly and captured one's attention. Following her were several servants, presumably from Fang Shirley's household. Having just completed his training, Su Anlin's upper garment had been torn apart, leaving him bare. Beads of sweat coursed down his robust neck, glistening and sticky, causing Fang Shirley and Yang Ming to swallow slightly. Brother is practicing, Fang Shirley quickly saluted, while Yang Ming clasped his fists in greeting. The lovely young woman, however, was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth, unable to suppress a wave of nausea. Her face contorted in distaste. Su Anlin glanced at his own condition, somewhat perplexed. Practitioners of martial arts often found themselves in such states. Even in the training hall, many of his fellow disciples were accustomed to this, including senior sister Cheng Shasha and the matriarch. What was up with this woman? Fang Shirley hastily apologized. I apologize. This is my sister, Fang Ronger. She has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. I hope you can forgive her, brother. Ugh, so disgusting. I feel like throwing up, the young woman exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Hey, this is my senior brother. Mind your words, Fang Shirley admonished. Ugh, I'm ignoring you. Fang Ronger was now quite irate. She had been enjoying her time shopping for cosmetics when her brother dragged her along, insisting she meet his senior brother, hoping that he would accompany them on their journey. Initially, she had imagined her elder brother as senior to be a refined gentleman, but to her dismay, he was drenched in sweat and half-clad. The thought of Su Anlin's sticky perspiration made her stomach churn. Su Anlin chose not to take offense, rather, as they approached, a notification appeared before him. Qi blood pill can enhance one's foundation. At first, he was uncertain as to whom this Qi blood pill belonged. Suddenly, he realized it was with the young woman. It was a precious elixir, and Su Anlin felt an irresistible urge. Dismissing her rudeness, he smiled and said, Dear junior brothers, your presence graces my humble abode. Please, come in. As the two entered the room, the others remained outside, awaiting their return. Yang Ming was the first to speak, offering kind words to Fang Shirley. Brother, early in the morning, upon hearing that you encountered danger last night, Fang Shidi immediately insisted on accompanying me to check on you. Fang Shirley replied, Seeing you safe brings me relief. This small token is but a modest gesture. In his hand, he held a substantial piece of beast meat wrapped in oil paper, a valuable commodity among martial artists. Su Anlin interjected, No need for such formality, please take a seat. He retrieved the tea set to pour water, though there was no tea at home, as he had little fondness for such refined beverages. Indeed, there was some danger last night, but it has all been resolved. Su Anlin took a sip of water and briefly recounted the events. Brother, your noble character is commendable, Yang Ming remarked, reflecting on how rare it was to find someone as loyal and principled as him in these times. Fang Shirley nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. By the way, Fang Shidi, you mentioned planning to depart. Have you set a date? Yes, it is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Over the next couple of days, my sister and I will be purchasing supplies and, once ready, we shall leave. I just passed by your place, hoping to know your thoughts on the matter. It is indeed possible, though I did sustain some injuries today. That certainly, it is not a hindrance, although it would be ideal to have some medicinal pills. By the way, have you heard of a remedy called Qi Shuidan? Su Anlin inquired eagerly. If I could obtain such a pill, my recovery would be swift, and I would be fit for travel. Chapter 78. Escorting the Fong family the Qi blood pill. Fong surely nodded. How fortunate. I possess it. However, this elixir merely replenishes one's vitality and purges impurities, and I have not heard of it being capable of healing injuries. Indeed, it exists. Su Anlin felt a surge of joy in his heart and replied earnestly, I am merely somewhat deficient in vitality. Fong surely furrowed his brow slightly. Is there something inconvenient? Brother Fong? I can offer silver for the purchase. Su Anlin did not wish to take advantage of others without cause. There is nothing inconvenient. Fong surely smiled. In truth, this Qi blood pill is intended for my younger sister. When she was a child, her constitution was frail, and she consumed this pill, now that she has reached adulthood. It holds no further benefit for her. Once used, does the Qi blood pill lose its efficacy? Su Anlin inquired. Generally speaking, the first use yields the best results, with diminishing effects thereafter. Typically, 3 pills are effective, and any beyond that are rendered useless. Understanding, Su Anlin asked, how much silver is required? I can purchase it. This time, I can escort you. Fong surely was overjoyed. If Brother Su Anlin were to lend his assistance, their journey would be significantly safer, despite his seemingly weaker prowess. Fong surely had noted Su Anlin's remarkable ability to defeat Wang Yin and, moreover, his rescue of senior sister Cheng Shasha from the hands of Lu Ming, who had met his demise in the process. Although it was said to be a surprise attack, it nonetheless attested to Su Anlin's strength. Brother Su, let us not speak of silver in such a formal manner. Consider the Qi blood pill a gift from us. As for the silver, it remains at 100 taels. Su Anlin felt a swell of gratitude, recognizing Fong surely's considerate nature. Your generosity makes me, as the senior, feel somewhat embarrassed. There is no need for such courtesy. Brother Su, it is imperative, Fong surely insisted, after exchanging a few polite remarks. Subsequently, the group took their leave, as they still needed to procure a considerable amount of supplies. Their journey to Lingyang town would require approximately 4 to 5 days of travel. They needed to prepare ample food and drink, as it entailed a substantial quantity of provisions. Before departing, Fong surely presented a Qi blood pill. As he approached, Su Anlin vaguely heard Fong Ronger outside, shouting, that is my pill. I do not want to give it away. Eventually, her cries echoed through the air. Shaking his head, Su Anlin closed the door and eagerly opened the wooden box. The box was about the size of half a palm, exquisitely crafted, with a distinctive emblem on the front, likely a mark from a particular apothecary, akin to a brand logo. Regrettably, Huangji town was too remote and small to have ever encountered such items. The elixir was brownish yellow, about the size of a soybean, exuding a faint fragrance of chrysanthemum. Su Anlin consumed it directly, and in an instant, his vitality fluctuated. Originally at 105 points, it surged by 2 points. Su Anlin's heart soared. The effects of the Qi blood pill far surpassed those of the previous Qi nurturing vial and the Qing Tian jade. The 2 previous items combined had only increased his vitality by 10 points. Yet this pill had already granted him 2 points, and this was merely the onset. A warm sensation spread within him, intensifying, though it was not uncomfortable. Gradually, his vitality increased by 2 points every 5 minutes until it reached 115 points, at which point the increase slowed to just 1 point every 5 minutes. By noon, the vitality gauge remained at 120, and the warmth that had enveloped him gradually dissipated, leaving him drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from the water. The Qi blood pill proved to be a remarkable elixir. Su Anlin chuckled. Fong surely remarked that the Qi blood pill was effective for the first 3 doses, if only he could acquire 2 more. The elevation of vitality was not merely a superficial enhancement. It also signified an improvement in both internal energy and physical prowess, particularly in resilience against blows, which had ascended to a new level. Unbeknownst to him, his vitality surpassed that of his master, which left Su Anlin contemplative. Rather than elation, he felt an increasing sense that this place was too confined. For instance, the modest Qi blood pill, so casually presented by Fong surely, indicated its lack of rarity. Yet it was conspicuously unavailable for purchase in this locale. Furthermore, regarding martial arts, his master had mentioned that within the city, his iron bone technique was already considered a first-tier skill, albeit challenging to master. The best techniques available were merely those found in the Lord's Manor, and they were not particularly formidable. More advanced techniques, such as internal arts, could only be found in larger regions. Suddenly, a bucket of well water cascaded down, refreshing Su Anlin, invigorating his spirit. Wasting no time, he began preparing dried meat, considering that the day after tomorrow, he would escort the Fong family out. Although the Fong family would provide food, Su Anlin preferred to avoid relying on others' provisions while traveling. He set about preparing fish jerky and meat jerky, utilizing the wolf leg that Fong Shirley had just given him. He cut half into steak shapes and the other half into strips for convenience. Busy until midnight, Su Anlin quietly slipped out the back door, making his way to the home of Niu Huihong. Brother. Upon seeing Su Anlin, Niu Huihong and Su Yuyu were delighted. Brother, how is the situation outside? Su Anlin explained, quite well. I anticipate no issues in the near future. How about you? Do not worry, brother. Our small village is very tranquil, and since my home is somewhat secluded, we are not disturbed. Su Anlin briefly shared the events that had transpired. He then left behind some silver and meat, as both Su Yuyu and Niu Huihong were diligently training and needed quality sustenance. Before long, a day had passed. During this time, Su Anlin packed 2 bundles, slinging them over his shoulders. He then mounted his horse, wielding his sword, and rode towards Fong Shirley's residence. At the entrance of the Fong family, 18 fully laden carts awaited, ready to depart the city. Hurry, hurry. Ladies, board the carts first and handle the goods with care. Where is everyone else? Why are they not here yet? Leave the larger items behind for now. We shall bring them next time, Fong Shirley called to the servants. In addition to seeking Su Anlin's assistance, the Fong family had also enlisted 2 martial artists from local schools. It was no secret that the security of the escort service was increasingly inadequate against the threats posed by demons and wandering corpses, compelling many affluent families to seek aid from martial arts academies. Although it was a tad expensive, it ensured safety. To Su Anlin's surprise, the young brothers, Yang Ming and Ma Li, along with Ma Dong, were also present. Cheng Shasha had been invited as well. By this calculation, the Fong family had indeed engaged 3 martial artists, which spoke volumes of their financial prowess. Su Anlin couldn't help but marvel at their affluence. Cheng Shasha and the Ma brothers were engaged in conversation when Su Anlin, upon seeing her, let out a sigh. After being deceived by Wang Yin and losing his money, Cheng Shasha had been recklessly accepting tasks as if driven mad. He feared that this reckless pursuit could lead her into peril. After all, she was but a woman. Despite her capabilities, some tasks were fraught with challenges and hidden dangers. Su Shidi, Cheng Shasha waved to greet him. Shiji, Su Anlin shook off his thoughts and approached, nodding to the Ma brothers, Ma Li and Ma Dong. You are here as well. Indeed, the Fong family has invited quite a number of people, including those from the Nyodo Martial Arts School and the Qingyam Martial Arts School, Cheng Shasha remarked with a smile. With so many participants, it seems our endeavors will proceed smoothly. Absolutely, it's a sure win, Ma Dong replied, brimming with excitement. The thrill of an effortless victory was indeed delightful. This time, the 2 brothers would receive 50 taels without any effort, reveling in their good fortune. However, Su Anlin's expression grew peculiar. Goodness, the 2 had set their flags right from the outset. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Although the Fong family had summoned an abundance of escorts, making it appear secure, why had they invited so many? Was there something sinister lurking beneath the surface? Chapter 79. Something seems amiss. The more Su Anlin contemplated, the more he sensed something was amiss. Observing the expressions of the Fong family members around him, one would expect that with so many protectors, there would be a sense of security. However, the countenances of the higher-ups of the Fong family were notably grave. Brother Su, Fong Shirley approached to greet him. Su Anlin clasped his fists in return, inquiring, when do we set off? Perhaps in another half hour. I didn't expect you to bring your own horse, Fong Shirley replied. Yes. It's more convenient that way. That's good to hear. Allow me to introduce you. These are the brothers and sisters from the Qingyam Martial Arts School and the Nyodo Martial Arts School. Both are local traditional martial arts schools, though their reputations do not quite match that of the Dali Martial Arts School. In particular, the Nyodo Martial Arts School is renowned for its brute strength, often humorously referred to as a place where the practitioners are merely brawny fools. Indeed, a glance around revealed a group of martial artists, all robust and stocky, their faces adorned with a layer of fleshiness. Although Su Anlin himself possessed a solid physique, his face was not overly large, and he wore loose clothing that did not accentuate any bulk. His muscular build was well-defined, in stark contrast to the flabby appearance of those from Nyodo Martial Arts School, who bore thick necks and pudgy faces. The Qingyam Martial Arts School, while less renowned than Nyodo, was more akin to a small gang. Its founder had emerged from a gang background, learned a few eclectic techniques, and established the school. It was said that they were quite familiar with various factions, known for their fierce and combative nature. The 2 schools maintained a cordial relationship, engaging in light conversation. Upon noticing Fong Shirley's greeting, many approached. Brother Su. Several members from the opposite martial school clasped their fists, expressing admiration. During this time, Su Anlin's prowess had gradually gained recognition. Although he was younger than some present, his strength commanded respect, preventing anyone from acting arrogantly. Su Anlin nodded slightly. We shall escort together. Let us unite our efforts. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. After speaking, he deliberately cast a glance at the Nyoto Martial Arts School's members. He recalled how he had previously dealt with Nyo Chong, who had sought vengeance, but to no avail. He pondered how the individuals from Nyoto Martial Arts School would perceive him. Would they seek to target him? Fortunately, the expressions on their faces appeared amiable, and they made no mention of Nyo Chong's demise. Reflecting upon it, it was akin to their own Dali Martial Arts School. Despite the entourage that Wang Yin and Lu Ming had previously boasted, once someone perished, no one remained to acknowledge them. Truly, life extinguished like a light. The members from both martial schools were courteous, their conversation flowing until Fong Rong, the head of the Fong family, clad in military attire with a sword at his waist, mounted his horse and approached Su Anlin. Esteemed heroes of the martial arts schools, we are about to embark. I entrust this journey to you all. Head of the Fong family, you are too kind. The Nyoto Martial Arts School will do our utmost to ensure everyone's safety, replied Zhang Haiqing, the leading figure from Nyoto Martial Arts School, whose name bore a poetic touch, yet was physically imposing, his face riddled with acne, leading Su Anlin to suspect he suffered from significant internal heat. Head of the Fong family, we are from Qingye Martial Arts School. Young Master Fong and I are friends. We shall also exert ourselves to the fullest, so please rest assured, spoke Su Wan, the 30-something female leader of Qingye Martial Arts School. She stood at a modest height of 5 feet, her petite frame exuding both charm and seriousness. Chung Sha and Su Anlin exchanged polite fist salutes, expressing their courtesies. Apologies for the trouble. Fong Rong nodded and swiftly turned, gesturing for departure. The procession set forth with great momentum. Su Anlin rode his horse, meandering among the various martial artists, hoping for a hint that might enhance his innate abilities. Unfortunately, none materialized. However, he did receive a notification near a delicate figure. Qi blood pill, capable of enhancing innate qualities. Su Anlin immediately deduced that the azure-clad beauty before him likely housed Fong Ronger. Regrettably, it seemed she would not part with it. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. As he continued on, Su Anlin suddenly sensed something amiss. Among the throngs on either side, several adept individuals had appeared. These experts donned the garb of commoners, their outward appearance unremarkable, yet their vitality was notably high, most hovering around 70 to 80. Crucially, these high-vitality individuals trailed behind, only to vanish momentarily, re-emerging in different attire yet still shadowing the group. There was indeed something awry. Frowning, Su Anlin realized their party had been targeted since their departure. The Fong family must have been privy to some information, prompting the summoning of such numerous experts. Urging his steed, Su Anlin approached Fong Shirley, who was also mounted. Fong Shitty. Oh, Su Shixiao, is there something you need? Can we speak privately for a moment? Su Anlin's demeanor was cool as he rode towards the rear. After a moment's contemplation, Fong Shirley followed suit. Is there something you wish to inquire about, Su Shixiao? There are individuals tailing us, Su Anlin stated directly, without preamble. What? Indeed. I have my methods. There are at least 7 following us, all with considerable strength. It leads me to ponder, if so many are tracking us, how many more are monitoring our party? Could you be forthright? Has your Fong family attracted any trouble, necessitating such an entourage? Ostensibly, you are here to guard against the demonic lunatics, but surely there are other motives at play? Fong Shirley's expression shifted. Su Shixiang had guessed correctly, but he hesitated to divulge the truth, fearing panic might ensue. Speak candidly, and I shall know how to respond, Su Anlin insisted. Very well. The ones tailing us may be the faction of rebels that fled here. Those rebels have turned to banditry, have they not? Due to certain circumstances, my family acquired a portion of their wealth. Intriguing. So you have had dealings with those rebels, but now it seems relations have soured? Su Anlin was unaware of the intricacies involved. At this juncture, it was evident Fong Shirley was reluctant to elaborate, suggesting the matter was sensitive. Fong Shirley hastily added, Su Shixiang, those matters are in the past. Please, point out which individuals are pursuing us, and we shall address them. Very well, listen closely. The procession gradually exited the city. The flow of people diminished, yet a few figures continued to follow. At that moment, the Fong family's formation suddenly dispersed. A contingent of guards on horseback swiftly surged towards the rear. Giddy up. Whoosh. One individual with a vitality of 78 sensed something was amiss and promptly drew a sword. Yet it was still too late. A piercing arrow struck, and the vitality plummeted by 20. They had been discovered. Everyone withdraw at once. Block their path. Fong Rong bellowed. The three members of the martial arts school had already been covertly informed by Su Anlin and swiftly took action, darting to either side. A fierce melee ensued. Yet two individuals managed to escape. Charge. Su Anlin urged his steed onward, determined not to let these individuals flee, for it would spell trouble otherwise. The crossbow was once again aimed, and with a swift twang, an arrow found its mark in one man's neck, sending him crashing to the ground, evidently lifeless. Another, however, maintained the highest vitality, reaching 85. Su Anlin activated the 5-animal technique. The 5th stance, the agility of the soaring bird. With a whoosh, he leaped onto the horse's back and soared forward, his form graceful and ethereal. Leave him to me. With a resounding punch, he struck. The man's fists went numb, and he was sent reeling back, crashing to the ground. Speak. Why were you following us? Su Anlin inquired coldly. Chapter 80. The sense of missing out on billions. The man bore scars on his face, his dark complexion rendered pale, gazing at Su Anlin with an expression of terror. With a mere gesture, he sensed an immense pressure akin to a mountain emanating from Su Anlin. His once prized combat experience was rendered utterly useless in the presence of this formidable adversary. Charge. Having dealt with the other pursuers, Fong Rong hastened to join them. Upon seeing Fong Rong, the man leapt to his feet and coldly declared, Fong Rong, though I concede defeat, the rest of us shall not let this matter rest. You must return what you have taken. You are nothing but a band of ruffians. What qualifications do you possess to speak to me thus? Fong Rong retorted disdainfully, brandishing his spear and lunging forward. Swish. Thud. The scarred face, already suffering from injuries inflicted by Su Anlin, was caught off guard and could not evade the attack, resulting in a fatal strike. Damn it. You could at least announce your intentions. If anyone is to kill, it should be me. Su Anlin lamented as he observed the diminishing health of his opponent, feeling as though he had missed out on billions. Brother Su, your skills are indeed remarkable. If not for you, these individuals would have evaded capture and perhaps continued to pursue us, Fong Rong expressed with a respectful gesture. All adversaries had been dealt with, executed without mercy by the Fong family. Heads rolled as a gruesome spectacle unfolded. Su Anlin nodded. Now that they are all gone, we should be safe moving forward. Indeed. Let us not delay. We must continue our journey. As he watched Fong Rong's retreating figure, Su Anlin sighed inwardly. He recognized that Fong Rong was likely familiar with this group, hence no inquiries regarding their identities or motives were made, for he already understood. Alas, one must tread carefully in this line of work, Su Anlin mused. He contemplated leaving directly but felt it inappropriate to do so after accepting a blood essence pill from them. It was not in his nature to depart without proper acknowledgement. Cheng Sha and the others remained oblivious, puzzled by the sudden pursuit as they exited the city. The group resumed their journey, disposing of the severed heads into nearby pits for burial. The ensuing path was eerily quiet, devoid of any animal life. The desolate road was littered with desert-like yellow sands, whipped into a frenzy by the howling winds that stung their eyes. This area was succumbing further to desertification due to a lack of water. A growing concern for Su Anlin as he contemplated the unsustainability of life here. As the sun began its descent, the caravan chose to halt near a riverbank. This location, spacious and blessed with a fresh water source, provided an ideal site for setting up camp. Su Anlin lent a hand to ignite a fire. But as soon as he began, he was promptly usurped by Yang Ming and Molly, who insisted on taking over. Senior brother, you should rest. We will handle these minor tasks, Yang Ming urged, while Ma Li and Ma Dong chuckled foolishly. Su Anlin was left speechless, feeling as though he were being treated like royalty. Very well, I shall prepare meat for everyone, he conceded. The Fong family was generous, providing each team with dried meat. This meat, having been meticulously dehydrated, could withstand even the hottest of days without spoiling, making it an essential sustenance for wandering warriors. Grilling it would only enhance its flavor. The campfire crackled as Su Anlin tended to the flames, which cast a ruddy glow upon his face. He had just surveyed the surroundings and found no significant threats. All was secure. Taking out some dried fish from his pocket, he skewered it on a stick and began to roast it. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, and he discerned the angry voice of a young girl. How can you be so careless? I asked you to heat water, yet this water is so filthy. How am I supposed to bathe? I was wrong, my lady. You acknowledge your faults. Yet you cannot handle such a trivial task? What use are you to me? From now on, do not accompany me. Miss, I was wrong. Please do not abandon me. Then, Su Anlin noticed Fong Rong and Fong Shirley, father and son, passing by. It was the voice of Fong Ronger. Su Anlin shook his head, thinking her lack of understanding was evident. Out here, she still thought of bathing. Was she truly so fastidious? Anlin, why are you eating your own food? Chung Shasha approached, carrying some firewood. It's safer to eat my own provisions while traveling. Would you care for some? No, I shall stick to the Fong family's fare. I see they are eating without issue. Casting a glance into the distance, Chung Shasha inquired. What is happening over there? The young lady of the Fong family seems to be shouting. Su Anlin replied, that woman has a bit of an obsession with cleanliness. She wants to bathe, but it appears the maid has boiled some unclean water, and she resorts to shouting? It must be challenging to serve a young lady from a prominent family, spoiled as she is. Chung Shasha murmured, after a day of travel, I too feel rather uncomfortable. However, she had no such obsession with cleanliness and was not preoccupied with bathing. In this perilous night, undressing to bathe would be unwise. Moreover, with so many men around. Should word spread that she bathed beneath their watchful eyes, how would she ever find a husband? Anlin, how do you usually train in martial arts? I observed your prowess in dealing with those people today. Your skills seem to have advanced significantly. I suppose it's just diligence, he replied modestly. Perhaps, but it is primarily your innate talent. Your abilities surpass even those of Wang Yin from back then. Speaking of Wang Yin, Chung Shasha sighed. He is likely dead by now, isn't he? Who knows? But he still owes you quite a sum, doesn't he? Yes, 500 taels. Such a sum. Su Anlin was taken aback. He had known Chung Shasha had borrowed money but was unaware of the exact amount. Chung Shasha remarked bitterly. I had intended for it to be part of my dowry, but now it is all gone. No wonder you have been working so hard on your tasks. You are trying to save money. Indeed, there is no other choice. I have been orphaned since childhood and can only rely on myself. Just then, a scolded maid hurried over. Miss Chung, my young lady requests your presence. What does she want with me? She wishes to bathe and needs a few girls to guard her, so she asks for your assistance. Oh, then I shall go. Chung Shasha was agreeable, casting aside the stick she had used to tend the fire as she made her way over. Along the path, the three martial artists had grown familiar, already calling each other brothers. Su brother, I just picked some wild fruits from the tree. They are just like the ones behind my house and quite sweet. Do give them a try. Zhang Haiqing approached with a cheerful smile, presenting a fruit that resembled a pear. Thank you. I've prepared the meat. Everyone, please feel free to indulge. Su Wan nodded. Oh, where's Chung Shasha? She has gone to the Fong family's young miss, Su Anlin casually explained. Zhang Haiqing smacked his lips. Is that woman still bathing at this hour? Do all beautiful girls behave like this? Su Wan frowned. Women are indeed troublesome. Ah, senior sister, you are a woman yourself, Ma Dong remarked instinctively. Molly smacked him on the head. You talk too much. Ma Dong blushed, realizing his faux pas. I apologize, senior sister. Su Wan chuckled lightly. There's no need for apologies. I have always said, do not perceive me as merely a woman for I am quite terrifying. No one can harm me. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through Su Wan's right eye socket, its sharp tip emerging from the back of her head. Her remaining eye widened in disbelief as blood and fluid flowed along the arrow. Su Wan swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A grave situation unfolded. Today is Tuesday. I intended to update earlier, but due to a bout of diarrhea, I had to go to the hospital for a colonoscopy and was prescribed a plethora of laxatives. I've had to run to the restroom dozens of times. Alas, what a miserable experience. By the way, I kindly ask for your support in reading along. It's that time for a PK again. On Tuesdays, advancing requires higher readership. After changing the title, the collection increased noticeably, but due to the delay, the statistics still appear lagging. Next week SPK will be for the 6th frequency, and I am uncertain if we can make it. I sincerely request everyone's support in reading along. This genre, compared to some imaginative tales, seems rather dated, thus I am reliant on your assistance. Thank you. A significant event has transpired. Chapter 81. Nighttime Assault Enemy Attack. Enemy attack. With Su Wan falling, Su Anlin bellowed. Simultaneously, arrows rained down from various directions. Thud, thud. Each arrow seemed to claim a life. Quick, take cover behind the trees. Raise your shields. Hurry, hurry. Fong Rong shouted. Su Anlin furrowed his brow as he gazed into the distance. The archers were far away, rendering the blood bars invisible. Yet, how could they aim so accurately from such a distance? Looking around at the blazing bonfires, a thought struck Su Anlin. It's the fire. They can see us because of the flames. Extinguish the fire, quickly. Without hesitation, he scooped up a handful of sand and threw it onto the nearest fire. Clang, clang. 2 arrows struck him, but they were deflected. A sharp pain shot through him, akin to being struck by stones. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Su Anlin promptly extinguished the flames. Hearing his command, the others reacted swiftly, dousing the bonfires. In the distance, atop a hill in the forest, 3 figures clad in tattered armor stood together, their gazes fixated on the extinguishing bonfires by the riverside. The elder among them, with a long beard and piercing eyes, spoke. Indeed, a man on the right acknowledged the command and swiftly departed, soon leading a contingent toward the camp. Brother, the Fong family has hired 3 martial arts schools, and they have many skilled fighters. Relying solely on our initial group may not suffice to subdue them. The elder side, Lingong Town possesses formidable military strength, with numerous nearby islands. If they flee to the islands, dealing with the Fong family will become exceedingly difficult. At this moment, the camp lay in eerie silence. The arrows had ceased, and as Su Anlin surveyed his surroundings, he was met with anguished groans. I'm injured. Help me. Senior sister, senior sister. You died so tragically. Disciples of the Qingyam martial arts school cradled Su Anlin's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. Ma Li and Yang Ming felt a wave of dread wash over them. This was the reality of the martial world. Just moments ago, Su Anlin had been vibrant and boasting of her invulnerability, and now she lay dead before them. Human life was as fragile as paper, one moment alive, the next gone. Su Anlin gripped his sword, prepared to survey the area. Though the arrows had stopped, it indicated that the hidden enemies could be closing in. Such was the nature of warfare, a distant barrage followed by a charge. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss on his left. Faint blood bars began to materialize. Blood bar, 46-46, blood bar, 50-50, blood bar, 48-48, blood bar, 89-89. Most blood bars hovered around 50, yet a few were notably high, warranting caution. Be careful, there are people over there. Su Anlin shouted urgently. Drawing his crossbow from his back, he aimed at one of the blood bars and fired. Thud. A muffled grunt echoed from within. Fong Rong gasped. Protect the young lady. Protect my sister. Fong Shirley exclaimed in shock. The enemy emerged from the left, where Fong Rong was bathing. Although a few female warriors guarded that area, their numbers were insufficient. Sheng Shasha grew increasingly vigilant. Drawing her blade as she noticed the figures clad in black rushing from the forest, her expression shifting. Miss Fong, come out quickly, there is danger. With that, she engaged in battle. Clang, clang, clang. You are from the martial arts school, merely here for money. Is it necessary to risk your lives? Stand down. A voice commanded, clashing with Sheng Shasha. We only deal with the Fong family. Those who obstruct us shall perish, another figure in black declared. Suddenly, a curtain was thrust aside, and Fong Ronger, draped in a sheer veil, dashed out in terror. 3 black-clad assailants charged forward. Stand back. Sheng Shasha exerted all her strength to fend them off. The Fong family members also charged in, but most were mere ordinary guards. 2 fell swiftly under the onslaught. Seeing Sheng Shasha and Fong Ronger in peril, Su Anlin readied his crossbow and fired. Kill successful, experience points 50, kill successful, experience points 48, a hero's marksmanship. Fong Rong, who had just rushed in, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the black-clad figures fall one after another. Su Anlin had indeed been a fortuitous choice. Not only was he formidable, but his archery was also remarkable. The pressure on them suddenly lessened. Then, as fighters from the Qingyam Martial Arts School and the Nyoto Martial Arts School surged forward, a multitude of black-clad bodies lay strewn about, and ultimately, they retreated from the scene. Father, Fong Ronger, horrified, rushed to Fong Rong's side, her delicate form trembling. Sheng Shasha, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, only to feel a sharp pain in her arm. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a cut, blood seeping from the wound. Everyone, check your injuries. The Dali Martial Arts School. Guard the perimeter. Su Anlin called out. Zhang Haiqing responded. Listen to Brother Su. Everyone, stay alert for any further threats. Understood. The bodies were arranged with care. This time, the Qingyam Martial Arts School suffered the most significant losses. Their leader, Su Wan, had perished, along with 2 of her disciples. The Fong family's guards lost over a dozen members. Su Anlin approached the bodies of the black-clad assailants for inspection. Their uniforms were remarkably uniform, indicating a military background. They were soldiers. Su Anlin's eyes narrowed. Behead them to prevent reanimation, he instructed, turning to Fong Rong. After experiencing 2 instances of missing corpses, Su Anlin had developed a prudent habit of severing heads to avert the risk of transformation. Just as he finished speaking, a delightful giggle echoed from the forest. Hee hee. Come here, come here. Goosebumps erupted on everyone's skin, their gazes sharpening. This is, the demon madwoman has arrived. Chapter 82. More painful than killing her, a melodious voice drew nearer, encircling everyone from all directions. Su Anlin quickly glanced around, spotting several health bars. Ghost Corpse, 89-89. Ghost Corpse, 78-78. Ghost Corpse, 111-111. Demonic Maniac, 245-245. His gaze turned icy as he shouted, "Everyone, be alert. There is a demonic maniac. Zhang Haiqing, right before you, the demonic maniac stands." Su Anlin's voice pierced the heavens. The group from the Bullhead Martial Arts School was initially taken aback, but soon reacted, especially Zhang Haiqing, who jolted and immediately assessed the surroundings. In the dark jungle, the rustling of leaves was faintly audible. The eerie laughter grew closer, and Zhang Haiqing's nostrils flared, catching a whiff of a putrid, decaying odor, causing his expression to shift drastically. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the jungle, claws outstretched, lunging at Zhang Haiqing. He kicked out with tremendous force. Yet it had little effect on the demonic maniac, instead rebounding him. His junior brother, unable to react in time, was tackled to the ground by the demonic maniac. And in the blink of an eye, an arm was torn away, blood gushing forth. Junior brother. Zhang Haiqing momentarily froze. But upon witnessing another ghost corpse charging out behind the demonic maniac, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee towards the crowd. The demonic maniac. The crowd descended into chaos. The demonic maniac's strength was formidable, far beyond what ordinary martial artists could contend with. They could either band together or face a master. Though Zhang Haiqing could barely manage the demonic maniac, the horde of ghost corpses behind him compelled him to retreat. Su Anlin drew his blade, hastily covering his mouth and nose with a piece of black cloth to shield against the impending splatter of toxic blood. He then pivoted, slashing at a ghost corpse rushing towards him. With a resounding thud, his blade cleaved through the ghost corpse like tofu, sending foul blood spraying. As he turned, he noticed the Ma brothers, Ma Li and Ma Dong, struggling against a ghost corpse. Seeing Ma Dong pinned beneath a ghost corpse, its teeth poised to bite, he dashed forward, striking the ghost corpse in the waist with a powerful kick, sending it crashing into another ghost corpse. "Thank you, Su brother," Ma Dong gasped. Shaken. "Head towards Lord Fong," Su Anlin instructed. Fong Rong and Fong Shirley were entangled with 3 ghost corpses, in a perilous situation. The Ma brothers nodded vigorously, brandishing their blades as they rushed to assist. Su Anlin set his sights on the demonic maniac. Here, the havoc wreaked by the demonic maniac was most severe. Eliminating it would render the remaining ghost corpses far less troublesome. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the demonic maniac had vanished. He scanned the health bars one by one, finally spotting the demonic maniac's health bar behind Fong Rong's tent. "Lord Fong, be cautious of your rear." Fong Rong reacted swiftly, turning around at once, simultaneously pushing Fong Rower aside. "Surely, protect Rower." Bang! The demonic maniac collided with Fong Rong, toppling him over. However, the demon madman's target was not Fong Rong, but rather the fragrant Fong Ronger. This demon lunged at Fong Rong, lifted its head, and with its crimson eyes, fixed a piercing gaze on Fong Ronger. Startled, Fong Ronger found her legs momentarily paralyzed, as if robbed of strength. Nevertheless, her hands were swift, delivering 2 powerful strikes from a distance, momentarily slowing the demon's advance, albeit the effect was feeble. "Run quickly, Ronger," Fong Shirley urged, but in his fervor, he inadvertently pulled her down to the ground. "I am going to die. I am going to die," Fong Ronger exclaimed, tasting the dirt as she looked up, only to find the demon looming close. She could even catch the foul stench of decay emanating from it, nearly provoking her to vomit. Tears of regret welling in her eyes. "If only I had practiced more." Suddenly, a decisive blow severed the demon's head, splattering foul blood onto Fong Ronger's face. She momentarily froze, and then a singular thought consumed her. How revolting! With her extreme aversion to filth, being splattered with this vile blood felt worse than death itself. Ugh! The moment she opened her mouth, the tainted blood surged towards her. She retched violently. "Brother Su, thank you for saving me." Fong Shirley, regaining his wits, was overwhelmed with joy. It was none other than Su Anlin who had struck just in time. He had nearly succumbed to despair, believing today marked his sister's demise. To his astonishment, a glimmer of hope appeared as Su Anlin had silently positioned himself behind the demon, executing a lethal strike. With the demon vanquished, the remaining ghostly corpses were now manageable. The members of the Nyohead Martial Arts School and the Qingyi Martial Arts School paired up to combat the ghostly remains. Without wasting a moment, Su Anlin swiftly dispatched 2 more ghostly corpses, restoring tranquility to the camp. Upon reflection, he had just eliminated 5 ghostly corpses and 1 demon, making him the most prolific slayer of the day. I am mere hundreds away from leveling up, he mused, feeling a sense of relief as he surveyed his surroundings. This time, the losses were considerable. Both the Nyohead and Qingyi martial arts schools had sustained casualties, while the mighty martial arts school, under his vigilant watch, had suffered minimal losses. Disgusting, utterly disgusting, Fong Rong fumed, his face contorted with anger. He cherished his daughter dearly, yet could not suppress his ire in this moment. The commendable actions of Su Anlin had not gone unnoticed. Not only had he issued 2 warnings in advance, but he had also saved them multiple times. It was intolerable for his daughter to call such a hero disgusting. Take Miss to the riverbank to clean up, Fong surely instructed the panicked maidservant. Why yes, at once. Brother Su, my sister is rather thoughtless. Please forgive her, Fong surely quickly apologized as he approached Su Anlin. Su Anlin, not one to harbor grudges, waved his hand dismissively. I bear no ill will, but it seems we cannot light a fire here. We must move aside to incinerate the bodies. I will arrange for that immediately. By the way, I noticed your sister possesses some skill in martial arts. Though her technique appeared rather peculiar, he inquired, recalling how Fong Rong'er had executed 2 swift strikes in her defense. Above, there enveloped an intense force, previously unseen. Oh, you are referring to the Yang Divine skill. The Yang Divine skill? Su Anlin remarked. Although your sister's internal strength is not particularly high, she seems to wield this technique quite effectively. When Fong Rong'er confronted the demon madman, that force evidently caused the demon's speed to diminish. Even a person at the 2nd level of body refinement could not achieve such a feat. The Yang Divine skill is an internal cultivation method, rather than a mere technique. Yet it enables the transformation of internal energy into a purer form. Fong surely explained. In truth, I practice it myself. However, internal cultivation methods differ from techniques, and one cannot simply master them through diligence alone. For instance, despite my greater effort compared to my sister, I still fall short of her prowess. Su Anlin instinctively assessed the bone quality of the 2. Fong Shirley's bone quality, poor. Fong Rong'er's bone quality, excellent. Su Anlin was left speechless. The disparity in bone quality between the siblings was indeed significant. Nevertheless, a thought suddenly struck him. This Yang Divine skill is, after all, an internal cultivation method. He is currently in need of such a technique. Acquiring it would be fortuitous. Alas, this is evidently a treasured possession of the Fong family. Would they be inclined to part with it? Chapter 83. The subtlety of internal cultivation techniques. The flames danced exuberantly by the riverside, crackling as lifeless bodies were cast into the fire, quickly transforming into charred remains. Farewell. Xiaobao, a voice wept mournfully. The members of the Qingyi Martial Arts School also succumbed to tears, revealing the profound impact Sister Su one had on their hearts. Most had already rested, leaving a few watchmen who gnawed on dry meat, while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Senior brother, junior brother, Su Anlin nodded. Sister, quickly apologize, Fong surely urged his sister, revealing the purpose of their visit. Fong Rong'er hesitated, yet soon realized that Su Anlin's actions were born of necessity. Without him, her life would have been forfeit. After cleansing herself, she acknowledged her mistake and approached her elder brother, eager to make amends. I am truly sorry. I spoke out of turn and insulted you. I apologize, she said, nervously clutching a pink handkerchief, her demeanor tense. Su Anlin reassured her, it's all right. I did not take it to heart. However, I see you possess some martial skills. It would be wise to practice diligently, as luck may not always favor you. Did you hear that, sister? You must apply yourself. Your talent far exceeds mine, Fong surely added. I know, she replied. By the way, where did you learn this Yang Shinggong? Su Anlin inquired, feeling emboldened to ask now that the siblings had approached him. Fong surely explained. My sister and I have been under our master's tutelage since childhood. Oh, Su Anlin mused. I find that quite intriguing. Brother Su, such prowess. And yet you are still interested in this technique? Having diverse skills is never a burden. And I have heard my master mention that internal cultivation techniques can counter certain malevolent forces, correct? Su Anlin queried. Indeed, but mastering internal techniques is exceedingly difficult, relying heavily on comprehension and innate talent. Moreover, for those of us trained in external techniques, pursuing internal ones can feel like sacrificing a watermelon to retrieve a sesame seed. Fang surely chuckled. Did not our master say that one must avoid chaos in martial practice, as a person's energy is finite? That is true. Yet I do not face such limitations. My iron bone skill has progressed quite well, Su Anlin replied. If you wish to learn, I can share the cultivation methods with you in the coming days, Fang surely offered. Is that so? That would be splendid. Su Anlin felt a surge of joy. Do not mention it, senior brother. You have saved us, Fang surely smiled. Thank you. It is quite late. You should rest now, Su Anlin suggested, glancing around. I will patrol the area. Patrol? Yes. Given their considerable mobilization, they are unlikely to depart easily. I shall investigate discreetly. Senior brother, it is too dangerous. Do not worry. Just await my news, Su Anlin reassured them. With that, he slung his crossbow over his shoulder, secured his blade at his waist, activated his 5 animals technique, and leaped into the thicket. In the pitch-black forest, visibility was scarce, yet for Su Anlin, this presented a distinct advantage, regardless of who it may be. As long as it is a living being, the bloodline shines like a firefly in the dark of night, radiantly luminous. This is precisely why he possesses the confidence to approach. He believes that those pursuing the Fang family are undoubtedly lurking in the nearby thicket. As he wanders, he soon discovers, after more than an hour, a dense cluster of bloodlines on a small hillside. This must be the place. Su Anlin lies in wait, concealing his presence to the utmost degree. Meanwhile, within the camp, before the goat-bearded elder, a rugged, burly man with a full beard kneels on the ground. Brother. It seems the Fang family has met with misfortune. After our retreat, the ghostly corpses and the demon madmen suddenly appeared. They must be in utter disarray now. Beside him, a scholarly-looking young man chuckles. With the demon madmen's emergence, the Fang family will surely suffer considerable losses. Brother, let us take advantage of their distraction and decisively strike. Indeed. Opportunity must not be missed. The goat-bearded elder sneers, his eyes narrowing. The Fang family has forced us brothers into banditry, becoming targets of everyone's wrath. This debt cannot simply be dismissed. Now, we shall, but before he can finish, an arrow pierces his right cheek, the tip emerging from the back of his skull, dripping with blood. The goat-bearded elder's eyes widen in shock, his body tilting as he collapses onto a pile of flames, silence forever. Everyone is momentarily stunned, quickly followed by an overwhelming terror. Someone has shot from the shadows. The young scholar immediately turns towards the source of the arrow. Whoosh! Another arrow flies in. He deftly sweeps it aside with his longsword, shouting, There! Kill! Fire arrows in that direction. The burly man with the beard urgently points towards a thicket. Quickly, quickly! In an instant, everyone draws their blades. Just then, a volley of arrows is unleashed. Arrows slice through the air, raining down upon them. Thud! One arrow is caught by Su Anlin in mid-flight. With a swift motion, he snaps the arrow in half. At the same time, a barrage of torches is hurled towards him, illuminating the scene, allowing the group to finally glimpse Su Anlin. Who are you, young man? This lad is a martial artist hired by the Fang family. Enough chatter, kill him. The burly man recognizes Su Anlin, his impression vivid, recalling how several of his subordinates had recently perished at his hands. Upon uttering these words, he raises his spear. Boy, remember this in your next life. Not every task is one you can undertake. Whoosh! The spear is launched, accompanied by another flurry of arrows. The burly man and the young scholar smirk, confident that under such a barrage, this youth will soon resemble a porcupine. With his demise, the Fang family will lose a formidable general, making their task considerably easier. Little do they know, countless arrows are swept away by Su Anlin's arms, all falling harmlessly to the ground. The spear is deflected effortlessly off his body. This spectacle nearly causes everyone's eyes to bulge in disbelief. It must be that he has cultivated a formidable defensive technique, the young scholar realizes, astonished by the youth's remarkable prowess at such a tender age. The burly man with a scruffy beard was taken aback. Even he envied such talent. Regrettably, he was an adversary, and together they aimed to dismantle him. Although this style of combat was formidable, it could not be sustained for long. As the words fell, the scholarly figure in white glided around Su Anlin, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The burly man raised an iron spear high, bellowing, Behold as I crush you with this iron rod. Whoosh! The iron spear whistled through the air, poised to descend upon Su Anlin. With a swift motion, Su Anlin activated his agility and found himself encircled. Around him, figures wielding long blades and spears lunged forth. Unflinching, Su Anlin retaliated with ruthless speed. The clash of weapons against his body rang out like a metallic symphony, and in the next instant, his blade, akin to a soul-reaping instrument, sliced through the air, showering the surroundings in crimson mist with each strike. Simultaneously, adversaries fell one after another. Quick, precise, and merciless, the blade howled as it cleaved through flesh, with some foes losing limbs and halves of their bodies. Blood erupting like a geyser. The burly man let out a terrified wail as he raised his heavy iron spear, intending to deliver a crushing blow to Su Anlin's forehead. Su Anlin's expression shifted. Despite having practiced the iron bone technique, he dared not face such an onslaught head-on. Yet, rather than retreat, he boldly advanced towards the burly man. In that fleeting moment, the man's hair stood on end as a sense of danger enveloped him. However, the spear was already in motion, leaving no room for withdrawal. With a primal roar, he thrust his other hand towards Su Anlin. With a chilling gaze, Su Anlin seized the burly man's wrist with one hand, while the other plunged the blade deeply into his heart. With a twist akin to turning a key, he withdrew the knife. A sickening sound echoed as pieces of entrails were wrenched free.